Chapter 1. Where am I? In a dilapidated small room, a pale young man looked blankly at his skinny hands. Raising his eyes and looking around, the strange environment made the teenager a little scared. This strange body also made the boy a little unresponsive for a while. The boy's grey-brown pupils were full of confusion, and the last memory in his mind was a sharp pain and a hideous face. The boy's name is Luo Zhen. In his previous life, he acted bravely and saved a little girl. Afterwards, he was stabbed to death by a trafficker, and what he saw at the last moment of his life was the ferocious face of the trafficker. With the complete disappearance of Luo Zhen's consciousness, when he opened his eyes, he saw this strange dilapidated hut in front of him. At this time, Luo Zhen was about to get up and go out to see where it was. A memory suddenly flooded into Luo Zhen's mind, accompanied by a tingling pain. Luo Zhen's complexion became even paler. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Luo Zhen gritted his teeth, his complexion became extremely ferocious. After the intense stinging pain disappeared, Luo Zhen sat on the ground with difficulty, panting heavily. Leaning limply on the side of the bed, an inexplicable brilliance shone in his eyes. After a while, Luo Zhen murmured to himself, "I didn't expect to cross over the kingdom of Fiori, the world of magic. In that memory, I learned that the owner of my body is named Luo Zhen Dikasus, who lives in a remote mountain village in the kingdom of Fiori. Because his parents passed away, he was the only child left. A few days ago, due to illness, he finally failed to survive and passed away last night. Afterwards, Luo Zhen, who was reborn, was resurrected with the help of his dead body. The orphan at the beginning is really the lone star of the devil." Luo Zhen couldn't exert any strength due to his weak body, grinning and muttering to himself with a bitter smile on his face. In the previous life, Luo Zhen grew up in an orphanage and never met his parents since he was a child. "I didn't expect to live a new life, and I was still an orphan in this life. But the name Fiori Kingdom sounds familiar." Looking at the blue sky outside through the dilapidated roof, Luo Zhen didn't know where he heard the name for a while. "Luo Zhen, are you home?" At this time, a childish voice suddenly came from outside the door, and a doubt flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes, and he shouted, "Who is it? You're home, I haven't seen you for days." Hearing Luo Zhen's voice, the people outside quickly opened the door and came in. When they saw Luo Zhen sitting pale and slumped on the ground, they hurried forward. "What's wrong with you?" Helping Luo Zhen up and sitting on the bed, the person who opened the door had worries in his eyes. "I'm fine, I'm just a little hungry." Feeling a void in his belly, Luo Zhen looked at the girl in front of him and squeezed out a smile. "The moment I saw this girl, memories about her came to my mind. Erza and Luo Zhen are good friends from the same village. The two have known each other since childhood, because they were both orphans, they helped and supported each other a long time ago." But seeing the scarlet shoulder-length hair and the name Erza in front of him, Luo Zhen's eyes became a little complicated. "Erza, Fei Red's long hair. Isn't this one of the protagonists in fairy tale, Erza Shikaret? The world of fairy tale. Are you hungry? I still have something to eat at home. I'll go and get it for you." Hearing a slight sound coming from Luo Zhen's belly, Erza got up and ran out of the house. Before Luo Zhen could speak, he had already disappeared from sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for contacting one of the protagonists of the plot, Erza Shikaret. Ding! The system is officially activated, please wait a moment. Ding! The system is activated and the system rewards are being activated. The moment Erza's back disappeared, mechanical sounds echoed in Luo Zhen's ears. Luo Zhen's pupils shrank, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. System. Ding! The pirate system is on. Congratulations to the host for getting the chance to draw a character template. The system did not answer Luo Zhen's words, and a soft light curtain appeared in front of Luo Zhen's sight. A turntable flashed in the light curtain, and there were familiar images on the turntable. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Beasts, Kaido. Redhead, Shanks. Big Mom, Charlotte Lingling. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki. Pirate Hunter, Rolo Noazoro. Many familiar images appeared on the light curtain in front of him. Before Luo Zhen could understand clearly, the the turntable in front of him started to spin. After a while, the turntable stopped slowly, and the turntable disappeared from Luo Zhen's sight. Then a picture appeared on the light curtain. 4 Emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Lingling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Big Mom template, one of the 4 kings of the One Piece world. Is it fused? With the appearance of this picture, the sound of the system then echoed in Luo Zhen's ears. A little disappointment flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes when he saw that he didn't win Whitebeard or Kaido. But Big Mom is also one of the 4 emperors, Luo Zhen also silently accepted. Immediately, Luo Zhen suddenly remembered something, and quickly asked the system, if I integrate the Big Mom template, will I also suffer from cravings? Thinking disorder is a weakness of Big Mom. After the onset, she completely loses her mind and attacks everyone around her indiscriminately. And he doesn't have any combat IQ, he won't dodge and defend, he can only attack indiscriminately. No, the host gets the Big Mom's ability template, only the Big Mom's ability. Hearing the system's answer, Luo Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. Only getting the ability of Big Mom made Luo Zhen excited. In the world of One Piece, Big Mom is definitely one of the top powerhouses. Belongs to the first echelon of the One Piece world. He possessed incomparable strange strength and a body of steel at an early age. When he was 5 years old, the man of steel could not even break through the defenses of the Titans, and a slap could break the ribs of the Titans. One can imagine what kind of monster Big Mom is. After knowing that there would be no other sequelae, Luo Zhen said decisively, let's merge. Chapter 2. Let's merge. Luo Zhen's eyes became firm. As Luo Zhen's voice fell, the picture of Big Mom instantly turned into a stream of light and merged into Luo Zhen's body. As the streamer penetrated into Luo Zhen's body, a steady stream of power began to pour out of Luo Zhen's body, and the muscles on his body began to swell continuously. A severe pain began to erupt in the body. Luo Zhen clenched his teeth, and forcibly endured the severe pain. Luo Zhen felt that there was a strong and powerful airflow constantly colliding in his body, widening the tendons in his body. This sharp pain repeatedly crushed Luo Zhen's spirit, and the bones seemed to be crushed and repaired by the air current. I don't know how long it took before the severe pain dissipated. Luo Zhen only felt his muscles twitch and tremble. After recovering for a while, Luo Zhen got up slowly, his limbs spasmed due to severe pain. The originally thin body has become burly, and even the height seems to have been abruptly raised a lot. Underneath the sturdy body lies endless power. Clenching his fist, Luo Zhen could clearly feel the inexhaustible strength in his body. Clenching his fist and punching forward, a loud noise rang in Luo Zhen's ears. The speed of punching was extremely fast, and only an after-image flashed in the air. Directly ahead, on the wall of this dilapidated house, this punch directly shattered the wall. Just a fist wind directly blasted a big hole in the wall. Outside the big hole is a small forest. The trees in the forest seemed to be swept by some strong wind, and the trees were overturned to the ground. So strong! Luo Zhen didn't react for a while, and muttered to himself, looking at the deserted scene not far away. The light curtain of the system then appeared in front of Luo Zhen. Host, Luo Zhen Dikasis. Abilities, Strange Power, Man of Steel. Template, Big Mom. Current template progress, 10%. Looking at the crude virtual panel on the light curtain in front of him, Luo Zhen's eyes gradually became serious. System, is it possible to obtain all the abilities of Big Mom by increasing the progress of the template? Luo Zhen's face was serious, and her immature voice sounded in the dilapidated small house. Yes, if you increase the progress of the template, you will be able to obtain the abilities and strengths of the template character. The mechanical sound of the system rang in his ears. Luo Zhen's eyes lit up slightly, and then he asked the system, how to improve the progress of the character template. In this world, contacting the characters in the original book can improve the progress of the template, and the more important the character, the greater the progress of the improvement. After receiving the system's reply, Luo Zhen also understood, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Did you get in touch with the characters in the original novel? I have only been in contact with Erza now, and I have directly obtained 10% of the progress. Then if you join Fairy Tail yourself, wouldn't you be able to quickly fill up Big Mom's template? But joining fairy tale is just another story. Luo Zhen remembers that in the original book, Erza and the children in the village were kidnapped by a dark magic order and taken to the Tower of Heaven to become slaves. Since I am here now, I can't let this happen. His eyes gradually became firm, and the turbulent power in his body was surging. Just when Luo Zhen was in a daze, Erza's figure suddenly appeared not far away. Holding a small package in his hand, he hurriedly looked at the big hole in the wall and the deserted scene outside. What happened? Luo Zhen turned his head and saw Erza standing at the door of the house, looking at Luo Zhen's back in panic. Looking at Erza, who was a little panicked, Luo Zhen didn't know how to explain to Erza for a while. Scratching his head, he pointed to the small package in Erza's hand and asked, "Is there food in this? I'm so hungry." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza also put aside what he saw before, and decided to ask what happened later. With a smile on his face, he came to sit next to Luo Zhen with the small package in his hand, and placed the food in the package in front of Luo Zhen. "Eat quickly." With a smile on Erza's face, he looked at Luo Zhen expectantly. Seeing Erza's sincere eyes, Luo Zhen suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. In 2 lifetimes, there was only one person who treated Luo Zhen so unconditionally in the previous life. That is the director of the orphanage. With a smile on Luo Zhen's face, he pointed to the food in the package and said, "You can eat some too." Erza hesitated for a while, then shook his head and said, "I'm not hungry, eat quickly." At this moment, an untimely voice sounded in the dilapidated house. There was also a gurgling sound in Erza's stomach. Blushing, Erza turned his head aside. "Eat quickly." Luo Zhen smiled, and put the somewhat crude food into Erza's hands. Then he grabbed a piece of dry food and ate it. Looking at Luo Zhen, who was feasting, Erza stopped being hypocritical, grabbed the food in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. After simply filling their stomachs, the two couldn't help but smile at each other. Looking at the innocent smile on Erza's face, Luo Zhen couldn't help laughing from the bottom of his heart. If it was just because I watched this anime in my previous life, I fell in love with the role of Erza. So now it can be true that he has feelings for Erza. I swear to protect this innocent smile in front of me. With Big Mom's power and steel body, Luo Zhen doesn't have to worry about food and clothing for the time being. Normally, Luo Zhen would go to the forest around the village alone to rob. At the beginning, Erza was strongly restrained, although there were no monsters in the forest around the village. But there are many ferocious beasts in the forest. Most old hunters dare not go deep alone, let alone Luo Zhen, an 11-year-old boy. But after Luo Zhen showed his strength in front of Erza, Erza reluctantly let Luo Zhen go to the forest. For a long time to come, Luo Zhen was able to bring out some prey in the forest every day. In the beginning, it was just some small prey, such as rabbits and the like. Until one day Luo Zhen walked out of the forest with an adult wild boar on his back, which directly shocked everyone in the village. Chapter 3. For a long time to come, Luo Zhen lived in peaceful days. Go hunting in the forest during the day, and you can have a good harvest every day. During this time, Erza has also grown up a lot, because there is no problem with the supply of food. Originally at an age of growing up, Erza has been malnourished due to lack of food. Seeing Erza growing up gradually, Luo Zhen felt very relieved. In the village, Luo Zhen also met several characters from the original novel. Because it is only a supporting role in the original work, it only increases the progress a little. Looking at the current progress of only 13%, Luo Zhen secretly sighed. It is still a bit difficult to improve the progress in this village, and you still have to leave here. But before leaving the village, Luo Zhen needs to wait for the people from the Dark Magic Order to come here and settle their worries before Luo Zhen can leave with peace of mind. On this day, Luo Zhen got up early as usual and went to the forest. From a distance, I saw Erza standing at the entrance of the village, waiting for me. Seeing Luo Zhen coming, Erza trotted to Luo Zhen's side. "I told you that you don't have to come and see me off every day." Looking at Erza, who was a little out of breath, Luo Zhen said with a helpless smile. "How can I do that? I must watch you leave and come back safely." With an innocent smile on Erza's face, he pouted and said to Luo Zhen. All right. Seeing the somewhat stubborn Erza, Luo Zhen spread his hands helplessly. Every time Luo Zhen went hunting in the mountains, Erza would stand at the entrance of the village and wait for him. Whether going out or returning, you can see Erza's figure. I'm leaving. Looking at Erza standing at the entrance of the village, Luo Zhen turned his head and waved to her. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen gradually going away, Erza put his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Be sure to come back safely." Not long after entering the mountain, Luo Zhen saw his favorite prey. It was an adult wild boar. The moment Luo Zhen saw this wild boar, Luo Zhen's eyes lit up. He rushed straight out of the grass, staring straight at the wild boar. The wild boar also found Luo Zhen at the first time, looking at Luo Zhen with two eyes vigilantly. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Luo Zhen's footsteps slammed on the ground, and he rushed out directly. An after-image flashed in the wild boar's sight, and suddenly Luo Zhen's figure came to the wild boar's side. He clenched his fist and punched the wild boar on the back. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the wild boar collapsed on the ground and struggled continuously, spitting blood from its mouth. Not long after, the boar's body stopped struggling and was directly crushed to death by Luo Zhen's punch. On the side, he smashed a big tree in half, and found some vines to tie the wild boar's body to the trunk of the big tree. Luo Zhen carried the tree trunk and walked down the mountain. In the distance, Luo Zhen saw several figures at the entrance of the village. It was Erza and the others. "Look, is that Luo Zhen? It seems to be him. What is that on his back? It's so big." A few friends also found Luo Zhen who was going down the mountain, and pointed to Luo Zhen who was carrying a huge tree trunk and said in surprise. Erza trotted all the way towards Luo Zhen. Running in front of Luo Zhen, Erza gasped and looked at the wild boar on Luo Zhen's back, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What is this? Erza had never seen a whole wild boar, and this wild boar, which was bigger than the old cattle cultivated in the village, made Erza a little scared. "Wild boar, how is it?" "Great." Luo Zhen stretched out his hand and rubbed Erza's little head, and the two walked towards the village side by side. Several friends at the entrance of the village also ran over, looking at the huge wild boar on Luo Zhen's back in surprise. Back home, Luo Zhen peeled off the wild boar skin and divided the meat into pieces. "Erza, share this meat with everyone in the village." Some of the better places were reserved, and most of the rest Luo Zhen planned to distribute to the people in the village. After the parents of Luo Zhen and Erza passed away, they were brought up by everyone in the village. The two of them grew up eating hundreds of meals and wearing hundreds of clothes. Erza nodded happily, took a large piece of meat from Luo Zhen's hand, and ran towards the village bouncing around. Wiping off his sweat, Luo Zhen looked at Erza's back with a smile on his face. As night fell, the duo of Luo Zhen and Erza got together for dinner. After eating and drinking, the two sat on the stairs in the yard, looking at the stars in the sky. "What a nice view!" There seemed to be stars in his eyes, Erza muttered to himself looking at the starlight in the sky. "Hello, Luo Zhen." Suddenly, Erza turned his head and looked at Luo Zhen. Erza suddenly called out his name. Luo Zhen was a little puzzled, turned his head and looked at Erza, and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" Looking at the gentle smile on Luo Zhen's face, Erza seemed to be infected by this gentle smile, with a pure and innocent smile on his face, and said to Luo Zhen with a smile, "We will always be together in the future." "Most definitely." Luo Zhen stretched out his hand and rubbed Erza's little head, and replied with a chuckle. "Well, I will definitely." Erza was very happy to get Luo Zhen's reply, and nodded heavily. "Then I'll go back first. See you tomorrow." Erza stood up, jumped and ran out of the house with his hands behind his back. Watching Erza's back disappear into the darkness, Luo Zhen also turned his head and returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Luo Zhen looked at the dark room, slowly falling asleep. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion outside the door, which woke Luo Zhen up. Suddenly jumping up from the bed, Luo Zhen rushed out of the house. Seeing the flames of the village not far away, Luo Zhen suddenly became nervous. With a sharp step on the ground, the whole person rushed out. Explosions sounded from time to time in the village, and Luo Zhen's eyes became serious and fierce. Suddenly, two figures in black robes rushed out of the alley not far away. The eyes of the two people lit up when they saw Luo Zhen, who was running wildly, and they approached Luo Zhen grinning ferociously. "The little devil who came to your door! Go away!" Luo Zhen's complexion sank, and he let out an angry shout. He clenched his fist and punched one of the black-robed figures directly. The fist hit the chest of the black-robed figure, and suddenly a loud explosion sounded from the side of the remaining black-robed figure. The upper body of the companion next to him was directly smashed by Luo Zhen's punch, and flesh and blood splashed around. Chapter 4. Go away! Looking at the two men in black robes who appeared not far away, Luo Zhen let out a roar. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the two black-robed figures. The two of them didn't even realize when Luo Zhen appeared in front of them. Clenching his fist tightly, he punched one of the black-robed figures on the chest. There was a violent explosion, and the remaining figure in black robe turned his head in a daze. Looking at the half-corpse beside him, the remaining black-robed figure was terrified, and fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. Why is it said to be half a corpse? Because the black-robed figure was hit in the chest by Luo Zhen's punch, and the upper body was directly smashed by the punch. Blood splattered everywhere. His body kept receding to the back, but he could touch the flesh and blood of his companion casually with his palm on the ground. Ah! With a shrill scream, the black-robed figure stared at Luo Zhen, whose face was stained with blood, in horror. Boom! Before the man in black could plead for mercy, Luo Zhen kicked him on the head. His head exploded like a watermelon. Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, Luo Zhen, who had killed someone for the first time, not only did not feel the slightest bit of nausea in his heart. On the contrary, there is a feeling of excitement spreading in the bottom of my heart. The scarlet look in his eyes flashed away, and Luo Zhen took a step and ran towards Erza's house. On the road, I met many villagers in the village. They wanted to escape with Luo Zhen, but Luo Zhen refused. Luo Zhen looked fiercely at the burning houses around him, and from time to time, several members of the dark magic sect in black robes appeared. Without exception, the black mages of the dark magic order who appeared were all killed by Luo Zhen with one blow. Bloody scenes. Even if these scenes are mixed in the dark magic order, black mages who have seen countless horrible scenes are afraid. Soon, Luo Zhen arrived at the door of Erza's house. Rushing into the house, Luo Zhen went straight to Erza's bedroom. But the door of the room had been destroyed, and Luo Zhen's eyes flashed with ferocious killing intent. Turning his head and rushing out of the house, Luo Zhen searched the village. In a small alley, Erza hides in a corner with a girl scared. The girl trembled all over and hid tightly behind Erza. "It's okay, Kagura, I'm here." Although Erza was also very scared, he still held on and forced a smile to comfort the girl behind him. Seeing a basket not far away, Erza carefully led the girl to the side of the basket. Stuffing the girl into the basket, he said to the girl in a low voice, "You must not come out, you know, I must not come out until I come to you." The girl suppressed her fear and nodded, watching Erza cover the basket. Seeing the black-robed man selected to search, Erza rushed out directly in their line of sight. "There's a kid over there." Seeing Erza's fleeing back, the two black-robed men showed joy and chased after Erza's back. Although Erza's body nutrition has kept up in the past 6 months, he is still only a child after all. Soon he was forced into a dead end by 2 men in black robes. Looking at the black-robed man approaching step by step in horror, Erza closed his eyes in fear. "Try FG her." Suddenly, an angry voice exploded in Erza's ear. Opening his eyes, a figure appeared behind the 2 men in black robes. "Luo Zhen! Run!" Seeing Luo Zhen's figure appear, Erza was not surprised at the first time, but was afraid that Luo Zhen would also be taken away, so he quickly shouted at Luo Zhen. "Ha ha ha, here comes another little devil." The man in black showed surprise, and walked towards Luo Zhen, who had thrown himself into the trap. "Erza, are you okay?" Luo Zhen completely ignored the man in black robe who was coming before him, and asked Erza, who was curled up in the corner. "Go away, Luo Zhen, leave me alone." Watching one of the black-robed men reaching out to grab Luo Zhen, Erza shouted. A smile appeared on Luo Zhen's blood-stained face, and a gentle voice reached Erza's ears. "Erza, close your eyes, it will be over soon." For some reason, Luo Zhen's gentle voice rang in Erza's ear, immediately calming down Erza's frightened heart. He closed his eyes and prayed that Luo Zhen could leave safely. Seeing Erza close his eyes, the gentle smile on Luo Zhen's face dissipated, and a scarlet flash flickered in his eyes. The palm of the black-robed man in front of him was about to land on Luo Zhen's collar. Luo Zhen punched fiercely and swept forward. There was a bang. The upper body of the man in black was directly smashed by Luo Zhen's punch. Kicking half of the corpse in front of him aside, Luo Zhen walked towards the remaining men in black with a cold face. The man in black was completely taken aback by the scene in front of him. After he regained his composure, Luo Zhen was about to appear in front of him. The man in black came to his senses and was about to rush towards Erza with big strides, trying to hold Erza hostage. Ah! Just as his palm was about to catch Erza, his arm stopped suddenly. Accompanied by shrill screams. Luo Zhen appeared beside him, holding his arm with one hand and his body with the other. Brutally tore off her arms and body. Blood gushed out, most of which fell on Luo Zhen's body. Standing in front of Erza, blocking all the blood splashing out. I said, if you dare to touch her, you will die. A low moan like a god of death rang in the ears of the man in black. The next moment, the man in black was kicked out by Luo Zhen. He slammed into the distant wall heavily, and when his neck was tilted, he became silent. Wiping the blood off his face, Luo Zhen turned around and looked at the trembling Erza. Okay, Erza, open your eyes. Luo Zhen didn't face Erza, he didn't want the young Erza to see his bloody scene. Opening his eyes, looking at Luo Zhen's tall back, Erza directly reached out and hugged Luo Zhen. Completely ignoring Luo Zhen's blood-stained clothes, she pressed her cheek against Luo Zhen's back. Luo Zhen, we will always be together. Stretching out his hand to touch Erza's little head behind him, Luo Zhen took Erza's tender little hand and walked out of the alley. Etc. Suddenly, Erza seemed to have thought of something, and pulled Luo Zhen towards the alley not far away. In a basket in the alley, Erza opened the basket to reveal a little girl with purple hair. Kagura, it's alright. Chapter 5. Kagura, it's alright. In the basket, Erza will be a girl with purple hair. The moment the girl came out of the basket, she got into Erza's arms directly, and looked at Luo Zhen behind Erza in horror. Seeing Kagura, who was a little scared, Erza glanced at Luo Zhen behind him with apologetic eyes, then leaned into Kagura's ear, and said softly to her, "Don't be afraid, he is a good person." After being comforted for a while, Kagura's mood stabilized a bit, poked his head to look furtively at Luo Zhen, and retracted his head behind Erza. "Erza, you guys follow me, go find someone else." After wasting a while, the sound of explosions in the village gradually stopped, and he looked solemnly at the village not far away that was completely shrouded in flames. Erza nodded, took Kagura's little hand and followed behind Luo Zhen. The three set off, searching the streets, trying to find survivors in the village. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Big Mom template progress to 15%, and the primary 3-color domineering. Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. As the sound of the system fell, Luo Zhen's mind suddenly appeared the method of using the 3-color domineering. Eyes brightened slightly, Luo Zhen turned his head and glanced at Kagura behind Erza. The domineering aura of knowledge and knowledge is activated, covering a range of tens of meters around. The three of them walked quickly in the village, looking at the surrounding ruins with vigilance. Suddenly, Luo Zhen at the front stopped and waved to Erza behind him. Seeing Luo Zhen's movements, Erza and the two quickly stopped their progress and hid in the ruins beside them. Seeing that the two of Erza hid themselves, Luo Zhen stepped on the ground fiercely, and cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground instantly. The body rushed out, turning into an afterimage and disappearing into the night sky. The next moment, there was a loud explosion in a dilapidated house not far away. Luo Zhen directly smashed through the wall of the dilapidated house, sending bricks flying everywhere. In the room, a man in a black robe was pressing down on a woman with a ferocious face. He kept spitting out obscene words from his mouth. The pressed woman was struggling continuously, her face was worthy of the flushed slap marks, and her cheeks were already swollen. The clothes on his body were torn, but under the strong strength of the man, the struggle was completely useless. The sound of crashing into the wall immediately caught the man's attention, and he looked towards Luo Zhen. The moment he turned his head around, Luo Zhen's figure appeared beside him. With a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes, he gave the man a cold look. The next moment, Luo Zhen grabbed the man's head with both hands, and twisted hard to break the man's neck. The head has come to a 360-degree turn. The man in black robe didn't even have a clear look at Luo Zhen's face, and he just fell aside with blank eyes. Luo Zhen looked at the woman on the bed with tears all over her face and a swollen face. Looking away, he pulled a piece of clothing from the bed and threw it at the woman. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Watching Luo Zhen's back leave, the woman looked at the black-robed man's body on the ground, her eyes filled with hatred. He pulled out a pair of scissors from nowhere, and vented his anger on the corpse like crazy. I said several times of thanks to Luo Zhen's back. Walking out of the room, Luo Zhen's complexion became extremely cold. After finding Erza and Erza, Luo Zhen looked at them solemnly and said, "Hide here well, don't leave here, I'll go and deal with these people and come back to you, and don't come out until I come back." Looking at Luo Zhen whose face was stained scarlet with blood, Erza nodded heavily. Binan's palm landed on the back of Luo Zhen's hand, looked at Luo Zhen seriously and said, "I will wait for you to come back." Luo Zhen nodded, smashing the wall beside him with a punch. The splashed stones were scattered on the ground. Luo Zhen made a simple shelter for Erza and the two in the corner, and sealed the entrance. Under the perception of knowledge and domineering, there are no members of the dark magic order around. After taking a look at the stone pile in front of him, Luo Zhen left here after feeling that it was not easy to be exposed. With ferocious killing intent emerging in his eyes, Luo Zhen ran wildly on the street. After a while, a group of members of the dark magic order were sensed by Luo Zhen's sense of knowledge. "What sound? What is that?" Under Luo Zhen's furious running, the members of the dark magic order quickly discovered Luo Zhen. With horror on his face, he watched an after-image flash before his eyes. The headed one was directly smashed in the head by Luo Zhen's punch. Before the rest of the crowd could react, Luo Zhen rushed into the dark magic sect and killed all directions like a tiger jumping into a flock. In a short while, these dozen people were slaughtered by Luo Zhen. Looking at the stumped limbs and broken arms all over the ground, Luo Zhen didn't have the slightest pity in his eyes. He turned around and rushed out of the village. Just now Luo Zhen left a mouth alive, and found out under interrogation. They belonged to the rear team, and the large force had already left the village. This village is not big, Luo Zhen's speed is very fast, and he arrived at the entrance of the village in less than a moment. Select the faintly visible bunches of fire. Swinging away some dried blood on his fist, Luo Zhen strode towards the distant flames. Because Luo Zhen was making too much noise, he was spotted by the dark magic sect from far away. But because of the darkness, the people of the dark magic order didn't realize what it was. Watching vigilantly in the direction of the loud noise. "Go to hell!" The moment they saw Luo Zhen's figure clearly, Luo Zhen had already appeared in front of their eyes in an instant. With a roar full of rage, he killed a black-robed man with one punch. There are enemies. With the appearance of Luo Zhen, everyone in the dark magic order became vigilant and quickly made countermeasures. Dozens of people formed a circle, tightly surrounding Luo Zhen. Behind this human wall, several figures holding staffs stood behind them. These figures held staffs and were covered in black robes. At this moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground under Luo Zhen's feet. Countless soil thorns suddenly appeared under Luo Zhen's feet, and the soil thorns rushed out of the ground in an instant, and directly pierced towards Luo Zhen. Just when they thanked the Black Mage for thinking it was a success, the smoke cleared, and Luo Zhen was unscathed in their sight. The soil spike that broke through the ground couldn't even break through Luo Zhen's defense. Chapter 6. As the smoke cleared, Luo Zhen's figure reappeared in the sight of these men in black. The earth thorns that broke through from the ground rushed towards Luo Zhen, but they couldn't pierce Luo Zhen's skin at all. On Luo Zhen's skin, there is an invisible armor. The armed color is domineering, which can greatly enhance the defense. The people in black robes suddenly panicked and looked at the bloody Luo Zhen in horror. With a wave of his arm, he shattered the soil thorn on his chest in front of him, and Luo Zhen's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Looking at the people in black robes forming a circle around him, Luo Zhen had a sinister smile on his face. There was a loud bang. The ground under Luo Zhen's feet exploded instantly, and cracks spread like spider webs. Luo Zhen's figure turned into an afterimage, and he rushed directly to the man in black robe who was closest to him. A punch blasted out, directly smashing the body of the man in black. Flesh splattered, and scarlet was everywhere. Before the people in black robes could react, Luo Zhen directly broke through the encirclement and charged towards the group of mages behind them. "Stop him!" The mages reacted and shouted at the black robes around them with horror in their eyes. But as soon as his words fell, Luo Zhen's figure had appeared in front of him. Before he could raise the staff in his hand to release the magic, Luo Zhen had already grabbed his arm. With the force of Luo Zhen's hands, he directly tore his arm off. Blood spewed out like a fountain, and the splashed blood was everywhere. "Ah!" The shrill screams echoed in the night. Luo Zhen smashed the wizard's head with one punch, and then rushed towards the other black-robed people. Possessing strange powers and bodies of steel, these men in black robes are no match for Luo Zhen at all. In less than a moment, most of them were slaughtered, and blood was sprayed everywhere. Wiping the scarlet blood off his face, Luo Zhen's face became even more ferocious. The people in black robes had already started to flee, rushing towards the surrounding mountains and forests. Luo Zhen glanced at the prison cars not far away, and rushed straight towards the fleeing black robes. The screams echoed continuously in the forest, and Luo Zhen's figure was like an evil ghost seeking his life, constantly passing by every man in black. In the next moment, the body of the man in black was smashed to pieces like a watermelon that exploded. The blood turned the mountain forest into a blood red, and there was a strong smell of blood in the air. I don't know how long it has passed, Luo Zhen walked out of the mountain forest, with sticky blood all over his body. Shaking off the dried blood on his fist, Luo Zhen walked towards the prison cars. Inside the prison van were villagers from the same village as Luo Zhen. There are also some people from other villages. When these people saw Luo Zhen who was covered in blood, their eyes suddenly showed horror. It was like seeing some horrible monster. Even the villagers in the same village couldn't help but feel a little scared when they saw Luo Zhen. "Open the prison van and release the imprisoned villagers. Everyone, it's all right, let's all go back." With a smile on his scarlet face, Luo Zhen looked at the villagers in the same village and said. Luo Zhen thought that the smile on his face was very kind, but this bloody smile looked more and more terrifying to other people. The villagers in the same village were all right, and some others even collapsed on the ground because of Luo Zhen's fright. Are you really little Luo Zhen?" At this time, a middle-aged man tremblingly asked Luo Zhen. "Uncle Keel, I'm not Luo Zhen, who else could I be?" Looking at the fear on the middle-aged man's face, Luo Zhen sighed in his heart, squeezed out a smile and said to him with a smile. Everyone looked at each other, looking at the stumped limbs and arms around them, they were still a little scared. Some people even vomited from the horror of the scene. "Uncle Kier, it's all right, you can go back." After a moment of silence, Luo Zhen raised his eyelids and glanced over everyone. Seeing the fearful and disgusted eyes of everyone, Luo Zhen said something, then turned around and walked towards the village. Looking at Luo Zhen's back, everyone didn't know what to do for a while. Gritting their teeth, the villagers of the same village decided to return to the village. Looking at the leaving villagers, some people were a little panicked. Looking at the surrounding dark mountains and forests and the broken limbs and arms all over the ground, they decided to keep up. Back in the village, Luo Zhen went straight to Erza's direction. Moving the stone away, the figures of Erza and Kagura appeared in Luo Zhen's sight. The moment the stone was removed, Erza was holding a wooden stick tightly in his hand, watching the hole vigilantly. After seeing that it was Luo Zhen, he breathed a sigh of relief, dropped the stick and got out of the hole. The moment he got out of the hole, Erza saw the bloody Luo Zhen by the moonlight. Panic appeared in Erza's eyes. He rushed to Luo Zhen in a hurry, looking at Luo Zhen helplessly. Are you hurt? What to do, what should I do? I'm fine, I'm not hurt, it's not my blood. Looking at Erza who was already crying out of anxiety, Luo Zhen showed a smile on his face, and was about to reach out and caress Erza's little head as usual. Seeing that he was raised in mid-air, he suddenly saw blood on his hand, and his arm stopped. At this moment, Erza suddenly reached out and grabbed Luo Zhen's arm, and put Luo Zhen's palm on his head, rubbing against Luo Zhen's palm like a kitten. "It's okay, I said I will always be with Luo Zhen." An innocent smile appeared on Erza's face, and he didn't care that Luo Zhen was soaked in blood at all. Kagura on the side stood blankly, looking at the scarlet face of Luo Zhen, but showing a gentle smile. The whole person just stood there blankly. But after a while, there was a commotion from the entrance of the village not far away. The three looked towards the entrance of the village, and the villagers all came back. Kagura saw a familiar figure in the crowd, his eyes turned red immediately, and he rushed towards that figure. "Big brother!" With a cry in his voice, Kagura threw himself into the arms of a boy, holding the boy tightly with both hands. Seeing Kagura in his arms, the boy froze for a moment, then became excited, hugging Kagura in his arms tightly. "Great, Kagura, I haven't been able to find you, great that you're okay." Chapter 7. Seeing Kagura and Simon embracing each other tightly, Erza couldn't help smiling. Suddenly, Erza saw the villagers behind Simon with a different look in their eyes. Following the eyes of the villagers, they finally landed on Luo Zhen. Erza's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly came to Luo Zhen's side, holding Luo Zhen's palm tightly. Not far away, Simon let go of Kagura in his arms, and took Kagura's little hand to Luo Zhen. Without saying a word, he bowed deeply to Luo Zhen. "Thank you, Luo Zhen." Before that, Simon thought that Luo Zhen's death-like figure was a little intimidating, but after learning that Luo Zhen saved Kagura, Simon could only be grateful to Luo Zhen from the bottom of his heart. Luo Zhen smiled and said to Simon, "You must protect your sister from now on." Speaking of which, Luo Zhen looked at the villagers who were a little afraid of him in the distance, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Luo Zhen turned directly and walked towards his home. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen leaving, Erza turned his head and glanced at the villagers, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. Quickly followed Luo Zhen, grabbed Luo Zhen's palm and left here together. It wasn't until the crowd could no longer see Luo Zhen's back that the scene became noisy. Because of the emergence of the dark magic order, the children in the village were taken away, and some villagers who fought hard were brutally killed by the dark magic order. The villagers returned to their homes, looking at the dilapidated houses and the dead bodies lying on the ground without moving. A sense of sadness spread in the village. Back home, Luo Zhen asked Erza to sit down and rest for a while. "I took a bath in the pool in the backyard by myself to wash off the sticky blood on my body." As the water washed over Luo Zhen's body, the bright red blood flowed continuously to the ground along the water. After washing for a long time, Luo Zhen finally washed the dried blood off his body. Putting on clean clothes, Luo Zhen found Erza, said to Erza with a serious face, "Erza, I want to leave the village." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza was startled, quickly got up and raised his head, looking into Luo Zhen's eyes. There was firmness in Luo Zhen's eyes, and after Erza saw this firmness, he knew he couldn't persuade Luo Zhen. With a smile on his face, he reached out and grabbed Luo Zhen's palm, and said to Luo Zhen with a smile, "Then let's leave together. Their parents have passed away, and there is nothing to remember in this village." Although Erza is somewhat reluctant to part with the village where he grew up, he has to choose between this village and Luo Zhen. Erza will choose Luo Zhen without hesitation. Looking at Erza with a firm face, Luo Zhen also showed a gentle smile on his face. "Then let's pack up and leave tomorrow." The reason why Luo Zhen didn't take Erza away from the village earlier was that he wouldn't be harassed by the dark magic sect. Because Luo Zhen can't let go of this village. After Luo Zhen received the memories of his predecessor, he also knew that everyone in the village took good care of Luo Zhen. After gaining strength, Luo Zhen still decided to protect them once. Now the night of hunting children is over, and all the members of the dark magic order have also been killed by Luo Zhen. The village is also safe. Luo Zhen was able to leave with peace of mind. Erza nodded heavily, and accompanied by Luo Zhen, he returned to his home to pack his luggage. Said it was luggage, but in fact there was nothing there. Apart from a few worn-out clothes, there was nothing else. After packing up the clothes, Erza looked back at the room where he grew up, and there was still some reluctance in his eyes. But looking back at Luo Zhen not far away, Erza's eyes became firm, and he resolutely walked towards Luo Zhen with the package on his back. Coming to Luo Zhen's side, Erza raised his face and said with a smile on his face, "Let's go back home, because there is only one bed at home." Luo Zhen let Erza sleep on the bed, and he spread a layer of fur on the ground. Because of hunting for so long, Luo Zhen left a lot of fur at home. With his hands behind his head, the roof is dilapidated, and the moonlight shines into the room through the holes. "Luo Zhen, are you asleep?" At this time, Erza's voice reached Luo Zhen's ears. "Not yet." Luo Zhen lay straight on the ground, staring at the roof without squinting and replied, "Although I don't know what happened to you, I hope you can promise me one thing." Hearing Luo Zhen's voice, Erza seemed to feel relieved a lot, and the soft voice reached Luo Zhen's ears. "You must not abandon me in the future. I will work hard to become stronger, and I will always be by your side. No matter what hell is ahead, I will face it with you, so you can't abandon me." Erza's voice was soft but firm. There is no rhetoric. Luo Zhen's voice is very small, but when it reaches Erza's ears, it makes her feel at ease. After a while, the room fell into silence again, and the sound of insects outside the house rang in my ears. Under the music played by nature, the two of Luo Zhen soon fell into a dreamland. The stars moved, and the night passed silently. The sun shone into the house through the hole in the roof, and a beam of sunlight just fell on Luo Zhen's face. Opening his sleepy eyes, Luo Zhen subconsciously stretched out his hands in front of him, blocking the dazzling sunlight. "You're awake." The movement of Luo Zhen soon alarmed Erza outside the house. Erza is now like a little cook, wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand, standing happily in front of the door. Luo Zhen yawned and sat up from the ground with his right hand propped up. "What are you doing?" Rubbing his sleepy eyes, looking at Erza's outfit, Luo Zhen asked with some doubts. "I think you were so tired yesterday, you must be hungry after waking up today, so I'll get up early and make you something to eat." Erza stuck out his tongue and said with a little blush on his face. At this time, a burning smell spread into the house. Erza suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, my food is going to be mushy." Chapter 8. "Ah, my food is going to be burnt." Suddenly, Erza exclaimed, and ran out of the house with the spatula in hand. Luo Zhen came outside the house and saw Erza busy in the corner of the yard. His petite back looked like an adult. After a while, Erza looked at the dishes on the table with a pure smile on his face. Nodding in satisfaction, he suddenly saw Luo Zhen sitting on the threshold, looking at him with a smile on his face. A blush appeared on Erza's face, and she said coquettishly to Luo Zhen, "What are you looking at? Come and eat." Luo Zhen nodded, and sat at the table with a smile on his face, looking at the dishes on the table that didn't look very good. Luo Zhen took a deep breath, and immediately started eating. Seeing Luo Zhen gobbling it up, Erza immediately beamed with joy, resting his chin with both hands, just looking at Luo Zhen quietly. "You eat too, why are you looking at me?" Seeing Erza looking at him so quietly, Luo Zhen swallowed what was in his mouth, and tapped Erza's forehead lightly with his hand. Sticking out his tongue, Erza ate the food in small mouthfuls with the bowl in his hand. After eating and drinking, Erza wanted to wash the dishes. Luo Zhen stopped her from cleaning up the dishes, and said to Erza, "Don't clean up, I don't know if I will come back, just throw this away." Erza shook his head resolutely, cleaned and arranged the rice bowls neatly, and then walked out of the room. Walking beside Luo Zhen with a small package on his back, he looked at the dilapidated village behind him with some reluctance. The two stood at the entrance of the village. Erza's eyes were a little sad. Born and raised in this place. This is the first time Erza wants to leave here, and he is really reluctant in his heart. Turning his head and glanced at Luo Zhen who was not far away, Erza's eyes gradually became firm, and he ran towards Luo Zhen without looking back. "Let's go." With a smile on his face, Erza looked up at Luo Zhen and said, "Let's go." Luo Zhen stretched out his hand to touch Erza's little head, turned his head and glanced at the village behind him, and then the two walked towards the mountain forest. This is the only way out. After walking for more than a day after leaving the village, I have not seen other villages or towns. Luo Zhen brought a rabbit down quilt at home when he set off. It was still a bit cold at night. Luo Zhen's constitution was not afraid of the cold, but Erza was not. When arriving at the hotel, Luo Zhen took Erza to hunt, and found a place to sleep at night. After walking for several days, I was about to walk out of this huge mountain forest. On this day, Luo Zhen took Erza to deal with the rabbit he just killed. The aroma of roasted rabbits wafts through the forest. Suddenly, there was a sound in the bushes behind Luo Zhen and the two of them. Erza's expression suddenly became tense, and he quickly got up and hid behind Luo Zhen. This happens from time to time these days. Often, ferocious beasts suddenly appeared in the bushes and directly attacked the two of them. In a large package on the side, there is also a complete tiger skin. Luo Zhen looked at the bushes vigilantly, and under the arrogance of his knowledge, he saw a person in the bushes. Oh, I'm exhausted. There was an incoherent sound from the bushes, and a short old man got out of the bushes and patted the sticky leaves on his body vigorously. He raised his head and saw two children looking at him vigilantly. The old man showed a smile on his face and waved to the two of them. "Hello you all. Who are you?" Looking at the kind-faced old man in front of him, Erza's tension eased a lot. Walking out from behind Luo Zhen, he asked the old man curiously, "Grandpa, why are you alone in this forest?" "Well, that's a long story." The old man was silent for a while, scratched his head and said with a smile. At this time, the old man's eyes suddenly fell on the roasted rabbit beside the two, his eyes lit up, and he asked Erza with some expectation, "I'm a little hungry, can you share some of your food with me?" Erza raised his head and glanced at Luo Zhen beside him. Luo Zhen stared straight at the short old man, then smiled and said, "Of course, you can eat. Why are you two in the forest? There are many beasts in this forest." After eating and drinking enough, the old man put his hands on the ground and asked Luo Zhen and the two curiously. "Luo Zhen is very strong, beasts are no match for Luo Zhen at all." Hearing the old man's words, Erza showed a proud look on his face, patted Luo Zhen's arm beside him and said, "Oh? Is it so powerful?" The old man looked Luo Zhen up and down, and then asked, "Are you homeless?" Erza fell silent, but the next moment, he grabbed Luo Zhen's arm and said with a smile, "Where is Luo Zhen? That's Erza's home." "Your name is Erza, what a nice name. Really, the young devil is so precocious, is he starting to fall in love now?" The old man muttered, curled his lips and looked at the two. "Grandpa, are you leaving the forest?" "We are about to set off. Bury the bonfire for roasting rabbits with soil," Erza asked the old man. "Where are you going?" The old man stood up and patted the dirt on his buttocks. "If you have nowhere to go, follow me." As soon as these words were spoken, Erza's eyes suddenly became vigilant. "I'm not a human trafficker, I'm the president of a magician's guild." The old man grinned, showing his bright teeth, and said with a smile, "The Magister's Guild? What's that?" Erza raised his head and looked at Luo Zhen beside him in confusion. When the old man appeared, Luo Zhen had already recognized his identity. "Chairman of Fairy Tale, Mr. Carlo. The Magister's Guild is a big family formed by the gathering of many wizards. In the guild, everyone is like a family. When it comes to Fairy Tale, Carlos the horse is bursting with pride. Luo Zhen, shall we go with him then? After all, she is an inexperienced girl," and Erza was a little moved by Mrs. Carlo's exhortation. She looked at Luo Zhen expectantly and asked, "Then let's go with him." It was Luo Zhen's goal to go to the Fairy Tale, but he didn't expect to meet the horseman Carlo on the way. The two followed the horseman Carlos out of the forest, and soon came to a small town nearby. Chapter 9. In front of a magnificent building. Ma Karloff showed pride and pushed the door open. Turning around, he wanted to say something to Luo Zhen and the two behind him. Suddenly a wine bottle flew out of the building and hit the horseman Carlos on the head. After a moment of silence, Carlos turned around with a gloomy face. There was a loud noise. The three of them looked over and saw that many people were fighting in the building. "Enough!" Mrs. Carlo was trembling slightly, and walked into the guild with a gloomy expression. With a loud roar, the noisy guild suddenly fell silent. All eyes were on Carlos the horse. "President, you are back. Welcome back, President." After a short while of silence, a louder voice sounded again. Everyone had smiles on their faces and greeted Carlos the horse. Carlos Ma was trembling, looked at the guild that looked like a garbage dump, and walked into the guild without saying a word. Leaping up from the bar, Karloff's eyes swept over everyone one by one. "How many times have I said it? No fighting in the guild, BD." With a dark face, Ma Karloff yelled at the people in front of him who seemed to have nothing to do with him. Everyone turned their eyes elsewhere, as if they were not talking about themselves. "When I'm not in the guild, why don't you manage everyone well?" Looking at a middle-aged uncle, Ma Karloff immediately yelled at him. "President, they are all monsters, how can I control them?" Macau was crying, as if he had been wronged. "President, don't listen to Macau's nonsense. Today is entirely because of Macau to provoke Myra Jane, and Myra Jane beat me up." Suddenly, a figure jumped out and angrily complained to Mr. Carlo the horse. "Damn it, Wakaba, you traitor!" Macau's face turned black, and he pointed at the man biting the pipe with trembling fingers. "Call." Ma Karloff exhaled deeply, comforting himself in the bottom of his heart. It's okay, these are my family members, I want to be more tolerant to them." With a smile on his face, he said to everyone present, "Today I have something to announce." Everyone focused on Mr. Carlo, curiously looking at what Mr. Carlo wanted to say. "Our guild has welcomed 2 new members, let's welcome them." Ma Karloff gestured his palm towards the door. Luo Zhen and Erza Zheng stood at the door. Erza hid behind Luo Zhen with some fear, poking out a small head to look at the noisy crowd in the guild. "Wow, the newcomer looks so handsome. Welcome Green Hands." Ma Karloff jumped off the bar, walked up to Luo Zhen and the 2 of them, stretched out his palms to them, and said with a smile, "Welcome to Fairy Tale." They exchanged glances with Erza, and saw that Erza stretched out his palm to put on the palm of the groom Carlo. Luo Zhen immediately stretched out his palm and said to Mrs. Carlo with a smile, "Thank you, President." In front of Luo Zhen, a virtual light curtain that only Luo Zhen can see floats in front of him. Seeing that the progress of Big Mom's template has increased to 85% in an instant, the smile on the corner of Luo Zhen's mouth became brighter and brighter. The system reward Luo Zhen has not claimed yet, and is stored in the system space. "Oh, little brother, my name is Macau, and I'm an old man of the Fairy Tale Guild. If you need any help in the future, just ask me. Hi, my name is Lysina, and I'm also a wizard from Fairy Tale, what's your name?" Macau walked up to Luo Zhen, hooked Luo Zhen's shoulder and said with a smile. Another silver-haired girl walked up to Erza, asked Erza with a smile on her face. Erza raised his head and looked at Luo Zhen, summoned up his courage and said to Lysina, "My name is Erza, I don't have a last name." After speaking, Erza bowed his head with a little inferiority. "Wow, your scarlet hair is so beautiful." Lysina caressed Erza's scarlet hair curiously, her eyes were like stars shining. Erza raised his head, looked at the girl with a bright smile in front of him, and couldn't help but smile on his face. "Humph, Mao, don't underestimate Luo Zhen, he's really strong." On the side, Carlos Ma looked at the putting on airs of Macau, and said with a sneer on his face. Macau didn't listen to Mrs. Carlo's words at all, waved his hands and said, "Oh, it's just a little devil, how strong can it be?" Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the guild. "Macau, are you looking down on children?" A figure shrouded in terror walked out step by step, staring fiercely at Macau and roaring. "Except for Myra Jane, of course, Myra Jane is our guild's top rookie." Macau trembled all over, with a smile on his face, he waved his hand to the visitor and said, "Humph, I'll spare you this time." The visitor had long silver hair, and was wearing a midriff-bearing outfit like a little girl, with a pair of shorts on her lower body. His eyes looked up and down on the young man in front of him. "It doesn't look like much." Myra Jane pouted, completely ignoring Luo Zhen. "Sister Myra, you can't be so rude." Lysina on the side pouted, ran to Marajana's side, and murmured while hugging her arm. I know." Myra Jane waved her hand perfunctorily, and then stopped looking at Luo Zhen and Erza. Just when Jane turned his head to leave, Erza suddenly stood up and shouted angrily at Mirajana's back, "Luo Zhen is very strong, you are not allowed to look down on Luo Zhen." Jane turned her head and looked at Erza with her hands on her waist, a smile appeared on her face. "Really, but I am the strongest in this guild." Looking at Jane with contemptuous eyes in front of him, Erza was furious. "Luo Zhen is the strongest. Hey, little devil, I can't pretend that I didn't hear what you said." With a sullen face, Jane walked towards Erza step by step. Not to be outdone, Erza returned the same glare. At this moment, Luo Zhen held Erza's palm and pulled her back behind him. The terrifying aura emanating from Mirajana's body already made Erza's legs tremble slightly. Erza, who is still from common, has no way to deal with the already famous Jane. Chapter 10. The strongest new generation and newcomers in the guild. Everyone in the guild watched curiously, but they didn't come out to stop them. Even the horseman Carlos folded his arms and watched the scene with a smile on his face. "Little ghost, I won't show mercy to your subordinates just because you are a rookie." There was a smile on Mirajana's face, and she looked at Luo Zhen in front of her with contempt. Although Luo Zhen in front of him looked very bluffing, with a strong body, a head taller than himself. Seeing Jane who was eager to try, Luo Zhen also had some expectations in his heart. "It's been a long time since I came to this world, and I haven't formally fought against a wizard. Erza, you go aside first. Bring it on." After Erza also stood in the crowd, there was also some anticipation in Luo Zhen's eyes. "Here we come. Little devil." Seeing the scene Luo Zhen was looking forward to, Jane was covered by a magic circle. "Accept the whole body Satan's soul." As the magic circle dissipated, Mirajana's figure reappeared in Luo Zhen's sight. "Like a devil. Now is not the time to be in a daze." Jane gave a soft drink to Luo Zhen, and the figure rushed straight up. The sharp claws grabbed Luo Zhen's arm, but did not kill Luo Zhen. Under the arrogance of knowledge, Mirajana's actions clearly appeared in Luo Zhen's mind. The moment Mirajana's figure appeared in front of Luo Zhen clenched his fist and punched straight ahead. The sound of explosions echoed in the empty square. Just as Jane gained a firm footing, Luo Zhen's fist had already appeared in front of her. Jane was startled, and quickly put her arms in front of her. The next moment, a sharp pain surged in his arm, and before Jane could even react, his body backed up rapidly behind him. It slammed heavily on the wall in the distance, and a loud bang made the surrounding guild members stay in place. Hey, are you kidding? That Jane got blown away. President, where did you find this monster rookie? Jane is not the only one with this level. The noisy voices kept ringing. Luo Zhen's face was calm, and he quietly watched the smoke and dust rising in the distance. But it's not over yet. Mirajana's wings vibrated, and she rushed out of the smoke in the blink of an eye, and a black magic ball was condensed between her palms. Boom! With a loud noise, the magic ball swept towards Luo Zhen. Hit the bullseye. No, something went wrong. Hurry up and save people. Why doesn't this newcomer avoid it? Seeing that Black's magic ball hit Luo Zhen, the surrounding members suddenly panicked. As companions, they naturally knew the power of Mirajana's move, but they didn't expect Luo Zhen to take it. Stop it, you guys! Luo Zhen is not as weak as you think. The groom Carlo at the side didn't panic at all, and sat calmly by the side, looking at the smoke and dust with a natural expression. The surrounding guild members who wanted to go up to check it all looked at each other and stopped when they saw their guild leader pinching him with his hands. Boom! There was an explosion, and suddenly rushed out of the smoke and dust. Everyone didn't see that figure clearly at all. Mirajana's pupils shrank, and she tried to avoid it. The after-image instantly appeared in front of Jane, and Luo Zhen's calm face appeared in Mirajana's sight. With a punch, a sonic boom resounded in midair. The next moment, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. Hit the ground heavily. The ground shattered, and cracks like spider webs spread across the ground. Just kidding, it's too much. President, stop them quickly. Mila, are you okay? Although the figure falling from the sky was very fast, all the people present were wizards with magic, and they all clearly saw that Myra Jane was being held down by Luo Zhen on the head, and fell straight from the air to the ground. The cracks spreading on the ground made everyone worry. At this moment, Carlos Ma couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly jumped off the chair, and quickly walked towards the rising smoke. Before the horseman Carlos approached, a tall and strong figure was slowly reflected in the smoke and dust. As Luo Zhen walked out of the smoke and dust, Carlos the groom asked Luo Zhen with a worried expression, "Is Myra Jane okay?" "Should be fine, just passed out." Luo Zhen scratched his head and replied with some hesitation. Ma Karloff rushed into the smoke and dust, and saw Marajana's eyes rolled white in a huge pit. He had been beaten back to his original form and lost consciousness. Along with the horse Carlo, there is a strong young man. "Alfman, take Myra Jane back and rest, it's nothing serious." Ma Karloff stepped forward to check and found that Marajana's body was fine, but he was beaten and lost consciousness under the heavy blow. "Other places are some skin trauma." Ma Karloff breathed a sigh of relief, but he was really afraid that Luo Zhen's attack would be unreasonable, and he would hit Myra Jane badly. He has also seen Luo Zhen's strength. "Back then, I met a monster in the forest. The huge body made Erza faint from fright. At that time, the horseman Carlos was ready to step forward to suppress the monster, but Luo Zhen made a move one step ahead. The powerful force crushed the monster with a single punch. But the monster's counter-attack couldn't hit Luo Zhen's body at all. In that battle, Luo Zhen didn't use any magic at all. Simply used the strength of the physical body to kill the monster. After the farce was over, Ma Karloff looked at the relaxed Luo Zhen, feeling a little rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, Luo Zhen has joined Fairy Tail. If this power can be used in the right way, it will definitely make the magic world more peaceful. "Okay, Luo Zhen, Erza. Where do you want the guild's coat of arms engraved?" After the farce was over, Carlos the horse stood on the chair with a serious face, raised his head and could barely see Luo Zhen's eyes. Stretching out his arm, Luo Zhen pointed to the inside of his right forearm and said, "Just here." Speaking of choosing the color, Carlos the horse gently landed the seal on the inside of Luo Zhen's forearm. A crimson crest appeared on Luo Zhen's skin. Seeing the coat of arms on Luo Zhen's arm, Erza's face turned slightly red. Then he raised his head and said to the horseman Carlos, "I want to engrave it here, and the color should be black." Looking at the direction Erza was pointing at, Carlos Ma showed a smile on his face and kept talking. The children nowadays are really precocious. The place Erza chose was also the inside of the forearm, but it was the other arm chosen by Luo Zhen. Erza squinted with joy as Black's crest appeared on Erza's skin. Chapter 11. Looking at the guild crest on the inside of his forearm, Luo Zhen couldn't help but smile. A sense of belonging spontaneously emerged in my heart. Because Luo Zhen and Erza have just arrived and they don't have their own residence in Magnolia yet. Ma Karloff also left 2 dormitories for the two. Because most of the guild's mages have their own place to live, the guild's dormitory has been vacant for a long time. Everywhere has been covered in dust. After tidying up his dormitory, Luo Zhen lay on the single bed with his hands behind his head. Open the virtual panel of the system. By the time he met Carlos the horse, Big Mom's template progress had already increased to 25%. After arriving at the guild, I met many members of the guild. It directly increased the progress to 85%. Just looking at it can completely reproduce the strength template of Big Mom. Lying on the bed, Luo Zhen received all the rewards excitedly. With a flood of memories flooding Luo Zhen's mind. 3-color domineering is enhanced. The ability of Soul Fruit also appeared in Luo Zhen's mind. With the receipt of the rewards, the use and development of the Soul Fruit was completely engraved in Luo Zhen's mind. Luo Zhen opened his eyes, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Waving his arms lightly in the air, a faint blue light emerged from between Luo Zhen's palms. This is the soul that Luo Zhen extracted from his body. In the original book, Big Mom also used his own soul to create 3 special homies. Prometheus was created by the soul blessing on the flame. Zeus created by the soul blessing above the thunder cloud. Napoleon was created with the blessing of the soul on the sharp blade. These 3 special homies are powerful and have been guarding Big Mom's side. Now that he possesses the ability of Soul Fruit, Luo Zhen naturally wants to create his own homies. Looking around in this empty dormitory, there is only a single bed, a wardrobe, and a simple desk. Luo Zhen had no choice but to take his soul back into his body and wait for the opportunity to use it again. Big Mom's swordsmanship is also very strong, and these rewards have almost accommodated all of Big Mom's abilities. There are 3 more opportunities for rewards in the future. Luo Zhen is a little unexpected. What else will come next? Luo Zhen's spirit was a little exhausted due to traveling overnight for several days and fighting with Myra Jane for a while today. After a while, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. Under the darkness of night, Erza in the dormitory next door opened his eyes and raised his arms to look at the coat of arms of Black's fairy tale on the inside of his forearm, with a happy smile on his face. Turning his head and glanced at the wall, Erza was very satisfied when he thought that Luo Zhen was just across the wall from him. Close your eyes and soon fall into dreamland. Even after falling asleep, Erza had a smile on his lips. The next day, Luo Zhen found Mr. Carlo, looked at him sincerely and said, "President, Erza doesn't know magic yet, I hope everyone in the guild can teach Erza." Looking at Luo Zhen with a sincere expression in front of him, Mrs. Carlo fell silent, then raised his head and looked at Luo Zhen and said, "Don't worry, Luo Zhen, I will teach Erza myself." Luo Zhen nodded with gratitude in his eyes. Facing the horse, Carlos bowed slightly, lowered his head and said, "Thank you, President." "Ha ha ha, we are a family." Ma Carlos laughed loudly, raised his right hand and patted Luo Zhen, who was taller than him. In the following days, Luo Zhen left the guild alone to do commissions. Erza soon awakened to magic under the careful teaching of the horseman Carlo. As in the original book, what Erza awakens is still the magic of dressing up. On this day, a white cloud was floating in mid-air, and a teenager was resting on the cloud with his hands behind his head and his eyes closed. "Master, we are going back to the guild soon." At this time, a human-like face suddenly appeared in Yun Duo under the boy, and he spoke to the boy. The young man opened his eyes, and there was a stream of light in the grey-brown eyes. "Well, speed up." The boy glanced at the outline of the town not far away, yawned and sat up. The speed of the cloud increased, and it turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the town in an instant. After a while, clouds appeared over the town, and Luo Zhen jumped down from the clouds. The white cloud also fell and floated beside Luo Zhen. "Yo, Luo Zhen, you're back." "Luo Zhen, is the commission going well?" "Welcome back, Luo Zhen." The people in Magnolia town are very warm, and they have become acquainted not long after Luo Zhen came here. Seeing everyone greeted him enthusiastically, Luo Zhen waved to everyone with a smile on his face. "Everyone, I'll go back to the guild to deliver the commission, let's talk next time." After bidding farewell to everyone, Luo Zhen strolled down the streets of Magnolia. Soon came to the door of Fairy Tale. Before Luo Zhen could push the door and enter, the guild's door was suddenly knocked open. A wine bottle suddenly hit Luo Zhen's head. Boom! Just when the wine bottle was about to hit Luo Zhen, the white cloud beside him suddenly became pitch black, turning into a dark cloud and floating in front of Luo Zhen. There was a bang, and a bolt of lightning flashed in front of Luo Zhen's eyes. The moment the wine bottle was about to hit Luo Zhen, it was completely shattered by this bolt of lightning. As the explosion sounded, all the noisy people in the guild turned their gazes over. "Yo everyone! Who threw this wine bottle?" Luo Zhen smiled and waved to everyone in the guild. Seeing the gentle smile on Luo Zhen's face, everyone suddenly felt a chill. With a tacit understanding, he stopped and pointed his finger at a black-haired boy not far away. "It's grey." Looking at the scattered people around him, the black-haired boy still hadn't realized what was going on. "When did our guild join a pervert? Why don't you wear clothes in broad daylight?" The corner of Luo Zhen's mouth twitched, and he looked at the naked man in front of him. "Ah! When?" Hearing the word abnormal from Luo Zhen's mouth, the black-haired boy quickly looked towards his body. His face changed, and he quickly grabbed the clothes from the side and put them on. Chapter 12. Who do you call a perverted naked man, BD? After getting dressed, the black-haired boy came to Luo Zhen with a dark face, and looked up at the boy who was much taller than him, without the slightest fear in his eyes. "Yo, is this little devil a newcomer?" Seeing the dissatisfied face of the black-haired boy in front of him, Luo Zhen burst out laughing and asked his companions around him. "Yeah, right, what about the newcomer who just joined? Luo Zhen, teach this brat a lesson." "My name is Gray, I'm not called brat." Gray in front of him was full of dissatisfaction, and shouted at Luo Zhen defiantly. "I don't have time to fight with you." Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, pushed the black-haired boy aside with his hand, and walked straight into the guild. "Oh, Gray, being ignored. Ha ha ha, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to swallow this breath. Who can stand this?" Seeing this scene, the members of the guild frantically added fuel to the fire, provoking Gray. "Damn it, BD! Stop!" Being ignored by Luo Zhen, Gray was already annoyed. The words of the companions around him kept getting into his ears, which immediately made Gray's face darken. Pointing at Luo Zhen's back and shouting, Hey, brat, I can't pretend that I didn't hear your words." Luo Zhen didn't look back, he stretched out his hand and waved behind him. When Gray was about to catch up, a sinister voice suddenly sounded above Gray's head. Looking up, I saw a black cloud floating above Gray's head. "What is this?" Gray's expression changed, and he looked curiously at the black cloud above his head. The members of the guild watched with curiosity when they saw that Black's Yunduo actually spoke. "I am the most loyal servant of my master, Zeus of Thunder." Black's dark cloud descended slowly and landed in front of Gray. Right in front of the dark cloud, a face appeared in everyone's sight. "Little ghost, if you apologize for what you said just now, I can still forgive you." Zeus' face was gloomy, his voice was full of fury, and he stared at Gray with the rumbling thunder. Gray felt a little in awe, but still stuck his neck and shouted, "Who needs to apologize? BD! Smelly brat, let me teach you a good lesson." Zeus was furious, and a rumbling thunder resounded through the sky. "President, don't you stop them!" Luo Zhen leaned lazily on the chair, watched Gray and Zeus play not far away, yawned and said, "Ha ha ha, children just like to play around, let them have fun." Ma Karloff laughed loudly, took a sip of wine from the bottle, and watched the scene in front of him with relish. "Ice make, saucer." Gray's right hand turned into a fist and rested on the palm of his left hand. The next moment, a frisbee made of condensed ice crystals appeared beside Gray. The frisbee spun and made a screeching sound. The frisbee rushed out in an instant and swept directly towards Zeus. In an instant, Zeus's body was cut open by the flying disc turned into ice crystals. However, it recovered its form in the blink of an eye and reappeared intact. What happened? Gray's complexion changed. Looking at Zeus, who had nothing wrong with him, he secretly thought that something was wrong. "Zeus, don't go too far." Luo Zhen waved his hand at Zeus and shouted softly, "Good master!" Thunder! Zeus' expression was full of anger, and the rumbling thunder echoed in his body. The next moment, a thunderbolt rushed out of Zeus's body, and a loud bang echoed in the guild. Gray couldn't dodge the lightning attack at all, and was directly pierced through. Green smoke was rising all over his body, and he fell straight down with his eyes turned white. Zeus floated in front of Gray, and was stunned when he saw Gray, who was completely unconscious. Turning around, he looked at Luo Zhen, and then at Gray, who fell to the ground and passed out. Why is this kid so irresistible? The farce is over, send Gray down to rest. Karloff put down the bottle and jumped down to Gray's side. After an inspection, Gray only suffered some injuries and was fine. After people took Gray down for a rest, Carlos surrounded Zeus, who was able to speak in front of him. Curiously asked Luo Zhen, what's going on? The members of the guild are also very curious about why a cloud can speak. Turning back into a white cloud, Zeus, who slowly floated to Luo Zhen's side, squinted his eyes and swept over everyone one by one. He raised his head proudly and glanced away. Zeus is a homise created by my soul, with the ability to control lightning and fly. Poking the soft body of Zeus aside, Luo Zhen explained to everyone with a smile. After getting along for such a long time, everyone also knows Luo Zhen's magic. Soul magic. But they never thought that soul magic could create life. Suddenly, a voice came from among the crowd. Asked to Luo Zhen, "Is that the soul of other people can also create life?" Luo Zhen nodded and said, "Yes, but I haven't tried it yet." At this time, Ma Karloff's face suddenly became serious, and he looked at Luo Zhen seriously and said, "The magic of creating life is a forbidden technique. Life is great. As magicians, we cannot use magic to break this rule." Luo Zhen nodded, but did not answer Mrs. Carlo's words. Looking at the silent Luo Zhen, Mrs. Ma Carlo didn't know what he was thinking. "Luo Zhen, you are back." At this time, a voice full of surprises suddenly came from the door of the guild. A girl in armor stood at the door of the guild. "Yo, Erza!" A smile appeared on Luo Zhen's face, and he waved to Erza in armor. Xiao Ran came to Luo Zhen. Erza smiled and asked Luo Zhen happily, "When did you come back, and when are you going to leave next time?" Seeing the anticipation in Erza's eyes, Luo Zhen shrugged and said, "You should take a rest during this time." "Very good." After receiving Luo Zhen's reply, the surprise in Erza's eyes seemed to overflow. Chapter 13. After reminiscing with Erza, Luo Zhen came to Mr. Carlo, and asked Mr. Carlo curiously, "President, before I go out to complete this commission, you said that I have something to tell me after I come back. What do you want to say?" Hearing Luo Zhen's question, Ma Karloff glanced at Luo Zhen, then took a sip of his wine and continued. "You know S-class mages, right?" Luo Zhen nodded. He also knew about those S-level commissioners on the second floor, but Mrs. Carlos Mafia didn't allow them to go to the second floor. "In another week, our guild will usher in the annual S-class mage assessment. You are one of the examiners this time." Ma Carlos gave Luo Zhen a thumbs up, and said with a smile, "Since Fairy Tale was founded, you are the only one who has been able to participate in the S-level wizard assessment within less than a year after joining the guild." "Really?" Before Luo Zhen could answer, Erza on the side spoke first. Eyes full of surprise, Erza looked at Luo Zhen's eyes. Shendu was filled with admiration. "Besides me, are there any other people participating in the assessment this time?" Luo Zhen was a little curious. "There are quite a few powerful people in the guild. Besides you, there is Lagos's, just the two of you." Carlos Ma sighed, and cast his eyes on his companions who had nothing to do with him. When the members of the guild saw Mrs. Carlo looking over, they all looked away and started chatting with their companions. "Hey, these bastards have gone too far during the commissioning process and received too many complaints." Ma Karloff snorted coldly, but then said with a smile, "But let them complain about the council's complaints, we are Fairy Tale." "Oh! President, I love you to death." The members of the guild smiled knowingly, and showed fairy tale gestures to the short figure of the groom Carlo. After saying goodbye to the groom Carlo, Luo Zhen took Erza back home. After making the first commission and earning the first pot of gold, Luo Zhen took Erza and moved out of the guild's dormitory. "The house I currently live in is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room rented out, and the house is relatively good. It's not too far from the guild, and the surrounding environment is also very good." Back home, Erza changed his armor into home clothes, wore a knee-length dress, hummed and was busy in the kitchen. Looking at Erza's busy back, Luo Zhen couldn't help but seem to have returned to the small mountain village back then. When Erza was busy, Luo Zhen opened the virtual panel of the system. Unsurprisingly, this last bit of progress was made up after meeting Grey. During these days, Luo Zhen raised the progress to 90% and obtained the sword skills of Big Mom. Although Big Mom's swordsmanship is not very strong, but with the help of the 3 homies, his strength has been raised to another level. Luo Zhen couldn't help but look forward to the last 2 rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining super fertility, is it fusion? As the system's notification sound echoed in Luo Zhen's mind, the expression on Luo Zhen's face froze instantly. The palm of the hand was in mid-air, and the whole person was stunned. After a while, Luo Zhen came to his senses, his mind full of question marks. What is super fertility? Luo Zhen's face was dark, looking at a line of small characters on the soft light curtain in front of him, he couldn't laugh or cry. In the original work of One Piece, the fertility of Big Mom is indeed better than 1. But why can this also be a reward for the system? After a long silence, Luo Zhen sighed deeply. He waved his hand like a rotten man and said, "Forget it, let's merge." As the streamer poured into his body, Luo Zhen didn't feel any changes in his body at all. With a sigh of relief, Luo Zhen was afraid that the system's reward would turn him into a woman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Big Mom template, and getting a chance to draw a template lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? As Big Mom's template was completed, the system's prompt sound echoed in my ears again. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Zhen replied in his mind, "Yes." Luo Zhen's voice fell, and the original turntable appeared in front of Luo Zhen again. It's just that the image of Big Mom on the turntable is grayed out and cannot be selected further. The turntable started to spin, and familiar images flashed across the turntable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Whitebeard of the Four Emperors, Edward Newgate template. Ding! Since the host has collected all the Big Mom templates, the Whitebeard template has increased by 10%. Ding! Reward the Whitebeard Constitution, whether to merge. The sound of the system kept echoing in Luo Zhen's mind. Until finally, the sound of the system stopped, and Luo Zhen merged with Whitebeard's constitution without hesitation. As the muscles all over his body continued to expand, Luo Zhen frowned suddenly. After a while, the muscles in his body began to convulse, and Luo Zhen's deeply frown became more and more wrinkled. Fortunately, the spasm didn't last long and stopped soon. Feeling the power continuously bursting out from the body, Luo Zhen was very satisfied. Although Whitebeard's constitution is very strong, it is still not as good as Big Mom's Iron Man and strange power. What Luo Zhen wanted more was Whitebeard's Xhen fruit. The Whitebeard's constitution can't be called a timely gift, it can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. After merging with Whitebeard's constitution, Luo Zhen's physical strength has been raised to another level. Zeus at the side saw Luo Zhen's frowning, floating beside Luo Zhen, and asked Luo Zhen, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Glancing at the worried Zeus beside him, Luo Zhen smiled and waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." As if knowing Luo Zhen's habits, Zeus floated to Luo Zhen's side and let Luo Zhen lean on him. Luo Zhen propped his cheek with his right hand, and fell on Zeus's body. The soft and sticky body made Luo Zhen like to lie on it when he had nothing to do. Time to eat. Not long after, Erza walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron with a bowl of soup in his hand, put it gently on the table, and shouted at Luo Zhen in the living room. Standing up and stretching, Luo Zhen walked to the kitchen and took a deep breath. He gave Erza a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Erza's craftsmanship is still as good as ever." Chapter 14. Erza's craftsmanship is still as good as ever. Being praised by Luo Zhen, Erza's face blushed, she lowered her head and said nothing. The two were sitting at the dining table eating, and Erza pointed to Zeus floating in the midair of the living room not far away and asked, "Does Zeus want to eat? What does he want to eat?" Hearing his name, Zeus turned his head to look at Erza and Luo Zhen at the dining table. Grinning, showing a creepy smile. "No, Zeus doesn't eat." Looking at the food on the table, Zeus didn't have any desire to eat, so he turned his head and looked out the window. "Forget it, don't worry about him." Seeing Zeus looking out the window eagerly, Luo Zhen rolled his eyes. Been with Zeus for a while. Some time ago, Luo Zhen didn't have any difficulty when he went out to do commissions. So Luo Zhen never created homies. When going out to entrust this time, because it was a bit tricky, Luo Zhen created Zeus. Perhaps it is because Luo Zhen's soul is relatively strong, and the created Zeus is also very powerful. It is very different from Zeus in the original book. After eating, Luo Zhen sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at Zeus floating beside him thoughtfully. Now that Zeus has been created, let's simply create the remaining two homies in the original book. Just do it and stretch out your right hand. A faint blue floating light emerged in Luo Zhen's palm. Coming to the kitchen, Erza looked suspiciously at Luo Zhen, who walked into the kitchen, and was about to ask something. Seeing Luo Zhen turn on the gas stove on the side, the flames ignited. Luo Zhen stretched out his blue floating palm into the flames. Erza hurriedly opened his mouth to stop him. "Wait, Luo Zhen, what are you doing? It's okay, don't worry. Turning his head and showing a gentle smile to Erza, Luo Zhen didn't feel any burning sensation as he stretched his palm into the flames. The floating light dissipated in Luo Zhen's hands, and was absorbed by the flames in an instant. Withdrawing his palm, the flames on the gas stove began to surge. The rising flames made Erza on the side completely unaware of what was going on. The next moment, a voice came from within the flames. "Master, please give me a name, I will serve you forever." In the flames, a human-like face suddenly appeared. The flame left the gas stove and slowly floated in front of Luo Zhen, lowering his eyes, and his deep voice echoed in their ears. "Then, your name is Prometheus." Luo Zhen didn't bother to name him, so he named him with the name in the original work of One Piece. "Thank you, my master, Prometheus will never forget your kindness." The flames were raging, and Prometheus, who lowered his eyes, murmured. Pulling out part of his soul, Luo Zhen felt a little weak in spirit. Zeus in the living room heard names that did not belong to Luo Zhen and Erza, and drifted towards the kitchen curiously. Seeing a guy covered in flames, Zeus suddenly understood something. With a proud expression, he said to Prometheus, "Boy, I am your senior. I only obey my master." Prometheus glanced at Zeus, then his eyes fell on Luo Zhen. "UBD." Zeus was furious for a while, but after being glanced at by Luo Zhen, he immediately calmed down. He secretly glared at Prometheus in front of him. "Luo Zhen, are you okay?" Erza was very curious to see a new life being created. But seeing that Luo Zhen's complexion was a little pale, he felt worried immediately, and asked Luo Zhen quickly. Shaking his head, Luo Zhen said with a smile, "I'm fine, don't worry." Although Luo Zhen said so, the worry in Erza's eyes remained. There is also a knife, but Luo Zhen doesn't want the one from Big Mom in the original book. After searching at home for a long time, but did not find a suitable weapon, I gave up this idea for the time being. I plan to wait 2 days to find a blacksmith in Magnolia to forge a weapon of my own. Luo Zhen, there are still a few days until the S-rank wizard assessment, are you nervous? After washing the dishes, Erza sat beside Luo Zhen and asked Luo Zhen curiously. Smiling, Luo Zhen said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if you can become an S-level wizard or not." Shrugging his shoulders, thinking of Lagos's, Luo Zhen said indifferently, "And this time the participants are only me and Lagos's, so I don't think it's a big problem. Although possessing Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, it can restrain Zeus on the side. But Luo Zhen's own strength is not weak, and it doesn't mean that he can't fight without relying on Homais. Only Homais, who has defeated Luo Zhen, is eligible to meet Luo Zhen." The next day, Luo Zhen found the blacksmith in the town. Let him forge a long knife according to his own ideas. Knowing Luo Zhen's thoughts, the blacksmith said that it was not difficult at all. 2 days later, Luo Zhen retrieved his long knife. This was forged by Luo Zhen according to the horizontal knife in the memory of his previous life. The blade is straight, and the blade presents a touch of black. Luo Zhen, who returned home, immediately attached his soul to the horizontal knife. After a while, a big ferocious mouth and a pair of eyes suddenly appeared on the knife body. Owner Hung Dao, who had life, was as light as a feather in Luo Zhen's hands. The moment he opened his eyes, Hung Dao's eyes became extremely respectful. "From now on, your name will be Napoleon." Similarly, the name of Hung Dao is still named after the name in the original work. At this point, Luo Zhen's 3 major homies can be considered complete. Although the same name, the same attributes. But there is a big difference from Homais and Big Mom in the original book. No matter in terms of image or strength. Although Liun Zeus usually looks like White Cloud, his face is even more ferocious. The biggest difference is Prometheus. In the original One Piece, Prometheus usually looks like a little sun. But the Prometheus created by Luo Zhen is like a flame monster. The turbulent flames have always been preserved, showing a ferocious face in the flames. As for Napoleon, even the prototype is different, not the same weapon at all. Chapter 15. Soon, the day of the S-level assessment will arrive. On this day, Ma Karloff came to the guild. Looking at the expectant people in the guild, with a smile on his face, he shouted loudly to everyone in the guild, this year's S-Class Mage assessment begins now. As the horse Carlo's voice fell, everyone present roared in unison. Luo Zhen de Cassis. Lager Thustriar. Ma Karlov called the names of the two, and Luo Zhen and Lagerses walked out of the crowd together. Glancing at Luo Zhen provocatively, Lagerses walked up to the horseman Carlo with high spirits. He said with a serious and proud face, "Old man, I will prove to you that I am the strongest in this guild." While speaking, there were bursts of thunder flashing on his body. Luo Zhen also stepped out of the crowd, beside Luo Zhen. Surrounded by Zeus and Prometheus, a long knife in a sheath is pinned to his waist. Every year in the S-level assessment, you can choose one person to be your companion, and you can also choose one person. His eyes swept over Luo Zhen and Lagerses. Ma Karlov said seriously. Scanning the crowd, Lagerses didn't hesitate at all, and directly chose Fried, who also joined the guild not long ago but was very strong. After joining Fairy Tale, Fried admired Lagerthus very much, and even joined Lagerthus' team with two others. It's called Thor, and Fried is the captain. And also one of the men recognized by Lagerses. After Lagerses made his choice, Luo Zhen chose Erza without any hesitation. Erza hesitated, and said to Luo Zhen, "My strength is still too weak, will it hold you back?" Seeing the hesitant Erza, Luo Zhen said directly, "Your strength is very strong, but you haven't discovered it yet. You will definitely become an S-level mage in the future, and you will be on your own." Seeing Luo Zhen's serious eyes, Erza nodded heavily. "I will not let you down." Firm eyes appeared in Erza's eyes, and at the same time, the seeds of becoming an S-class mage gradually germinated in Erza's heart. "Okay, then let's go to the assessment site." Seeing that the two had chosen their partners, Ma Karlov nodded and walked out of the guild with his hands behind his back. Luo Zhen and Lagerses followed behind the stable Carlo, and behind them were Erza and Fried respectively. On the train, to a seaside town. He boarded another boat and sailed slowly towards his destination. Because of Dragon Slayer, Lagerses' face has become very ugly since he was on the road. Fortunately, the journey was not very far, and it didn't take long before they came to a small island. Looking at the small island, Carlos Ma turned around, looked at the two with a serious face and said, "There are 3 roads on this small island, one is a dead end and has no end, and the other 2 roads have 10 branches. Flags, you have to collect these 10 flags and bring them to the finish line, there will be someone waiting for you. Then now, let's go." Carlos waved his hand. Luo Zhen jumped up on the boat, pulled Erza, and jumped onto Zeus's back. With a sinister smile on his face, Zeus glanced at the 2 ugly-looking lagasses with disdain. In an instant, it turned into an afterimage and rushed straight to the island. Snort! Looking at the back of Luo Zhen leaving, Lagerses snorted coldly. Fried beside him gestured with his fingers in the air. The next moment, a pair of wings appeared on the backs of the 2 at the same time. With a shake of their wings, the 2 also galloped towards the island. Luo Zhen, who landed on the island 1 step ahead, looked at the 3 roads in front of him. As soon as the knowledge-colored domineering is opened, it directly covers the entire island. Not long after, Luo Zhen stepped into a cave with Erza. Stepping into the cave, a red flag not far away caught Erza's attention. When Erza was about to step forward to take down the flag, Luo Zhen suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Erza. He glanced at Luo Zhen with some doubts. Erza was about to say something. Luo Zhen waved to Zeus who was on the side, and Zeus rushed towards the flag excitedly. The moment he entered the range of the flag, countless arrows rained down from the sky, piercing Zeus's body continuously. But soon Zeus's body returned to normal. "How do you know?" Erza showed surprise on his face, looked at Luo Zhen in disbelief and asked. Luo Zhen spread his hands helplessly, and said with a smile, "How could the president let us pass the assessment so easily?" Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza was a little embarrassed, lowered his head and dared not speak. The 2 continued on, and it didn't take long to collect 7 flags. When he encountered the 8th flag, Zeus was about to pull it out. Suddenly the cave shook. The next moment a huge monster appeared from the ground, and Zeus was startled by its ferocious face. "Damn it guys!" The color of his body slowly turned black, and Zeus showed anger, and thunder surged on his body. Go to hell! Following Zeus's roar, an explosion echoed in the cave. After the thunder, the monster was instantly smashed into ashes. Seeing that the monster completely lost its vitality, Zeus was still a little bit puzzled. Okay, let's go. Looking helplessly at Zeus, who kept summoning thunderbolts to attack the corpse of the monster, Luo Zhen pulled his body and walked towards the depths of the cave. As expected, the next flag was again guarded by a monster. But this time, Zeus was not given a chance to play. The figure of Prometheus, who looked like a demon from hell, rushed forward, and the raging flames completely engulfed the monster. Accompanied by the screams of the monster, after the flames dissipated, there were only ashes all over the ground. Only the last flag was missing, and the two continued to move forward. After a while, they came to a huge cave. Not far from the cave, a red flag is planted there. Erza glanced around vigilantly, but didn't seem to see any monsters. I'm going to get the flag. Erza, who had never had a chance to express himself, saw that the surroundings were very quiet, and proposed to Luo Zhen, who was beside him. Shaking his head, Luo Zhen didn't answer Erza's words. He shouted to a dark corner not far away, "Come out, if you don't come out, we have to leave." Erza was startled, and quickly looked towards the corner. Ah, the current rookies are all so strong. Chapter 16. Oh, the rookies these days are all monsters. In the empty cave, a voice of vicissitudes echoed in the cave. Following the sound of this voice, a figure slowly walked out of the dark corner. I saw this figure folded his hands on his chest, with a half-smile on his face, and he didn't care that he had been discovered. You are the examiner. Frowning, looking at the figure in front of him, Luo Zhen said in surprise. Let me introduce myself, my name is Gildarts, a fairy tales level mage. I am the guardian of the 10th flag. If you want to get the 10th flag from me, you must first let me admit you. Nodding his head, the middle-aged man pointed to the red flag not far away and said with a smile. Luo Zhen nodded slightly. The next moment, Luo Zhen's figure instantly disappeared from Gildart's sight, turning into an after-image and rushing towards the red flag. Frowning, Gildarts disappeared, and the moment Luo Zhen appeared in front of the flag, he raised his fist and smashed Luo Zhen's back. Knowing that it would be uncomfortable to take this punch forcefully, Luo Zhen didn't dare to hold on. He dodged and fled from the vicinity of the flag, looking at Gildarts with serious eyes. Hey, young people can't be so lacking in martial arts. Looking at the solemn Luo Zhen, Gildarts felt helpless. It never occurred to him that Luo Zhen's first thought was to take the flag and run away first. Shrugging, Luo Zhen didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. Helplessly said, Uncle, I can't beat you, so I have no choice but to do this. Gildarts smiled, and said to Luo Zhen, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you, even if you take off the flag, it's useless, before I admit you, it will be invalid. Looking at Gildart's confident smile, Luo Zhen also knew that this battle was inevitable. Sighing, his eyes sharpened instantly. Then come on. Drinking lightly, Luo Zhen stared at Gildarts with vigilance in his eyes. Gildarts adhered to the concept of his predecessors. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his right hand and hooked Luo Zhen's palm. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed in the empty cave, and the stones under Luo Zhen's feet burst instantly, spreading like a spider web. Luo Zhen, who appeared in front of Gildarts in an instant, clenched his fists and punched Gildarts directly in the face. Gildarts reached out to block, fist bumping on the arm. Gildarts' expression darkened involuntarily. He shook his arm and looked at Luo Zhen in surprise. Such a strong force! Uncle, you have to be serious. Grinning, a raging flame and a dark cloud appeared behind Luo Zhen. Thunder and lightning roared, flames roared. Thunder continued to bombard, blasting towards Gildart's figure. Prometheus kept spitting out fireballs, and the scorching heat swept over, quickly turning the entire cave into a sea of flames. Luo Zhen pulled out Napoleon from his waist. The jet-black blade shone brightly under the light of the fire. He raised his sword and fought with Gildarts hand to hand. During the fight, Gildarts became more and more surprised. This young man seemed to be able to predict every attack he would make, and every time he could dodge his attack without any risk. and seize the gap between your own attacks to fight back. Suddenly, Gildarts suddenly felt dizzy and his movements froze slightly. At this moment's pause, Luo Zhen directly cut out a sword. The fierce sword energy instantly chopped towards Gildart's neck. Relieved, Gildart's complexion darkened due to the sword aura so close at hand. His eyes also became serious. With a wave of his right hand towards the front, the sword energy that was close at hand shattered instantly. It turned into streaks of fragmented sword energy and shot towards the surroundings. The sword energy blasted on the surrounding stone walls, making a huge roar. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the stone wall was covered with dense slashes. Prometheus and Zeus floating beside Luo Zhen slowly descended, and their ferocious faces appeared in Gildart's sight. He reached out and grabbed Prometheus beside him, and attached it to Napoleon in his hand. In an instant, the blade became extremely narrow and long. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. Luo Zhen jumped up and stood on the body of Zeus and rose in the air. Surrounded by incomparable flames, Napoleon in his hand slashed out with a sword. Slashed a sword with raging flames, and the scorching heat swept over. With a shocking explosion, Gildarts stepped out from the smoke. The clothes on his body were a little torn, and his eyes were very excited. Looking at Luo Zhen, he muttered to himself, "President, you really summoned a monster this time." As he spoke, he rushed straight to Luo Zhen, completely ignoring the oncoming flames and thunder. At Luo Zhen's feet, Gildarts jumped up and rushed straight to Luo Zhen. Crush! Appearing in front of Luo Zhen, Gildart's palm suddenly touched Zeus's body. Boom! With a bang, Zeus under Luo Zhen's feet suddenly exploded. It turned into countless small dark clouds scattered around. Luo Zhen fell to the sky and became serious when he saw the countless Zeus. "Have you finally used magic?" "My magic is super magic, shattering magic, capable of shattering everything I touch, including humans." Gildarts raised his arm and smiled at Luo Zhen. "Is that why you told me your details?" Putting away the long knife, Luo Zhen asked Gildarts with a smile. After waving his hands, Gildarts said indifferently, "I've already admitted you, go and get the flag." Looking at Gildarts who suddenly stopped fighting, Luo Zhen was a little surprised for a while. But seeing Gildarts' half-smile look, Luo Zhen felt that things were not that simple. Sure enough, the moment Luo Zhen was about to take off the flag, a thunderbolt blasted not far away in an instant, and exploded directly beside Luo Zhen. At the moment when the thunder and lightning struck Luo Zhen, the dark cloud that split into countless small Zeus gathered and blocked Luo Zhen. "Swallow this thunder in one gulp." Bursts of blue smoke spewed out of his mouth, and he stared fiercely at the place where the thunder came from. Hey, you little brat is playing tricks like this, aren't you?" Chapter 17. Hey, you little brat, do you know how to do this sneak attack?" Zeus' ferocious face was full of anger, his white body became as black as ink, and traces of lightning flashed in Zeus' body. Yin Ti's voice echoed in the empty cave. Not far away, Prometheus also floated in front of Luo Zhen, and the raging flames soared into the sky, like the cheeks of the devil in hell emerging from the flames. "Put down the flag." The figures of Lagerthats and Fried walked out of a hole not far away. Lagerthas, who was wearing a coat, didn't pay attention to Zeus and Prometheus at all, and stared at Luo Zhen with his eyes. Luo Zhen stood up and pulled Prometheus and Zeus in front of him to the sides. "Master, leave this guy to us." Pulled aside by Luo Zhen, Zeus said with anger in his voice, staring at Laxus viciously. Luo Zhen didn't speak, with a faint smile on his cheek. The next moment, Luo Zhen's figure instantly appeared in front of Lagerthas. The clenched fist punched out, and went straight to Lagerthas's face. Accompanied by a loud noise, Lagerthas's figure flew upside down and slammed heavily on the wall behind him. "We're even." Glancing at Fried at the side, Luo Zhen rubbed his wrist and said calmly. After speaking, Luo Zhen turned around and walked towards the flag. A hole. Thunder surged on the shattered stone wall, and Lagerthas rushed out of the pile of rubble. There was a red fist mark on his face, and the somewhat embarrassed look made Gildarts, who was not far away, wanted to laugh. Gildarts crossed his arms and sat in a corner watching the scene. When he fought against Luo Zhen, he knew that Lagerthas could not be Luo Zhen's opponent. Leave it to the three of you. He pulled out the long knife at his waist and threw it into the air. Suddenly a human face appeared on the sharp blade. Yes, my master. With a ferocious smile, the flaming Prometheus floated in the air. Fire from the sky. Bursts of flames sprayed out from the mouth, blasting towards Lagerthats and Fried. Zeus was not idle either, his pitch-black body was floating in the air. The thunder kept pouring down, and the moment the fireball hit the ground, it exploded. The figures of Lagerthats and Fried dodged, constantly avoiding the attacks of Zeus and Prometheus in the air. The next moment, a blade of light flashed in front of Lagers's eyes, and it slashed straight at Lagers's chest. Not good. The expression of Fried in the distance changed, and his fingers gestured in the air in front of him. Steel. The next moment, a piece of steel suddenly appeared in front of Lagers's, blocking Napoleon's slash. The steel was cut in two, and the slashes that still had power continued to attack Lagers's. But Lagers's, who was already prepared, easily avoided the attack. Napoleon gave Fried a vicious look, turned his head and killed Fried. Napoleon, give me this opponent. At this time, Erza stood out in armor and stood in front of Napoleon. Looking sharply at Fried in front of him, he held a long sword and said. Looking at Luo Zhen in the distance, after seeing Luo Zhen nodding, Napoleon continued to hide, waiting for the opportunity to give Lagers's a fatal blow. Damn it, you just let these things hold me back, don't you dare to confront me head-on. Constantly dodging the attacks of Zeus and Prometheus, Lagers's felt annoyed. He roared at Luo Zhen, who was sitting next to the flag in the distance. Although it can devour Zeus's thunder, his attack is completely ineffective against Zeus and Prometheus. He also tried to fight back, but the attack had no effect on them at all. In this world, there is no armed domineering and yellow spring fruit. Except for those who use soul magic, there are very few people who can deal with homies. Luo Zhen crossed his arms and looked at the fleeing Lagers's with great interest. He chuckled and said, if you can't even pass them, what qualifications do you have to be my opponent? Damn it! Hearing Luo Zhen's flat voice beside his ear, Lagers's felt annoyed in his heart. The roar of the thunder dragon. With a sudden break, he stopped abruptly, and Lagers's put his right hand on the ground. There is thunder in his mouth. The next moment, a breath full of lightning spewed out of Lagers's mouth, directly attacking Zeus and Prometheus in the air. Zeus' body swelled in mid-air, and he opened his mouth wide to swallow the gushing thunder. Lagers's complexion was dark. Looking at Zeus, who had received his breath without mistake, he was constantly thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Unexpectedly, Zeus could also eat his own lightning. Zeus' body was created from a real thundercloud, and its power was unimaginable. Shock you lay. Zeus' body swelled enormously, and rumbling thunder continued to roar in his body. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket descended from the sky, blasting towards Lagers's in an instant. BD. Don't underestimate me. With anger on his face, Lagers's stomped on the ground and jumped straight up. He grabbed the bucket-thick thunderbolt with both hands and stuffed it into his mouth. You are not the only one who eats lightning. Lagers's roared angrily, swallowing this bolt of thunder into his stomach. A grin appeared on his face. Full strength is back. Stupid. Let me do it. Prometheus on the side saw this scene and knew that Zeus could not fight Lagers's. Stepping forward to squeeze Zeus' body away, the flames on his body became more and more turbulent. Stolen fire. Prometheus rushed forward, and a flash of fire streaked across the sky. Under the extremely fast dive, Prometheus' body turned into a pillar of fire, rushing towards Lagers's. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. Unavoidable, Lagerthats gathered lightning on his fist, ready to head with Prometheus. When the pillar of fire collided with the thunder, Lagers's figure stepped back a few steps. Prometheus flew upside down and hit Luo Zhen's side heavily. Prometheus was frightened and angry, and the flames on his body became more violent. Zeus, Napoleon, come back too. Seeing that Prometheus was about to step forward after being repelled, Luo Zhen stretched out his hand to stop him. At the same time, he yelled at Zeus, who kept sending down thunder, and Napoleon, who was hiding. Hearing Luo Zhen's voice, Zeus gave Laxus a fierce look, and then returned to Luo Zhen unwillingly. Chapter 18. You are finally willing to make a move. Seeing Luo Zhen drink away Zeus and Prometheus, Laxus's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and the lightning flashed on Laxus's body. The two fists collided, and a flash of thunder roared between the fists. Luo Zhen smiled, completely ignoring the high-spirited Laxus. Suddenly, Luo Zhen's complexion became calm. Accompanied by the violent explosion, Laxus's pupils shrank sharply. Luo Zhen's figure disappeared directly from his sight. Not far away, Gildarts shook his head and said boringly, it's over, go home. Standing up and stretching, he no longer watched the outcome of this battle. The figure of Laxus quickly retreated to the corner of the stone wall, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, trying to find the figure of Luo Zhen. The next moment, Luo Zhen appeared in front of Laxus. Laxus's pupils constricted violently, and he wanted to raise his arms and put them on himself. Too late. A calm voice echoed in my ears. A sharp pain appeared in the stomach along with the sound. Luo Zhen clenched his fist, and punched Laxus heavily in the stomach. The violent impact directly shattered the stone wall behind him. Laxus rolled his eyes white, and collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Not far away, Erza was struggling to fend off Fried's attack. Erza, who has awakened to magic for less than half a year now, is no match for Fried at all. The violent explosion echoed in the cave. Fried glanced this way and saw Laxus on the ground rolling his eyes. Fried was startled, and shouted at the figure of Laxus lying on the ground, Laxus, are you okay? Stop screaming, he's passed out and won't wake up. Scratching his head, Luo Zhen yawned. Watching Erza's battle between the two of them was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Although Fried was able to fight against Erza, but because of the defeat of Laxus, Fried could not calm down and fight Erza seriously. Okay, let's all stop, you lose. Just when Erza was sent flying by Fried, Luo Zhen stood up, came to Fried, and said calmly. Looking at Laxus who fell to the ground and passed out completely, although Fried was not reconciled, he also silently accepted the consequences. Facing Luo Zhen, he bowed slightly, and then passed by Luo Zhen's side, helping the fainted Laxus to walk out of the cave. Call. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Luo Zhen asked Erza, who was out of breath, are you all right? Erza shook his head, and said in a depressed mood, I'm not his opponent. How long have you learned to use magic? You will definitely be very strong in the future. Luo Zhen stretched out his palm and rubbed Erza's little head, took off the 10th flag and moved on. Since Gildarts didn't tell himself that the assessment was over, it meant that there was still an assessment ahead. Sitting on the back of Zeus, he quickly interspersed in the cave. A light appeared in the distance, and Zeus turned to Luo Zhen and said, Master, there is an exit ahead. Luo Zhen raised his head, looked at the approaching light and sat up straight. The figure of Zeus rushed out, and there was a vast ocean outside. Came directly to the back of the island. This exit is connected to a cliff. The moment Zeus rushed out of the cave, there was a loud rumbling sound above his head. He turned his head and looked behind him. I saw pieces of rubble falling over the entrance of the cave, completely blocking the entrance of the cave. Luo Zhen was also a little confused for a while. What was the final assessment? At this time, Erza suddenly pointed to the collapsed stone pile and shouted, Look, what's there? Look in the direction Erza is pointing. There is a note on top of the stone. I saw that it was written on the note. Luo Zhen, you should have come to the end, so now the final assessment begins. The final assessment is to return to Magnolia from here. We have already taken a step ahead, let's go. At the end of the note, Carlos the horse deliberately left a mischievous smile on his face. Luo Zhen's face darkened, looking at the note in his hand, he couldn't laugh or cry. Looking at the text on the note, Erza didn't react for a while, and asked Luo Zhen, what does the president mean? Did he leave us? Shrugging, Luo Zhen said helplessly, the assessment is over, we passed. This final assessment is actually a bad taste of the horseman Carlos. No matter who the final passer is, Carlos must have left long ago. After thinking about it, Luo Zhen said to Zeus below him, let's go back to the place where we went to the island before. After getting the order, Zeus immediately said loudly, "Understood, Master." As he said that, he speeded up and rushed straight to the place on the island. Sure enough, the boat that Carlos had sent them to had already left. Where they came to the island, a small boat stayed there. On the boat, Lagerthats and Fried, who had already woken up, looked at the boat with puzzled faces. Especially Lagerthus, who looked at the ship in front of him with a dark face. "Hey, do you want a ride?" Asking Zeus to stop, Luo Zhen sat cross-legged on Zeus's body, and shouted at Laxus and Fried on the beach. Looking up at Zeus in the sky, Lagerthus snorted coldly, and Tsundere turned his head. "Lagerthus, let's go back with them." Seeing Lagosus Tsundere turn his head away, Fried hastily persuaded him from the sidelines. After struggling for a while, Lagerthus finally compromised. Let the reluctant Zeus descend and stop on the sand. Just when the two of Lagerthus were about to step on Zeus, Luo Zhen suddenly said to Lagerthus, "I can give you a ride, but I have one condition." Hearing this, Lagerthus suddenly became furious, and shouted to Luo Zhen, "Don't think that I can't go back without you, I won't sit down." As he spoke, he turned to get on the boat. Fried quickly persuaded Lagerthus, because of the fight with Luo Zhen, Lagerthus' body was already injured. Coupled with being a dragon slayer, it is difficult for Lagerthus to adapt to transportation. "Tell me, what are the conditions?" With a dark face, under Fried's persuasion, Lagerthus asked Luo Zhen reluctantly. "It's not an excessive request, but when you are in the guild, you can feed Zeus some lightning when you have time." Luo Zhen grinned and pointed to Zeus below him. Chapter 19. It's not an excessive condition. Usually when you are in the guild, just feed this guy some lightning. Luo Zhen grinned, pointed to Zeus under him and said. That's it. Hearing Luo Zhen's request, Lagerthus was stunned. It's not that the conditions proposed by Luo Zhen are excessive, on the contrary, they are a bit too simple. That's it. Luo Zhen nodded and looked at Lagerthus with a chuckle. After a moment of silence, Lagerthus nodded and agreed. "That's all right, let's go." Giving room to Lagerthats and Fried, Zeus reluctantly took the four of them home. Zeus was very fast, and it didn't take long to return to Magnolia. When they came to the gate of the guild, Lagerthus and Fried jumped down and pushed open the gate of the guild in embarrassment. In the guild, Carlos the horse smiled, and when he saw Lagerthus walking in, the smile on his face froze immediately. Looking at the figure of Lagerthus, Ma Karloff stood up straight, and asked Lagerthus curiously, "Lagerthus, did you pass the test?" Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. He knew the strength of Lagerthus best, and it was impossible for him to pass the examination under Luo Zhen's hands. Lagerthus shook his head, pointed to Luo Zhen who walked in from the door, and said, "This guy passed." Seeing that there was no sign of resignation on Lagerthus's face, Carlos the horse nodded in satisfaction. Being able to accept failure is also a good thing. The eyes of everyone in the guild fell on Luo Zhen, and following Carlo the horseman strode up to Luo Zhen. Loudly announced, "Starting today, Luo Zhen Dikasus has become another S-rank mage in our fairy tale." "Oh! Congratulations, Luo Zhen. I knew that Luo Zhen must have passed the examination. Great Luo Zhen." As the horse Carlo's voice fell, everyone in the guild cheered. The shouts of the crowd resounded through the sky. Seeing Carlo the groom standing in front of him and the lazy guildarts on the bar not far away, Luo Zhen also had a smile on his face. "Luo Zhen, congratulations." Standing in front of Luo Zhen, Ma Carlos had a smile on his face, and said with a smile on his loving face, "President, I will carry the title of fairy tale on my back, and I will not disappoint this coat of arms." Raising his arm, pointing to the emblem of fairy tale on the inside of his forearm, Luo Zhen said with a serious expression, "Fairy tale's name and whatnot, go to him. Look for your respective paths and move forward, this is fairy tale. Come on. Let's become S-rank mages for Luo Zhen, come to the banquet." Ma Karloff cheered and shouted to everyone in the guild. "Oh! The banquet is on. Come on Luo Zhen, let's play together." Being pulled into the crowd, Luo Zhen had a rare indulgence. At night, Luo Zhen shook his dizzy head. Erza helped Luo Zhen walk towards home. Seeing that Luo Zhen's face was a little ugly, Erza couldn't help but complain to Luo Zhen, "Really, you are obviously not yet an adult, how can you drink? Our Erza is really becoming more and more like a good wife." Erza's complaining words echoed in his ears, and the corners of Luo Zhen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. After Luo Zhen's voice fell, Erza suddenly fell silent. With his head down, he supported Luo Zhen and walked towards home. Where Luo Zhen couldn't see, Erza's face was flushed, and his eyes were full of confusion. Back home, Erza ran out after sending Luo Zhen back to the room. Seeing the back of Erza disappearing in the blink of an eye, Luo Zhen couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling. Spring goes and autumn comes, and 2 years are fleeting. In the second year after Luo Zhen became an S-level mage, Laxus passed the S-level mage assessment and became an S-level mage. During the 2 years, Luo Zhen also met many characters that appeared in the original novel. Although most of them are supporting roles, the template of Whitebeard has been increased to 50%, and the ability of shaking fruit has been obtained. On this day, Luo Zhen was lying on Zeus' body, floating gently in the air. Soon, the silhouette of Magnolia appeared in front of her. "Master, we will be at the guild soon." With the breeze caressing his face, Zeus spoke softly to Luo Zhen on his back. Luo Zhen put his hands behind his head, the gentle sunlight shone on Luo Zhen's body, he lazily opened his eyes, and closed them again because of some dazzling eyes. Standing at the door of the guild, even if the door is not opened, the noisy voice has already reached the ears. "Really, I haven't been back for so long, why is it still like this?" Reluctantly pushing open the door, there was another noisy scene in the guild. "Yo, hello everyone." Luo Zhen, who pushed open the door, smiled and waved to everyone who stopped. The sound of the door being pushed open caught the attention of everyone in the guild. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure, everyone immediately cheered. "Luo Zhen! You're back! Welcome home! Luo Zhen! And Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon, welcome home!" Seeing Luo Zhen's taller figure, everyone rushed forward and gathered around Luo Zhen. Asking Luo Zhen how this mission is going. "Stop!" Seeing that everyone was surrounding him, Luo Zhen quickly stretched out his hand to stop everyone from asking. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he smiled at everyone and said, "Is the president in the guild? I'll report the details of the commission to the president first, and then I'll catch up with everyone." The president was summoned by the Senate again, it seems that it is because of Luo Zhen. Hearing that Luo Zhen wanted to find the president, Gray, who was standing aside, said with a snicker. "Huh? My business." Luo Zhen scratched his head, but didn't realize what happened to him. "It's not that you went too far in the commissioning process and smashed a mountain to pieces." Seeing the puzzled look on Luo Zhen's face, Gray immediately shouted at Luo Zhen. Spreading his hands helplessly, Luo Zhen said, "But that monster is too big, I couldn't control the strength, and even the mountain and the monster were shattered together." As expected of Luo Zhen, destroying a mountain is as easy as kicking over a small mound. "Too strong, Luo Zhen. I've decided, I'm going to target Luo Zhen." "Forget it, thank God if you can be half as strong as Luo Zhen." Chapter 20. Luo Zhen found a seat at the bar and sat down, and the members of the guild gathered around Luo Zhen, listening to some things that Luo Zhen encountered in the commission. Looking at the curious eyes of everyone, Luo Zhen did not hesitate to tell his own story, and shared with them some interesting things he encountered in the commission. "I don't know how long it has passed," Carlos the horse returned to the guild. Seeing the guild members gathered around the bar one after another, he was a little puzzled. How could his whole Carlo not know about these people in his own guild? They have to quarrel in the guild every day, and the only one who can calm them down is Erza. Curiously, he squeezed into the crowd, and immediately saw Luo Zhen sitting on the bar counter and telling stories vividly. As soon as he saw Luo Zhen, Mrs. Carlo became angry. Squeezing into the crowd and jumping onto the bar, Mrs. Carlos yelled at Luo Zhen and asked, "You brat! Why did you make such a big commotion during the entrustment again?" Raising his head to glance at the groom Carlo, Luo Zhen stood up with a smile and put down the wine bottle in his hand. Putting his hands under the horse's ribs, he picked him up. "Ah! It's the president, long time no see, I miss you so much." Being hugged by Luo Zhen with his hands under his ribs and held up over his head, the stable Carlo was instantly annoyed. Shouting at Luo Zhen, "You brat! Show me some respect, I'm the president." As he said that, he was about to reach out and beat Luo Zhen's head, but he couldn't touch Luo Zhen because of his short hands. His face flushed red with anger. Luo Zhen had had enough of seeing the flailing Mr. Carlo. He put it on the bar and asked Mr. Carlo, "President, I haven't seen you for so long, why are you yelling as soon as we meet? It was agreed to be a family in our guild, who would yell at the long-lost family when they meet?" Obviously it was Luo Zhen's own fault, but a burst of words came out, leaving Mrs. Carlos speechless. "That's right, President, why are you like this? President, you are wrong. It can't be like this in the future." The words of the surrounding guild members kept getting into the ears of Carlo the horse, making Carlo the horse flushed. Not because of shyness, but because of anger. "You bastards, don't think that you have nothing to do. These are all complaints from the council, all because of you." Ma Carlos was furious, and he took out a thick stack of papers from his arms, and yelled at everyone. "Go away! It's gone, let's do a commission." Seeing that Mrs. Carlo was angry, and that he and others were about to get angry, everyone turned their heads and left. Talked and laughed with the companions around me and left. Call. Letting out a foul breath, Carlos the horse grabbed a wine bottle on the table and took a sip. "Really, let me, the parent, worry less." Looking at the backs of the crowd, although Carlos Ma was complaining, the smile on his face obviously betrayed him. "Go to his council." Looking at the complaint in his hand, Ma Karloff smiled disdainfully, and the paper in his hand suddenly burned. Luo Zhen rested his chin on his right hand, and couldn't help laughing as he watched the horseman Carlos operate. "President, this is the receipt for this entrustment, and I leave it to you." Immediately, Luo Zhen handed over the receipt of his entrustment this time to Mrs. Carlo, stretched and was about to leave. "Where are you going?" Seeing that Luo Zhen was about to leave again, the groom immediately shouted at Luo Zhen's back. "I haven't been back for so long, go home and have a look." Luo Zhen didn't look back, stretched out his arms and waved at the horseman behind him. Zeus and Prometheus floated on both sides of Luo Zhen's head, and their backs could not be seen for a while. Looking at the entrusted receipt in his hand, Ma Karloff smiled and put it away. Because Erza also went out to make a commission and has not returned yet. Luo Zhen couldn't find anything to eat at home, so he simply went back to the guild. Although night fell, the guild at this time was still very lively. Luo Zhen found a seat and sat down, looking at Kana who was holding a barrel and drinking. "Luo Zhen, has no one told you that it's impolite to keep staring at girls?" Being stared at by Luo Zhen like this, Kana suddenly felt uncomfortable, and turned her head to Luo Zhen in displeasure and said, "Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I saw you drinking, and suddenly I fell in love with it." Luo Zhen scratched his head and laughed, took a bottle of wine from the bar and returned to the chair. Holding the wine bottle and waving at Kana, Kana pouted and raised the barrel at Luo Zhen. "Cool." After taking a sip of wine, Luo Zhen exhaled heavily and couldn't help shouting. After eating a full meal in the guild, Luo Zhen walked home slowly in flip-flops. It is worth mentioning that after Luo Zhen became an S-class wizard, he could accept more commissions, and the amount also increased a lot. "Soon I had a house of my own in Magnolia. The area of the house is quite large, and it is not far from the guild, which made Luo Zhen and Erza quite satisfied. Tonight Luo Zhen lay in bed very early and fell asleep. At home, Luo Zhen specially prepared a room for Prometheus and Zeus Napoleon. Although they don't need to sleep, Luo Zhen never treats them like slaves. On this day, Luo Zhen sat drinking in the guild as usual. Suddenly the door of the guild was kicked open. A pink-haired boy rushed into the guild yelling, "Master, I'm back! And me!" Along with his voice, everyone in the guild joked, "Natsu and Happy are back. Welcome home. Natsu. Told you many times, don't kick the door." Looking at the dilapidated gate, Ma Karloff yelled at the pink-haired boy who walked in. I know, old man." Natsu grinned and didn't listen to Mr. Carlo's words at all. "Hey, who are you? Newcomer." At this time, Natsu suddenly saw Luo Zhen, who was sitting in front of him yawning, and curiously approached Luo Zhen and asked. The people around were about to speak, but Luo Zhen raised his hand to stop them. Luo Zhen showed a harmless smile and said with a smile, "Are you Natsu? I've heard of your name a long time ago." Hearing his name from Luo Zhen's mouth, Natsu burst out laughing proudly. "Ha ha ha! Has the reputation of my uncle spread?" Looking at the proud and complacent Natsu, the surrounding members all looked at Natsu with the eyes of a fool. Chapter 21. Ha ha ha, has my reputation spread everywhere? Not noticing the eyes of the guild members at all, Natsu looked up to the sky and laughed triumphantly. Luo Zhen smiled, and was about to shake the fool in front of him again. Suddenly, there was a sound of heavy footsteps at the door. Everyone followed the footsteps and saw a figure in armor walking in slowly at the door. Carrying a huge package, Erza dropped the package on the ground with a bang. "What are you all making noise about?" Throwing the package on the ground, Erza glanced at everyone one by one with sharp eyes. Suddenly his eyes fell on a familiar figure, and he didn't bother to reprimand the people around him. Quickly trotted to the front of this figure. Seeing that familiar face, Erza's eye sockets turned rosy. "When did you come back?" Looking at Erza, who has grown up a lot in front of him, Luo Zhen grinned and said, "Just a few days after I came back, I heard from the president that you were going to do a commission, and there was no one at home, so I sat in the guild for a while when I had nothing to do." "Sit. Then let's go home." With red eyes, Erza reached out and put his hand on the back of Luo Zhen's. "Wait, you two know each other?" Natsu on the side suddenly made a sound, interrupting the reminiscence between the two. In Erza's dangerous eyes, he pointed to Luo Zhen and said, "Isn't this guy a newcomer who just joined the guild? How did you know each other?" Seeing the somewhat intimate behavior of the two, Natsu was completely puzzled. "You are stupid, Luo Zhen is an S-rank mage of our guild." Erza rolled his eyes, glared at Natsu, pulled Luo Zhen and was about to leave. "Luo Zhen? Are you the powerful brat that uncle said?" Hearing Luo Zhen's name, Natsu's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly blocked their way, and looked at them excitedly. "Come and fight me, Luo Zhen. I will defeat you and become the strongest." Natsu's eyes burst out with fighting intent, and he stared at Luo Zhen excitedly and shouted. Erza walked up to Luo Zhen, glared at Natsu and said, "Don't be kidding, Natsu, how could you be Luo Zhen's opponent? How is it impossible? I will definitely become the strongest in the guild." Natsu yelled, excitedly about to fight Luo Zhen. Looking at the excited Natsu, the corners of Luo Zhen's mouth curled up slightly. He took Erza's arm and pulled him aside. "Erza, a man's serious duel can't be disappointing." Seeing Luo Zhen's slightly playful expression, Erza could not help but walk aside while holding his forehead. "Come on, Natsu, let me see you." Standing where he was, Luo Zhen hooked his fingers at Natsu. "Coming!" Natsu shouted loudly, and rushed straight to Luo Zhen. Boom! With a loud noise, Natsu's body instantly fell to the ground straight. There was a big lump on his head, and he was knocked out by Luo Zhen's punch. Natsu! Behind Natsu, Happy with folded arms was still watching the show. Seeing Natsu being knocked down in an instant, he made a surprised sound. "Fly to Natsu's side and turn Natsu over." Seeing this, Natsu was punched and rolled his eyes, and the whole person lost consciousness directly. "It's too strong." A little scared, he raised his head to look at Luo Zhen, and then looked at Natsu on the ground with worried eyes. "It's okay, I just fainted, I didn't use all my strength." Looking at the worried Happy, Luo Zhen knelt down and rubbed Blue's kitten's head. "What? Luo Zhen hasn't used his full strength yet." Happy was very surprised. He didn't expect that the strength gap between Luo Zhen and Natsu was so big. Luo Zhen showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at the shocked Happy and said with a smile, "Yes, it probably took less than 1/10 of the strength. You are a monster." The small body took 2 steps back, and the originally awe-inspiring eyes instantly turned into horror. "Take good care of Natsu, I'll go back first. Bye, little Happy." Pulling Erza's white and tender palm, Luo Zhen waved to Happy, who was still pushing Natsu's body. It wasn't until Luo Zhen's figure left the guild that everyone returned to Natsu's side. It's a pain in the now. I didn't expect that Luo Zhen would have such a naughty time. But Luo Zhen has become stronger again, didn't he only use 1/10 of the strength just now? I feel like that punch could blow my head apart. The members of the guild surrounded him, but no one cared about Natsu, who fell to the ground. Since Luo Zhen said that he just passed out, it means there must be nothing wrong. Walking on the road, Luo Zhen looked at Erza carrying such a huge package, and couldn't help but have black lines all over his head. Erza, what the hell is in your package? Originally Luo Zhen wanted to help, but was rejected by Erza. Luo Zhen helplessly looked at the package that was bigger than a person and asked. Just some clothes and weapons. Erza puffed up his chest, looked at the huge package behind him and said with a smile. Hey, you're here for a commission, not a trip. With black lines all over Luo Zhen's face, he couldn't help complaining to Erza. But it's full of necessities. Erza turned his head away, completely unaware that there was anything wrong with him. Seeing the innocent expression on Erza's face, Luo Zhen helplessly spread his hands and said, okay, just be happy. Back home, Luo Zhen stretched lazily. Master, you are back. As soon as Luo Zhen returned home, Zeus and Prometheus flew over. Well, let's go play. Waving at them, Luo Zhen took down Erza's huge package. Did you have meal? After returning home, Erza changed the armor on his body and wore a white dress on his body. Without sitting down to rest for a while, Erza walked into the kitchen and got busy. Looking at Erza's busy back, Luo Zhen felt like a family of two. Time to eat. Soon, Erza finished the meal, stood in front of the dining table and shouted to Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen trotted to the kitchen, washed his hands and went to the dining room. It's so fragrant, just smelling it will make you full. Luo Zhen grinned and said with a thumbs up to Erza. Gazing at Luo Zhen, Erza said softly, hurry up and eat. Chapter 22. After eating and drinking enough, Luo Zhen sat lazily on the sofa, and Zeus squeezed beside Luo Zhen, allowing Luo Zhen to lean on him comfortably. Erza cleaned the dishes and came to the living room wiping his hands. Looking at Luo Zhen, who was slumped on the sofa, Erza couldn't help saying to Luo Zhen, you can't lie down just after eating. Get up and go for a walk. Looking at Erza, who already looked like a disciplinary committee member in the original book, Luo Zhen waved his hand and said, I don't want to move anymore. Erza put his hands on his hips and stared straight at Luo Zhen. All right. Being stared at by Erza without saying a word, Luo Zhen was finally defeated and got up helplessly to follow behind Luo Zhen. As the sun set, Erza and Luo Zhen walked side by side on the street. The orange sunset sprinkled on the two of them, stretching their shadows extremely long and narrow. Luo Zhen, when are you going to leave this time? Walking on the road, Erza put his hands behind his back and looked down at the ground. Luo Zhen's arm was hanging on Erza's shoulder, and he replied with a smile, this time, it should not be so fast. The president said he had something to do with me, but he forgot to ask him what's the matter. With a blush on his face, Erza raised his head and gave Luo Zhen a white look. The president should have something important to ask you, don't you need to ask? Forget it, the old man would have come to me long ago if he had something important to do. Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, shrugged and said. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza also nodded. Makes sense. As the sun went down, the two went home after a long walk in Magnolia. Because Erza just came back today, he went back to his room early to sleep. The next day, Luo really slept comfortably. After waking up, Luo Zhen stretched and let out a strange moan. Ah! Walk out of the room, Erza is not at home. After washing up, Luo Zhen also walked towards the guild. As soon as he entered the guild, Luo Zhen immediately heard the noisy voices of Gray and Natsu. Yo, are you two in such good spirits? Luo Zhen grinned and greeted the two with their heads on their heads. Ah, it's Luo Zhen, good morning. Hearing the voice, Gray looked over and said with a smile on his face. Why did you undress to say hello? Luo Zhen's complexion turned dark, and he complained as he looked at Gray, who was stripped down to only his underwear. Ah! When? Ha, you perverted underwear man. Stop rambling, fire-breathing BD. What did you say? You naked man. Who are you calling a naked man, BD? The two quarreled again without saying a word. Luo Zhen found a seat and sat down, watching the two fight each other with one punch and one kick. Luo Zhen, come here for a moment. At this moment, the groom Carlo, who was already a little drunk sitting on the bar, yelled at Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen raised his head, looked at Mr. Carlo the horse, stood up and walked towards the bar. President, what's wrong? Carelessly, he sat down next to the horse Carlo, and took a bottle of wine from the bar. Don't always drink wine from the guild, BD. Well, President, don't be so stingy. Luo Zhen took a sip of his wine with a smile, and put an arm around Carlo's shoulder. What do you think of this year's S-Class Mage assessment? The two sat side by side, watching Gray and Natsu fight not far away, and Carlo suddenly asked Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen turned his head in surprise, and asked Carlos the horse, what? It's time for this year's assessment again. With black lines all over his face, Ma Carlos yelled at Luo Zhen, have you ever paid attention to the things in the guild? Everyone's eyes were attracted by the movement of Carlos the horse and Luo Zhen. Ma Karloff waved his hand, then asked Luo Zhen with a serious expression, you will be the examiner for this year's assessment. Me? President, are you kidding me? Luo Zhen was surprised and pointed at himself with his finger. Now you are the only S-Mage in the guild who is still in Magnolia. If you don't serve as the examiner, I will go. Ma Carlos stared, stood up, and stood on the bar, barely touching Luo Zhen's shoulder. Patting Luo Zhen on the shoulder, he said in a deep tone, young people, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. President, are you not afraid that I will release water to Erza? Luo Zhen didn't refuse either, and it happened that he didn't plan to go out to make commissions during this time, so he said to Mrs. Ma Carlo with a meaningful smile. You're not that kind of person, and Erza won't accept it. Ma Karloff didn't care about this matter at all, and said with a smile on his face. Okay, I accept. Seeing that he seemed to have been manipulated by the horseman Carlos, Luo Zhen shrugged helplessly. Because the assessment day for the S-level mages is approaching, most of the members of the guild have returned. All members gather in the guild except Gildarts and Lagerthats and Thor's congregation. Soon, the day of the S-class mages assessment will arrive. Luo Zhen sat beside the horseman Carlo, looking at the people in the guild with a smile. This year's S-rank mage assessment has officially started. Following Carlos Ma's announcement, everyone turned their attention to the three standing in front. Erza, Myra Jane, and Kana. Last year's S-level assessment was the three of them. I didn't expect it to be them again this year. I hope someone can pass this year, and Fairy Tail can add another S-class mage. Erza, come on. Kana, beat them up, come on. Sister Myra, you are the best, come on. Everyone in the field cheered and cheered for the three of them. Luo Zhen, I'll leave it to you. Ma Karloff set his eyes on the smiling Luo Zhen. Nodding his head, Luo Zhen put away his lazy look, straightened up, and looked at the three of them with a smile on his face. Hello, I'm the examiner for this S-class mage assessment. Luo Zhen grinned, with a smile in his eyes. Sure enough, the examiner is Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen won't put water on Erza, will he? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you doubting the personality of Luo Zhen and Erza? You take these three maps? Luo Zhen waved his right hand, and three maps appeared in front of the three of them. After the three got their respective maps, Luo Zhen said with a grin. Then now I will announce the content of this assessment. Chapter 23. You all have a map in your hand, and each has a destination on it. Your assessment is to go to the destination, get back the things I put there, and come to me at the location on the opposite side of the map. By the way, if you can meet each other on the road, you can snatch each other's items. If the items are lost, then it will be regarded as a failure of the assessment. See you next year. Luo Zhen stood up and said to the three girls standing in front of him. The three of them looked at the map in their hands, and their destinations were not very far from Magnolia. Then, the assessment begins now. Because the content of this assessment was determined by Luo Zhen did not ask them to find their own partners, but let them complete it alone. As Luo Zhen announced the start of the assessment, the three of them looked at each other, and Myra Jane rushed out of the guild first. Yuki Jueshin disappeared from everyone's sight. Erza and Kana looked at each other warily as Myra Jane disappeared. Soon, he chased Marajana's back and rushed out of the guild. Sitting on the chair, Luo Zhen yawned and continued to lean back lazily. Looking at the lazy Luo Zhen, the horseman's head was suddenly covered with black lines. "Hey, brat, don't you plan to set off to see your destination? They came back so soon." Luo Zhen waved his hand, not paying attention to this assessment at all. "You didn't arrange Zeus and the others at their destination, did you?" Suddenly thought of something, Ma Karloff asked Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen grinned and said, "Otherwise, wouldn't their assessment be too easy? Although Zeus and the others are good in strength, there is still a gap compared to their strength. As long as they can get the items that Zeus and the others protect, Zeus and the others will stop attacking." Carlos Ma nodded and didn't ask too much. Last year's S-Class Mage assessment was conducted by Lagerses, but none of them passed the assessment. In the words of Lagerses, what qualifications do these wastes have to become S-Class Mages? But Ma Karloff knew that the strength of Erza and Myra Jane was completely enough. After a while, the members of the guild sat down and discussed who would win this assessment. At this time, Luo Zhen suddenly stood up and stretched. Finally someone arrived. Luo Zhen muttered to himself, then walked out of the guild with his hands in his pockets. Looking at Luo Zhen's back, everyone suddenly became excited. Is it finally about to start? The final assessment? I'm looking forward to it. Damn it! Why don't we go and see? At this time, Natsu suddenly proposed to Gray, who was beside him. A little hesitation flashed in Gray's eyes. He looked at the drowsy groom Carlo on the bar, couldn't bear the anticipation in his heart, nodded heavily and said, "Okay. Let's go." The three of Natsu, Gray and Happy looked at the groom Carlo quietly, and then slipped out of the guild. Follow behind the slow Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen walked slowly towards Magnolia's cathedral. It seemed that they had noticed the Grey three behind them. Stopping suddenly, Luo Zhen turned his head with a smile on his face. "You three, what do you want to do by secretly following?" Knowing that they were discovered, Gray and the others simply stopped hiding and jumped out of the alley. "Luo Zhen, we want to see Erza fight. Take me there, take me there." Looking at the sincere eyes of the three of them, Luo Zhen refused without hesitation, "No. Damn it! Luo Zhen, I must go and see it." After being rejected, Natsu shouted loudly, his legs suddenly condensed into flames, and wanted to rush straight past Luo Zhen. Boom! The moment Natsu's figure rushed past Luo Zhen. With a loud noise, Natsu's body suddenly fell to the ground straight. His body was twitching slightly, and a big lump bulged on his head. Another instant kill! Happy exclaimed, flapping its wings and coming to Natsu's side, pushing Natsu's body. "Gray, do you want to come too?" With a smile on his face, Luo Zhen looked at Gray and asked with a smile. "I do not want." Without the slightest hesitation, Gray shook his head decisively. Nodding in satisfaction, Luo Zhen pointed to Natsu, who had passed out beside him, and said, "Then you take this idiot back." "No problem, leave it to me." Gray patted his chest, came to Luo Zhen's side and helped Natsu to leave. After seeing the three of them off, Luo Zhen turned his head and continued walking towards Magnolia's cathedral. It didn't take long to come to the door of the church. The surroundings of the church were extremely quiet, and Luo Zhen sat alone on the steps of the church, waiting for their arrival. "Owner!" At this time, the figure of Zeus floated gently behind Luo Zhen, and shouted to Luo Zhen in a low voice. Luo Zhen replied in a flat voice without raising his head. "Sorry master, I didn't stop Myra Jane from taking things." Zeus's voice was a little sluggish, and he felt ashamed of Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen smiled, turned around and pulled Zeus's body to his side, propping up his arms. He smiled and said, "Then did you lose to her?" Zeus shook his head decisively. Although he failed to hold the thing, Myra Jane couldn't defeat Zeus either. "That's fine, I plan to give things to the three of them." Luo Zhen smiled indifferently, and leaned lazily on Zeus's body. Not long after, Napoleon also appeared. Seeing Napoleon's figure, Luo Zhen was not surprised at all. Although Prometheus was a bit late, he appeared not long after Napoleon appeared. Now I am here waiting for the arrival of the three of them. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the distance. Luo Zhen's domineering aura was activated, and he sensed that there were already two people fighting over there. The show begins. Luo Zhen grinned, sat on Zeus's body and said, "Come on, let's go to the theater." Zeus rushed to the sky and galloped in the direction Luo Zhen pointed. On the ground, Erza was dressed in silver and white armor and held two swords. The person opposite is Myra Jane. At this moment, Myra Jane was covered with demonic energy, floating in midair with a pair of bat-like wings waving. "Erza, hand over your things." Myra Jane squinted and yelled at Erza. "Come and get it if you have the ability." With a sneer, Erza completely ignored Myra Jane, raised the long sword in his right hand high, and pointed the sword point at Myra Jane. Chapter 24. Sitting cross-legged on top of Zeus, Luo Zhen took out a bunch of snacks out of nowhere, and watched Erza and Myra Jane fighting below happily. Seeing this scene, Prometheus and Napoleon, who were floating behind, were immediately covered in black lines, unable to understand Luo Zhen's behavior. The battle below also became intense, and Myra Jane, who was originally at odds with Erza, exerted her full strength. The dark magic ball continuously bombarded Erza, making the ground pitted. Suddenly, Luo Zhen came to his senses and asked Prometheus and the others behind him, "I can't be blamed for the destruction where they fought, right?" Looking at Napoleon, Prometheus wanted to shake his head. Seeing their faces covered in black lines, Luo Zhen turned his head helplessly, and then looked at the battle below. Suddenly, the corners of Luo Zhen's mouth curled up slightly, watching Erza not far from the two fighting. "Hey, found a little mouse." I saw Kana poking his head out of the alley with a small head, looking helplessly at Erza and Myra Jane who were fighting ahead. "Really, why did I meet such a monster-like opponent?" Kana was helpless and sat on the ground against the wall. Tianlun dazzling sword. The sword rain surrounded Erza's back, and as the countless sword rain swept away, Myra Jane in the sky flapped its wings and kept dodging attacks. "Is this the only level? It's hard for you to hit me like this." Erza. Myra Jane in the sky took it easy, while still irritating Erza with constant trash talking. Snort. With a cold snort, Erza held two swords in front of him. Tianlun, the three swords. The twin swords in his hands attacked at high speed, and a triangular slash went straight to Myra Jane. Change to Kuruba armor. Just as Myra Jane was dodging, a magic circle flashed under Erza's feet. Directly envelop Erza's body in it. As Tianlun's armor dissipated, a touch of Black's armor appeared on Erza's body. With a shake of the wings behind him, Erza soared into the sky, and with a long sword in his hand, he went straight to Mirajana's face. "You underestimate me too much." Erza appeared in front of Myra Jane in an instant, with a long sword directly attacking the door. A sneer flashed across Mirajana's face. Black's magical power is condensed in the palm of his right hand. The moment Erza's long sword was about to hit, the movement stopped instantly. I saw Myra Jane raised her right hand and stopped in front of Erza. And Erza held his long sword on Mirajana's neck. At this moment, neither of them dared to act rashly. In the alley far away, Kana gritted her teeth and watched Erza and Myra Jane fighting in the sky. Finally he sighed deeply. "Go out of the alley and rush straight to the direction of the church." Both Erza and Myra Jane in the sky noticed Kana's figure, and after looking at each other, they backed away in unison. "Let go of you stupid woman for once." Myra Jane snorted coldly, and then the wings behind her trembled, and she swooped down directly towards Kana who was running on the ground. I didn't say it was over. Watching Mirajana's swooping figure, Erza naturally knew what she wanted to do, leaving no chance. He rushed straight down, chasing Mirajana's back. Erza soon caught up to Myra Jane and the two fought again. Luo Zhen, who was watching the play above, couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he saw Kana rushing towards the church. "Well." Sighing, Luo Zhen had no choice but to pat Zeus's body and let Zeus fly in the direction of the church. Back at the door of the church, Luo Zhen sat on the stairs, waiting for Kana's arrival. Not long after, Kana's figure appeared in Luo Zhen's sight. Kana also saw Luo Zhen from afar. Kana, why are you here? Luo Zhen put one hand on Zeus's body, frowning and asked Kana. I am not their opponent. There was a wry smile on Kana's face. Watching the thrilling battle just now, Kana's heart felt trembling for a while. How can I be the opponent of those two monsters? It will definitely be killed in seconds. A look of disappointment flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes. He looked at Kana calmly and said, you know, Kana. Only one person can win the assessment of an S-level mage. Since you don't want to fight them, and you still appear in front of me, then you can only fight me. As he spoke, Luo Zhen hooked his fingers at Kana, letting Kana make the first move. The expression on Kana's face froze. He gritted his teeth, took out a small kit from his pocket and threw it on the ground. With a bitter smile on his face, he said, Luo Zhen, I abstain. The kit was exactly what Luo Zhen asked Prometheus to guard. Luo Zhen nodded and waved to Prometheus, asking him to bring the items. Prometheus was floating in the air, and when he came to Kana, his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Prometheus felt more aggrieved. How could she let her take things away in her own hands? Taking the things back to the side at home, Luo Zhen opened the kit. Inside was a small note with nothing on it. Throwing the note on Prometheus, the note instantly turned into ashes. Then Kana, you have failed the assessment, you can go back to the guild. With an incomparably calm expression, Luo Zhen said while looking at Kana who was in a daze. After a long silence, Kana squeezed out a smile, bowed slightly to Luo Zhen, and then ran away from here. Shaking his head, Luo Zhen didn't expect Kana to be so afraid of Erza and Myra Jane. Since he was able to participate in the S-level mage assessment, then Kana's strength must not be weak. But things have happened, and there is no regret medicine to take. Luo Zhen continued to observe the fight between Erza and Myra Jane amidst his knowledge and arrogance. Just a short while after he left, the battle between the two had already become anxious. Both of them suffered some injuries, but their momentum was even more high-spirited. Wearing Kuruba armor, Erza soared in the sky with wings flapping, holding a long sword and colliding with Myra Jane again and again. Myra Jane received the soul of Satan and was not afraid of Erza's attack. Chapter 25. Seeing the desperate fighting style of the two, Luo Zhen couldn't help frowning slightly. Patting Zeus beside him, Luo Zhen said, Zeus, go and stop them, bring them here. Hearing Luo Zhen's order, Zeus soared into the sky and rushed straight to the place where Erza and others were fighting. Soon, due to Zeus's intervention, the two stopped fighting after talking a few trash words to each other. The two waved their wings at the same time, galloping towards the church. Boom! Erza's body fell heavily to the ground, stood up and looked at Luo Zhen who was sitting on the stairs and asked, why stop us? Myra Jane followed closely behind, staring straight at Luo Zhen, and said with a sneer, aren't you going to put water on this dull woman? What are you talking about? You spiritual little sister! I will not accept such an assessment. I will defeat you head-on and become an S-class mage in a fair way. It's hard to say who beats who, you flat woman. The two were natural rivals like Gray and Natsu, and they began to confront each other without saying a word. Luo Zhen held his forehead helplessly, and shouted with black lines all over his head, stop it! A domineering arrogance suddenly erupted from Luo Zhen's body, pressing directly on the two of them. The domineering color that combines Whitebeard and Big Mom is so powerful that it is difficult for the two of them to move in an instant. Seeing the two of them stop, Luo Zhen regained his domineering look. Kneeling down on the ground out of breath, there was a dignified look in the eyes of the two of them. This breath is so strong. When your battle is over, you don't know how long it will last. So I decided to change the content of the assessment. Luo Zhen spread his hands, pointed to a large mountain not far away and said, follow me there. After saying that, Luo Zhen jumped on Zeus's back, and rushed towards the mountain. The two looked at each other and followed without giving in. Soon, Luo Zhen fell into the mountains, where there was a huge open space. After Feng Fan and Erza followed, Luo Zhen said to them with a smile on his face, this is the venue for the final assessment. Are you ready? Bring it on. It's already ready. Myra Jane and Erza agreed one after another, waiting nervously. That's fine. Then the final assessment is, if someone can still stand under my attack, that is an S-rank wizard. Let's say it first, people will die. If you want to quit, you can only do it now. Luo Zhen spoke terrifying words with that smiling smile. Who wants to quit? Come on! Come on, Luo Zhen! The two looked at each other. How could the two who were facing each other give up and quit in front of their opponents? That's fine, I'll only strike once, and those who can still stand up are S-rank wizards. If both of you can stand, I can apply to the president and let your colleagues be promoted. As he said, a white mask formed on Luo Zhen's fists. Change, Armor of Vajra. Seeing Luo Zhen's pose, although Erza had never seen it before, he put on the armor with the strongest defense in advance. And Xhen is still in the form of Satan, ready to meet the attack. Coming. Seeing that the two of them were fully prepared, Luo Zhen didn't hold back either. Cross your arms across your chest and squat down slightly. His fists slammed down towards the void around him. The next moment, a crackling sound rang in the ears of the two of them. Following the sound, I saw Luo Zhen's side. That fist seemed to completely shatter the void. As the space was shattered, a violent vibration also rushed in. The two held on, not to be engulfed by this turbulent force. Mountains collapsed and the ground crumbled. At this moment, as if the end of the world had arrived, this huge mountain immediately collapsed, and rubble continued to roll down from the mountain. The bodies of Erza and Xhen were also sent flying by this violent impact, and they hit the ground heavily. Because the place where the three of them stood was relatively open, the gravel did not fall near here. The ground is cracked, and there are long and narrow cracks everywhere. Erza and Xhen spat blood from their mouths and felt severe pain all over their bodies. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to stand up from the ground, but his limbs had no strength at all. This is because Luo Zhen didn't use all his strength, otherwise he would have killed both of them in one blow. After a long time, neither of them showed signs of standing up. Luo Zhen spread his hands helplessly, looked at the two people who were about to pass out, and said, "Since you have no strength to stand up, I have to announce that no one passed the assessment this time." Saying that, Luo Zhen was about to turn around. "Stop!" Suddenly, Erza's weak but firm voice came from behind. Turning around, I saw Erza and Xhen supporting each other, and stood up, gritted their teeth. We haven't lost yet." Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Erza gritted his teeth, and spat out a sentence from his mouth intermittently. Because of the original work of the diamond armor, Erza suffered less injuries. Xhen was about to faint, but her unyielding will made her stare at Luo Zhen with her eyes wide open. Seeing the two supporting each other to stand up, Luo Zhen was a little surprised. With a smile on his face, he watched his body shaking slightly, as if a gust of wind could blow them down. "Congratulations, you passed." Hearing the words in Luo Zhen's mouth, Xhen's tense nerves were immediately relaxed. When he rolled his eyes, he fainted. The same was true for Erza. After forcing out a smile, he fell straight behind him. "Really?" Just as their bodies were about to fall to the ground, Luo Zhen's figure appeared behind them. He lifted the two of them up by holding their backs. Zeus! With a loud shout, an after-image of white galloped in the air. "Go back to the guild. Put the two on the body of Zeus," Luo Zhen said with a chuckle. Zeus was also taken aback when he first saw the two people covered in wounds. But after hearing Luo Zhen's order, Zeus didn't dare to neglect, and quickly led the two of them towards Fairy Tale. Chapter 26. Follow the two back to Fairy Tale. Before arriving at the guild, I saw everyone gathered in the square at the entrance of the guild from a distance. Because of the violent vibration and explosion just now, all the residents of Magnolia ran outside. Includes all members of Fairy Tale. Under the gaze of many people, the big mountain to the south of Magnolia collapsed. Fortunately, there were no villages around, and it was far from Magnolia, so the common people were not affected. In midair, Luo Zhen jumped down and landed heavily on the door of Fairy Tale. Falling to the ground, without waiting for Mrs. Carlos to ask, Luo Zhen shouted at Mrs. Carlos, "President, Erza and Xhen are injured, find a doctor." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, the groom Carlo was startled and ran out quickly. Just when Zeus landed at the door, seeing the injuries of the second daughter on Zeus, Carlos took a deep breath. Such a serious injury. Both had been knocked unconscious. Myra Jane rolled her eyes and her head fell to the side. If it wasn't for breathing, Ma Karloff even thought that Myra Jane had been beaten to death. Wait, how come the wounds of the two of them seem to have been caused by the same attack? After checking it, luckily there was nothing serious. Karloff the horse heaved a sigh of relief. Then with a serious face, he turned around and asked Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen nodded with a bright smile on his face. Said, as expected of the president, you are really sharp-eyed. Both of them were beaten like this by me. Luo Zhen scratched his head and looked away. As Luo Zhen's voice fell, the entire guild fell silent. If eyes could speak, then there must be a voice in the guild at this moment. You are a devil. Erza and Myra Jane looked as if they were dying. If it weren't for the fact that Ma Karloff said that his life was not in danger, they would have already started to worry. President, don't worry, I know it well. Looking at the silent horseman Carlo, Luo Zhen couldn't help but smile awkwardly, and said with a bright smile. Forget it, send the two of them to the hospital first, and come back and tell me what's going on. Glaring at Luo Zhen, Ma Carlos still didn't pursue this matter with Luo Zhen now. Luo Zhen nodded, and waved Zeus to follow Mao's figure to the guild. Since Fairy Tale is located in the center of Magnolia, the hospital is not too far away. After sending the two daughters to the hospital, two members of the guild stayed behind to guard the hospital. When Luo Zhen returned to the guild, he immediately saw the serious-looking Carlo the horseman. Luo Zhen didn't hide anything either, and told Carlos Ma the whole story. Listening to what Luo Zhen said, Mrs. Carlo frowned deeply. So, the final result is that both of them are standing. After being silent for a long time, Carlos the horse let out a foul breath, raised his head and asked Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen nodded and said, I thought it was impossible for them to stand under that move. Even if they stood, there would only be one of them. I underestimated their will. I knew I would have worked harder. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, the groom immediately jumped up, slapped Luo Zhen's arm with his palm, and shouted loudly, Stinky boy, work harder, aren't you afraid of killing Erza and Myra Jane? So, I know what's in my heart. Luo Zhen shrugged, looking like he was in control. Forget it. Shaking his head, Ma Carlos felt helpless on his face. Since both of them have passed your assessment, let's do what you said, make an exception and let Erza and Myra Jane both become S-class wizards. Carlos Ma also knew that the three people participating in the assessment actually had the ability to become S-class wizards. The assessment is just a formality, adding a test to the participants. Kana, for example, failed the test. An S-level wizard must not only have corresponding strength, but also have a calm mind and rational judgment when necessary. 2 months later, Erza and Marajana's injuries have also recovered. Ma Carlos also did what Luo Zhen promised, making the two of them S-class wizards. Kana on the side was a little lost, but when he thought of Erza and Myra Jane being beaten like that by Luo Zhen's move, Kana was a little lucky. Can I really survive under that Luo Zhen's hands? Because they became S-class wizards at the same time, Erza and Myra Jane confronted each other as usual. However, the guild was much quieter. Because Gray and Natsu went out to make commissions. Sitting at the bar drinking as usual, Luo Zhen felt that without the two of them in the guild, it would be quite boring. After clapping his hands, Luo Zhen stretched. After resting for so long, it's time to move around. Under the gaze of everyone, Luo Zhen walked up to the second floor. I looked in front of the entrustment board on the second floor. Eventually a commission was chosen. Luo Zhen took off the entrustment form and came to Ma Carlos, and handed the entrustment form to Ma Carlos for registration. After glancing at the commission, Carlos Ma's expression suddenly became serious. This is a 10-year mission, are you serious? S-level commissions are divided into common missions, 10-year missions, and 100-year missions. You can hear it from the name. The difficulty of this commission is gradually increasing, and the 10-year mission is a commission that will take 10 years to complete. President, I am very confident in myself. Luo Zhen grinned, patted his arm with his palm and said with a smile. Hearing this, Carlos Ma didn't stop him. Luo Zhen's strength is obvious to all. Ever since he learned that Luo Zhen had awakened another magic that caused vibrations, Ma Karlov felt more at ease. With such strength, Luo Zhen is already a strong man at the front of the pyramid in this world. After registering the order form, Ma Carlos shouted at Luo Zhen's back, "When are you going to leave?" "Wait until Erza comes back, I still want to eat a meal made by Erza." Luo Zhen turned his head and said with a gentle smile on his face. Ma Karlov nodded and stopped asking. There is no mandatory requirement for when the 10-year task will be completed, and it would be best for Luo Zhen to leave after being fully prepared. Chapter 27. On this day, under the watchful eye of Erza, Luo Zhen boarded the train to the Northland Plain. Looking worriedly at the leaving train, the worry in Erza's eyes seemed to overflow. "Don't worry, Erza, Luo Zhen's strength is very strong, he will not have any accidents." By Erza's side, Grey Natsu and a reluctant Myra Jane were both seen off at the train station. Although Marajana's face was full of reluctance, there was still worry in her eyes. "That guy won't have an accident because of a commission, he is the man I must beat." Seeing Erza's worried look, Myra Jane raised her head and spoke. Erza turned his head to look at Myra Jane, who held his head up, with a smile on his face. "Let's go back." Erza turned around and left the train station with his companions until the shadow of the train was no longer visible. After the train traveled for nearly 2 days, Luo Zhen finally arrived near the destination. Stretching for a while, Luo Zhen felt as if his bones were about to split in the car. Fortunately, there was still Zeus who could act as a cushion for a while, otherwise the hard seat would have almost not been sent away by Luo Zhen. Sitting is tiring. After getting off the train, Luo Zhen went straight to the city hall of this town. Not long after, the people in the city hall heard that Fairy Tail had an S-rank mage coming, and someone came out to greet him. "Hello, I am the mayor of Girtosta." In the conference room, an old man with pale hair but a resolute face walked in. When he saw Luo Zhen for the first time, a suspicion flashed in the mayor's eyes. Can such a young person become an S-class mage? It's not that no one has come to this commission before, but most of the visitors are older people. "Here is my ID and here is the order." Seeing the suspicion in the mayor's eyes, Luo Zhen took out the certificate given to him by Mr. Carlos and the order this time from his bosom without hesitation. Seeing the proof, the mayor tentatively believed it. "This commission has already replaced 6 S-level mages, and you are the 7th. Sitting on the chair, the mayor said with a lonely expression after drinking his saliva. "Tell me the details of the entrustment." Luo Zhen frowned slightly, and asked the mayor seriously. The mayor nodded, and then told Luo Zhen about the details of the commission. After about half a quarter of an hour, Luo Zhen exhaled heavily. "I roughly understand the content of the commission. In a mountain range near Girtosta, there is a beast master. The Beast King has been invading the towns and villages near the mountains all the year round, and many people have died at the mouth of the Beast King. Several nearby villages and towns jointly issued a commission to the Kingdom of Fiori, which was to eliminate this Beast King. But after a long time, this Beast Master survived the pursuit of several S-level mages. And after a period of time, the strength became stronger, and even killed these S-level mages afterwards. Now this commission has been upgraded repeatedly, and it has become a 10-year task." After understanding the whole story, Luo Zhen nodded, pointed to the towering mountain not far away and asked, "The Beast Master is there, right?" The mayor nodded and replied to Luo Zhen, "That's right there." With hatred in their eyes, the people in this town seemed to be kept in captivity by that Beast King. It's not that they didn't think about leaving here, but they were all stopped by the Beast King. As if possessing wisdom, the Beast King raised humans in this town as food. Exhaling a foul breath, Luo Zhen nodded and said, "I see." Beckoning to Zeus who was not far away, Luo Zhen jumped onto Zeus's back. He waved his hand at the figure of the mayor, "I'll go and see what's going on first." As Luo Zhen sat on Zeus's body and soared into the sky, the mayor's eyes were full of hope. Arriving in the mountains, Luo Zhen's knowledgeable and domineering aura is activated. In an instant, the scenes of the mountains came into Luo Zhen's mind. Flying around the mountains for a long time, Luo Zhen's knowledgeable domineering didn't even perceive the figure of the Beast King. Logically speaking, the Beast Master should not be small in size. But in the mountains, Luo Zhen did detect many larger monsters, but they were all too weak. The figure of the Beast King did not appear from the beginning to the end. Luo Zhen couldn't help frowning. Could it be that the Beast King left? Shaking his head, Luo Zhen searched around the mountains twice more, but there was still no clue of the Beast Master. Because the Beast Master could not be found, Luo Zhen had no choice but to leave first. Back in town, Luo Zhen approached the mayor. In the hands of the mayor, he got the image of the Beast King. After telling that the Beast Master didn't seem to be in the mountains, the mayor's mood suddenly became very excited. Emotionally retorted to Luo Zhen, "Impossible, that beast will never leave." Luo Zhen narrowed his eyes, opened his mouth and asked the mayor, "What do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean he can't leave?" The mayor came to his senses, and after calming down, a smile appeared on his old face. Said to Luo Zhen, "It's not interesting, that beast kept us here, he can't leave easily." Seeing that the mayor seemed to be hiding something, Luo Zhen pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said to the mayor, "If you have concealed the entrusted information, I can immediately give up the entrustment, and I can go back now." Being stared at by Luo Zhen's Ou Huang, the mayor fell silent. Gritting his teeth, he replied in a low voice, "That beast appeared in that mountain range 9 years ago. When it appeared in the past, it ate a group of hunters who went hunting in the mountains, and then it ate people in the surrounding towns and villages. The animal appears regularly every time, it appears on August 1st every year." Under the mayor's notice, Luo Zhen frowned slightly. August 1st is only half a month away from now. After a moment of silence, Luo Zhen nodded and said, "I will stay in the town and wait for half a month. If you think of anything else, I hope you can tell me right away." Luo Zhen's meaningful eyes glanced at the mayor, and being stared at by Luo Zhen, the mayor forced a smile on his face, and said with an apologetic smile, "Of course." Chapter 28. After staying in the town for a while, after the people in the town knew Luo Zhen's identity, they treated Luo Zhen very well. Strolling on the streets of the town, watching the friendly eyes of everyone on the street, Luo Zhen also smiled at everyone. Tomorrow will be what the mayor calls the 1st of August. Luo Zhen's expression was slightly serious. With the coming of night, Luo Zhen was lying on the bed with his arms behind his head, looking at the ceiling with calm eyes. As time passed, Luo Zhen closed his eyes and fell asleep in a short while. The next day was what the mayor called August 1st. Today Luo Zhen got up early in the morning. Sitting on the body of Zeus, Luo Zhen went straight to the mountains. Zeus has been watching here in the mountains these days. But there was no movement of the Beast King at all. Not long after Luo Zhen arrived at the mountain range, Luo Zhen suddenly perceived the sudden appearance of a huge creature under the color of his knowledge. Luo Zhen's eyes were fixed, and he patted Zeus under him. Zeus understood and rushed in the direction Luo Zhen pointed. Just after Luo Zhen approached the mountain range, a roar that resounded through the sky echoed in the mountain range. The roar resounded through the sky, and the people in the town were frightened by the roar, and they all hid in their houses. In the city hall, the mayor looked hopefully at the mountain range not far away. In the distance, the huge monster appeared from the ground. The monster roaring up to the sky was full of fierceness, its huge head suddenly turned around, and its huge eyes as big as lanterns suddenly stared at Luo Zhen. Roar! With fierce eyes full of violence, he let out a deafening roar at Luo Zhen. Frowning, a cold light flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes, "Prometheus!" Luo Zhen opened his mouth to drink softly, and then Prometheus rushed straight away with his body wrapped in intense heat. Fireballs spewed out from Prometheus' mouth continuously, and spewed towards the huge monster. The moment the fireball hit the Beastmaster's body, a violent explosion occurred. After the smoke and dust cleared, the Beast King was intact, without any injuries. Frowning, Luo Zhen couldn't help being a little surprised. He knew the strength of Prometheus best, and such an attack actually left the Beastmaster unscathed. "Zeus, you go too." Patting Zeus under him, Luo Zhen jumped off him, falling straight from the air. It crashed to the ground with a bang. After receiving the order, Zeus also rose into the sky, and together with Prometheus, he attacked the Beast King. Countless thunder and fireballs bombarded the huge body of the Beastmaster. Roar! Bang! 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 The attacks of Zeus and Prometheus continuously caused explosions on the Beastmaster's body. Although it was not painful, it still made the Beastmaster extremely furious. Grabbed a towering tree at the side, and threw it straight to Zeus and the others in the air. Seeing that Zeus's attack had no effect, Luo Zhen was not going to sit still. His body flickered in the forest, and he approached the Beastmaster in a short while. The moment Luo Zhen's figure appeared, the Beast King also found Luo Zhen. He let out a deafening roar at Luo Zhen. The huge palm patted it straight. Looking at the huge palm slapped above his head, Luo Zhen stomped on the ground. The ground cracked, and spider webs of cracks spread. Luo Zhen's figure disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, Luo Zhen flashed to the front of the Beastmaster. Clenching his fist tightly, he punched the Beastmaster hard on the head. With Luo Zhen's punch, the Beast King's body crashed down. It fell straight to the ground. While the Beastmaster was knocked down with a punch, the power of the shaking fruit was attached to Luo Zhen's fist. Luo Zhen rushed forward, punching the Beastmaster one after another. The severe pain made the Beastmaster let out a deafening roar, and waved his huge palm to knock Luo Zhen into the air. Possessing knowledgeable domineering aura, Luo Zhen easily dodged the Beastmaster's random attacks. Soon, the Beastmaster lost his movement under Luo Zhen's attack. Every punch has the ability to shake the fruit, completely shattering the internal organs of the Beast King. Looking at the Beastmaster who fell to the ground and lost his movement, Luo Zhen couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the strength of this Beastmaster shouldn't make it difficult for S-level mages. Just when Luo Zhen was wondering, the whole mountain range suddenly began to tremble. The nearby forest suddenly began to shake and tremble, and all the trees on the ground were collapsing. Taking a closer look, countless monsters appeared underground. Roar! The moment these monsters crawled out of the ground, they raised their heads and roared into the sky. Luo Zhen's complexion sank. So much! These monsters that emerged from the ground looked exactly like the Beast King that was killed. This Beast King is actually a social creature. Luo Zhen jumped up from the ground and landed on Zeus. Looking at the entire mountain range filled with figures of monsters, Luo Zhen couldn't help being speechless. With a sullen face, Luo Zhen said to Zeus under him, "Go back to Girtasta first." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Zeus turned his head and flew towards the town without hesitation. Not long after, Luo Zhen returned to the town and went straight to the city hall. Coming to the city hall, Luo Zhen found the mayor. He looked at the mayor with a sullen face. "Why hide it?" Seeing Luo Zhen's dark face, the mayor squeezed a smile on his face, pretending to be ignorant and said, "What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean." Luo Zhen sneered, and then said, "I don't know, then I'm leaving, you can handle the matter of the Beast King yourself." After speaking, Luo Zhen turned his head and was about to leave. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen about to walk out of the city hall, the mayor gritted his teeth and quickly shouted at Luo Zhen, "Wait! I tell you!" The mayor's face was ugly, and he seemed to have aged 10 years. Under the mayor's remark, Luo Zhen's face became more and more gloomy. It turns out that these monsters have appeared here in the mountains for these years. The leaders of these monsters, that is, the real Beast Kings, are wise. The Beastmaster had no idea about these common people, when the Beastmaster planned to slaughter all the nearby villages and towns. The mayor and the Beastmaster have reached a cooperation. Beastmaster spared these common people. But the mayor tried to find a way to send a magician with powerful magic power to the Beastmaster every year. Those S-class mages who came to crusade against the Beast King before all died at the hands of the monster because of the persecution of the mayor. He didn't even see the face of the Beastmaster. It's just that the mayor didn't expect that Luo Zhen's strength was so strong that after killing the monster, he completely made the Beast King furious. The beast horde was approaching, and the mayor had a bitter smile on his face. Maybe they shouldn't have cooperated with that Beast King in the first place. Chapter 29. After listening to the mayor's words, Luo Zhen suddenly fell silent. There was an ugly smile on the mayor's face, and he sat slumped on the chair as if he had aged 10 years. Have all those beasts recovered? After learning what happened in the mountains, the mayor was silent for a long time, his face became extremely ugly, and he muttered to himself, "It's over, everything is over." He had seen these magical beasts forming a beast tide back then, in a nearby Mageister's guild. In order to resist that beast tide, everyone in the entire guild died in that beast tide. But after those mages were all sacrificed, the beast tide receded for some reason. Now the mayor can only place his hope on Luo Zhen in front of him. The roar that resounded through the sky can still be heard in the ears. Luo Zhen pondered for a long time, lowered his eyes and said to the mayor, "How many villages are there near the mountains?" Hearing Luo Zhen's words, the mayor quickly replied, "Because of the appearance of the Beast King, I have ordered people to relocate all the people from the nearby villages to the town. It happens every year." Luo Zhen nodded, then asked, "Is there any armed force in the town?" Hearing Luo Zhen's words, the mayor said with a wry smile, "We are just a small town, and there is no army stationed by the kingdom." Luo Zhen sighed, the deafening roar seemed to be getting closer. Luo Zhen was silent, walking towards the outside of the city hall without saying a word. On the wall of the small town, Luo Zhen stood there alone. Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon are floating beside each other in the air. Seeing the rushing beast tide, Zeus couldn't help but be speechless. "Master, do we really want to fight them?" Swallowing, Zeus asked Luo Zhen tremblingly. "You three, play freely." Luo Zhen glanced at Zeus, and then jumped directly from the top of the city wall. Coming outside the city wall, a circle of light appeared on Luo Zhen's fist. A heavy punch hit the ground, accompanied by the vibration of the ground. A bottomless crack suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him, and the crack continued to grow until the ground was completely split. The crack in front of him continued to extend, and within a moment it turned into a bottomless abyss. Standing on the edge of the crack, Luo Zhen turned his head and shouted to Zeus and the others on the city wall, "Your purpose is to stop these beasts, don't let them come from here. The beast tide is close at hand," and Zeus and the others on the city wall can already see the monsters at the forefront of the beast tide. After getting the order, Zeus and the others' eyes became firm. Looking at the smoke and dust rushing in the distance, countless monsters roared and charged towards the small town. Luo Zhen bent her legs slightly, and the ability to shake the fruit emerged on Luo Zhen's fist. A fierce punch hit the void beside him. The space shattered, and cracks continued to spread in the void beside Luo Zhen. In an instant, the group of galloping monsters in the distance suddenly stopped. Countless blood mist exploded, and the shrill screams echoed outside the town. With a leap, Luo Zhen stepped directly across the bottomless abyss in front of him. He rushed into the beast tide and waved his fists. Zeus and the others in the air didn't show any weakness either, they continuously sent down thunder and exploded in the beast horde. The sword light surged, and Napoleon was flying in the beast tide, and the sharp sword light smashed the approaching monsters one after another. Luo Zhen stepped lightly, jumping among the beast tide. "Go straight to the mountains where the beast tide is coming. To capture the thief, capture the king first, and hand over the town to Zeus and the others for protection." Luo Zhen went straight to the beast master. There are still countless monsters roaring in the mountains, constantly rushing towards the small town. Luo Zhen's complexion was slightly heavy, looking at the galloping herd. Running all the way, countless monsters have become the souls of Luo Zhen's subordinates. Suddenly, on the top of a mountain range in the distance, a huge beast is roaring upwards. There is a humanized light in the eyes of this monster. The moment Luo Zhen noticed him, the monster also noticed Luo Zhen for the first time. Seeing this huge monster, Luo Zhen's eyes froze. This should be the king of beasts. With a fierce step on the ground with both legs, the whole person soared into the sky. "Go straight to the beast master." Roar! The moment Luo Zhen was about to approach the beast master, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of Luo Zhen, blocking Luo Zhen's way forward. "Go away!" Luo Zhen let out an angry roar, and swung his fist heavily to hit the Warcraft's chest. With a bang, the monster's chest exploded directly. Blood gushed out, soaking Luo Zhen's whole body in blood. The bloody Luo Zhen ran wildly in the forest. Soon came to the mountain of the Beast King. The Beastmaster turned around and stared at Luo Zhen with a pair of eyes full of wisdom. You killed my descendants. Suddenly, the Beastmaster spoke, and a heavy voice came out of his mouth. It's me. Frowning, Luo Zhen was a little surprised that the Beast King could speak. Bury it with my descendants. A mouthful of breath spewed out from the mouth of the Beast King, and Luo Zhen, who was bathed in blood, was not afraid at all. Against the raging flames, he walked forward step by step. Breathing stopped, the Beastmaster looked at the unscathed Luo Zhen in horror, his eyes became extremely heavy. I've never seen a human like you. The thick voice of the Beast King came, and there was a little awe in the voice. With a cold smile, Luo Zhen's eyes were filled with fierce killing intent. Instead of continuing to talk nonsense with the Beastmaster, Luo Zhen stomped on the ground. An after-image flashed before Beastmaster's eyes. Rushing to the front of the Beastmaster, a circle of light appeared above his fist. A heavy punch hit the Beastmaster's head. With one hit, the Beastmaster's body was punched for a while. Suddenly a mouthful of blood spewed out from the Beastmaster's mouth, with violence in his eyes. He raised his head and let out a roar towards the sky. Along with the Beast King's roar, the herds of beasts in the mountains also began to roar. Go to hell! The Beastmaster roared, waved his huge palm and patted Luo Zhen straight down. Come! With a roar, Luo Zhen clenched his fists and went straight to the huge palm of the Beastmaster. Accompanied by a bang, Luo Zhen couldn't help but took 2 steps back. The figure of the Beastmaster flew upside down and crashed heavily into the mountains behind him. Taking advantage of the victory and pursuing, Luo Zhen clenched his fists and rushed forward. Armed with the ability of the shaking fruit, his fists kept pounding on the Beastmaster's body. Luo Zhen himself didn't know how many punches he had thrown. Until the smoke cleared, a huge pothole appeared on the mountain. The body of the Beastmaster was in the center of the pit, already bloody from being beaten by Luo Zhen. Exhaling heavily, the Beast King in front of him had completely lost his vitality. The monsters at the foot of the mountain seemed to sense the passing of the Beastmaster, and suddenly became very restless, galloping towards the depths of the mountain. Chapter 30. Without the command of the Beast King, the beast tide quickly became restless and violent. They flocked to the depths of the mountains one after another, and the earth began to tremble. Luo Zhen turned his head and took a look at the bloody flesh, but he couldn't see the flesh that looked like a Beast King at all. Fists crossed in front of chest. As countless monsters poured into the mountains, Luo Zhen punched hard to the side. With the shaking of the mountain range, the mountain body began to crack, and the ground also began to crack with violent tremors. The monsters roared, but they were helpless in front of the huge rubble, and fell into the cracks one after another. Huge boulders fell, crushing countless monsters to death, and the monsters that couldn't stop also fell into the abyss one after another. In front of the city wall, Zeus and the others breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the beast tide that turned around and rushed towards the mountains. Even though the bottomless abyss intercepted the beast horde, it still almost made the beast horde break through to the town. It should be something the master did to make all these monsters rush towards the mountains. Looking at the backs of the monsters fleeing in a panic, Prometheus said with solemn eyes, floating beside Zeus. Then let's hurry to support the master. Hearing what Prometheus said, Zeus, who was covered in thunder and lightning, shouted. Looking at each other, Zeus, Prometheus and Napoleon flew towards the mountains. Flying all the way, I saw countless monster corpses. Zeus and the others couldn't help being startled. Until in the depths of the mountains, Luo Zhen was seen crazily slaughtering in the wave of monsters, waving his fists to shake and kill the surrounding monsters. Fire from the sky. Prometheus spit out countless fireballs, and they spewed out towards the beast tide that was rushing towards Luo Zhen on the ground. Falling into the beast tide, the fireball exploded instantly, and the sound of constant explosions echoed in the mountains. Shock you lay! Zeus was not to be outdone. The thunder and lightning in the sky danced wildly, turning into ferocious thunder snakes and blasting towards the ground. Luo Zhen, who was in the beast tide, looked up and noticed Zeus and the others in the sky. With a sharp step on the ground, the whole person jumped up. It fell directly on Zeus. Master, are you okay? Zeus, who was covered in thunder and lightning, saw Luo Zhen and hurriedly asked Luo Zhen. The reason is that the appearance of Luo Zhen is too scary now. His whole body was bathed in blood, and the strong smell of blood on his body scared Zeus and the others. Luo Zhen shook his head and didn't answer. Looking at the endless tide of beasts under his feet, Luo Zhen finally understood why this was a 10-year mission. With this level of beast hordes, ordinary S-level mages would have been trampled to death in the beast horde. A circle of light appeared on Luo Zhen's fist, and he punched hard into the air around him. Space shattered and mountains began to crumble. Countless monsters were buried under the rubble of the mountain. In this blow, Luo Zhen used all his strength, and the mountain range was completely shattered. The earthquake covered the entire mountain range, and violent tremors could be felt in towns. Houses collapsed and many people were buried by houses. Some monsters were not buried by the rubble, and they were already shaken to death the moment the earthquake struck. The entire mountain range is full of blood and corpses of monsters. A strong smell of blood wafts through the dilapidated mountains. This blow directly killed the warcraft in the mountains in one blow. He exhaled heavily and shook off the dried blood. Luo Zhen felt sticky and uncomfortable. Under the knowledgeable and domineering perception, there are almost no living things in the mountains. Most of the monsters buried deep in the mountains were seriously injured. To be on the safe side, Luo Zhen smashed into the air with another blow. There was another violent tremor, and the mountain range seemed to be pulsating, constantly undulating. Luo Zhen sat down on Zeus's body, and the continuous fighting made Luo Zhen feel a little exhausted. Let's go back. Exhaling a foul breath, Luo Zhen patted Zeus's body and said, "Okay, master." Hearing Luo Zhen's order, Zeus turned his head and flew in the direction of Girtasta. In the town, many houses were knocked down. Many people suffered injuries of varying degrees, but fortunately no one died. Back in the town, Luo Zhen found the mayor who was condolences to the residents. Seeing Luo Zhen drenched in blood, the mayor was also startled at first. But after hearing that Luo Zhen solved the beast tide and the beast king was killed, he could not help kneeling in front of Luo Zhen and weeping bitterly. The aftermath of the aftermath was handed over to the mayor, and Luo Zhen returned to the place where he lived. Fortunately, the hotel didn't collapse due to the shock just now. Luo Zhen went back to the room and took a shower to wash away the sticky blood behind him. After all matters were dealt with, Luo Zhen also set out on his way home. Sitting on Zeus' body and flying towards the train station in the city, Luo Zhen put his hands behind his head. After a while, Luo Zhen fell asleep on Zeus' body. In order for Luo Zhen to have a good sleep, Zeus slowed down drastically. 2 days later, Luo Zhen returned to Magnolia. After getting off the train, Luo Zhen exhaled heavily, twisted his body, and walked towards Fairy Tale. Strolling in Magnolia, the residents of Magnolia saw Luo Zhen and showed friendly smiles to Luo Zhen. "Hey! Brother Luo Zhen!" Walking down the street, suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Luo Zhen turned his head and looked. Lisana and Myra Jane were behind him. Luo Zhen turned around and waved to Lisana with a smile on his face. "Yo, it's Lisana, where are you going?" "Sister Myra is going to take us out as a commission, but Alfman's big brother hasn't come yet." Lisana stuck out her tongue, and quickly ran to Luo Zhen's side. Although Luo Zhen severely injured Myra Jane in the wizard assessment, Lisana did not resent Luo Zhen because of this. "A commission?" Luo Zhen frowned, and curiously asked Myra Jane, who was silent at the side, "What commission? Is it dangerous?" Myra Jane stared, raised her head proudly, and said to Luo Zhen, "What does it have to do with you? I'm already an S-level mage, and I can handle any danger myself." Seeing Marajana's arrogant look, Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, and then looked at Lisana. Lisana smiled, and said to Luo Zhen with a smile, "It's a commission to hunt down bandits, but it's not an S-level commission. Sister Myra wants to let Alfman's big brother practice his skills." Hearing this, Luo Zhen felt relieved. Luo Zhen was worried that because of his appearance, Myra Jane became an S-level mage ahead of time, and then went ahead to do the commission to crusade against the Beastmaster. Chapter 31. Ouch! Let me get out of the car. I don't want to take the car, let me run there. On the train, a boy with pink hair had an ugly face, holding a vomit bag in his hand and vomited continuously. Miss Erza, what's wrong with him, Natsu? It doesn't matter to him. A blonde girl on the side looked worried, watching Natsu lying on the chair with a livid face. Don't worry about him, he's always been like this. Erza at the side glanced at Natsu, raised his arm under Lucy's horrified eyes and punched Natsu heavily on the head. Miss Erza! What are you doing? Lucy looked at the scene in front of her in horror, and quickly curled up in a corner. Terrible! Thank you. Erza punched Natsu on the head, and Natsu suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and fell straight on the chair and fell asleep. Before passing out, Natsu struggled to get a word out of his mouth. Very scary. Lucy curled up, roaring inwardly. Although he knew Natsu's weakness under the explanation of Happy and Grey, he still looked at Erza with awe. As expected of the Fairy Queen. Just call me Erza, we will be companions from now on. Listening to the honorific title in Lucy's mouth, Erza showed a smile on his face, and said to Erza with a smile. On a chair not far away, a young man's eyes flickered with scorn, watching Erza and the others fight around, with a look of disdain on the corner of his mouth. At this time, a loud noise reached everyone's ears. Erza and Grey frowned, feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar. Happy suddenly flapped its wings and flew up, flying straight towards the direction of the voice. Erza, Grey, look who I found. Not long after, Happy came back waving her wings, excitedly pointing at a figure not far away and shouting. Looking in the direction Happy pointed, a familiar figure was sitting there. Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen, when did you come back? Grey and Erza immediately stood up, looking at the figure with surprise and joy on their faces. Hey, why are you here? Raising his head, he glanced impatiently at the noisy Prometheus and Zeus, and Luo Zhen looked at Erza and Grey in surprise. Luo Zhen, when did you come back? Erza trotted all the way to Luo Zhen's face, and hugged Luo Zhen's neck. I just came back from the commission and I'm about to go back to the guild. With a smile on Luo Zhen's face, he reached out and hugged Erza in front of him. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lucy was full of surprise. What's the relationship between Miss Erza and that gentleman? Lucy looked at the scene in front of her in surprise, and couldn't imagine that Erza in front of her was the same person as Erza who punched Natsu unconscious just now. Hey, don't you know, Erza and Luo Zhen are a couple. Hearing Lucy's words, Happy looked at Lucy with a face full of shock, as if she had heard something terrible. I just joined Fairy Tale. How could I know? Lucy's face darkened, and she yelled at Happy with black lines all over her head. Really, I told you kindly, you still speak so loudly to them. Happy was full of grievances, and said aggrievedly while hiding behind Grey. That's right, Lucy, it's your fault. Grey nodded, helping Happy scold Lucy. With a face full of helplessness, Lucy immediately looked at Luo Zhen. Is Mr. Luo Zhen also a member of our guild? Isn't he also very strong? Seeing the shy look on Erza's face, Lucy asked Happy and Grey excitedly. Luo Zhen is super strong, he is one of the candidates for the president of our guild. Grey crossed his arms and took off his clothes at some point. Chairman candidate. Lucy's face was full of surprise, and she didn't notice that Grey took off all her clothes for a moment. She didn't expect that young man who looked about his age to be so strong. Erza took Luo Zhen back to his position. Yo, Grey, Happy, long time no see. With a smile on his face, Luo Zhen raised his hand to greet Grey and the others. Luo Zhen, long time no see. With a smile on his face, Grey waved at Luo Zhen. Happy flapped her wings and fell into Luo Zhen's arms. Grey, get your clothes on, boy. Looking at Grey, who was stripped of only his underwear, Luo Zhen shouted at him after a moment of silence. Hey! When? Luo Zhen, what are you going to do? Pushing Natsu to the corner, Grey sat next to Natsu in disgust, making way for Luo Zhen and Erza. I just completed the commission and am preparing to return to the guild. In recent years, Luo Zhen has rarely done General S-level commissions, and most of the missions he received were 10-year missions. Because it's been a long time since she left this time, Luo Zhen still misses the days in Magnolia. After hearing Luo Zhen's words, Grey, Erza and the others looked at each other and fell silent. What happened to you guys? Looking at the silent three people and one cat, Luo Zhen asked with some doubts. Luo Zhen, this is the train leaving Magnolia. With a heavy complexion, Erza raised his head, looked straight into Luo Zhen's eyes and said. What? I sat wrong again. The expression on Luo Zhen's face suddenly froze, and he was stunned. Why do you want to add a word? As soon as Luo Zhen's words came out of his mouth, the blonde girl Lucy couldn't help complaining. Who is this? Hearing Lucy's voice, Luo Zhen turned his head to look at Lucy, and asked Erza. She's a partner who just joined our guild, Lucy. He is one of the strongest candidates in our guild, Luo Zhen. Hearing what Lucy said, Erza pointed to Lucy who was sitting on his left and introduced. Hello, I know you. Suddenly, Lucy seemed to think of Luo Zhen's name, like stars bursting out of her eyes, and said to Luo Zhen excitedly. You know each other. Seeing Lucy excited, Erza looked at Lucy suspiciously. Do not know. Seeing Erza's eyes, Luo Zhen quickly shook his head in denial. I mean I saw the name of Mr. Luo Zhen in the newspaper, Fairy Tale Soul King Luo Zhen. Lucy is like a little girl, looking at Lucy with excited eyes. Luo Zhen's face darkened, and he said with black lines all over his face, Stop calling me by that name. Chapter 32. Seeing Luo Zhen's dark face, Lucy was at a loss for a while. Vomit. Suddenly, Natsu, who was beside Grey, suddenly vomited, interrupting the conversation. Grey jumped straight from the chair, looking at the vomit on his body, feeling nauseous. Damn it! You motion sickness BD. Punching on the head of Natsu who passed out, Grey took off his upper body clothes in disgust. Ha ha ha, Natsu is still the same. Seeing this scene, Luo Zhen couldn't help laughing. Are you going to do a commission? Closer to home, Luo Zhen looked at Erza curiously and asked. That's right. You just come to help. Hearing Lucy's inquiry, Erza's eyes lit up immediately, and he told Luo Zhen the ins and outs of the matter. But for a moment, the figures of Zeus and Prometheus appeared in front of everyone. With Luo Zhen here, Eisenwald's problem can be easily solved. Grey pushed Natsu to the corner in disgust, looked at Luo Zhen with bright eyes and said. Don't, I won't participate in your commission. Luo Zhen grinned and leaned lazily on the chair. The expression on Grey's face suddenly froze, and he looked at Luo Zhen resentfully. Luo Zhen, Eisenwald and the others want to summon the demon lullaby, I hope you can help. Erza's face was full of sincerity, and he looked at Luo Zhen seriously and said. Seeing Erza's sincere and innocent eyes, Luo Zhen spread his hands and snapped his fingers. But for a moment, the figures of Zeus and Prometheus galloped over, appearing in everyone's sight. Prometheus, you follow Erza and the others. Then I went alone to the place where the president and the others had their regular meeting. After arranging Zeus and Prometheus to Erza's side, Luo Zhen patted his body and stood up. Suddenly, Luo Zhen stopped in his tracks. He looked at a chair not far from the carriage. With a smile on his face, he walked slowly in front of a person whose face was completely covered by a black robe. Patting him on the shoulder, Luo Zhen grinned and said, Have you seen enough? Luo Zhen's sudden attack startled the man. He quickly raised his head, looked at Luo Zhen's smiling eyes, and pretended to be nonchalant. What are you talking about? It's okay if you don't understand. Luo Zhen stared at this man with a smile, and stretched out his palm towards his neck. Luo Zhen moved very slowly. But this man wanted to avoid Luo Zhen's arm, but he seemed to be controlled, watching Luo Zhen's palm grabbing his neck. He pinched the man's neck and lifted him up directly. A suffocating fear suddenly surged into his heart, the man struggled continuously, his face turned red. Seeing this scene, Erza and others rushed forward. Luo Zhen, what are you doing? Erza quickly came to Luo Zhen's side, watched Luo Zhen strangling the man's neck, and hurriedly asked Luo Zhen. Glancing at the man who was already flushed and about to die from suffocation at any moment, Luo Zhen swung his arm vigorously and threw the man out. Slamming heavily on the carriage, Luo Zhen said to Erza, He is the member of Eisenwald you have been looking for. What? How do you know? Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Grey and Erza looked surprised. After Zeus revealed the coat of arms on the man's body, everyone believed Luo Zhen's words. Look quickly, is lullaby on him. At this time, Erza suddenly regained his composure and shouted at Grey. Grey nodded, and quickly came to the man, rummaging through him. However, after searching for a long time, the existence of the flute was not found on the man. The man sneered, and said to Erza and the others, "Lullaby is in the hands of the president, you just wait for your president to be cursed and die." The man stared at Luo Zhen with resentment in his eyes. "Flies of fairy tale, you just wait to be completely sucked out of your soul and die under Lullaby's curse." The man laughed, looked at Luo Zhen resentfully and roared. "It's so noisy." Before Luo Zhen could speak, Zeus suddenly let out a roar. Thunder surged on his body, and a burst of thunder spewed out from Zeus's body, directly penetrating the man's body. The man's body shook, and he glanced at Zeus, who was covered in thunder in disbelief, and closed his eyes completely unwillingly. "Luo Zhen, hurry to the president is in danger." With a heavy complexion, Erza quickly shouted at Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen nodded and didn't refuse this time either. "Zeus, let's go." Jumping up and jumping onto Zeus, he rushed out of the carriage in the blink of an eye and disappeared from everyone's sight. Luo Zhen, who was sitting cross-legged on Zeus, had a calm expression, not worried about Mr. Carlo at all. In the original book, the demon lullaby, which Erza and the others can easily deal with, can threaten the safety of the stable Carlo. Zeus galloped all the way, and soon arrived at the place where the chairman held a regular meeting. Seeing a group of uncles sitting there drinking afternoon tea, Luo Zhen sighed. He really didn't want to deal with these uncles. Jumping off Zeus' back, Luo Zhen put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the horseman Carlo. Hearing the movement behind him, the presidents all cast their gazes at Luo Zhen. "Luo Zhen? Why are you here?" Looking at the sudden appearance of Luo Zhen, the groom Karloff was suddenly surprised. Informed Mr. Carlo of the matter in detail, and Luo Zhen sat beside him and began to feast on it. "I'm so tired from the journey, so it's not too much to eat." After learning what happened, Carlos Ma didn't worry at all, and even asked Luo Zhen to stay here and take care of it when necessary. Looking at these old actors, Luo Zhen couldn't help sighing. "Long time no see, everyone." Luo Zhen smiled, waved, and smiled at several presidents present. Luo Zhen was also very familiar with these people. Several presidents of the Guangming Guild. He and Luo Zhen are also old acquaintances. Just as Luo Zhen was feasting, a violent hurricane suddenly hit. A man with a scythe in his hand and a mad look on his face appeared in midair. Looking at the top figures of the bright guild below, the eyes of the man holding the sickle became even crazier. He took out a black flute from his pocket, and the top of the flute looked like a skull. The man looked crazy, and muttered to himself, "You old men, be devoured by Zeref's demons." Chapter 33. The man's eyes were full of madness, and the black flute was surrounded by black air, and dark magic power emerged from the flute. The moment he appeared, Luo Zhen spotted him. He raised his head and glanced at the horseman beside him, and found that the horseman was looking up at the sky. Knowing that Carlos the horseman had spotted Erza, Luo Zhen stopped worrying and lowered his head to process the food in front of him. Ma Karloff lowered his head and glanced at Luo Zhen, who was feasting beside him, and was speechless for a while. He elbowed Luo Zhen, and whispered to Luo Zhen, "Take care of it." Luo Zhen raised his head in a daze, and seeing Mrs. Carlo's serious expression, Luo Zhen said helplessly, "President, you can solve this trivial matter by yourself. You brat, don't you know how to respect the old and love the young?" Ma Carlos was out of breath and shouted loudly at Luo Zhen. Ma Karloff suddenly shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many presidents around him. Seeing everyone's mocking gazes, Carlos the horse wanted to find a crack and slip in. Okay, the old man is in trouble." Ma Karloff stared at Luo Zhen without saying a word. Luo Zhen clapped his hands helplessly, slapping away the food residue on his palms. Standing up, he looked at Erza in the sky, who was still chanting while waving a scythe. Boom! Luo Zhen's feet exploded suddenly, and his whole body shot straight into the sky. A burst of explosion sounded in his ears, and Erza's expression changed. Suddenly a smiling face appeared in front of Erza's eyes. "Who are you?" A look of horror flashed in his eyes, and he quickly distanced himself from the man in front of him. "Can you give me that thing in your hand?" Without answering Erza's question, Luo Zhen looked at him with a smile and pointed to the lullaby on his hand. Erza looked alert and looked at Luo Zhen solemnly. Suddenly appearing in front of him without making a sound, this person's strength is much stronger than his own. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he raised the lullaby in his hand and was ready to play. The next moment, he suddenly felt as if his chest had been hit hard, and a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. "If you don't give it, you won't give it. Why are you ready to do it if you don't agree with each other?" A smiling face appeared before Erza's eyes again. Luo Zhen grabbed Erza's neck with one hand, and took lullaby from his hand. The moment Luo Zhen took lullaby, a burst of black air kept gushing out of it. Luo Zhen's complexion changed, and he threw the lullaby out of his hand. Black air emerged, and a huge figure condensed in the black air. Roar! The huge figure condensed in the black air let out a roar, and looked greedily at the people around. Seeing this scene, madness appeared in Erza's sluggish eyes, and bursts of wild laughter came out of his mouth. "Ha ha ha, you will all die under Zeref's curse. Lullaby! Devour their souls!" Erza laughed wildly, looking at the huge body frantically. Suddenly, Lullaby turned his eyes and stared straight at Zeus at Luo Zhen's feet. What a pure soul! His eyes were filled with greed, and he stared straight at the figure of Zeus. Luo Zhen frowned, and punched Erza on the head. The wild laughter stopped abruptly. Erza rolled his eyes and passed out immediately. Throwing him to the ground, Luo Zhen sat cross-legged on Zeus's body, staring straight at Lullaby. Suddenly, Lullaby's eyes fell on Luo Zhen, who was sitting on Zeus, and his eyes froze for a moment. The greed in the eyes became more and more crazy. In Luo Zhen's body, he can perceive a stronger soul power. "Give me your soul, humble human being." Lullaby looked at Luo Zhen eagerly. The hoarse voice came out of his mouth, and he looked at Luo Zhen proudly and said. Hearing Lullaby's words, Luo Zhen looked puzzled. "Why do you look so weak now? It's a cat or a dog who wants to come up and step on him." A violent breath erupted from Luo Zhen's body. Overlord color domineering launched. Lullaby suddenly felt a violent breath coming towards him to suppress him, as if he wanted to crush himself. Empty shock. Luo Zhen stepped on Zeus's body fiercely, and rushed out with a bang. He clenched his fist tightly, a circle of light appeared above his fist, and he punched heavily on Lullaby's body. In an instant, the body condensed with black energy was almost defeated. Under the terrifying aura, Lullaby suddenly felt Luo Zhen's emotionless pupils staring at him. The next moment, Lullaby felt as if something had been pulled out of his body. "No!" A shrill scream came out of his mouth, and a soul was pulled away above the flute that was continuously gushing black air from the ground. Lullaby's huge body disappeared instantly, and a trace of pure white soul was caught in Luo Zhen's hands. "Is this the demon Zeref created?" Holding Lullaby's soul in his hands, Luo Zhen had a playful look on his lips. Lullaby, who was caught in his hands, was still struggling, trying to escape Luo Zhen's palm. The next moment, Luo Zhen's soul fruit ability was activated, directly erasing Lullaby's intelligence. Only a trace of pure soul is left in the palm of Luo Zhen. Zeus. Throwing this soul into the air, the figure of Zeus galloped over, swallowing the soul in one gulp. "Thank you, Master." With gratitude in his eyes, Zeus felt that the power of the soul in his body increased a lot in an instant. Falling to the ground, Luo Zhen crushed Lullaby's flute with one kick. Just after everything was settled, there was a sound of magic vehicles in the distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a magic four-wheeled vehicle galloping in the distance. When he arrived at the place, Erza's complexion was a little pale, and Erza jumped out of the car and ran towards Luo Zhen. Looking at the pale Erza, Luo Zhen quickly stepped forward to support Erza's body. An anxious look appeared on his face, and Erza quickly asked Luo Zhen, "How's the situation, what about the president?" Luo Zhen frowned slightly, and instead of answering Erza's words, he asked Erza, "What's wrong with you? Where did you get hurt?" Chapter 34. What's wrong with you? Where are you hurt? Seeing Erza's pale face, Luo Zhen frowned and came to Erza to ask. Erza shook his head, and said weakly, I'm fine, it's just that the magic power is consumed too much. Luo Zhen heaved a sigh of relief, and yelled at Erza with a serious face, aren't you relieved that I'm here? Hearing Luo Zhen's scolding, Erza's eyes flashed with a smile. Then he got serious and asked Luo Zhen, where's Erza? Where did Lullaby go? Hearing Erza's words, Luo Zhen pouted towards a pile of ashes not far away. Is this Lullaby? Looking at the ashes on the ground, Erza's face was covered with black lines, and there seemed to be several question marks floating on his head. Lullaby's body has been destroyed. Luo Zhen shrugged, he didn't expect Lullaby's body to be so fragile. Just a light kick and it shattered directly, and then it became a residue. That's good. Seeing that nothing happened, Erza breathed a sigh of relief, and collapsed on Luo Zhen's body weakly. Luo Zhen supported Erza to find a place to sit down, and a magic circle condensed in Luo Zhen's palm. Not long after, Erza suddenly felt that the magic power in his body was constantly filling. Looking at this scene in surprise, Erza raised his head and glanced at Luo Zhen, asking, what is this? Luo Zhen grinned and said, a new gadget that can transfer the magic power in my body to other people's body. As the magic power in Erza's body was replenished, his pale face became rosy. Because of the appearance of Lullaby, the regular meeting of Ma Karloff and others had to be temporarily suspended. Everyone set foot on the way home. Because of the appearance of Luo Zhen, everyone did not encounter the small town in the original book. Back in the guild, everyone smiled when they saw the long-lost Luo Zhen. Welcome Luo Zhen home. Long time no see, Luo Zhen. Brother Luo Zhen, long time no see. I miss you so much. A figure suddenly fell into Luo Zhen's arms, hugging Luo Zhen's neck tightly. Reached out and patted the figure's back, Luo Zhen smiled and said, okay, come down quickly. This figure is none other than Mirajana's sister, Lisana. Because of the existence of Luo Zhen, Lisana was not sucked into Aidelis like in the original book. Not far away, a woman with very gentle brows looked at this scene, and there was a gloomy look in her eyes. Myra Jane, long time no see, she looks pretty again. Looking at the people present, Luo Zhen saw Myra Jane in the crowd at a glance, smiled, and said to her with a chuckle. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Myra Jane covered her mouth and smiled lightly, like a flower blooming. You too, you've become handsome too. Mirajana's gentle eyes are full of Luo Zhen's figure, and the blurred eyes just fall on Luo Zhen's body. But when he saw Lisana beside Luo Zhen, his eyes suddenly became dull. In my mind, I recalled the original commission to crusade against the Beastmaster. On the way out, I ran into Luo Zhen. At that time, Luo Zhen seemed to know something, regardless of Mirajana's refusal, he must follow the three of them. Myra Jane couldn't resist Luo Zhen, so he had to let him follow. Although all the way down, Luo Zhen has never made a move. During the crusade against the Beastmaster, Myra Jane thought he could trap the Beastmaster, and then let Alfman take over the Beastmaster. But when Alfman took over the Beastmaster, he suddenly fell into a runaway. The powerful force sent Myra Jane flying, just when Mirajana's life was hanging by a thread. Lisana fell in front of Myra Jane, trying to get Myra Jane to block Alfman's attack. But Lisana's gentle words still echoed in Mirajana's ears. Just when Myra Jane was desperate, Luo Zhen, whom Myra Jane had already forgotten, shot. Knock out Alfman who has accepted the Beastmaster. And after that time, Myra Jane seemed to be a different person. She is no longer the little girl she used to be, but has become gentle and pleasant. But after that, Myra Jane also lost her magic power and became a common person completely. Because of the state of mind, I can only wait for Myra Jane to enlighten himself, and then come out. Myra Jane then became a waiter at Fairy Tale. Just after returning to the guild, Natsu, who was sober, immediately became full of vitality. His eyes scanned the members of the guild. It suddenly fell on Erza's body, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he shouted excitedly at Erza, Erza! Come and fight me, you promise me! Bring it on! Erza didn't refuse, looking at Natsu with folded arms. Up! Erza! There was a fierce fighting intent in his eyes, and flames burst from his fists. Natsu! Come on! Not far away, Happy was waving his small arms to cheer for Natsu, and turned his head to bet among the crowd in the guild. Erza wins. He is not ignorant of Natsu's strength. How could it be that Erza's opponent? Witnessing everything that Happy bet with her own eyes, Lucy couldn't help complaining. Hey, can you really cheer for Natsu? Is Lucy an idiot? How could Natsu be that Erza's opponent? Hearing Lucy's complaints, Happy waved her little wings, glanced at Lucy with wise eyes and said, "Makes sense." Thinking of that terrifying Erza, Lucy immediately supported his forehead. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't beat Erza. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu is fighting high, completely unaware that he has been sold by Happy. Hot flames poured out of the fist, and rushed towards Erza with the fist waving. Change into Yandi's armor. Seeing Natsu attacking towards him, Erza didn't care in the slightest. Immediately replaced with the Yan Emperor's armor with magic, which can enhance immunity to flames. With a burst of white light flashing, the armor on his body turned into scarlet. Red's long hair was tied into twin ponytails, holding a long sword and pointing at Natsu. Flames surged on the long sword and swung towards Natsu. The turbulent flame turned into a slash and went straight to Natsu. Boom! The collision of flames and flames instantly made a huge roar. The resulting heat wave couldn't help but make the surrounding fairy tale members take 2 steps back. So strong! Chapter 35. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The collision of the 2 flames made a violent explosion. The resulting heat wave shocked everyone in the guild back 2 steps. Seeing Erza and Natsu fighting fiercely in the field, Lucy's eyes were full of wonder, and she couldn't help exclaiming, "So strong!" Hearing Lucy's exclamation, Happy folded her arms proudly, looked at Erza in the field and said, "Of course. Erza is an S-rank mage from Fairy Tale. Shouldn't you be proud of Natsu?" Hearing Happy's words, Lucy complained with black lines all over her face. "Natsu can't be Erza's opponent, he has lost many times." Happy waved the kitten's paw indifferently, and said with a look that I had known for a long time. The sharp blade flew, Erza's scarlet figure galloped across the field, and instantly rushed towards Natsu, whose fists were burning with flames. Seeing Erza rushing in front of him, Natsu looked extremely excited. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. Arms pulled back, flames spread across Natsu's arms. With the waving of his arms, he slammed heavily towards Erza's body. "Don't underestimate me, Natsu." Erza's face was flat, and he watched the scene in front of him seriously in his eyes. The next moment, the long sword in his hand instantly ignited raging flames, and directly slashed at Natsu's arm. The flames attached to the slash, as if Yan Mo was roaring. The flaming sword energy rushed towards the sky and collided with Natsu's arms in an instant. With a muffled sound, Natsu's body was knocked flying. "Come again!" After landing, Natsu turned over like a kite, without the slightest discouragement on his face, looking excitedly at Erza not far away. Taking a deep breath, a surge of magic power accumulated in Natsu's mouth. Fire Dragon's Roar. The magic power condensed, and Natsu let out a burst of breath. Raging flames gushed out of Natsu's mouth, heading straight for Erza. The sword of Emperor Yan. Erza remained motionless, standing on the spot with both hands holding the long sword. At the moment when the flame was close at hand, he cut the long sword towards his body. The turbulent pillar of fire was instantly split into 2 in front of Erza. "Damn it!" Natsu gritted his teeth, looking at the unmoving Erza with some dissatisfaction. "That's it." At this moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. Everyone turned their heads away, only to see a frog standing not far away, proudly looking up at everyone present. "I am the envoy of the Magic Council, here to announce the order of the council." Seeing everyone's frowning, the frog was a little dissatisfied, and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. "The envoy of the Senate? What is he doing here? What are the members of the Senate coming to our guild for? Hey, why don't you complain about his appearance?" Seeing this frog, everyone in the guild seemed to have no accidents. Lucy, who saw this frog for the first time, complained in horror. Just as he was about to read it out, a terrifying coercion suddenly crushed him. The frog's legs became weak for a while, and he fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. The whole body was covered in cold sweat, and the frog's eyes were full of fear. Erza, Natsu, you carry on. Glancing at the frog that was crushed to the ground by the terrifying coercion, Luo Zhen turned his head and continued talking to Erza and Erza with a smile on his face. Looking at Luo Zhen, Erza nodded. Erza. I'm on. Natsu's fists collided, and the flames blazed through the collision. The next moment, Natsu rushed in front of Erza, raised his fist and punched Erza's cheek. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. At the moment when the fist was about to hit Erza's cheek, Erza twisted slightly, and an after-image appeared in front of Natsu's eyes. The next moment, Erza's figure appeared beside Natsu. Raising his fist high, he punched Natsu on the head. Boom! With a loud noise, Natsu's body was smashed to the ground heavily. A big bag bulged on his head, and a puff of blue smoke floated on the big bag on his head. Hey! Natsu lost again, the 1214th challenge failed. Ha ha ha, as expected, Natsu lost again. Erza is really strong. Natsu sucks. Natsu was knocked down, and everyone in the guild burst into laughter. After Natsu was knocked out, Happy appeared with waving little wings to announce the result. Hey! It's all like this, so there's no need to announce so loudly. Lucy's head was full of black lines. She looked at Natsu who was knocked to the ground, and then at Happy who was happy to get the dried fish. After knocking Natsu down, Erza's body flashed white and restored the previous armor. Arriving in front of Luo Zhen, he glanced at the trembling frog that was crushed to the ground not far away, and said worriedly, "Nothing will happen, right? He is a member of the Magic Council after all." Reaching out and rubbing Erza Fei Red's hair, Luo Zhen grinned and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Walking in front of the frogman with his hands in his pockets, Luo Zhen crouched in front of him with a smile on his face. After the terrifying coercion dissipated, the frogman raised his head with difficulty, trembling all over, trying to stand up. Suddenly he raised his head and saw the familiar face in front of him. The frogman was furious, and was about to reprimand him. Suddenly, the smiling face in front of him felt a little familiar. Lo! Master Luo Zhen. After watching for a while, the frogman suddenly remembered the identity of the person in front of him, and stood up in a cold sweat. The whole body is shaking constantly. Oh! Arrest warrant! Luo Zhen didn't respond to the frog's words, and picked up a piece of brown paper from in front of him. Open it and see that it is an arrest warrant issued by the Senate. Arrest Erza? Why? Luo Zhen threw the craft paper above his head, and Prometheus swallowed it in one gulp, and a puff of blue smoke spit out from Prometheus' mouth. Looking at the frog in front of him with a smile, Luo Zhen asked softly in a very gentle voice. Erza's Sakarat wrecked Magnolia's train, causing massive damage at the railway station. Members of the Senate issued a warrant for Erza's Sakarat's arrest. The frog's body was trembling, and it lowered its head, not daring to look at Luo Zhen. After listening to the frog's words, Luo Zhen's expression was very calm, and the smiling expression on his face remained unchanged. Whose order? Luo Zhen's gentle voice then reached his ears, and the frog quickly said, "Orders from members of parliament." Cold sweat continued to flow down his forehead, and the clothes on his body were already soaked in cold sweat. The person in front of him was too scary, otherwise he wouldn't have let the frog show such a look. Chapter 36. Reached out and patted the frog on the shoulder, Luo Zhen nodded and said, "No problem." As he spoke, he turned his head and shouted to Erza behind him. "Erza, the councillors are going to arrest you and put you in jail." After Luo Zhen's words fell, everyone in the field didn't know what Luo Zhen was going to do. Some people hurriedly shouted at Luo Zhen, "Luo Zhen, what are you doing? Can't let them take Erza away. Mr. Luo Zhen, you can't let Miss Erza be taken away by them." Lucy even stretched out her hand to block Erza's face, looking at Lucy's face with some fear in her eyes. Luo Zhen didn't care about what everyone in the guild said. After speaking, he turned his head and smiled at the frog and said, "Actually, there are accomplices who damaged the train and the station. I suggest taking them away together." The frog's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded to Luo Zhen and said, "Thank you very much, Lord Luo Zhen. I will definitely report to the council." Anyone who is with Erza can trouble Master Luo Zhen to tell me who it is. The frog's eyes were a little excited, and he completely forgot the terrifying coercion just now. Luo Zhen looked at the frog with a smile, and slowly stood up straight, looking at him calmly. As Luo Zhen's words fell, the frog's smile froze on his face. The steps he was about to take stopped straight away. Cold sweat dripped slowly on the frog's forehead. Swallowing, the frog looked at Luo Zhen with a bright smile, and said intermittently, "Lord Luo Zhen, no. Don't joke with the villain." Luo Zhen's smiling face suddenly turned indifferent, and there was no emotion at all in his cold eyes. "Do you think you have the right to joke with me?" Luo Zhen's eyes were cold, and he looked down at the frog in front of him. As Luo Zhen's voice fell, a terrifying coercion instantly swept across the entire square. The frog suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing on him. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees in front of Luo Zhen with a plop. The whole body was trembling, and the frog was sweating coldly. The terrifying coercion came and suppressed, instantly reminding the frog of the previous scene. He raised his head with difficulty, wanting to beg Luo Zhen for mercy. Seeing Luo Zhen's eyes full of indifference, he suddenly felt that Luo Zhen's back was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The next moment, under Luo Zhen's terrifying overbearing arrogance, the frog felt as if something had been pulled out of its body. Holding a touch of transparent soul in his hand, Luo Zhen threw the soul to Zeus in the air. "Go back and tell those members of the Senate who have nothing to eat, if they are still stubborn and want to trouble fairy tale, then start with me." Luo Zhen's eyes were extremely indifferent, and he watched the frog say every word with indifference. After finishing speaking, the terrifying domineering arrogance dissipated. When Luo Zhen's voice fell, the frog had already rolled his eyes and passed out completely. Waving to the soldiers of the council in the distance, the indifferent expression on Luo Zhen's face disappeared. Resuming the smiling appearance before, he returned the frog kneeling in front of him to their hands. He said with a smile, "You must greet the envoy of the House of Appreciation well." The soldiers trembled all over, and quickly nodded in agreement. After sending off the envoys of the council, Luo Zhen turned his head and looked at the silent crowd. Luo Zhen said with a smile, "Hey, you don't think I'm really going to hand Erza over to them, do you?" Hearing Luo Zhen's familiar tone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were shocked by Luo Zhen's appearance just now. The appearance of Luo Zhen just now is completely different from before. They have never seen Luo Zhen with this appearance before. "Scared me to death, Luo Zhen, I thought you were really going to betray Erza." "I knew it, how could Luo Zhen betray his companions?" "You were the loudest just now." "Nonsense! You want to slander me." Seeing Luo Zhen's familiar face, everyone began to tease Luo Zhen. Only Erza came to Luo Zhen with a worried look. His eyes were full of worry, and asked Luo Zhen, "Is it really all right?" Luo Zhen shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the council is just looking for trouble, and wants to trouble fairy tale. They're not going to make a big fuss over such a trivial matter." A cold light flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes, but Erza didn't notice it. At this time, Natsu, who was knocked out by Erza's punch, also woke up. He rushed out of the crowd with a face full of anger, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Gray, who was a natural enemy, saw Natsu's appearance, and shouted at Natsu with disgust on his face. "Where are those bastards in the Senate? Why did they take Erza away?" Gray rolled his eyes, looked at Natsu's furious eyes, and said helplessly, "What are you doing? They're all gone already." Natsu paused, and saw the back of Erza not far away. After stopping in his tracks, he scratched his head and asked curiously, "But didn't they want to take Erza away, why did they leave?" "What are you thinking? With Luo Zhen here, how could Erza be taken away?" Gray rolled his eyes at Natsu, folded his arms and said. After listening to Gray's words, Natsu also thought it made sense and nodded. "You perverted BD. Talk as you say, why do you only take off your underwear? What did you say? You stupid fire-breathing BD." Without saying a word, the two choked up. Looking at the two who were about to fight, Erza suddenly appeared beside them for some reason. "Don't shoot at your companions." Accompanied by the critical strike of each punch, the two stopped their movements very honestly. With shoulders crossed, he squeezed out a smile in front of Erza. We are good friends. Erza. That's right, we're a family. Erza nodded in satisfaction, and was very satisfied to see the two of them crossing their shoulders and walking away, and said in a straightforward manner, that's right, we are all partners in the same guild, just like family. Looking at Erza with his hands on his hips, Luo Zhen held his forehead helplessly. The little girl back then, why did she grow crooked? How can I become a disciplinary committee member now? Erza was so gentle and pleasant back then. Chapter 37. After returning to the guild, Luo Zhen did not continue to accept commissions this time, because Luo Zhen was still in the guild. Erza also stayed in Magnolia for a long time, and did not leave to do commissions. Luo Zhen, who has nothing to do, has been sitting in the guild for a long time until late at night these days. The library of the guild contains most of the magic books. Luo Zhen has been looking up magic materials in the library these days. After becoming an S-level wizard, Luo Zhen did not rely solely on the ability of the system. Under the teaching of Ma Karloff, Luo Zhen also awakened his own magic. And there is a very powerful source of magic power in Luo Zhen's body, which makes Carlos the horse frightened. On this day, Luo Zhen was sitting at the bar drinking, holding a chronicle of the Kingdom of Fiori in his hand, flipping through it with interest. Suddenly, a sound sounded behind Luo Zhen. I saw Natsu standing not far from Luo Zhen, his fists were burning with flames, and he looked at Luo Zhen's back excitedly. Luo Zhen! Come and fight with me! Luo Zhen turned his head and looked at the excited Natsu with helplessness on his face. Waving to Natsu, Luo Zhen said, I'm not free, you can find Erza. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Natsu suddenly became angry, and shouted at Luo Zhen's back, Erza went home to cook for you stinky BD, I really don't understand how Erza likes such boring things. Luo Zhen, don't dawdle, come and fight with me. Looking at Luo Zhen unmoved, Natsu was full of momentum and shouted at Luo Zhen's back. It's so noisy. Luo Zhen turned around impatiently and put down the book in his hand. The next moment, a purple magic circle formed in Luo Zhen's palm. Deprivation of the five senses. A magic power surged out of Luo Zhen's body. The next moment, Natsu's eyes suddenly went dark, and no sound could be heard in his ears. Vision, hearing, smell, touch, and taste all disappeared at this moment. Natsu suddenly became frightened and shouted loudly to the surroundings, Hey! Luo Zhen! Grey! Happy, where are you? Why can't I see anything? Can you hear me? Natsu stretched out his hands and rubbed them in front of him, wanting to touch the figures of others. Seeing Natsu's strange behavior, Happy quickly waved her little wings and came to Natsu, holding Natsu's arm tightly. But Natsu seemed to have no feeling, still shouting loudly. At this time, Luo Zhen snapped his fingers, and Natsu's dark cast suddenly returned to light. After seeing everything in front of him clearly, he hugged Happy beside him tightly in his arms. Looking like the rest of his life, he said to Happy, Happy, you know what, just now I suddenly went to a very dark place, I couldn't hear or see anything, it scared me to death. Feeling Natsu hugging her tightly, Happy quickly broke free from Natsu's arms. Looking at the expression on Natsu's face, Happy said wonderingly, Natsu, are you stupid? You were in the guild just now, and you couldn't hear me calling you all the time. How is this going? Natsu only remembered the magic circle emerging from Luo Zhen's palm, and then his eyes suddenly went dark, and he couldn't feel anything. Casting his eyes on Luo Zhen, Natsu hurriedly asked Luo Zhen, was that your fault just now? Hey, Natsu, you're the one who keeps saying you want to fight me, but I'm up for it. Luo Zhen's head was full of black lines, and he pushed Natsu who was close in front of him to the side. What the hell happened just now? Curious, Natsu squeezed to Luo Zhen's side again, trying to figure out what just happened. My magic, take it away. Luo Zhen raised his arm, and Purple's magic circle emerged in Luo Zhen's palm. Seeing the magic circle of this number, Natsu quickly backed away, looking at Luo Zhen vigilantly. Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, squeezed his palm, and Purple's magic circle disappeared immediately. Deprivation? Was that your magic just now? Hearing what Luo Zhen said, everyone in the guild approached curiously. Ma Karloff squinted his eyes, obviously he had known this for a long time. That's right, my magic can deprive the opponent of everything, such as the 5 senses, and magic power. Luo Zhen smiled, and a huge magic circle emerged under his feet. The next moment, everyone in this magic circle suddenly felt that the magic power in their bodies completely disappeared. The place where the magic power is stored is like a dry pond that has been drained dry. Everyone was terrified and surprised to feel this scene. This magic is too strong. It's exactly the same ability as a bug. Luo Zhen's strength is so strong, coupled with this kind of bug magic, the Holy 10 Wizards may not be able to be Luo Zhen's opponent. Listening to the words of the people in the guild, Carlos the horse beside him suddenly spit out a mouthful of wine. Looking awkwardly at the members of the guild who were looking at him, Carlos Ma waved his hand quickly. Because of what Macau said just now, Carlos Ma remembered some bad things. I remember that it was a year ago, when Luo Zhen awakened the magic called deprivation. Afterwards a request for combat was made to Ma Karloff. At first Carlos refused. After all, he was so old that he couldn't bully a kid like Luo Zhen. However, after repeated requests from Luo Zhen, Carlos the horse still accepted the challenge. However, just after Ma Karloff took up the challenge, he suddenly felt that his magic power was blocked and completely disappeared. The horse Carlo, who didn't react at the time, was sent flying by Luo Zhen's punch, and fell heavily to the ground. Thinking of Luo Zhen who doesn't talk about martial arts so much, sneak attacking an elderly man like himself. Ma Karloff just couldn't get angry. This also proves that the current Luo Zhen fully possesses the strength of 10 wizard saints. After the magic was released, everyone felt the magic power returning to their bodies, and they breathed a sigh of relief. I won't tell you, I'll go home for dinner. Putting down the book in his hand, Luo Zhen patted his butt and stood up, walking towards the outside of the guild with his hands behind his back. Not far from Carlo's horse, Natsu stared blankly at his hands. Did I lose completely before I fought Luo Zhen? Even deprived of the 5 senses, how could he still be the opponent of Luo Zhen? Chapter 38. Looking at Natsu's blank eyes, Ma Karloff suddenly appeared behind Natsu, stretched out his hand and patted Natsu's arm. Natsu lowered his head in confusion, and glanced at Carlo the horse behind him. Hey, Natsu, what's the matter with your expression? Standing behind Natsu, Ma Carlos shouted at Natsu with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. With a bitter smile on Natsu's face, looking at his hands, he muttered to himself, Master, I can't even break Luo Zhen's magic, can I really become a powerful mage? Looking at Natsu's depressed eyes, Ma Carlos grinned and said to Natsu, let me tell you a secret. A long time ago, when Laxus had not become a mage, his body was very weak, because there was a strong magic power in his body, and his body couldn't support this magic power. Die from this magical power in my body. Then what? Listening to Mr. Carlo's story, Natsu rekindled a little fighting spirit in his eyes, and asked Mr. Carlo immediately. After he became a wizard, he used the power that almost killed him and became a powerful wizard. If the original Laxus also gave up on himself because of this trivial matter, would there still be the current Laxus? After speaking, he patted Natsu's arm, and Mrs. Carlo didn't say much, turned around and walked towards the bar. Looking at Carlo's back, Natsu was silent for a long time. Finally, fighting spirit was rekindled in Natsu's eyes. He shouted at the back of the horse Carlo, I know. Old man. I will definitely become a powerful mage. One day I will defeat Luo Zhen, Lagerthats and Gildarts, and become the strongest mage in fairy tale. Until Natsu Dragnil's fame resounds across the continent. Hearing Natsu's words, Ma Karloff's expression froze instantly, and he looked at Natsu who left the guild excitedly. Ma Karloff was silent for a long time. Finally sighed, and said silently, beat Luo Zhen, Natsu, come on. Although Natsu has lost magic, Ma Karloff thought from the bottom of his heart that it would be very difficult to defeat Luo Zhen with the current Natsu. Snort. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the second floor. Ma Karloff looked up and saw Laxus sitting cross-legged on the railing on the second floor, looking at him with a gloomy expression. Ma Karloff's face froze, and his expression froze instantly. Obviously Laxus also heard what he said to Natsu before. Seeing Laxus's unfriendly gaze, Makarlov coughed lightly and looked away. Then a smile appeared on his face, he raised his head and smiled at Laxus and said, "Laxus, when did you come back?" "Come back when you just said something about me." Laxus looked extremely unfriendly, staring at the horse Carlo and snorted coldly. In Laxus's heart, the memories of his childhood are the scars that Laxus does not allow outsiders to uncover. Now being told by his own grandfather, this inevitably made Laxus feel upset. Makarlov smiled brightly, not knowing how to communicate with Laxus. However, Laxus didn't talk nonsense with the horseman Carlo, and turned his head away from the horseman Carlo's sight. Looking at the lone Laxus, Makarlov sighed deeply. As soon as Luo Zhen returned home, a scent entered Luo Zhen's nostrils. Taking a deep breath, a gentle smile appeared on Luo Zhen's face. Walking towards the kitchen, I saw the familiar figure wearing an apron busy in the kitchen at a glance. Luo Zhen didn't bother Erza, leaning against the kitchen door with folded arms, just quietly watching Erza's busy back. At this time, Erza turned around suddenly and saw Luo Zhen behind him. His body trembled slightly, startled by Luo Zhen standing there suddenly. Erza gave Luo Zhen a blank look, and said to Luo Zhen angrily, "I was scared to death, why are you here all of a sudden?" Scratching his head, Luo Zhen's face was gentle, and he said to Erza with a smile, "Didn't I see that you are busy, so I dare not disturb you." Rolling his eyes at Luo Zhen, Erza brought the last dish in his hand to the table and served Luo Zhen with a good meal. "Wash your hands and eat." He took off his apron and sat at the dining table waiting for Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen washed his hands, sat at the dining table and took a deep breath. "It smells so good, it's Erza." Before tasting it, Luo Zhen felt that his stomach was about to move. "Then you eat quickly." Hearing Luo Zhen's praise, Erza showed a happy expression on his face, resting his chin with both hands, just staring at Luo Zhen intently. Because it has been a long time since the two of them sat together and had a good meal. After eating enough, Luo Zhen and Erza sat quietly on the sofa in the living room. Erza leaned on Luo Zhen's shoulder, enjoying this moment of tranquility. As the sun went down, darkness gradually enveloped Magnolia. "Shall we go out for a walk?" Looking at Erza who was holding his arm and leaning on his shoulder, Luo Zhen turned his head slightly, put his chin on Erza's forehead, and asked in a gentle voice. Erza nodded and followed Luo Zhen without saying a word. The two walked arm in arm under the street lights. "Luo Zhen, I..." Suddenly, Erza looked hesitant to speak, wanting to say something, but didn't want to say it. Luo Zhen raised his brows slightly, looked at the awkward Erza and said with a joke, "How can that majestic fairy queen show a little woman like this?" Erza gave Luo Zhen a blank look, and then fell silent for a while. After the silence, Erza said to Luo Zhen, "Yesterday, the president told me that the council has given me a commission and said that I must complete it." Luo Zhen frowned, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Senate? What entrustment?" The moonlight shone on the two of them. Luo Zhen's complexion became colder and colder under the silvery white moonlight, and the cold light flickered in his eyes. Erza shook his head and said, "The president didn't say anything, he just asked me to stay in the guild to rest for a while. The commission from the Senate has not yet been sent to the president, but he just notified you in advance." Luo Zhen nodded, and then didn't continue to ask, but the cold light in his eyes became colder and colder. Chapter 39. Under the darkness, two figures were sneaking around in the dark guild. One of the figures waved its small wings and rushed straight to the second floor of the guild. After picking up an order form on the second floor, the two left the guild directly. In an alley away from the guild, one of the figures held up the order in his hand, looked at the other with a worried face and said, "Natsu, are we really going to do this?" Natsu's eyes were serious, his fists collided in the darkness, and he said with enthusiasm, "I want to prove to the president and Luo Zhen that I already have the strength of an S-level mage, and I will definitely complete this commission of..." Looking at the passionate Natsu, Happy believed in Natsu unconditionally. When the two left Magnolia, a figure sneaked behind them. He looked at Natsu who was going away with serious eyes. "Natsu is crazy. He secretly wants to complete the S-level commission. Gray stood in the dark, watching Natsu's face sinking into the distance. The difficulty of the S-level commission is extraordinary. Even Myra Jane, who became an S-level mage, almost killed Lysina in the commission. What's more, there are only Natsu and Happy. Worried in his heart, he gritted his teeth and turned to Mr. Carlo the horse. Carlo, who was woken up in the middle of the night, was full of anger, and became even more angry after hearing Gray's words. Slapping the table in front of him, the whole person was furious, and shouted at Gray, "Gray! Is everything you said true?" Gray nodded heavily, and said with the same serious expression, "I heard what Natsu said with my own ears, but I don't know which commission he wants to complete." Ma Karloff nodded, and then said to Gray with a serious expression, "Gray, you go to catch up with Natsu and the others now, and you must bring them back." Gray nodded heavily, and left the stable Carlos' house in a short while. After Gray left, Carlos the stable also got dressed and went to the guild. I checked the entrustment section on the second floor and found the order that Natsu had secretly taken away. Suddenly, Ma Karloff shifted his gaze to a dark corner. "Laxus, have you been here all this time?" A figure appeared in the darkness. Laxus opened his eyes were incomparably indifferent. He grinned at Carlos the horse and said, "Old man, it's been a long time since you want to care about my grandson." "Laxus, I'm not kidding you. Why didn't you stop Natsu?" Ma Karloff burst out with a surge of momentum, looking at Laxus with turbulent eyes and asked. Laxus sneered, not paying attention to Mr. Carlos' question at all. If someone else needs to intervene in this kind of thing, then he should quit Fairy Tail as soon as possible. Fairy Tail doesn't need such a useless mage. With indifferent eyes, Laxus glanced at Ma Karloff and said with a sneer, "You." Ma Karloff frowned, looking at the helplessness on the face of the rebellious Laxus. Because of Ivan's incident, Laxus became what it is now. Sighing, and looking at Laxus full of disappointment, Carlos turned his head and went down to the second floor. Glanced by Ma Karloff's eyes full of disappointment, Laxus seemed to be pierced by a sharp thorn in his heart. Angrily shouted at Carlos back, "I am your grandson. You never cared about me. Fairy Tail doesn't need the existence of these weaklings. Laxus, Fairy Tail is a big family. If you join Fairy Tail, then everyone is a family. Before you understand this truth, you will never be a qualified Fairy Tail mage." Ma Karloff didn't talk too much nonsense with Laxus, and turned his head and left the guild straight away. He didn't notice the gloomy face of Laxus behind him at all. After leaving the guild, Carlos Ma's complexion was not good. He glanced at the dark moonlight in the distance and his complexion was heavy. After thinking about it, Mr. Carlo had no choice but to go to Luo Zhen's house. In the living room of Luo Zhen's home, Luo Zhen was crossing his arms with a face full of displeasure, looking at the horseman Carlo on the opposite side with an unkind expression. Erza at the side looked at Mrs. Carlo's heavy complexion, pushed Luo Zhen's arm, and then asked Mrs. Carlos, "President, what are you looking for us in the middle of the night for?" Carlos Ma nodded, and then told the two of them in detail. As Carlos Ma's words fell, Erza immediately stood up, and asked with a frosty face, "Is Natsu crazy? Doesn't he know that S-level wizards are not allowed to go to the second floor to receive commissions?" Erza was furious and extremely disappointed with Natsu's actions. "Erza, Gray has gone after Natsu, but whether he can bring Natsu back is another matter, so I hope you and Luo Zhen can set off to Alcatraz and bring that BD Natsu back." Ma Karloff sighed deeply, looked at the frosty Erza and said. Without waiting for Luo Zhen's response, Erza immediately nodded in agreement. The pajamas on his body turned into armor after a flash of white light, and he said seriously, "President, leave it to us." Looking at Erza who was ready, Carlos the horse heaved a sigh of relief. Hey, why don't you ask me for my opinion?" Seeing that the two passed him directly, Luo Zhen shouted at the two who were discussing the problem with a face full of black lines. Erza stared, and stood beside Luo Zhen with his hands on his hips. He just stared straight at Luo Zhen without saying a word. "Okay, I'll go too." Being stared at so silently by Erza, Luo Zhen was finally defeated and said helplessly, spreading his hands. Seeing Luo Zhen agree to come down, Erza Tsundere turned his head and snorted coquettishly. After the horseman Carlos left, Erza completed the preparations for the entrustment. Looking at the huge package in front of him, Luo Zhen couldn't help but drop a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Erza, there's no need to make such a fuss. With a dry smile on Luo Zhen's face, he said to Erza brightly. Erza frowned, folded his arms and said, it's just some clothes and necessities inside. With a dark face, Luo Zhen said helplessly, Erza, we just went out to do an ordinary commission, and we will be back in a maximum of 3 days. It's unnecessary, it's really unnecessary. Under Luo Zhen's persuasion, Erza reluctantly gave up such a big package. Chapter 40. Gray chased and finally caught up with Natsu at a port. When he came to the port, he saw 3 figures not far away, and Gray's expression sank. When I listened to Natsu before, there were only Natsu and Happy, but now there are more people. Taking a closer look, the extra person is the newly joined Lucy. Natsu and the others waited anxiously at the port because they could not find a ship to Galuna Island. Suddenly, a familiar sound came from behind. Natsu, you fire-breathing idiot! Just stop! Hearing the familiar voice, Natsu turned his head away and looked at Gray behind him with an uneasy face. Why are you here? Seeing Natsu's displeased face, Gray frowned, walked straight up to Natsu, grabbed Natsu by the collar, and shouted loudly, you idiot! Do you know what you are doing? Of course I know, let me go. Natsu slapped Gray's arm away, and said with high spirits, I want to complete the S-level commission, and I want to prove to the President that my strength is enough to be an S-level mage. Fool! Gray scolded, pointed at the 3 of Natsu and said, the President already knows that you secretly took away the S-rank orders, so let me take you back. If you are still stubborn, Erza and Luo Zhen will come later. After Gray's voice fell, the expressions of Happy and Lucy changed suddenly. Immediately, Happy flapped her wings and came to Gray's side, folded her arms and said to Natsu, Natsu, let's go back, this commission is not something we can complete. Yeah, Natsu, let's go back and admit our mistakes to the President. Hearing the names of Erza and Luo Zhen, Lucy and Happy immediately gave up. 1 on 3 at one time became 3 on 1. Humph, even if it's just me, I have to go to Galuna Island to complete this commission. Looking at the rebellious Happy and Lucy, Natsu shouted loudly. Suddenly, a ship sailed in the distance. With joy in his eyes, Natsu jumped up on the harbor and jumped directly onto the ship. Surprised by the sudden appearance of Natsu, the captain of the ship quickly raised his weapon and looked at Natsu nervously. Don't be nervous, I want to go to Galuna Island, can you give me a ride? Standing on the deck, Natsu's face became extremely ugly. Natsu forced out a smile and asked the boatman. Hearing the name of the island from Natsu's mouth, the boatman immediately shook his head. That island is a cursed island, and there are demons on it. I won't go there. Natsu. UBD. Natsu jumps onto the boat suddenly, catching Gray off guard. Ice make ice bird. A blue magic circle emerged under Gray's feet, and then a lifelike ice blue bird appeared behind Gray. Gray jumped up and onto the big bird's back. Under Gray's control, the big bird came straight to the ship. Seeing this scene, Natsu was about to use his magic. But with the shaking of the ship, Natsu's complexion became ugly for a while, and he almost vomited out. Gray jumped onto the deck and grabbed Natsu's arm before heading back to shore. But when the boatman saw that Gray and Natsu were both mages, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to them quickly, are you all mages? If you are mages, I can take you go to Galuna Island. Just as Gray was about to refuse, Natsu, who was caught in his hands, suddenly jumped up. A punch landed on the back of Gray's head, and Gray turned his head to stare at Natsu before passing out. You engage in a sneak attack. You don't talk about martial arts. After knocking Gray out, Natsu shouted at Natsu and Lucy on the shore, we are all on the same boat now, if you go back, the President will not let you go, why don't we complete this commission together, at that time, we will also have credit. I have to say that Natsu really used his brain this time. Lucy couldn't refuse Natsu's words for a while, and after looking at Happy, he finally compromised. Under the leadership of the boatman, a group of people set off straight to the island. But not long after Natsu and the others left, the figures of Luo Zhen and Erza jumped down from Zeus and landed straight on the ground of the port. Seeing that there was no one at the port, Erza frowned and murmured, "Natsu and the others must have set off already. Under the knowledgeable and domineering perception, there is no one around." Luo Zhen shook his head and said, "There is no one else nearby, they should have already set off. What the hell is this guy Grey doing?" Erza frowned and shouted loudly. Then he said to Luo Zhen, "Let's hurry up, Natsu and the others may already be on the island." Luo Zhen nodded, took Erza to Zeus's back, and rushed straight to Kaluna Island. Zeus was very fast, and after a while, he saw an island in a place full of fog. In this island, everywhere is shrouded in darkness, and the eerie feeling in this island is particularly heavy. Arriving on the island, Luo Zhen's arrogance enveloped the entire island in an instant. After searching around, Luo Zhen frowned and said, "Natsu, they haven't come to the island yet." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza couldn't help but look down, looking at the rough sea in the distance. "Then let's wait for them here." After an unknown amount of time, the shadow of a ship suddenly appeared on the rough sea. "Coming." Luo Zhen opened his eyes, looked at the shaking ship and said intently. Erza stood up, looking at the swaying ship expectantly. "Look, there are two people over there." On the bed, Lucy and Happy were clutching the mast tightly, and were almost thrown into the sea by the shaking of the ship. Suddenly Lucy pointed to the shore of the distant island and called out to Natsu and Grey in the cabin. Grey was tied up by them, glaring at Natsu who was seasick. "You fire-breathing BD, I'm going to beat you up sooner or later." Grey shouted at Natsu with his limbs bound. Natsu's face was full of discomfort, lying on the deck and vomiting into the sea. He didn't want to quarrel with Grey anymore. Those two seem familiar. Suddenly, Happy narrowed his eyes, staring at the two people on the shore and said. Grey crawled out of the cabin and looked at the two very familiar figures on the shore. Suddenly Grey's eyes became joyful, and he laughed loudly and said, "It's Luo Zhen and Erza. Luo Zhen and Erza are here." Chapter 41. It's Luo Zhen and Erza. Luo Zhen and Erza are here. Seeing the two familiar figures on the coast, Grey's eyes were full of excitement, and he stood up struggling. Just when he was about to yell, Natsu behind him suddenly yelled at Happy and Lucy, "Stop him!" Exchanging glances with Happy, Lucy threw Grey down directly, covering Grey's mouth firmly. "Now that we have boarded the pirate ship, we have no choice but to go all the way to the dark." Grey was struggling violently, but was pressed firmly on the bed by Lucy, covering his mouth and making no movement. "Hey, you guys are so excited, going out to sea in the middle of the night." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from above everyone's heads. The expression on Lucy's face froze instantly, and Happy turned her head dully. "I saw Zeus floating above the boat, grinning and watching everyone." Zeus. Lucy let go of Grey, and quickly curled up in the corner, looking at Zeus floating in midair in surprise. "Hey! Zeus, I was kidnapped by Natsu and Lucy, you finally came to rescue me." Happy waved her little wings, came to Zeus's side without tears, and threw herself into Zeus's soft body. "Happy, you traitor!" Looking at the rebellious Happy, Lucy was full of tears, and quickly waved her hands to explain. "Don't tell me, the master is waiting for you on the island, please explain to the master." The relationship between Zeus and Happy is still good, and he didn't refuse Happy to rub against his body. He grinned and said, looking at the ugly and crying Lucy on the boat. As the ship docked, Natsu, who was still like a salted fish, suddenly came back to life. Finally alive. Jumping up directly from the ground, Natsu looked at the two figures approaching not far away with a vigilant face. "Let's go." Natsu hurriedly pulled Lucy to flee towards the interior of the island. Who would have thought, suddenly lost sight in front of the eyes, and a darkness enveloped Natsu and Lucy. Deprivation of the five senses. Luo Zhen in the distance snapped his fingers, and Natsu and Lucy immediately ran around like headless chickens. "Yo, Grey, what kind of look do you have?" After Luo Zhen and Erza approached, they saw Grey whose limbs were bound and unable to move on the deck. Luo Zhen had a teasing smile on his face and teased Grey. "Luo Zhen, let me go, I'm going to beat that BD hard." Grey blushed and shouted at Luo Zhen. With a wave of his hand, Prometheus, who was floating in the air, spewed out a small fireball from his mouth, and burned the rope on Gray's body. Gray's face was darkened after being unbound, and he walked towards Natsu, who was running around step by step. A heavy punch hit Natsu's face, causing Natsu to let out a scream. "You fire-breathing idiot! Do you know what you've done?" Knocking Natsu to the ground, Gray straddles Natsu and punches Natsu in the face. Luo Zhen snapped his fingers to relieve the deprivation of the five senses. The next moment, Natsu suddenly jumped up and punched Gray on the cheek. The two wrestled on the beach. Erza didn't stop the fight between the two of them, and walked in front of Lucy with a heavy face. He squatted down and looked directly into Lucy's eyes with a serious face. "Lucy. Natsu is an idiot, are you an idiot too? Before you become an S-level mage, you are not allowed to accept S-level commissions anyway, and those who violate it will be expelled from the guild." Hearing what Erza said, Lucy's face turned pale in an instant. "Expelled from the guild? I finally joined Fairy Tale." Lucy quickly raised her head, apologizing to Erza with tears in her eyes. Lucy didn't push the responsibility to Natsu's head, and told her mistakes very sincerely. After hearing Lucy's apology, Erza nodded and said, "I will truthfully tell the president what you said, and it depends on your luck as to how the president decides." Lucy's face was ashen, and she nodded with a bitter smile on her face. Seeing the grey expression on Lucy's face, Erza did not comfort Lucy. After all, Lucy is already a qualified mage, and he has to bear the consequences if he makes a mistake. Frosty-faced, Erza walked over to Gray and Natsu, who were scuffling on the sand. A heavy punch hit the heads of the two of them. Seeing Erza approaching, the two stopped in a tacit understanding. "Natsu, do you know what stupid thing you did?" Erza had a frosty face, stared straight at Natsu and asked. Being stared at by Erza like this, Natsu lowered his head shyly, not daring to answer. Gray was complacent, and suddenly saw Erza looking at him, and quickly put away that complacent look. "And you? Gray? Didn't the president tell you to stop Natsu and Lucy? Why are you here?" Gray spoke anxiously, wanting to explain to Erza. Needless to say. Before Gray could speak, Erza interrupted Gray with a wave of his hand. He looked at the two people in front of him with disappointment in his eyes. "You guys really let me down." Erza's words echoed in the ears of the two, and Gray's face was full of tears. "I am really wronged. Now you all go back to the guild." Arms folded, Erza yelled at Natsu like the parents of the two. Natsu lowered his head helplessly, turned around silently and walked towards the boat. At this time, there was a sudden sound of intensive footsteps behind him. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of people in Ki costumes appearing behind them. These people looked at Erza and others with sincere eyes, ecstatically. Are you here to help our mage?" An old man in the lead looked looking expectantly at Luo Zhen and his group and asked. Suddenly, Lucy pointed to a familiar figure in the crowd and shouted, "It's you! You are the boatman!" Hearing Lucy's words, Natsu and Gray suddenly raised their heads and looked in the direction Lucy pointed. Sure enough, a familiar figure was standing in the crowd. He is the old man's son, and the cursed one on Galuna Island. With a bitter face, the old man glanced at the villagers behind him, and then said to everyone, "Listen to my son, you are here to help our mages, aren't you?" Chapter 42. Watched by the expectant eyes of the old man, Erza was in a dilemma for a while. It would not be in compliance with the regulations if he stayed to solve this commission, and if he just left. Seeing the expectant eyes of these villagers, Erza felt very uncomfortable. Turning his eyes to Luo Zhen, who was playing with Happy not far away, Erza was silent for a moment. "Yes, we are the mages of Fairy Tale, the mages who accepted your commission and came to handle the commission." After a while, Erza raised his head, looked at the village head firmly and said. "As an S-class mage, Erza can accept commissions in the guild when there are no commissions." Although it was not in compliance with the regulations to accept the commission temporarily, Erza also temporarily left the guild's rules behind. "Erza, you." Hearing Erza's words, Gray's face was full of surprise. Just when he was about to speak, Natsu jumped up from behind and directly covered Gray's mouth. Sitting firmly on Gray's back, pinning him to the ground. "USBD. Stop talking. Now that Erza has accepted the commission, Natsu is the happiest." Being forcefully interrupted by Natsu, Grey rolled over and pushed Natsu aside. After a while, the two continued to wrestle on the ground. The villagers not far away saw Grey and Natsu wrestling on the beach, and they couldn't help feeling a little overwhelmed. "Leave them alone." Erza waved his hand, looking at the wrestling Natsu and Grey as if he was used to it. "Then tell us what happened and what the commission was for." Erza hasn't seen the order yet, and doesn't know what the content of the order is. Hearing Erza's words, the village chief nodded and led Erza and his party to their village. Their village is very backward, full of houses made of branches and roofs made of leaves. Walking into the village, Erza and the others already felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. Following behind the village chief, Erza walked up to Luo Zhen and said to Luo Zhen, "Luo Zhen, why does this village feel strange?" Luo Zhen nodded, leaned into Erza's ear and said, "Heaven." Following Luo Zhen's reminder, Erza raised his head and looked towards the sky. A strange purple moon hangs in the dark sky, and dots of starlight are dotted around this purple moon. Erza's pupils shrank, and suddenly his vision blurred. "Don't stare." Just as Erza was staring straight at the purple moon, Luo Zhen stretched out his hand to block Erza's eyes. Erza regained his composure suddenly, and said in a low voice, "There's something wrong with that moon." The two of Luo Zhen were whispering, and Lucy and the others behind them didn't know what happened. Natsu Grey walked on both sides of Lucy, one left and one right, and Happy was waving her wings and playing with Zeus Prometheus in front. "Come to the center of the village, where is the village chief's house? Dear guest, please come in." The village head welcomed Luo Zhen and others warmly, and welcomed Luo Zhen and others into the house. After Luo Zhen and the others were seated, the village chief took off his mask, revealing a ferocious and terrifying face. "Ah!" Seeing this face, Lucy cried out in fright and looked at the village chief in horror. "Demon!" Lucy's exclamation echoed in the small room, and everyone's eyes fell on Lucy in an instant. Being stared at by everyone like this, Lucy forgot to be afraid for a while, and lowered her head in embarrassment. "As you can see, because of the curse of the purple moon in the sky, all the inhabitants of our island have turned into this monster." Outside the house, the villagers also turned into demons one after another, and the whole village became extremely terrifying for a while. "So, what is the content of the commission?" Looking at the terrifying village head, Luo Zhen asked the village head calmly with a calm expression. "Destroy the moon." The village chief looked at Luo Zhen with piercing eyes, and he could tell that Luo Zhen and Erza were obviously the people in charge among them. And Erza was headed by Luo Zhen, so the village head looked directly at Luo Zhen. After the village chief's voice fell, Luo Zhen stood up directly. He cupped his fists at the village chief. "Farewell." After finishing speaking, Luo Zhen turned his head and left. "Hey, wait! Luo Zhen, wait a minute." Seeing Luo Zhen's resolute and non-procrastinating actions, the village chief quickly got up and called out to stop Luo Zhen's back. "Master Village Chief, we are mages, not gods, destroying the moon? You think highly of us too." Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, spread his hands and said. The village head also fell silent, with a dry smile on his face. It's just that even if the ferocious and terrifying face smiled, it was still more terrifying. Then change the content of the commission to lift the curse on the island." The village chief hesitated for a moment, and looked at Luo Zhen expectantly. "Can?" Under the expectant eyes of the village chief, Luo Zhen nodded and agreed. "Very good." Seeing that Luo Zhen agreed, the village head burst into cheers. The voice of the village chief's cheers spread outside the house, and the villagers outside also started to cheer. All of a sudden, the whole village began to dance like demons. After everyone bid farewell to the village chief and left the village, Natsu and others followed behind Luo Zhen, and asked Luo Zhen's back, "Luo Zhen, what shall we do now?" "See there." Pointing to a mountain in the distance, there is a dilapidated temple there. Looking in the direction of Luo Zhen's finger, everyone saw the wreckage of the temple. "Go there first and have a look, and we'll talk about it later." In fact, when Luo Zhen landed on the island, his knowledge and domineering aura had already enveloped the entire island. It has long been perceived that there are several unusual auras in that temple, and one aura is extremely powerful. All the people here are wizards, and their steps are not slow. It didn't take long to arrive at this dilapidated temple. Just as everyone was about to step into the temple, several figures suddenly appeared not far from Luo Zhen and his party, blocking their way. Stop! The few people who appeared were wearing black robes and a mask, and stopped Luo Zhen and others. Who are you? The sudden appearance of several people made Erza and others vigilant. Deprivation of magic power. Just as the two sides were still confronting each other, a magic circle appeared at Luo Zhen's feet. The purple magic circle engulfed everyone. The next moment, the people on the opposite side suddenly felt that all the magic power in their bodies had disappeared, and horror flashed in their eyes. Chapter 43. What's going on? Why did my magic power disappear? My magic power is gone, what's going on? It's his fault. The few people who appeared looked terrified, feeling the exhausted magic power in their bodies, and looked at Luo Zhen in horror. Natsu, I leave it to you. He glanced at these people with calm eyes, and shouted at Grey Natsu and the two behind him. The two looked at each other, and rushed forward one after another, screaming strangely. Within moments the three were knocked to the ground by Natsu Grey. Losing their magic power and not being as good at fisting as Natsu Grey, the three were soon overpowered. With an unfriendly expression, Grey came to one of them and punched him heavily in the face. What is your purpose on the island? Did the villagers on the island become like this because of you? Punched in the face by Grey, the man passed out as soon as he rolled his eyes. Before Grey was ready to ask the next person, Luo Zhen waved his hands to the crowd and said, just tie them up and throw them here. I think the mastermind behind the scenes is in front. Grey gave the remaining two men a vicious look, and tied the three of them tightly with a rope and threw them aside. A group of people continued to move forward, and there was darkness in the dilapidated temple. The invisible environment made Natsu and the others nervous. Prometheus floated not far from Luo Zhen, illuminating the way ahead for the group. Not long after, in a huge cave, a huge body suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Dear Lionla! The moment he saw this huge figure, Grey suddenly let out an exclamation. This huge body was sealed by a piece of blue ice, and its ferocious face was lifelike. Grey, do you know him? Seeing Grey's strange appearance, Erza and others were a little puzzled, and asked Grey. After a long silence, Grey was about to speak. Suddenly an indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears. Of course he does. A man wearing a mask and covered in black robes appeared in front of Dai Leon. He looked at the crowd unkindly, and paused as soon as his eyes swept over Grey. A sneer appeared on the face under the mask, and then viciously swept across everyone present. Are you the wizards of fairy tale? The figure had sharp eyes, scanning Luo Zhen and his party vigilantly. Who the hell are you guys? Why is Lionla here? Grey blushed furiously, and glared at the man in black with red eyes. Still don't recognize me, Grey? The man in black smiled coldly, and then swung his right hand in front of him, and an ice blade suddenly appeared, slashing straight at Grey. Leon! Why is it you? Dodging the ice blade's attack, Grey suddenly realized, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Why did you bring Leon here? What the hell are you trying to do? Gritting his teeth, Grey roared at Leon. What? To break the seal of Dai Leon, of course. The face under Leon's mask was full of madness, and he turned his head madly to look at Dai Leon behind him. Stretching out his hand on the ice, he muttered to himself sickly, Ulu, as long as I defeat Dai Lionla, I will surpass you. At this moment, Leon has fallen into madness, wanting to prove his own strength. Leon, you are crazy. Dai Lionla was sealed by you at the cost of his life, and you want to undo Dai Lionla's seal for such a boring purpose. Grey was furious and wanted to rush forward regardless of Erza's stop. Grey, what do you know? In order to surpass Ulu, I spent so much time learning magic every day, but Ulu is willing to sacrifice his life to seal this demon just to save you. Ulu is dead, so who else do I want to surpass? Since Ulu can't defeat Dai Lionla, if I can defeat him, I have already surpassed Ulu. With crazy eyes, Leon tore off his mask and roared at Grey. The scar was uncovered, and Grey felt a stabbing pain in his heart. If it wasn't for him, Ulu wouldn't have died. Grey looked lonely, and couldn't help but lose his balance and took 2 steps back. Natsu stepped forward and grabbed Grey's back. Although I don't know what happened between you two, I absolutely don't allow anyone to destroy a thing that I have to do even if I sacrifice my life. Natsu's fists collided, flames spreading from his fists. Natsu, stop! Suddenly, Luo Zhen's voice echoed in the empty underground cave. Everyone focused on Luo Zhen, and Natsu was about to ask Luo Zhen why he stopped him. Grey, since he is your senior brother, and you are here for your master, then let him be handed over to you, no problem. Luo Zhen turned his head, looked at Grey who was in a daze and said with a smile. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Grey raised his head blankly. The crowd had never seen Grey's nano look. Gritting his teeth, Grey's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. His eyes became firm, and he said, "No problem, leave it to me." Blue's magic circle emerged from the ice under his feet. Grey's right hand turned into a fist and placed in the palm of his left hand. "Leon, come on. Let's fight it out with what you taught us." Looking at Grey who cheered up, Leon's eyes flashed a little relief. "Grey, come on." Leon didn't cast magic with both hands like Grey did. With a wave of his arm, Bing Blue's magic circle also appeared at his feet. The ice magic battle between the two quickly unfolded, with dazzling modeling magic. All kinds of wonderful creations are formed in the hands of the two. Just as the two were fighting, Luo Zhen walked up to Dai Leon at this moment. "Gently place your palms on top of the ice cubes." A faint spirit could be felt within the ice. On the top of the ice cube, a purple beam of light was falling on the ice cube, slowly melting the huge ice cube. At the same time, what can be sensed is the powerful soul power contained in Dai Lion's body. A smile appeared on Luo Zhen's face, and he couldn't help muttering, "Is this the demon created by Zeref? It's so powerful." Even after being sealed for such a long time, Dai Lion's body could no longer hold on. But the soul in the body is still abundant. Chapter 44. When Luo Zhen checked the icebound Dai Leon, Grey and Leon had already fought. Also from Ulu's sect, the fighting skills of the two are almost the same. The shape magic released by Leon with one hand can create items faster, pressing down on Grey from the beginning. And Grey, who has obeyed Ulu since he was a child, and honestly uses two-handed modeling magic, has a slight gap with Leon in terms of strength. But steadily, it is still difficult for Leon to win Grey in a short time. Natsu and others not far away watched Grey's battle quietly without intervening. Because of what Luo Zhen said just now, this is a battle between Grey's fellow disciples. Even if they wanted to intervene, Grey wouldn't want to. As companions, they naturally respect Grey's wishes. The drops of the moon continued to condense, dripping on the ice that sealed Lionla. A few cracks appeared on this huge ice block, and Del Leon would break out from the seal at any time. Ice make fishing net. The moves here do not use the English names in the original work, which is a bit suspicious of the word count. On the ice-covered ground, Grey slid on the ground, putting distance between himself and Leon. With both hands together, Blue's magic circle spread under Grey's feet. The next moment, a huge fishing net of ice appeared in the air, covering Leon directly on the ground. The corner of Leon's mouth twitched into a sneer, and he waved his right hand in front of him, and then a pair of huge ice scissors appeared. The moment the fishing net and the scissors collide, the fishing net is crushed. The sharp scissors rushed towards Grey, about to cut Grey in half. Ice make ice cube. Looking at the ice blue scissors under the firelight, Grey didn't panic at all. A thick block of ice condensed in front of him, blocking the attack of the scissors. "Grey, it seems that you have improved a lot over the years." Seeing that his attack was blocked, Leon stopped and stared at Grey sharply. Grey showed a bad face, glared at Leon viciously, and shouted, "Leon, stop your behavior now, and I will let you go." "Let me go? Think about yourself first." Leon smiled coldly, although he knew that it would be difficult for him to leave here today. But Leon didn't have any fear in his heart. Ulu's death had already driven Leon into madness. Click. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted the battle between the two. A crack suddenly appeared on the huge ice block that sealed Dai Leon, and the crack started to spread continuously from the top until it penetrated the entire ice block. Gray's complexion changed, and he quickly shouted to Luo Zhen, who was directly in front of the ice cube, "Luo Zhen! Get out of there!" Luo Zhen ignored Gray and looked up at the cracked ice. The drops of the moon are about to break the ice completely. Gray left Leon behind and rushed straight to Luo Zhen. "Want to leave? Don't pretend I don't exist, Gray." Seeing that Gray wanted to abandon himself and rush towards Leon, Leon stood in front of Gray with a sneer. Looking at Leon in front of him, Gray showed anger, and roared angrily, "Leon! Don't be obsessed anymore, have you forgotten the tragedy caused by Leon?" Leon laughed wildly, and his face became a little ferocious because of his wild laughter. Looking at Gray with a smirk, he roared angrily, "How could I have forgotten? If it wasn't for Ulu, I would have been the one who sealed Leon and pulled him. I must kill this monster with my own hands." At the beginning, Gray wanted to use absolute freeze to seal Lionla privately, but was stopped by Ulu. Watching you use absolute freeze, he taught Gray the last lesson with his life. UBD. Looking at the obsessed Leon, Gray's eyes finally showed unbearable anger. "That's it. Gray, use your full strength, use all your strength, in front of Ulu, let her see who has inherited her strongest strength." Seeing the anger in Gray's eyes, Leon not only did not show any discouragement, but roared at Gray with wild laughter. Seal Dai Leon pulls cracks in the ice that keep spreading, and it doesn't take long for the ice to go through. Watching the cracks on the ice grow longer and longer, Gray became more and more nervous. A stern look flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Ice make Rose Garden." Ice Blue's magic power overflowed Gray's body, filling the narrow cave within a moment. "This is..." Countless icy blue roses suddenly rose from the ground, instantly covering Leon's body. "This is Ulu's move, how did you know it?" A flash of thought flashed in Leon's eyes, and he couldn't help questioning Gray. Gray didn't answer Leon's words, and the beautiful but dangerous roses suddenly turned. The branches covered with thorns scraped against Leon's body. The blood was sprayed on the roses of ice blue, adding a little coquettishness to these roses. Rose Garden's move was mainly to trap Leon. Gray crossed his hands, and a huge scythe appeared in Gray's hand. "Ice make Death Scythe." Grasping the scythe in his hand, Gray's eyes flickered coldly, and his feet slid on the ice, heading straight for Leon. Leon regained his composure, a burst of blue light flickered beside him. As the blue light fell, a giant ice tiger was formed. The giant tiger roared and rushed into the rose garden, destroying the alluring ice blue roses in less than a moment. Gray, who was holding a scythe, had already rushed in front of Leon, slashing at Leon with a huge scythe. Ice wall. Leon was unhurried, stretching out his hands to form a thick ice wall in front of him, separating himself from Gray. Boom! The sickle slammed heavily on the ice wall, making a loud noise. In the heat of the battle between the two, Erza appeared by Luo Zhen's side with a worried face. Looking at the cracks spreading on the huge ice block, Erza asked worriedly, "Is this seal going to be lifted?" Luo Zhen nodded, looked at Dai Leon who was frozen in front of him and said, "The purple moon should be caused by Gray's senior brother to break the seal. As long as the ceremony they are performing is interrupted, it should be able to break the seal." The purple moon is gone. Right above the ice, the two could clearly see Purple's moon just overhead. There was a small hole there just enough for the moonlight to fall on the top of Delion's head. Chapter 45. Boom! There was a bang, and the shattered ice cubes splashed all around. Luo Zhen quickly shielded Erza in front of her body, and the sharp ice cubes kept hitting Luo Zhen's body, but they couldn't even pierce Luo Zhen's skin. As the mist cleared, Gray and Leon, who were fighting, also stopped. He stared blankly at Dai Leon who broke the seal from the ice. Frozen for many years, Dai Leon is still alive. A little slowly looked at the strange environment around him, and let out a roar that shook the sky. The violent roar echoed throughout Galuna Island, and the villagers in the village looked at the temple on the top of the mountain in horror. Suddenly, Dai Leon stretched out his huge arms, and slapped Luo Zhen and Erza directly in front of him. "Change, Armor of Vidra. Just when Dai Leon was about to hit Zhong Er with his arm, Erza, who was behind Luo Zhen, rushed out suddenly, wearing a pair of gold armor. Holding Dai Lion's huge body, he shouted to Luo Zhen behind him, "Luo Zhen, go!" Seeing Erza struggling to resist Dai Lion's back, Luo Zhen couldn't help smiling. Stepping forward quickly, he raised his palm and put it in Dai Lion's palm. The next moment, Luo Zhen pulled Erza behind him. Erza, who was pulled away by Luo Zhen, hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing?" But before Erza finished speaking, he saw Luo Zhen pushing Dai Leon and pulling towards the front. It depends on the palm that is about to fall on the ground, but there is no way to fall. Boom! The other palm clenched into a fist, and a heavy punch hit Dai Lion's palm. The sound of the explosion echoed in the narrow cave, causing Lucy not far away to cover his ears. "Erza, you don't think I'm really powerless just because of the nickname of the King of Souls, do you?" Pulling Dai Leon away with a punch, Luo Zhen turned his wrist, turned his head to look at Erza and said with a smile. At this time, everyone suddenly recalled. Is Luo Zhen's strongest is his soul magic? No, it was Luo Zhen's terrifying physical strength. Although Natsu was the only one who had seen a dragon among the people present. But everyone even thought that Luo was really a giant dragon in human form, and his body was too strong. Roar! Dai Leon, who was blown away, stood up, because the ice on the lower body had not been lifted, so his movements were very limited. Standing up straight, his eyes filled with fury, he let out a deafening roar at the crowd. The next moment, Luo Zhen stepped on the ground fiercely with both feet, and cracks like spider webs suddenly appeared on the ground. The cracks continued to spread around. Erza quickly put on the Kuruba armor, and flew to Lucy's side. "As long as there is something wrong, just take Lucy and escape from here." Luo Zhen jumped up and appeared in front of Dai Leon in an instant, clenched his fist tightly with his right hand. A punch fell on Dai Lion's head. With heavy punches, Dai Leon was knocked down when he just stood upright. Without giving Dai Leon a chance to stand up, Luo Zhen knew that Dai Lion's vitality was not much left. After knocking down Dai Leon, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from Luo Zhen's body. This manic and violent breath directly suppressed Dai Leon. Even Del Leon, known as the Disaster Demon, has never seen such a terrifying breath. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Luo Zhen put his right hand on Dai Lion's forehead. A pure and powerful soul was drawn out of Lion's body. A manic roar came from Dai Lion's mouth, and he waved his struggling arms around, trying to throw Luo Zhen, who was standing on his forehead, away. Boom! Clenching his fist with his left hand, he punched heavily into the void around him. The next moment the space shattered, and cracks spread in the air. A terrifying concussion force appeared, shattering Dai Lion's arm. As Dai Lion's struggle weakened, the soul was completely extracted. Looking at Dai Leon, who had completely lost his movement, leaving only a trace of his body, Luo Zhen turned his head and jumped on his forehead. "Luo Zhen, what are you going to do?" Seeing that Lucy was holding a transparent soul body in her hand, Erza asked, a little puzzled. Luo Zhen didn't answer, and walked towards the ice shards that Dai Leon shattered. Finding a relatively large fragment, Luo Zhen integrated the soul extracted from Dai Lion's body into the ice. With the passage of time, a human face suddenly appeared on the ice. Limbs, torso, head are slowly being generated. After opening his eyes, the Iceman's eyes were full of confusion. Raising his head to see Luo Zhen in front of him, his mouth was full of devotion and respect. "Owner! You salutes you with allegiance." With the formation of the Iceman, her figure was bumpy, and she knelt down in front of Luo Zhen on one knee. "Get up!" Luo Zhen's eyes showed satisfaction, and he raised his hand to let him stand up. Then he said to Erza, "Erza, get her a dress. This Iceman is different from the three homies created by Luo Zhen before. Once she was formed, it was as if she had her own consciousness. You are you. How is this going? Hey, Luo Zhen, she is Ulu." After Erza took out a set of clothes for Ulu to change into in the space, the eyes of Gray and Leon were full of excitement and nostalgia. The two of them didn't bother to fight anymore, and rushed to Luo Zhen's face. looking at this figure with an extremely familiar face. Grey couldn't help but burst into tears, and rushed forward to give this figure a hug. Impossible, impossible! Ulu is dead. Leon at the side was shocked when he saw this familiar face, and he kept talking. Grey, Leon. How did you grow up? At this time, Ulu got dressed and looked at Grey and Leon who had grown up before him. Words came out of Ulu's mouth. Are you really you? Are you? It's Ulu, it must be you. Hearing their names from the ice mouth, Grey immediately burst into tears. Leon also trembled, walking towards Ulu with difficulty. Kneeling down in front of Ulu with a plop, Leon's tears kept dripping down the ground. With sobs in his voice, he tremblingly raised his head to look at the very familiar face in front of him. Ulu, I miss you so much. Chapter 46. Looking at Grey and Leon kneeling in front of him. A tear also condensed in the corner of Iceman Ulu's eye, across Ice Blue's cheek and dripped to the ground. Ulu squatted down, put his palms on the heads of Grey and Leon, and gently stroked their heads with his hands. Seeing the warm scene in front of them, Erza and Lucy were speechless in shock. Waving the wings behind him, Erza brought Lucy to Luo Zhen's side. Looking at Ulu's lifelike face and Grey and Leon who were crying bitterly, Erza asked Luo Zhen curiously, what's wrong with the two of them? Who is this Ulu? Luo Zhen replied with a smile, can't you see that Ulu is the master of Grey and Leon, who sacrificed his life to seal Dai Lionla? Surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. Since Senior Ulu has already died, why is he resurrected in this form? And call Luo Zhen you as the master? Lucy looked in surprise at Ulu whose facial expression was no different from ordinary people, and asked Luo Zhen curiously. My magic can extract the souls of other people, and then endow other objects with their own life, but the target cannot be the one with life. Ulu used super magic absolute freezing to seal Dai Leon back then, and his body and soul were completely turned into this ice cube. Ulu's life has disappeared, but her soul and memory are condensed in this ice cube. After extracting the soul of Del Leon and injecting it into the ice cube, Ulu has become a brand new life created by me. It's just that you is different from Zeus and Prometheus. You has the memories and feelings from before, so he is a different homies. Luo Zhen crossed his arms and explained to Lucy beside him with a chuckle. With Luo Zhen's explanation, everyone immediately understood. Then Dai Lionla's soul is in Senior Ulu's body, won't there be any problems? Lucy's sudden question made the whole space quiet. Both Leon and Grey raised their heads abruptly, looking at Luo Zhen with concern in their eyes. I was afraid of hearing some unacceptable bad news from Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen grinned and said, don't underestimate me. I don't think the attainment of soul magic belongs to anyone. When I pulled out Lion's soul, I completely wiped out part of its extremely evil soul. The rest is the purest soul body. After Luo Zhen's voice fell, Grey and Leon breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the three Ulu masters and apprentices who were weeping bitterly, Luo Zhen and others wisely walked aside and gave the three a chance to tell their hearts. Leon, is that purple moon in the sky your fault? After the master and apprentice got along for a while, Grey finally recovered. Pointing to the purple moon in the sky, he asked Leon. Leon nodded and said, that's right, Saradai told me that the moon drop can undo the seal of absolute freezing, that's why I came to this island. Saradai? Who is that? Hearing this strange name, Grey was stunned for a moment, but couldn't remember the name in his mind. He just went out with Sokka and the others to stop you, didn't you see them? Seeing Grey's puzzled expression, Leon continued. You're talking about them. Grey suddenly realized that the few people just now Luo Zhen didn't give them a chance to declare themselves, and directly deprived them of their source of magic power. Now they may still be tied outside the temple. Then how to untie this magic circle? Grey temporarily ignored the few people outside, and quickly asked Leon. The magic circle was destroyed the moment Lionla was released. Leon spread his hands and pointed to a dilapidated magic circle not far away. Then why hasn't that purple moon in the sky disappeared? Grey frowned, looked at the alluring purple moon above his head and frowned and said. Leon shook his head, saying that he didn't know such a thing either. Gray turned his head and found Luo Zhen and others in the distance. Tell everyone exactly what Leon just said. After learning that the magic circle had been dispelled, but the purple moon in the sky still existed, Lucy immediately became dejected. Then let's shoot down the moon. Natsu was full of fighting spirit, and the flames surged under the collision of his fists, and he turned around and was about to rush out of the cave. Stop, Natsu! Looking at Natsu's back, Erza let out a cold drink helplessly. Natsu's footsteps stayed in the air, and he turned around with a dry smile. Are you a fool? How could the moon be shot down? Poking Natsu's forehead, Erza's face was covered with black lines. Being reprimanded by Erza, Natsu stood aside dejectedly, and muttered to himself, then you don't say think of a way, then you can only shoot down the moon. Leon also looked at Natsu with strange eyes. How could anyone have such an idea? Is this guy an idiot? Go ask Saradai, he should have a solution. After a moment of silence, Leon followed Ulu to the crowd and said to them. Saradai is one of the guys who just got tied up by Luo Zhen. Is that the guy you're talking about? At this moment, Luo Zhen, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly spoke, pointing to a short figure not far away. It's him. Leon turned his head and looked in the direction Luo Zhen pointed at. A familiar figure came into view. Hey, Leon, have you betrayed us? Seeing that he had been exposed, Saradai was no longer hiding, and appeared in front of everyone floating in midair. We are just a cooperative relationship. My goal has been achieved, so let's terminate the cooperative relationship. Leon sneered, looked at Saradai with folded arms and said with a sneer. TCH, what a hassle. Looking at the wizards in fairy tale, Saradai frowned deeply. Without looking back, he rushed directly to the outside of the cave. Stop! Seeing that Saradai wanted to run away, Natsu suddenly jumped up from the ground, his fists were condensed with flames, and he punched Saradai directly. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Jumping to the top of Saradai, he punched him on the back and knocked him down to the ground heavily. The smoke cleared, and Saradai stood up with a gloomy expression. He patted the dust off his body. A crystal ball floated in front of him. Chapter 47. Natsu saw that Saradai was still able to stand up after being punched by him, his brows were raised slightly, and he was ready to move forward with a grin. Raging flames blazed behind Natsu, his fists collided, and he walked towards Saradai step by step. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. Natsu was picking up speed, and soon he was running, arms slanted behind him. Go straight to Saradai's figure. Seeing that Natsu was about to come up to give him a bite, Saradai's face was frosty, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Natsu leaped high, with flames attached to his arms, and went straight towards Saradai. Just when Natsu's arm was about to hit Saradai's face, the crystal ball in front of him suddenly moved and blocked Saradai's body. The crystal ball turned into an afterimage, and appeared in front of Natsu in the blink of an eye. A heavy blow. When Natsu was about to touch Saradai one step ahead, Natsu was directly knocked out. The crystal ball slowly floated back to Saradai, looking at everyone with a sneer on his face. Damn it! Natsu in the smoke let out a roar, and then Natsu's figure rushed out of the smoke and went straight to Saradai. But the next few times, Natsu hit Saradai and was knocked out by his crystal ball. Saradai frowned deeply, looking at Natsu who was roaring and rushing towards him again, feeling impatient. Let's get rid of you with one move. The magic circle under the feet condensed, and the magic power continuously poured into the crystal ball. The crystal ball exploded with a bang, and appeared in front of Natsu in an instant. Just when the crystal ball was about to hit Natsu's face, an ice wall suddenly rose in front of Natsu, blocking the crystal ball's attack. The crystal ball was inlaid on the ice wall and was still spinning. The sudden appearance of the ice wall made the rushing Natsu have to stop. Dissatisfied, he turned his head to Grey and shouted, "You Ice BD! Don't interfere in my battle!" Grey was full of doubts, he didn't use this magic himself. Glancing at Leon, he saw him looking at him with the same puzzled eyes. At this time, the two reacted and turned their eyes to Ulu behind them. I saw Ulu making the same movements as Grey, and a miniature magic circle was condensed on the fist. "Ulu, is that you?" Gray looked at Ulu, who was using magic, in surprise. How about it, Master's strength is not bad. Ulu grinned and wiped the tip of his nose with his finger. Damn it! Saradai glanced at Ulu bitterly, turned his head and wanted to rush out of the underground cave and leave here. Suddenly, a terrifying breath enveloped it. Saradai's face instantly became extremely pale, and his whole body seemed to be suppressed by a mountain. With difficulty, he stretched out his palm and grabbed the crystal ball beside him. The Ark of Time, the glory of all gods. Suddenly let go of the crystal ball in his hand, letting it float freely into the air. The next moment, a series of bright attacks appeared in the narrow cave, and they went straight to Luo Zhen beside Erza. Saradai also knew that the only person present with such strength was Luo Zhen. As long as Luo Zhen is dealt with, everyone is no match for him. With a wave of his right hand, Luo Zhen directly blocked the attacks from all directions. With a sudden step on the ground with both feet, the ground collapsed, and Luo Zhen appeared in front of Saradai in the blink of an eye. Under the terrifying coercion, Saradai suddenly felt fear in his heart. Horror flashed in his eyes, and he quickly avoided meeting Luo Zhen's gaze. Just now he saw with his own eyes how Luo Zhen extracted the soul of Dai Leon from his body. Seeing Luo Zhen's familiar movements, he thought that Luo Zhen also wanted to extract his own soul. The body is constantly struggling, pushing, and beating Luo Zhen with hands and feet. Throwing Saradai out heavily, he said calmly, "How to get rid of the purple moon on Galuna Island?" Being thrown to the ground by Luo Zhen, Saradai covered his neck and coughed twice. The formation of the moon drop is to form a thin film over Galuna Island. The moonlight passes through the thin film to form a purple moon. You only need to smash the thin film covering Galuna Island to relieve the residents of this island. Problem. Saradai was shocked and panicked. No matter how he faced anyone, he was not as terrified as he was facing the man in front of him. I see, let's go. Luo Zhen nodded, not intending to settle accounts with Saradai. Originally thought that he was going to die here completely today, but when he suddenly heard Luo Zhen's words, Saradai suddenly raised his head and looked at Luo Zhen in disbelief. You said let me go. Saradai looked at Luo Zhen in surprise, and pointed at himself. Some suspect that they have heard wrong. Don't go, right? Then don't go. Luo Zhen frowned, and the magic power overflowed Luo Zhen's body, and he was about to step forward to kill Saradai. Seeing that Luo Zhen really wanted to let him go, Saradai summoned the crystal ball to his side without the slightest hesitation, and disappeared from everyone's sight after a while. See you next time, Altair. The moment Saradai left, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning his head sharply to take a look at Luo Zhen, his eyes were full of shock. Why? Why would he know his identity? I have never come into contact with this monster in front of me. Looking at the slightly raised corners of Luo Zhen's mouth, Altair was even more puzzled. Is it really okay to let him go? Coming to Luo Zhen's side, Erza looked at Luo Zhen's profile and asked. Luo Zhen shrugged and said with a smile, it's not that we have to kill each other, why do we have to kill each other? Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza nodded in agreement. But if those souls who died under Luo Zhen's hands heard this sentence, would they roar at Luo Zhen? Let's get out of here, I already know how to complete the mission on this island. Turning his head, he shouted to Lucy Natsu and others behind him. Everyone hurriedly followed Luo Zhen's back and walked towards the outside of the temple. Gray looked at Ulu, who was also following, and walked beside Ulu without the slightest hesitation. Leon also hesitated for a moment and followed. Leon and several companions were tied up and thrown outside. When Luo Zhen and others appeared, their eyes revealed despair. Now that Luo Zhen and the others have appeared, does it mean that Leon is also defeated by them? But when they saw Leon following closely behind, they were stunned. Puzzled. Chapter 48. Leon, what's going on? Seeing that there were only some signs of fighting on Leon's body, but he didn't look injured, several people couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Leon waved his hand, and remained silent without answering the words of the few people. Several people saw that Leon didn't want to say anything, so they didn't continue to ask. Suddenly, the eyes of several people fell on the woman covered in icy blue. They remembered that there was no such woman when they went in before. Why suddenly more people came out now? And this woman didn't look like a normal person, her whole body was covered in ice blue, as if she was made of ice. And they also saw that Leon and the shirtless man in their group seemed to be very familiar with this woman. The three walked together so closely. The people who were tied up looked at each other, completely puzzled. Luo Zhen lifted the deprived magic power from several people, and felt the magic power gushing out of their bodies again. Tears filled their eyes instantly. It's good to have that familiar feeling back. Leon, what's going on with us now? The people whose limbs were untied followed behind Leon, and one of them, a man wearing a dog head mask, approached Leon curiously and asked. Leon was silent for a moment, and said to several people, "We lost." Dai Lion's seal was lifted, but he was also killed. As Leon's words fell, the expressions of several people changed suddenly. They are all survivors of the De Leon disaster when they were young. Under the destruction of De Leon, they survived under the protection of their relatives. Dai Leon La was killed. Several people were silent, and a line of hot tears flowed from their eyes. Everyone left the temple and went down the mountain. Back in the village, Leon and the others couldn't help being startled when they saw this group of demon-like villagers. Seeing that Leon and the others were taken aback, Gray glanced at him with a sneer and said, "It's all because of the moondrop magic you're doing here that the villagers on the island are cursed." The few people are not bad, and they also showed shame when they heard this. Looking from a distance, there is a thin purple film in the sky. If you don't check carefully in the middle of the night, you can't see the appearance of the film at all. Changing clothes, Tianlun's sword. Since as long as the film is destroyed, the curse on the island can be lifted. Erza immediately switched to the Tianlun armor, and rushed to the sky with two long swords in his hand. With the flying of the sharp blade, dozens of sharp long swords shot straight into the sky, trying to destroy the film in one fell swoop. But the distance of the film is too far, even if Erza used all his strength, the long sword could not reach the desired height. Unwilling to fall to the ground, Erza continued to switch Kuruba armor. Flapping its wings and flying into the air, an after-image of black flashed under the dark moon sky. Holding the Kuruba long sword, he shot straight at the membrane in the sky. Standing in the center of the village, Luo Zhen frowned, looking at the ultra-long-distance purple film in the sky of Li Tian, feeling a little dignified in his heart. Most of Luo Zhen's abilities are on the ground. It is really difficult for Luo Zhen to rush to such a high distance. After Erza returned to the ground, he shook his head helplessly. "Let me try it." Taking a deep breath, he asked the village chief not far away for a long knife. As Luo Zhen gathered all his strength, he threw the long knife, and a streak of light streaked across the air, shooting straight into the sky like a shooting star. But the difference is that the meteor is from top to bottom, and this kind of streamer is from bottom to top. The speed of the long knife thrown with all his strength in the air directly exceeded the speed of sound, and bursts of sonic booms exploded in the air. The long knife stabbed fiercely on a hard barrier, but failed to penetrate the barrier. The knowledgeable domineering sensed this scene, and Luo Zhen also showed helplessness. Why doesn't Luo Zhen use magic? Suddenly, Lucy on the side spoke. Luo Zhen spread his hands and said helplessly, "Soul magic is useless, and vibration magic is not used. This is an island. If vibration magic is used, it can indeed destroy the film on it, but it may also cause a tsunami. And the port city not far away." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Lucy couldn't help swallowing. So scary. Taking a deep breath, Luo Zhen summoned Zeus over. Jumping on the back of Zeus, Luo Zhen commanded Zeus to soar into the sky. Zeus's speed was extremely fast, and after a while Lucy and others couldn't see the figures of the two clearly. Coming to the top, Luo Zhen could clearly see the hard barrier above. "Zeus, come closer." Seeing this purple film, Luo Zhen nodded in satisfaction and directed Zeus to approach. Zeus, who received the order, approached and came to the side of the purple film. The moment he approached, Luo Zhen gathered all his strength and slammed his fist heavily on the barrier. In an instant, the barrier shattered, and the sound of the explosion resounded through the sky, echoing in the empty sky. The barrier is shattering, turning into bits of purple starlight and melting into the darkness. Erza and the others on the ground showed joy, seeing the gradually disappearing purple barrier. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With the disappearance of the purple barrier, the bright moonlight falls. Bathed in the light of the silver-white moon, the villagers closed their eyes, waiting for their curse to be broken. Suddenly, stretching out his hands, the village head bathed in the moonlight opened his eyes. His figure has not recovered at all, but there is a different look in his eyes. His clansmen also gradually opened their eyes and looked at each other silently. The figure of Luo Zhen returned to the ground and came in front of Erza and others. Erza frowned, looking at the villagers who had no intention of recovering. He couldn't help asking, "Hasn't the curse been broken yet?" "No, the curse has been lifted." A smile appeared on the ferocious face of the village chief, and he walked in front of Erza and the others. But you..." Hearing what the village chief said, Lucy was still a little scared looking at his ferocious face, and stuck her head out from behind Luo Zhen and Erza. "Yes, this is what we are, the curse is not this." The village chief grinned, and such a smile made the already ferocious face even more terrifying. "What?" The words of the village chief shocked everyone except Luo Zhen. Following the village chief's explanation, everyone knew. The villagers on this island are not human beings at all, they are originally a demon-like race. They are able to switch between humans and demons. It's just that they were affected by the drops of the moon, making them forget their identities and their abilities. After seeing his demon face, he thought the island was cursed. Chapter 49. A ship sails on the sea. This is because the village head of the island sent someone to send Luo Zhen and others to leave the island in order to thank Luo Zhen and others. And the person who saw him off happened to be the man who brought Natsu and others to the island, the son of the village chief. At this time, he has recovered the appearance of a human being, propping up the boat and sailing on the sea. Sitting on the deck, the sea breeze gently blows on Luo Zhen's face. Erza sat beside Luo Zhen, hugged Luo Zhen's arm, and leaned his head on Luo Zhen's shoulder. The sea breeze blows Erza Scarlet's long hair, blowing it slightly fluttering. "Luo Zhen, after Natsu and the others go back, how will the president punish them?" Looking up, looking at Lucy's profile with some worry, he asked. "Don't worry, the president is a knife-mouthed bean-curd heart, although he said he would punish Natsu and the others, but in the end, big things will be turned into small things, and small things will be turned into small things." Luo Zhen stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Erza Feired's long hair, and replied with a chuckle. After hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza also thought of the character of the groom Carlo. Covering his mouth, he laughed lightly, and said with a smile, "That's right, the president treats everyone in the guild like his family, even if there is a punishment, it won't be serious." Although Erza said so, Lucy who was not far away had already started to get scared. Sitting tremblingly in the corner of Class A. Gray, Leon, and you sat in the cabin. The two truthfully told Ulu some things that had happened in these years, as if a child who had been away from home for many years suddenly saw his mother and confided to his mother the bitterness he had suffered in these years. Ulu stretched out his ice-cold blue hands, and gently landed on the heads of Gray and Leon in front of him. With a gentle smile on his face, he said to the two of them with a smile, "You brothers must live in harmony, and you will have to walk side by side in the days to come." Gray and Leon glanced at each other, both seeing disdain in each other's eyes. The two snorted coldly and turned their heads away, not looking at each other. Ulu smiled, not paying attention to the funny scene of the two little guys in front of him. After Ulu was resurrected in this way, he was no longer the same as the previous Ulu. Although Ulu now has his own life again, and has all his own memories. But the current Ulu belongs to Luo Zhen. "Ulu, come back to fairy tale with me, we will always be together." Suddenly, Gray raised his head, looked at Ulu and said expectantly. "Hey, what nonsense are you kidding? Ulu must be with me." Without waiting for Ulu to answer, Leon directly interrupted Gray's words, grabbed Gray's collar and shouted loudly. "Leon! You wanted to destroy Ulu before, so I won't give Ulu to you." Gray was also not to be outdone, grabbed Leon's clothes and turned back. In the narrow cabin, two people were pushing back and forth. Soon the movement inside the cabin caught the attention of everyone outside. Natsu was lying on the deck passed out with a big lump on his head. Obviously knocked unconscious by someone. Erza came to the cabin with a bad face, looking at Gray and Leon who were wrestling. "Stop!" Erza shouted loudly, staring at the two with unfriendly eyes. Hearing Erza's voice, Gray subconsciously withdrew his arm. The next moment, a fist hit Gray's face heavily, and Leon looked at Gray who was hit by his punch with disdain. "Humph, can't this work?" Leon smiled coldly, looked at the fist marks on Gray's face and raised his head proudly. But before Leon was proud for a while, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from behind him. I saw that Erza had already stood behind Leon at some point, and punched Leon heavily on the back of the head. Leon turned around with a cold face, reached out and touched the back of his head. Immediately after rolling his eyes, he fell to the ground and passed out. "Fool!" Gray rubbed the place where he was punched on his face, and looked at Leon who was knocked out by Erza's punch, with a smirk on his face. Not long after, Leon, who had passed out, woke up slowly. Looking at putting himself on the deck, Gray and Ulu are sitting beside him. Leon rubbed the back of his head, frowning and feeling some pain. Silently glanced at Erza not far away, and when Erza glanced over, Leon quickly looked away. "Ulu, let's leave after we get off the boat." The first thing Leon did when he woke up was to talk to Ulu. "You is going to follow me back to Fairy Tale." Before Ulu could answer, the two started arguing again. If it weren't for Erza's unfriendly gaze scanning the two would probably continue to fight. Suddenly, a calm voice reached the ears of the two. "You seem to have forgotten me." Following the sound, Luo Zhen was lying lazily on the deck, raising his hands and smiling at the noisy two. "Luo Zhen, what do you mean by what you just said?" Gray frowned, suddenly feeling ominous. "Ulu will not follow any of you, you is mine now." Luo Zhen grinned, looked at the noisy two senior brothers and said. As soon as Luo Zhen's words fell, Leon stood up with an unkind expression. Looking straight at Luo Zhen, he asked word by word, "What do you mean by your sentence? If you don't explain clearly, even if I can't beat you, I will fight you." In Leon's heart, Ulu will always be ranked first, and no one is allowed to defile Ulu. Literally. Luo Zhen didn't care about the threat from Irion at all, and sat up with his arms propped up, with a smile on his calm face. "Hey, don't be joking. Ulu is alone, how could it belong to you?" Leon stood on the deck and shouted at Luo Zhen angrily. "Who told you that Ulu is still alone now?" Luo Zhen smiled coldly, looking at the icy blue Ulu. Luo Zhen continued, "Ulu is now the homies I created, although she has Ulu's soul and memory, but she belongs to me homies." When Luo Zhen's words reached everyone's ears, Erza fell silent. "How come, even if it is Luo Zhen, this is too much?" Lucy covered her mouth, looking at the cold smile on Luo Zhen's face. Her face was also a little unsightly. Gray on the side lowered his head, silently looking at the deck. A hole. Chapter 50. A hole. Luo Zhen's words echoed on the vast sea, and the entire deck fell into silence for a moment. Suddenly, Leon stood up and looked at Luo Zhen with sharp eyes. Looking at Luo Zhen with a dark complexion, he put on a fighting stance at the slightest disagreement. "I know I'm not your opponent, but I'm willing to give my life for Ulu, don't underestimate me." Leon's body was filled with cold, and a touch of ice under his feet. Blue's magic circle condensed. The next moment, an ice-blue ice-bird condensed aside. Leon's face was as black as iron, and he stared at Luo Zhen with anger in his eyes. The moment Leon shot, Erza immediately stood up, and a long sword appeared in Erza's hand instantly. The point of the sword pointed directly at Leon, looked at him calmly and said, "I advise you to calm down." "How can you be calm?" Hearing Erza's words, Leon's anger surfaced on his face, and he roared at the crowd. When the sword was on the verge of breaking out, Lucy stood silently behind Erza. Regardless, they are members of Fairy Tale. At this time, Leon cast his eyes on Gray, who was silent and kept his head down. "Gray, hurry up and express your opinion. Ulu took you in back then, taught you magic unconditionally, and even saved you." With a hideous expression on his face, Leon glared at Gray and roared. Gray stood up slowly, glanced at Leon who was full of anger, and then looked at Ulu and Luo Zhen who were silent at the side. Ulu, is what Luo Zhen said true? There was hope in Grey's eyes, hoping to hear words of denial from Ulu's mouth. After a moment of silence, Ulu raised Bing Blue's cheek and looked at Grey and Leon with a complicated expression. Nodding his head, Ulu calmly said, "Yes, my life already belongs to the master." As Ulu's voice fell, the entire deck suddenly fell silent. Leon slipped and knelt on the ground in disbelief, staring blankly at Ulu's figure. Grey was also uncomfortable, with 2 lines of hot tears streaming down his face, his head lowered and his whole body trembling constantly. As the role of the mother of the two, Ulu still felt a little uncomfortable seeing the two of them showing this appearance, even though they had already lost their heart. "Grey, Leon, don't feel sorry for me, I did it myself." With a smile on his face, Ulu walked up to the 2 of them and poured them into his arms. In Ulu's arms, Grey and Leon burst into tears instantly, like children who have been wronged and thrown into their mother's arms to seek comfort. Erza withdrew the long sword in his hand, looked at the calm Luo Zhen, and then at the 3 people hugging each other. He came to Luo Zhen with a complicated expression, just about to say something. Luo Zhen glanced at Erza with a complicated expression, and then said, "I really don't understand why you are so far apart. Although Ulu is a homais created by me, she still has her own memories and life. I didn't say to erase Ulu's memory, why do you want to look like you will never see him again?" After Luo Zhen's words fell, the 2 brothers Grey, who were still crying, raised their heads instantly and looked at Luo Zhen in a daze. "Especially you, Grey. Sorcerers who also belong to fairy tale, you and Ulu can see each other without looking up, why are you so pretentious?" A burst of scolding from Luo Zhen woke Grey up. Grey, who was suddenly awakened, also reacted. Luo Zhen is a mage from fairy tale, and so is himself. That Ulu is Luo Zhen's homais, isn't that also the mage of fairy tale? After reacting, Grey stood up excitedly, threw himself in front of Luo Zhen and gave Luo Zhen a big hug. "Go away, go away." Grey hugged Luo Zhen tightly, which made Luo Zhen feel a chill. Pushing Grey aside, Luo Zhen patted his clothes in disgust. Grey didn't care, and looked at Ulu beside him with a smile. But Leon fell silent, looked at Ulu at the side, and then at Luo Zhen and others. Gritting his teeth, Leon stared at Luo Zhen and said, "I want to join fairy tale too." "Then you have to find our president, it's useless to find me." Luo Zhen shrugged, but did not explicitly reject Leon. In this way, the ship docked quickly, and everyone embarked on the journey back to Magnolia. Because Leon decided to join fairy tale, his companions decided to follow Leon after careful consideration. Amidst Natsu's protest, everyone got on the train. It didn't take long to get back to Magnolia. As soon as she stepped out of the station, Lucy fell silent. Some feared how Carlo would punish him if he returned to the guild. He looked at Erza beside him for help, but Erza ignored him. Lucy lowered her head helplessly and followed behind the crowd. Back at the guild, everyone saw the group of people who came back, and the whole guild fell silent. When Luo Zhen and Erza left to pursue Natsu and others, the fact that Natsu secretly took the S-level entrustment also spread in the guild. Everyone looked at Natsu and Lucy with complicated expressions. Directly in front of him, Ma Karloff was crossing his arms, looking at Natsu and Lucy who came back with a livid face. "You 3 idiots!" After a long silence, Ma Karloff suddenly jumped up. A hard punch landed on Natsu's head. "Is the S-level entrustment as simple as you think it is?" Carlo the horse yelled at the 3 of them loudly. Natsu happy and Lucy bowed their heads obediently, and stood aside to listen to Carlo the horse's reprimand. Breathing out angrily, Ma Karloff looked helplessly at the 2 people and the cat in front of him. Beside the horseman Carlos, Myra Jane suddenly stood up, there was no smile on her gentle face. Slowly walked up to Natsu. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and slapped Natsu on the face. The crisp voice echoed in the guild, and everyone watched this scene dumbfounded. That gentle Myra Jane actually hit someone. After Mirajana's personality changed drastically, everyone seemed to have forgotten what kind of person Myra Jane was. The appearance of Mirajana's little sister, the irascible girl, seems to have been replaced by this gentle Myra Jane. Now Mirajana's face is livid, standing straight in front of Natsu and the others. Natsu, who was slapped by Myra Jane, was stunned. Chapter 51. The crisp voice echoed in the guild. The guild fell silent in an instant, and everyone stared blankly at Myra Jane, who looked serious. Natsu, who was slapped, did not recover for a while, stretched out his hand to touch his cheek, and felt a pain. Sister Mila. Seeing that Mirajana's face was livid and he hit Natsu with his hands, Lisana, who was beside him, rushed forward and hugged Mirajana's arm. Persuaded by Lisana, Myra Jane raised her head and glared at Natsu with some rosy eyes. Suddenly, seeing tears in Mirajana's eyes, Natsu and Lucy were at a loss for a moment. Lisana pulled Myra Jane aside and glanced back at Natsu in disappointment. Mirajana's temperament has changed drastically since she received the commission from the Beast Master. Natsu secretly completed the S-level commission this time, which is tantamount to making the same mistake as Myra Jane back then. The last time Lisana was rescued with the help of Luo Zhen, this time Natsu also survived with the help of Luo Zhen and Erza. Natsu. Lucy. After Mirajana's farce ended, the groom Carlo's ashen complexion eased a lot. He came in front of the two with a cold face, looked at Natsu, Lucy and the two with a serious face, and said, "The hygiene of the guild for this week will be left to you two. This is your punishment. If there is another time, you should leave the guild." As he spoke, the groom Carlo turned his head and left in front of the two of them, looking at the groom Carlo, who was drinking at the bar next to Luo Zhen. Both of them knew that Mrs. Carlos was trying to save himself. "I know the old man, there will be no next time." Stretching out his hand to touch the sore cheek, Natsu gritted his teeth and raised his head and shouted loudly. Where Natsu and others couldn't see, Carlos Ma showed a smile on his face. Cut. On the railing on the second floor, Laxus looked at this scene with a sneer on his face, turned his head and took off an order, and left the guild. The Thunder Gods also left with Lager thus. "President, he is Gray's senior brother and wants to join our guild." Afterwards, Erza introduced Leon to the stable Carlo. A little drunk, Carlos raised his head, looked at the rebellious young man in front of him, nodded and agreed. "Okay, welcome to Fairy Tale." Ma Karloff grinned and held out his arm to Leon. Looking at the arm stretched out in front of him, Leon froze for a while, turned his head and looked at Gray. So simple. Leon glanced back and forth between the stable Carlos and Gray, and couldn't believe that he joined the guild so easily. "After joining Fairy Tale, we are companions." Erza patted Leon's shoulder and said with a smile on his face. With the coat of arms on Leon's arm, Leon officially joined Fairy Tale. Because after Natsu's follow-up matters were all dealt with this time, Luo Zhen yawned and went home with Erza. After Erza got something to eat at home, Luo Zhen stretched himself and was ready to go back to sleep. After all, Luo Zhen was woken up late last night by the groom Carlo, and now Luo Zhen just wants to lie back and have a good sleep. Luo Zhen, who was lying on the bed, soon fell into dreamland, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Watching Luo Zhen go back to the room to sleep on his own, Erza looked helplessly at the closed door. In the living room, Ulu was sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the bright sky outside the window. Because URU is different from Zeus and their three homies, URU has a human body. So Erza arranged a room for Ulu, next door to Luo Zhen's bedroom. "Senior Wulu, this is your room, you should have a good rest." Bringing Ulu to the door of the room, Erza turned around and said with a smile. "Erza, just call me Ulu from now on." Ulu Nabing Blue had a smile on her cheek. In the dead of night, Levi and others were walking on the streets of Magnolia. Following behind them were the other two members of the Shadow Gear Squad, Droy and Sarusuke. Under the illumination of the street lamps, Levi walked on the deserted street with his hands behind his back. "Levi, let's go back, I'm so sleepy." Following behind Levi, Droy opened his mouth and yawned, and said with a sleepy face. "Then go back by yourself, I will stay by Levi's side." Sarusuke grinned, patted his chest and said to Levi. Levi turned around, with an innocent smile on his face, and walked backwards. Just as he was about to speak, he turned around and bumped into something. Levi turned his head suspiciously and glanced behind him. I saw a tall figure appearing behind Levi. Aren't these goblins? What are you doing here if you don't sleep in the middle of the night? The tall man grinned and looked at Levi and the others with a grin. Levi kept away from the tall man vigilantly, and asked nervously, "Who are you?" Droy and Sarasuke hurried forward, protecting Levi behind them. He whispered to Levi, "Levi, if we make a move, you run quickly. We are very close to Erza and Luo Zhen's house, you should go to Erza and Luo Zhen for help immediately." Levi shook his head, looking at the figure in front of him with firm and solemn eyes. Suddenly, Levi's eyes fell on a pattern on the man's arm. You are the mage of the ruler of ghosts." Levi's voice caused the other two to exclaim, staring at the tall figure in a daze. "That's right, my lord, I am the Iron Dragon who rules the ghosts, Jellal." This tall man slowly walked forward, the light of the street lamp gradually fell on his face. The fists collided with each other heavily, making a sound like steel hitting. "What do you ghost rulers want to do in Magnolia?" Levi looked nervous, stared at Jellal and asked. "The entire kingdom of Fiori knows that Fairy Tail and the Dominator of the Spectre are not friendly. In a regular meeting of the presidents a few years ago, the presidents of the two guilds even had a big fight, and a rift has been formed ever since. In fact, Levi didn't know that Fairy Tail and the ruler of ghosts had already had Liang Zi. From the beginning of Fairy Tail's creation, the first president of the Dominator of the Spectre created the Dominator of the Spectre to counter Fairy Tail. Chapter 52. Did your Fairy Tail drive Magnolia? Why am I not allowed to come? With a playful smile on his face, Jellal walked towards Levi and the others unhurriedly. The three people in front of them were not Jell's opponents at all, so Jellal planned to tease each other at the last moment. The struggle between guilds is not allowed by the Magic Council. Are you trying to break the rules of the Magic Council? Seeing Jellal approaching step by step, the three kept receding behind. Levi stared at Jellal with serious eyes and asked. "Rules? As long as I kill you, who knows I did it?" Jellal smiled coldly, and stared at the three scared people with mockery in his eyes. "Stop wasting time with you guys." As he spoke, Jellal stepped on his feet and rushed towards the three of them in an instant. Iron Dragon Stick. Jell's arm instantly turned into an iron rod, and he rushed straight to Sarasuke standing in front. Before Sarasuke could react, the hard iron rod suddenly hit his chest. A sharp pain came from his chest, which made Sarasuke unable to stand up straight for a while, and fell to his knees on the ground with a distorted expression. Clutching his stomach tightly, screams kept coming out of his mouth. His right hand turned into an iron rod, and he waved forcefully in front of him. Jellal had a grin on his face. Focusing on Droy, he approached Droy step by step with a smirk and said, "It's your turn, Goblin." As he said that, he rushed forward, raised the iron rod in his hand high, and was about to hit Droy's head with a heavy blow. Droy turned pale with fright, closed his eyes helplessly, and waited for the iron rod to fall on his head. After a long time, the imagined pain did not come. Droy opened his eyes dazedly. Seeing Jell's distorted complexion, he looked at his back ferociously. Jell's raised arm was grabbed by a strong palm and rested on top of his head. Droy turned his head to look behind him. I saw a figure in pajamas standing behind him, holding Jell's arm with one hand and scratching his head with the other. "Are you okay?" "This figure is Luo Zhen who lives nearby." Luo Zhen grinned and asked Droy with a smile. Shaking his head quickly, Droy got up from the ground and helped Sarasuke who was knocked down beside him. "I'm fine," Sarasuke was spanked by him. Droy shook his head, and looked worriedly at Sarasuke, who had a twisted and ferocious expression beside him. Luo Zhen frowned, and looked Sarasuke up and down. "I got hurt a little, it's not a big problem, you guys take a rest first." Luo Zhen nodded, then grinned at Jellal. "The ruler of the ghost." Luo Zhen's voice was calm, and he swung Jell's arm to the side. Jellal was thrown flying in an instant, and hit the street lamp beside him heavily. The heavy blow directly broke the street lamp in the middle, and Jell's face was distorted due to the pain. "You are the Soul King Luo Zhen." Jellal clutched his right wrist, looking up and down at Luo Zhen with serious eyes. Don't call me by that name. As soon as Gajil's words fell, the expression on Luo Zhen's face froze for an instant, and then he looked at him with a gloomy face. Jose repeatedly troubles fairy tale, the president can ignore it. I can pretend it didn't happen, but you should never target fairy tale members. Luo Zhen walked towards Gajil unhurriedly, his calm voice echoed on the empty street. A terrifying aura emanated from Luo Zhen's body, directly suppressing Gajil to the ground. The berserk breath was like a ferocious beast, directly crushing Gajil. Gajil, who was full of horror, looked at Luo Zhen who was approaching step by step, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Even his adoptive father, Metallicana, never put Gajil under such horrific pressure. The moment Luo Zhen stood in front of Gajil, Luo Zhen kicked Gajil heavily in the stomach and kicked him flying. He slammed into the nearby woods, and a large area of trees collapsed under Gajil's impact. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth, and the pain made Gajil cry. Holding the ground and trying to stand up, Gajil gritted his teeth, enduring the constant pain in his stomach. But just when Gajil stood up with support, Luo Zhen appeared behind him again. Kicking it to the ground again, his calm eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person. He muttered to himself, "Have I allowed you to get up?" Luo Zhen's calm words sounded like a devil's whisper in Gajil's ear, leaning on the trunk of a big tree to prop up his body. Staring blankly at Luo Zhen who squatted down in front of him. Suddenly, Gajil exploded. The arm turned into an iron sword, heading straight for Luo Zhen's throat. Iron Dragon Sword! Gajil was roaring, seeing that Luo Zhen didn't take any defensive measures. A flash of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. But at the next moment, the tip of the iron sword collided with Luo Zhen's throat, making a sound like steel hitting. Ding! The crisp voice echoed in the woods, and Gajil's ecstatic expression instantly froze on his face. How is it possible? Gajil looked at the iron sword against Luo Zhen's throat in disbelief, but no matter what, Gajil couldn't move the iron sword forward. Boom! With a strong swing of Luo Zhen's arm, the iron sword on Luo Zhen's throat broke instantly. Gajil's face suddenly turned extremely pale, and bursts of pain came out of his mouth. The iron sword disappeared, and his arm was directly broken by Luo Zhen's punch. Blood gushed out, dyeing Luo Zhen's clothes in front of him blood red. Luo Zhen stood up slowly, bent over, and held Gajil's head with one hand. There was a look of indifference in his eyes. In the depths of the calm eyes, violent killing intentions were condensed, staring at Gajil restlessly, as if he would kill him at any time. After a while, Luo Zhen regained his composure, looking at Gajil's painfully twisted face. A smile suddenly appeared on Luo Zhen's face. Released the arm holding Gajil's head, Luo Zhen stood up straight, turned around with his hands in his pockets. Luo Zhen grinned, turned his head and said to Gajil behind him, "Go back and tell you President Jose. Fairy Tale's majesty cannot be violated. Since you have already taken the initiative, the fairies will fight back. Tell your President Jose. Fairy Tale, Luo Zhen. War is declared against the ruler of the ghosts." Chapter 53. Go back and tell you President Jose. Tell him, Fairy Tale, Luo Zhen. War is declared against him, and also against the ruler of ghosts. Luo Zhen's voice was not loud, but it exploded in Gajil's ears like a thunderclap. Gajil stared wide-eyed, watching the back of Luo Zhen leaving, unable to speak for a long time. But Luo Zhen's thunderous words still echoed in Gajil's ears. Standing up with difficulty, Gajil endured the severe pain in his arm, gritted his teeth and walked away from Magnolia. Luo Zhen walked out of the woods. Levi and others looked in the direction of the woods worriedly. Suddenly seeing Luo Zhen's figure walking out of the woods, Levi trotted forward and scanned behind Luo Zhen. Not finding Gajil's figure, Levi heaved a sigh of relief. Quickly asked Luo Zhen, did you have an accident, did you not get hurt? Levi's petite body stood in front of Luo Zhen, her worried eyes fell on Luo Zhen's body, looking up and down Luo Zhen's body. Luo Zhen shook his head with a smile, stretched out his palm to touch Levi Blue's hair, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, he won't be able to hurt me." Levi breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked Luo Zhen, "Then what did you do to him?" Levi was a little worried, afraid that Luo Zhen would kill Gajil here. If the ghost ruler uses this as a reason to report to the Magic Council, it may get Luo Zhen into trouble. Luo Zhen said with a smile, he's gone, I taught him a little lesson. Under Luo Zhen's comfort, Levi immediately relaxed. Then he ran to Sarasuke's side and looked at him worriedly. Luo Zhen, let's send Sarasuke to the hospital first, thank you for your help. It was just a heavy blow, not a serious injury, but Levi still insisted on going to the hospital. Seeing the back of the three of Levi leaving, Luo Zhen patted his sleeves and went home. As soon as he walked into the house, Erza was already waiting for Luo Zhen on the sofa. You and the other three homies were waiting in the living room. Seeing that everyone was there, Luo Zhen showed a smile on his face, and asked with a smile, why didn't you sleep, what are you doing here? What are you doing? Erza frowned, looked at Luo Zhen, and then asked Luo Zhen. There was a little mouse in Magnolia just now, I went to deal with it. Luo Zhen replied with a smile, and did not hide what just happened. I will tell Mr. Carlos about this tomorrow. Anyway, his declaration of war has already been said. After listening to Luo Zhen's story, Erza was a little worried. You have declared war on the ruler of the ghosts, will the president agree? Erza was firmly standing by Luo Zhen's side, but this was a struggle between guilds after all, and Erza was still a little worried that Mr. Carlo would disagree. If you don't agree, don't agree. At that time, I will kill the door alone. Luo Zhen grinned, and reached out to stroke Erza Feyred's long hair. Bai glanced at Luo Zhen, and slapped Luo Zhen's palm away. Then he looked at Luo Zhen firmly and said, when the day comes, I will be with you. And me, master. Master, we will stand firmly in front of you and protect you from the wind and rain. Master, Napoleon is willing to fight for you and wait for you forever. After Erza's voice fell, the three homies all spoke one after another, and the irritable Zeus was thundering all over his body. Although Wolu on the side didn't speak, he walked slowly to Luo Zhen's side with a smile on his face, expressing his attitude. Luo Zhen looked at everyone in front of him dumbfounded, and couldn't help but smiled and said, the president's attitude hasn't been revealed yet, why is he acting like he's parting from life and death, you can rest assured. Drive everyone back to their room, and Luo Zhen also goes back to sleep. Lying on the bed, Erza lay beside Luo Zhen, pillowing Luo Zhen's arm. Luo Zhen patted Erza's back lightly, and after a while, the sound of calm breathing came from Luo Zhen's side. Soon, Luo Zhen fell asleep with Erza in his arms. The next day, Luo Zhen stretched out after getting up and came to the living room. Erza has already prepared the meal and is waiting for Luo Zhen to get up. The two had a quick meal, and then rushed directly to the guild. Zeus and the three of them did not follow, Ulu went with Erza and Luo Zhen. As soon as he stepped into the guild, Luo Zhen noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the guild. When Luo Zhen saw the groom Carlo, he found that the groom Carlo was sitting on the bar with a serious expression on his face. Seeing Luo Zhen coming, Ma Carlos raised his head and glanced at Luo Zhen. You are here, Luo Zhen. Ma Carlos nodded to Luo Zhen and greeted him. Luo Zhen nodded, and sat down beside the horseman Carlo. You saved Levi and the others last night. Ma Karloff took a sip of his wine and asked Luo Zhen with a smile on his ashen face. Luo Zhen nodded and said, I was sleeping yesterday, and I heard Levi and the others calling for help, so I was just in time, otherwise Droy will be injured too. Hearing what Luo Zhen said, Carlos Ma nodded and turned his head to look at Levi who was not far away. Thank you. Mrs. Carlo let out a foul breath, and said with a smile to Luo Zhen. Levi and everyone are family, this is what I should do. Luo Zhen smiled and took a bottle of wine in Marajana's hand. What about the guy who is the ruler of the ghost? What did you do to him? Suddenly, Mrs. Carlo turned his head to stare at Luo Zhen with bright eyes and asked. I crippled one of his hands and let him go back. Luo Zhen took a sip of wine, shrugged and said. Carlos Ma nodded, but did not continue to say anything. But Luo Zhen went on to say, but yesterday I declared war on the ruler of ghosts. As Luo Zhen's words fell, Karloff immediately stood up, looked at Luo Zhen in surprise and asked, what did you say? Can you say it again? I said, I have declared war on the ruler of the ghost. Luo Zhen put down the wine bottle in his hand, the smile on his face disappeared, and he looked at Mrs. Carlo with a calm expression and said word by word. Ma Karloff was silent for a while, then stood up. Standing on the bar counter, looking at Luo Zhen with a serious expression. The two of them looked at each other quietly without saying a word. Everyone in the guild seemed to have sensed the delicate atmosphere between Luo Zhen and Carlo the horse. Well done! Chapter 54. Well done! Under the solemn atmosphere, Ma Karloff suddenly smiled at Luo Zhen. With Ma Karloff's opening, the unusually dignified atmosphere immediately dissipated. What I should do? Luo Zhen smiled and waved to Mr. Carlo. The surrounding guild members were silent, and all their eyes were on Luo Zhen and Mrs. Carlos the horse. Last night, our guild's levy squad was attacked by the Spectre Dominator. At this time, Ma Karloff stood on the bar with a sullen face and spoke slowly to everyone. Everyone's eyes were solemn, and all eyes gathered together and fell on Carlos the horse. No matter how provocative the ghost ruler is, I can ignore it. But they should never attack our guild members. Which parent would forgive someone who shot at their child? There was fury in Ma Karloff's eyes, and he roared with righteous indignation. Little ones! With the ruler of the ghosts, let's go to war! Ma Karloff's roar echoed in the guild, and his passionate words made all the members of the guild excited. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and looked at the horse Carlo with excited eyes. Oh! The roars and roars of the guild members resounded through the sky. Since he shot at his companions, it would be considered a violation of the rules of the Senate, so what? What's the point of being a mage if you can't even guarantee the safety of your companions? Now that war has been declared, Ma Karloff quickly made a choice. Natsu, Gray, Erza, Lucy. As the vanguard team, go and destroy the branch of the ghost ruler. Natsu's eyes were excited, and he bumped his fists together vigorously. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he said loudly, I got it, old man. Erza looked at Luo Zhen, and after seeing Luo Zhen nodded, Erza followed Natsu and others and left the guild. Because Erza is the strongest in this team, he served as the captain. Leon and his companions are members of the second team to destroy another branch of the Dominator of the Ghost. Members of other squads are ready to support as a support force. Under the arrangement of Ma Karloff, the guild lost a large number of people in an instant. Sir, can you get in touch with Mistoggen and Lagerthats? After everyone had left, Luo Zhen sat on a chair at the bar and asked Carlo the horse, who had a livid and serious face. Carlos Ma was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, yes. Then help me get in touch with them. Luo Zhen grinned and said with a smile. Now that we have chosen to go to war, we must completely defeat the rulers of the ghosts and not give them any chance to breathe. After Carlos the horse got in touch with Laxus, a virtual figure appeared in front of Carlos the horse. What's wrong, old man? Laxus folded his arms and looked at the two people in front of him with a displeased face. Ma Karloff glanced at Luo Zhen beside him, but did not speak. Luo Zhen took a step forward and told Laxus about everything. Laxus was silent for a moment, with a sudden sneer on his face. War with ghosts? What does it have to do with me? Those trash should be expelled from the guild. If the old man had listened to me, Fairy Tail would have become the leading wizard guild in the kingdom of Fioria long ago. Laxus said with a sneer, not listening to Luo Zhen's previous words at all. Luo Zhen smiled, as if he didn't care what Luo Zhen said. Immediately, Luo Zhen's complexion suddenly turned cold, and violence flickered in his eyes. Lagerthus, you take your Thunderlords to attack the Phantom Lord's branch. Why should I obey your orders? Lagerthus' face was full of displeasure, and he glared at Luo Zhen with his arms folded. Luo Zhen grinned, the violent color in his eyes seemed to overflow his eyes, and he said with a grin on his handsome and resolute face, I'm not discussing with you. Laxus. This is an order. Luo Zhen's invincible talent made Laxus slightly startled. Looking at the violent smile on Luo Zhen's face, he was silent for a moment. I'll take care of the Phantom Lord's division. Speaking of which, Laxus immediately hung up the communication, and the virtual portrait disappeared in front of the two of them. After that, Luo Zhen approached Mistoggen, and Mistoggen was much easier to talk to than Laxus. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Mist Ogden quickly agreed to Luo Zhen's words. In this short day, more than a dozen of the Phantom Lord's branch were wiped out. The sudden attack of Lagerthus and Thor and Mist Ogden made the mages in those divisions completely unable to react. Coupled with their strong strength, more than a dozen branches were wiped out in just one day. The vanguard team composed of Erza, Natsu, and others also has a good record. In Spectre's headquarters, Jose listened to his subordinates' reports with a gloomy expression. Damn, it's Horseman Carlo. He kicked the subordinate in front of him hard, and Jose showed a gloomy expression. I didn't expect Fairy Tail's counter-attack to come so quickly. Gajeel reported Luo Zhen's words to Jose after returning to the Ghost Ruler yesterday. At that time, Jose was still full of joy, ready to face the war with Fairy Tail. But they never thought that part of the branch under them would be wiped out before they made a countermeasure. Looking at Gajeel with gauze wrapped around his arm, and the four elements standing behind Gajeel. This is the high-end combat power of the Ghost Ruler. Especially the Iron Dragon Gajeel, he is the strongest man among the rulers of the ghosts that Jose hailed. Tell me, what should we do now? Jose scanned the crowd with gloomy eyes, and asked them with a sullen face. Gajeel was silent, bowed his head and didn't say a word. Among the four elements, Arya raised her head and looked up with tears in her eyes. A ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then kill them all, kill all the goblins. Arya is the first of the four elements, the heir among the four elements. Arya's words obviously won Jose's heart. Looking at his grinning face, Jose's sinister face also showed a grin. Since the goblins have chosen to go to war, we ghosts can't fall behind. Little ones. The war is on. Chapter 55. Little ones. The war is on. The declaration of war on Fairy Tail made Jose not afraid at all, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Since Fairy Tail is the first to fight this time, Fairy Tail must be completely wiped out this time. Whether it was because of the conflict with the Horseman Carlos 6 years ago, Jose has always held a grudge, or the establishment of Spectre was born to fight against Fairy Tail. On the second day of the war, the ghost rulers had suffered heavy losses, because there was no branch in Fairy Tail, and the mages of Phantom Lord wanted revenge, but they couldn't find a place. After the war started, Ma Karloff recalled all the mages who were performing tasks outside to the guild. The only ones who are still outside and haven't returned to the guild are a few members of the Vanguard squad and some powerful mages such as the Thunder Gods. There are also some unbelieving Phantom Lord mages who want to find trouble with Lagerthus and Mist Ogden. But after being instantly killed by them all the mages, they decisively gave up this idea. On this day, in a branch of the Ghost Ruler, some wizards panicked and hid in the guild, afraid to leave, for fear that Fairy Tail's wizards would suddenly rush in and catch them all. Suddenly, the gate of the guild was opened. A slender figure stood at the door of the guild. The dazzling light continuously poured into the guild behind this figure, stretching his shadow extremely long and narrow. As the door opened, all the mages in the guild trembled and looked at the figure through the sunlight. Everyone couldn't help but tremble, thinking that several ghost branches were wiped out yesterday. Could it be their turn today? At this moment, someone suddenly recognized this person. It's one of the four elements, it's Master Arya. The man exclaimed and looked at the slender figure in ecstasy. What? Master Arya? Great, Lord Arya is here. With Master Arya here, there is no need to be afraid of those fairy tales. After seeing the person's face clearly, everyone was overjoyed and rushed towards Arya one after another. Surrounding Arya in the middle, everyone looked at him emotionally. Behind Arya, followed by a group of dark crowd. These people are all ghost wizards, from various branches of ghosts. Because there are many ghost branches, and the high-end combat power in the guild cannot be completely dispersed, Jose concentrated most of the branches. Each branch is stopped by a powerful cotter to prevent it from being overrun by Fairy Tail one by one. The originally small guild branch was suddenly crowded with people, and the whole guild was full of fiery atmosphere. The noisy voice echoed in the guild, because people from other branches came here, which made everyone in this branch feel relaxed. With the support of Arya and the mages from other divisions, they huddled together to keep warm. With Master Arya and everyone here, as long as the goblins dare to come, we will be able to take them all down. Master Arya is the head of the 4 elements. Just when everyone was overjoyed, suddenly the gate of the guild was kicked away. The thick door panel flew out, directly pressing many people under the door panel. Following the loud noise, everyone immediately became vigilant, looking at a figure standing at the door. Who? Damn it, the bastards of fairy tale, dare to actually come to the door. Ah, it hurts so much. There was a commotion in the originally peaceful guild, roars and screams echoed in the guild. The dazzling light fell on the back of the person at the door. Everyone couldn't see the face of the person at the door clearly for a moment. Who? Arya stood up with a fierce face, and looked at the person at the door with a gloomy expression. As the slender shadow continued to draw closer, everyone saw a handsome and resolute face. Suddenly, one of them saw this very familiar face, and immediately shouted, "It's the King of Souls! Damn it, the BD from Fairy Tale dared to come to my door!" Except for those who were injured when the door panel hit the ground, the rest of the mages glared at Luo Zhen. The person who called out the King of the Soul, just as the words fell, his body suddenly exploded. The blood mist splashed in the narrow space and fell on the companions around him. Luo Zhen put his hands in his pockets lazily, and looked at the people in front of him calmly. Slightly tilting his neck, he grinned at everyone and said, "Don't let me hear that name again. S-rank mage from Fairy Tale." Arya took a step forward, staring at Luo Zhen with a gloomy face. "Are you the 4 elements?" Luo Zhen put his hands in his pockets, lazily raised his eyelids, took a look at him, and asked calmly. "That's right, I am the ruler of ghosts and the head of the 4 elements, Arya." Arya raised her head proudly, staring directly at Luo Zhen. Then he said with a grin on his face, "I didn't expect Jellal to be injured like this in your hand, it doesn't look that strong." There was disdain in Arya's eyes, and she looked at Luo Zhen with contempt. "That guy Jellal is living and returning, and he will be defeated by someone like you." Looking at Luo Zhen's handsome face, Arya subconsciously looked down on Luo Zhen. But just as Arya's voice fell, his arm suddenly exploded. It turned into a blood mist and spewed out. "Jellal? Your injury seems to be a little more serious than his." With a smile on his face, Luo Zhen appeared behind Arya at some point. Holding a broken arm with one hand, he threw it aside casually. Because of Luo Zhen's speed, Arya's arm was torn off by Luo Zhen before she could even recover. When the pain came, Arya's face became extremely distorted because of the pain. "Ah!" The shrill screams echoed in the guild, and the rest of the mages couldn't help showing horror when they saw this scene. He looked at the bloody figure in horror. Luo Zhen turned around and walked step by step behind Arya, whose face was distorted and ferocious due to the pain. Kicking him to the ground, Luo Zhen stepped on his back with one foot. "What did you just say? What happened to a guy like me?" In Arya's eyes, Luo Zhen's face with a gentle smile was as terrifying as a ghost in hell. The constant pain in her arm made Arya lose her mind. Chapter 56. Arya was stepped on the ground by Luo Zhen's foot, looking at Luo Zhen with a pale face. The constant sharp pain in her arm made Arya lose the chance to think in her mind. Subconsciously, he made a choice, and a magic circle condensed under him. The next moment, Luo Zhen suddenly felt his breathing tightened, and felt that the surrounding air seemed to be sucked dry in an instant. Cough cough cough. Luo Zhen raised his brows, the strength under his feet increased slightly, and Arya coughed. None of the mages who were watching this scene dared to step forward. Staring blankly at Luo Zhen who stepped on Arya, who seemed invincible in their eyes. Sky space absolute. He tore off his blindfolded cloth belt, revealing a pair of ferocious and hateful eyes. Arya glared at Luo Zhen, a powerful magic gathered around him. Luo Zhen felt that being by Arya's side seemed to repel him, and wanted to bounce himself out. But Luo Zhen smiled slightly, but his body didn't show any sign of moving. This made Arya's complexion change drastically, and she had never missed this trick before. Bang! Luo Zhen glanced at Arya with disappointment, kicked Arya heavily in the chest, and kicked her flying. Hitting against the wall of the guild, Luo Zhen stood up slowly. The contemptuous old iron was surrounded by heavily armed wizards who dared to step forward. "Is this the mage of your phantom lord?" Seeing your companion being bullied like this, do you dare to stand aside and watch like this? Luo Zhen's contemptuous words echoed in the guild, and some of them couldn't help but blushed when they heard Luo Zhen's words, and then glared at Luo Zhen angrily. The rest of the people all lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look up and meet the eyes of the people around them. Arya, who was kicked to the ground by Luo Zhen, stood up with difficulty, with only one left hand supporting her knee, and stood up. Luo Zhen frowned. He didn't expect that he didn't kick Arya to death with his kick. Airspace destroy. Arya looked at Luo Zhen ferociously, with hatred on her face. The next moment, a surge of suction suddenly came from Luo Zhen's side, continuously sucking the magic power from Luo Zhen's body. Luo Zhen frowned slightly, feeling that the magic power in his body was being continuously drawn out. With ecstasy on Arya's face, she looked at Luo Zhen with a smirk and said, "It doesn't matter how strong you are, as long as you have no magic power, you are a turtle in the urn, just wait for me to tear you to pieces." Arya looked at Luo Zhen expectantly, looking forward to the moment when the magic power in Luo Zhen's body was drained, showing a distressed look. Luo Zhen put his hands in his pockets and looked at Arya with a smile on his face. After a while, Luo Zhen still didn't change at all, and the magic power was still being drawn continuously. "Impossible! How could your magic power be so abundant? How could you have such a huge magic power?" Arya looked at Luo Zhen furiously, and roared in disbelief. Luo Zhen felt that nearly 3/10 of the magic power had been extracted from his body. No wonder the horseman Carlos can be calculated in the original book. Extract magic power. Then try this on me. Luo Zhen raised his arm slightly, and a purple magic circle emerged in Luo Zhen's palm. The next moment, the magic circle disappeared instantly. Deprive magic power. The moment the magic was activated, the magic power in Arya's body disappeared instantly, and the empty magic power in her body made Arya's complexion change. How can it be? Arya raised her left arm tremblingly, unable to feel any magic power. What kind of magic is this? Arya looked at Luo Zhen tremblingly. There was no more anger in her eyes. She looked at Luo Zhen tremblingly with horror and asked. Luo Zhen turned around and looked at the panicked mages behind him. Luo Zhen snapped his fingers, and the next moment Arya's eyes widened. The whole person fell to the ground without any warning, and lost his movement. Arya didn't know what happened before she died. Her eyes widened and she fell to the ground straight up. Deprivation life. Luo Zhen spat out a few words slowly. With Arya's complete death, the remaining ghost members panicked. He looked at Luo Zhen, who was standing at the door in panic. The only exit was also blocked by Luo Zhen, and they could only squeeze in towards the innermost part of the guild. For a while, the screams continued to echo in the guild, and many members did not die in Luo Zhen's hands. Instead, he died at the feet of his companions because of the stampede. Looking at the members of these ghosts, Luo Zhen shook his head in disappointment. Turn around and walk towards the outside of the guild. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen, who was about to leave, the members of the guild stopped in their tracks, with ecstasy in their eyes. The next moment, a violent shock came. It directly shattered all the buildings of the guild. Countless horrific voices sounded from under the wreckage of the ruins, but these screams were quickly completely silenced by the burial of the ruins and the violent vibrations. With just one person, Luo Zhen wiped out this large branch of Yugui in one fell swoop. At the same time, fighting was also taking place in several other branches guarded by the four elements. Lager thus led the Thors to slaughter a branch. Mist Ogden effortlessly hypnotized everyone in a branch into a permanent slumber. Erza led the vanguard team and fought in one of the divisions. Erza dragged Juvia, one of the four elements, alone. None of the remaining wizards survived Grey and Natsu and the celestial spirit summoned by Lucy. In this way, the four elements of Spectre were all defeated. Two of the four elements were killed in battle, one was captured, and the whereabouts of the other is unknown. When Luo Zhen returned to the guild, Erza and the others hadn't returned yet. Ma Carlos sat on the bar with a heavy heart, and saw the bloody figure of Luo Zhen. "You're back, are you not hurt?" Carlos Ma nodded to Luo Zhen, and asked Luo Zhen subconsciously. Luo Zhen waved his hands with a smile and said, "I'm not going to stumble here." Carlos Ma nodded slightly, knowing that Luo Zhen's strength could not be injured by this incident. Luo Zhen returned home to wash off the blood on his body, put on clean clothes and returned to the guild. Erza and others soon returned to the guild. Chapter 57. Looking at the weather and frost of Erza and others, there are traces of fighting everywhere. The members of the guild hurried forward and greeted Erza and others kindly. Natsu waved his hands carelessly, and said with extreme arrogance, "There is no problem at all. Those bastards are not my opponent at all. TCH, I don't know who almost capsized in the gutter. If it wasn't for me, you would have been knocked down there." Gray, who folded his arms, showed a sneer, looked at Natsu with extreme disdain and sneered. "What did you say? Ice Cube BD. It's you, you fire-breathing idiot. Want a fight, BD Gray? Come on. Stupid Natsu." As expected, the two quickly quarreled, head to head, spitting harsh words at each other. Boom! Boom! But the two of them probably forgot, Erza was still watching. Before they could fight, Erza had already appeared beside the two, and a heavy punch landed on the heads of the two at the same time. Rubbing his wrists, Erza stared at the two, fell down with unfriendly eyes, and said loudly, "As partners in the same guild, how could you possibly quarrel with your partners and even want to fight? And now is a special period, do you still want to engage in internal strife?" Erza's voice echoed in the guild, and the surrounding members laughed and accused the two. Gray and Natsu, who were knocked to the ground, got up and gave each other a bad look. Then they all snorted and turned their heads away. "President, what are we going to do next?" Leon and others also came back, because he ran out of space. Leon was furious now, looking forward to looking at the horseman Carlos. Everyone in the guild looked at Carlos the horse and Luo Zhen at the same time, waiting for their next order. This group raid on various branches of Phantom Lord was all because of Luo Zhen's suggestion. This surprise attack can be regarded as a heavy blow to Phantom Lord to a large extent. The members of the two branches were completely wiped out, and no one was left alive. One is in charge of Luo Zhen alone, and the other branch is a branch in charge of Lagerthats and Thor. Luo Zhen and Lagerthas slaughtered all the people in these two divisions, leaving no one alive. And Mist Ogden hypnotized all the members of the branch he was in charge of, and captured the four elements guarding there alive. The branch Erza and the others are in charge of is guarded by Jovia, the water element among the four elements. After being unable to deal with Erza, Jovia fled there after pulling out all the stops. Erza and the others were not addicted to killing. After killing some rebels, all the remaining mages were released. Ma Karloff glanced at Luo Zhen, and then continued, "The four branches of the Phantom Lord have been destroyed so far, and I think the surviving ghost wizards have gathered in their headquarters. Now all the members of our guild are dispatched to the headquarters of the Phantom Lord, and they will be wiped out." Ma Karloff stood up, his short body seemed to reveal a raging arrogance, and he raised his arms and said, "Oh!" Everyone raised their arms and roared without any resistance to Carlos the horse's arrangement. The roar of the crowd echoed over Magnolia, and not long after, all members of the guild were ready to go. The residents of Magnolia saw all the members of Fairy Tail getting ready to go, and they were at a loss for a while, not knowing what happened. Some people wanted to go forward to inquire, but when they saw the firm and dignified faces of all these mages, they stopped their steps immediately. It wasn't until all Fairy Tail mages disappeared from sight that everyone regained their senses. What happened to them? Did something happen? It seems that everyone who saw Fairy Tail these days is very vigilant. Probably not, Fairy Tail is the strongest wizard guild in Fiori Kingdom. And nothing bad is said in the papers. The residents of Magnolia have speculated, but they can't guess what happened. The members of Fairy Tail are like an army, ready to go. However, a small number of people were still left in the guild to guard. As the highest leader of the guild, Ma Karloff naturally went out with the team. "You must fight Jose personally to completely destroy the ruler of the ghosts." And the one who stayed behind in the guild was Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen propped his cheek with his palm, staring blankly at the window not far away. "Brother Luo Zhen, what are you looking at here?" Suddenly, Lisana jumped out behind Luo Zhen, holding Luo Zhen's shoulders with both hands. Asked curiously to Luo Zhen, said with his head in front of Luo Zhen, looking in the direction Luo Zhen was looking at. Luo Zhen regained his composure, with a smile on his face, and rubbed Lisana Silver White's hair. Nothing, I was thinking about something. Lisana pouted, bouncing and sitting next to Luo Zhen. Brother Luo Zhen, Alfman Big Brother and the President went together, do you think something will happen to Alfman Big Brother? There was worry in Lisana's eyes. Since Myra Jane lost her magic power because of the incident at the beginning, she stayed in the guild all year round and did not go out to make commissions. And after that, Alfman seemed to have grown up, changed from his previous cowardly and timid character, and became a man who could stand on his own. Don't worry, your Alfman Big Brother is very reliable, you have to trust him. Thinking of that big guy, Luo Zhen looked at Lisana with a smile on his face and said with a smile. Hearing Luo Zhen's comfort, Lisana nodded heavily. Then will someone leave this time? Lisana was still a little depressed, she lowered her head and asked Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen was silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer Lisana's words. After being silent for a long time, Luo Zhen let out a foul breath, then raised his head and looked aside and said, Lisana, there will be sacrifices in war, it's inevitable. The only thing we can do is stay here and pray for them. Lisana lowered her head silently, her shoulders twitching slightly. I don't want to see everyone sacrificed, I want to see everyone come back safely. Lisana was sobbing, big tears dripping down the back of her white hand. Myra Jane, who had been watching Luo Zhen and Lisana from a distance, came over with a gentle smile on her gentle face. After smiling at Luo Zhen, Myra Jane came to Lisana's side and hugged Lisana tightly into her arms. Chapter 58. Because of Mirajana's hug, Lisana's mood was comforted a lot. One of the two sisters was sitting and the other was standing. All gathered around Luo Zhen, Myra Jane looked at Luo Zhen with deep eyes and worried. Seeing that the worry in Mirajana's eyes seemed to overflow, Luo Zhen couldn't help showing a helpless smile. Myra Jane, why even you have such an indecisive expression? Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Myra Jane gave Luo Zhen a blank look, and then pouted with a cute expression. Staring at Luo Zhen with his hands on his waist, he muttered, she is also a girl, why can't she have this expression? It's you Luo Zhen, how can you talk about a girl so casually? Mirajana's personality has changed a lot from a few years ago. If Luo Zhen said this to the former Myra Jane would have to have a good fight with Luo Zhen anyway. Looking at Myra Jane who was pouting and tearing from the corner of her eyes, Luo Zhen couldn't laugh or cry for a while. Okay, I said something wrong. Looking at Mirajana's appearance of crying if you don't apologize, Luo Zhen apologized helplessly. Myra Jane pouted and rolled her eyes at Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen, do you think the president and the others can come back safely? He gave Luo Zhen a blank look, and then Myra Jane asked with a little worry in his eyes. Because of Mirajana's words, Lisana, who had just recovered from being comforted, immediately lowered her head again, but she was listening carefully to Luo Zhen's words. Don't worry, there are not many mages left in the Ghost's Dominion. Their main force has been wiped out, and now the only ones left are old, weak, sick, and disabled. As long as the president's brain is not trapped by the door, just hit him. Luo Zhen spread his hands, and never thought of the possibility of losing Mrs. Carlo and others. The only possibility of losing is that Jose's strength has become stronger, and he has given the horseman Carlos a second. But this possibility is almost zero. With the three magics of fairy tale, Carlo the horse, Jose is no match for Carlo the horse. Holding the goblin's law in his hand, he can control Jose to death with one hand. After listening to Luo Zhen's words, Myra Jane thought about it in silence. I think there is nothing wrong with Luo Zhen's words. The original Myra Jane was also a level 5 mage, one of fairy tale's trump cards. Although Myra Jane has lost her magic power now, her brain is still there. If you think about it carefully, you can understand that the ghost ruler has completely lost this battle. The only thing fairy tale has to do now is to completely defeat the rulers of the ghosts and make them completely disappear on this continent. Lisana on the side listened to the conversation between the two in front of her, a gloomy look flashed in her eyes. He raised his head and glanced at Luo Zhen's profile, and then at his sister Myra Jane at the side. I don't know why I suddenly felt a little unhappy, and sat with my head down in silence. Luo Zhen didn't go home tonight because the horse Carlo and most of the members were not in the guild. Instead, he brought a small number of members who stayed behind in the guild to stay in the guild. Prevent the ghost's dominator from counter-attacking before dying. As night fell, Margot Noah gradually fell into silence. The busy streets during the day calmed down, and the streets where people came and went became clean. Suddenly, Luo Zhen, who was sitting next to the guild bar, opened his eyes sharply. Just when Luo Zhen opened his eyes, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The members of the Left Behind guild immediately became vigilant, and gathered around in Luo Zhen's direction. Luo Zhen, what happened here? One of the members of the remaining guild, Levi, stood beside Luo Zhen worriedly, looking at the closed door. Lysina was also a little scared, and she held onto Luo Zhen's arm tightly and never let go. Myra Jane stood on the other side of Lysina, holding Lysina's tender little hand, and looked calmly at the closed door. Wait for me here, I'll go out for a while. The domineering aura of knowledge and knowledge enveloped the entire Magnolia, and when Luo Zhen opened his eyes, 10 flashes of cold light in his eyes disappeared. Unexpectedly, the ghosts have been beaten to such an extent that they can still come here. Suddenly, Lysina's face turned pale. Hold Luo Zhen's arm tightly. 2 lines of hot tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and with a crying tone in his voice, he asked Luo Zhen, is the ruler of the ghosts coming? What about the president, is something wrong with the president? Luo Zhen took a deep breath, reached out and touched Lysina's small head. He smiled and said, what are you thinking? Just because Jose is not yet the president's opponent, I'm afraid they are planning to attack our guild before the president arrives. The president and the others probably missed it. Real. Hearing Luo Zhen's explanation, Lysina widened her eyes and looked at Luo Zhen expectantly. Don't worry, nothing will happen, I assure you. In order to prevent accidents, Luo Zhen specially handed over the 3 stars Ms and Ulu to Erza. Now the 3 major homies and Uru and their own souls have not been cut off, which means that nothing happened. Loosing Lysina's white and tender palm, Luo Zhen walked towards the outside of the gate. Levi and the others looked at each other, and resolutely followed Luo Zhen and walked outside. The gate was pushed open, and a huge building appeared in front of the square at the gate of Fairy Tale at some point. This huge building is all black, and a familiar figure is standing right above the building. Jose. Seeing that figure, Luo Zhen called out his name. Is he Jose? Phantom Lord's president? Hearing the name Luo Zhen shouted, everyone was shocked. Luo Zhen. You bloody BD. Mates, seeing Luo Zhen's figure, Jose gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Zhen, and roared angrily at Luo Zhen. Long time no see, President Jose. Hearing Jose's angry cursing, Luo Zhen didn't have any anger on his face, but with a gentle smile on his face, he waved his hand at Jose and smiled. Yeah, I wish I could tear you to pieces. Luo Zhen. Jose's eyes were red, with deep hatred in his eyes. It was this guy in front of him who planned one attack after another against the branch. In particular, he killed his right-hand man Arya. Jose wished he could eat Luo Zhen raw. President Jose, I hope your strength can be as great as your tone. Luo Zhen raised his eyebrows, not caring about Jose's cursing at all. In Luo Zhen's heart, Jose is already a dead person, there is no need to get angry with a dead person. Then you have a try. Chapter 59. President Jose, I hope your strength can be as great as your tone. Luo Zhen was smiling, not caring about Jose's cursing at all, and there was a murderous wave in the depths of his eyes. In Luo Zhen's heart, Jose has already been sentenced to death, so what's the point of being angry with a dead person? Jose laughed back in anger, glaring at Luo Zhen with a grin on his face. At his feet, figures of mages appeared one by one in the huge building. These mages had smirks on their faces, and there was no fear in their eyes, they looked like dead men. The expressions of Levi and the others changed, and when they saw the many wizards appearing, they suddenly became serious. At this moment, Jose seemed to have discovered something. His sinister eyes scanned the mage on Fairy Tale's side, and a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his face. It seems that Carlo, your guild leader, is not in the guild now, and even the main force is not in the guild. With a ferocious smile on his face, Jose looked ferociously at Luo Zhen and the group of people behind him. As Jose's voice fell, the faces of Lysina and the others changed slightly, which made Jose more certain of this guess. Ha 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 ha, you really deserve to be Carlo the horse. I actually thought of going together with me. If you want to do it, you have to do it. Just beat the opponent to death with a stick, so that he has no room for counter-attack 010. Carlo, it's a pity that I'm better at it. With a ferocious laugh on his face, Jose kept spitting harsh words at Luo Zhen and the others. Jose's face suddenly became ferocious, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he roared at Luo Zhen, "First use your heads to pay homage to my ghost mages. Let Ma Carlos see how his dear children died at my hands." Jose kept talking trash, and his whole body trembled as he spoke. At this moment, Jose seemed to see Carlos' furious expression, and immediately had an intracranial OM. The ghost mages walked out of the huge building one after another, grinning ferociously, staring straight at the mages on Fairy Tale's side. They are like real desperados, their eyes are full of violence. These people are the real elite mages of Spectre, and the mages of those branches before can only be regarded as staff members, just with a name. Jose, you don't think you can beat me with these little ones, do you? With his hands in his pockets, Luo Zhen stood directly in front of Levi and the others, grinning, and glanced disdainfully at the violent mages in front of him. No, 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 your opponent is me, I know you are very strong, I want you to watch your companions die in the hands of our ghosts one by one. Feel the powerlessness, feel the rage. Jose grinned grinningly, and the mages below also let out piercing laughter. At this moment, the grinning laughter of those mages stopped abruptly. All the ghost wizards rolled their eyes and fell straight to the ground. The magicians who kept falling all rolled their eyes and fell heavily to the ground. Luo Zhen raised his head, and a violent breath gushed out from Luo Zhen's body. In an instant, all the ghost wizards were enveloped. In just an instant, all the ghost wizards were knocked down to the ground, rolled their eyes and fell to the ground completely passed out. President Jose, it seems that all your miscellaneous fish are gone now. Luo Zhen grinned and said with a playful smile on his face. Impossible, what have you done? Jose's complexion changed, and when he looked at the knocked down subordinates, his complexion turned livid. Damn guy! Jose roared, and a black mist hit Luo Zhen in an instant. Luo Zhen's figure flashed, and he shouted at Levi and the others behind him, "Find a place to hide, don't stay here, don't be in the guild." After explaining to Levi, Lysina and others, Luo Zhen stomped on the ground with both feet. The whole person soared into the sky and went straight to Jose above the building. Jose was not afraid at all, and looked angrily at Luo Zhen who charged towards him. A black mist exuding the breath of death spread around Jose. Jose grimaced and blended into the black mist. The black mist gradually spread, and soon, Adab, covered Luo Zhen's body in it. Luo Zhen looked at the black mist with a relaxed expression, and a chuckle suddenly appeared on his face. Jose, whose body was merged into the darkness, saw the chuckle on Luo Zhen's face, and suddenly felt a surge of anger in his chest. Damn guy! Gritting his teeth, he cursed secretly, Black's magic circle is condensed in his palm. Dark shot. Black mist like bullets condensed in Jose's hands, shooting towards Luo Zhen in front of him continuously. Jose kept changing positions, shooting at Luo Zhen in different directions. The black mist dissipated a little, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Jose's eyes. Grabbing Jose's head with one hand, he looked at Jose with a chuckle. President Jose, peek-a-boo time is over. One hand grabs Jose's head and slams it to the ground. A heavy fall made Jose feel severe pain all over his body, as if his bones were about to be broken. Struggling to get up, he saw that there was no wound under the torn clothes on Luo Zhen's body. Not even the slightest scar. But Jose clearly saw that his magic had hit Luo Zhen, but did not cause any damage. This terrifying defensive power immediately made Jose's complexion heavy. The breath of death. A puff of black mist spread, trying to cause panic in Luo Zhen's heart, and was waiting for an opportunity. The black mist exuding the breath of death filled Luo Zhen's side, but Jose saw that Luo Zhen's complexion did not change at all. The next moment, a terrifying aura enveloped Jose. A wave of panic rose suddenly in Jose's heart. How is it possible? How could I be afraid of him? Impossible. Jose shook his head, suppressing the rising fear in his heart. He stared fixedly at the relaxed Luo Zhen. Suddenly his face turned hard, and black mist burst out from Jose's body. The moment the black mist left Jose's body, it immediately turned into soldiers who looked like ghosts. Phantom soldiers! Go and kill all fairy tale mages! Jose showed a ferocious face, and yelled at the ghost soldiers who stood up one by one with a hideous look. Following Jose's order, the ghost soldiers rushed towards the surrounding fairy tale mages. Because they were worried about Luo Zhen, Lisana and the others did not stay away from the fighting place. Watching Luo Zhen's battle from a distance. Seeing these black ghost soldiers attacking, Lisana and others looked at each other. Don't trouble Luo Zhen. This battle is up to us. Fairy tale is guarded by us. Luo Zhen. Just give it a go, don't worry about us, we are the wizards of fairy tale. Chapter 60. In order not to hinder Luo Zhen, everyone in the guild joined the battle one after another. The ghost soldiers flew in mid-air, screaming and galloping towards the wizards of fairy tale. The sharp claws grabbed at them, and the dark ghost soldiers quickly engulfed the wizards of fairy tale. The dazzling magic exploded in the air, and the bodies of each ghost soldier were crushed, and they recovered in the next moment. Jose stood in front of Luo Zhen with a smirk, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, watch your companions being torn to pieces by ghost soldiers. There is madness in Jose's eyes, and a sense of refreshment in the depths of the eyes. Spectre was created to fight fairy tale? In his generation, this goal was finally achieved. Jose turned into a black mist and disappeared from Luo Zhen's sight. The black mist swept across, and within a moment Jose disappeared along with the black disturbance. Luo Zhen frowned slightly, and glanced at the huge building with black mist pouring under his feet. He turned his head and glanced at the mages who were struggling to resist the ghost soldiers. Luo Zhen. Leave us alone. We can do it. BD Jose. Don't underestimate us. We are the mages of fairy tale. The partners roared one after another, and the dazzling magic burst in the air, constantly defeating the repaired ghost soldiers. Luo Zhen took a leap, and jumped directly above the huge building. On the ground, there are phantom lords mages all over the place. He was directly knocked down by Luo Zhen's domineering aura, and passed out. Luo Zhen waved his right hand in front of him, and a series of transparent and pure white soul bodies continuously gushed out from the bodies of these demon islanders. Pure white's soul body floats beside Luo Zhen, constantly floating around Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen's eyes scanned the surroundings, and with a wave of his hand, these soul bodies rushed towards the surrounding objects. In an instant, the moment when the soul body pours into the object, cheeks appeared on these objects. The fighting power of these objects is not very strong, and they roared and rushed towards the ghost soldiers in battle. Because of the appearance of these homies, temporarily give the mages of fairy tale a chance to breathe. After making arrangements, Luo Zhen was about to get up and continue chasing Jose. Suddenly the huge building in front of me split from the middle. A huge gun barrel sticks out in the middle, aiming straight at fairy tale. Sitting in the control room, Jose roared with a grin, "Go to hell! Goblins!" Speaking of starting Jupiter, magic power continued to pour into Jupiter's barrel. Condensed a huge magic ball. This is one of the details of the ruler of the ghosts, a huge magic cannon with the power to destroy a city, Jupiter. Luo Zhen's complexion changed slightly, and he turned his head to glance at Lisana, Myra Jane and others not far from the guild. With a fierce step, he went straight to the front of the guild. Empty shock. Luo Zhen clenched his fists tightly, and punched heavily into the air beside him. The air was cracked, and the cracks that continued to spread towards the surroundings caused violent vibrations. The entire ghost guild began to collapse under the shock, and Jupiter's gun barrel also began to shatter. But at the moment of collapse, the magic cannon was fired. In the collapsed ghost guild, Jose showed a hideous face. Angrily roared, "Go to hell!" Luo Zhen appeared in front of the Jupiter magic cannon in an instant, and the hot domineering assembly attached to Luo Zhen's body. Under the impact of the magic cannon, Luo Zhen's footsteps kept retreating behind him. Luo Zhen. Everyone was attracted by Jupiter's loud voice, and saw Luo Zhen's firm back. Hastily shouted anxiously. Magic deprivation. The magic circle under Luo Zhen's feet opened, continuously depriving the magic power in the magic cannon in front of him, and drawing out the magic power continuously. But the magic power contained in Jupiter is so terrifying, even if it is true, there is no way to deprive the magic power at once. Luo Zhen's steps kept retreating until Jupiter finally dissipated in Luo Zhen's hands. He looked gloomy at the ghost guild that had collapsed not far away. The murderous intent in Luo Zhen's eyes condensed like a solid entity. Most of the ghost soldiers who rushed to kill were also killed under Jupiter, which can be regarded as a relief for Lisina and the others. Jose, who crawled out of the ruins, saw Luo Zhen's intact figure, and his face changed drastically. How can it be? What monster are you? How could you not be dead yet? Zero, asking for flowers. Jose roared, a look of fear finally appeared in his eyes. With a sullen face, Luo Zhen appeared in front of Jose in an instant. Where Luo Zhen was originally standing, the ground instantly cracked, and countless cracks spread to the surroundings. Grabbing Jose's head with a big hand, Luo Zhen smashed it to the ground heavily. A light mask condenses on the palm, covering the palm. Boom! With a violent explosion, Jose's body was continuously smashed to the ground by Luo Zhen. Jose rolled his eyes, and with the activation of the shaking fruit ability, Jose's body was instantly shattered. Fissures continuously appeared on the body, and blood flowed out of the body continuously along the fissures. Luo Zhen didn't kill Jose right away, and concentrated his strength to fight Jose. 0. Just to prevent myself from accidentally shattering Jose. Jose's consciousness had been crushed, his head went blank, and the pain all over his body made Jose lose his thinking. Holding Jose's head and lifting it up, Luo Zhen's tall body stood on top of the ruins. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Zhen shattered Jose's head in an instant. The red and white things fell to the ground, and the splashed blood sprayed on Luo Zhen's body. Because of blocking Jupiter, the clothes on Luo Zhen's upper body were completely torn, revealing a body of strong muscles. After killing Jose completely, Luo Zhen exhaled heavily. Call. There was some scarlet in the eyes, and he turned his gaze to the wizards of fairy tale not far away. Stared at by Luo Zhen's scarlet eyes, everyone couldn't help being shocked. Immediately, Lisina ran towards Luo Zhen without any fear. But Myra Jane on the side was faster and had already come in front of Luo Zhen. He looked worriedly at Luo Zhen, who was covered in blood. Are you all right? Are you not hurt? The eye sockets were a little rosy, and the white and tender palms caressed Luo Zhen's body regardless of the scarlet blood on Luo Zhen's body. Looking at Myra Jane, who was about to cry in front of him, Luo Zhen smiled and supported Mirajana's shoulder. Be dirty, don't get dirty. Myra Jane completely ignored the scarlet blood on Luo Zhen's body, and threw herself into Luo Zhen's arms. I don't care. Chapter 61. Jose was killed, and most of the Phantom Lord's mages were also drawn out of their souls by Luo Zhen. After Jose was completely killed, the ghost soldiers summoned by Jose also disappeared instantly. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and the entire Magnolia suffered losses to varying degrees. Because Luo Zhen used magic, the entire Magnolia was shaken and there was an earthquake. The intensity of the earthquake was not very high, and the residents of Magnolia were not harmed. But the fairy tale guild closest to the source of the earthquake collapsed, leaving only one ruin here. The fish that slipped through the net in Phantom Lord were also doomed, and were soon caught by the wizards of fairy tale. Gajeel didn't participate this time, he was in the guild with his little brother Rog. Suddenly the guild collapsed, 960, and neither of them escaped, and were directly crushed under the ruins. However, because both of them are dragon slayers, neither of them is in danger of life. Glancing at Gajeel and Rog, who were tied up, Luo Zhen turned his head and walked in the direction of Lisina and others. Everyone suffered injuries to varying degrees. Fortunately, no one's life was in danger. Seeing Luo Zhen walking towards him and the others, everyone stood up one after another. Everyone okay? With a gentle smile on his face, Luo Zhen looked at everyone and asked with a chuckle. Following Luo Zhen's question, everyone shook their heads and said, "We're all fine, but Luo Zhen, you're not injured, are you? How can you meet that level of magic cannon?" Luo Zhen laughed, patted his strong arm and said, "Don't worry, I'm in good health, there's nothing wrong with me." Luo Zhen asked Levi to use magic to find some water for himself and wash off the blood on his body. Levi raised his finger and flicked it a few times in front of his face. The next moment, a water character appeared in front of Levi with a faint blue light. With the formation of the water character, a stream of water gushed out from the character, washing the blood on Luo Zhen's body. After cleaning, Luo Zhen continuously gushed out bursts of steam. In less than a moment, the water stains on his body evaporated. Just as everyone was cleaning the battlefield, they moved out the corpses of the dead mages of Phantom Lord. Prepare for unified treatment to prevent epidemics. Carlos Ma and others also returned to Magnolia. As soon as they got off the train, when they walked out of the train station, they saw waves of smoke rising into the sky in the direction of the Fairy Tale Guild. Everyone's complexion changed suddenly, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in their hearts. "Everyone, be careful, go back to the guild to check the situation." Ma Karloff's serious gaze swept across the crowd, with seriousness in his eyes. "Pray silently in my heart. Nothing will happen." Carlos the horse pretended to be calm and gave orders to everyone in the guild. Immediately, everyone hid themselves and approached the guild. Just as the crowd approached the guild, Luo Zhen had already noticed the silhouette of the crowd. "Stand up and wait for the return of Mrs. Carlo and others." Seeing Luo Zhen standing up, Myra Jane walked to Luo Zhen's side curiously, and asked Luo Zhen, "What's the matter, what happened?" Luo Zhen nodded with a smile and said, "President and the others are back." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, a surprise flashed in Mirajana's eyes, and she quickly followed Luo Zhen's line of sight. But there is no figure. Looking forward, soon one by one familiar figures appeared in Mirajana's sight. "President." The prominent figure of Carlos the horse first came into view, and Myra Jane became emotional immediately, waving at Carlos the horse constantly. There were no enemies around the guild, and Carlos Ma was relieved to see that Luo Zhen and everyone were safe and sound. Quickly walking in front of the two, Carlos Ma frowned, looking at the ruins all around him and asked Luo Zhen, "What happened? How did the guild become like this?" Before Luo Zhen could speak, Myra Jane spoke first. "Tell Mrs. Carlos the truth about everything that happened after Mr. Carlos and others left." After listening to Mirajana's narration, the groom Karloff fell silent immediately. "I didn't expect Jose to move the guild to Magnolia, fortunately he kept Luo Zhen." Ma Karloff felt relieved for a while. If Luo Zhen hadn't stayed in the guild, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Is everyone in the guild not injured?" After learning about the matter, Mrs. Carlos patted Luo Zhen's arm in relief, and then asked Myra Jane. Myra Jane shook her head and said, "Everyone got a little hurt, but nothing serious. It's just that Magnolia has been damaged too badly, and it may have to be handled by you, the president." After finishing Mirajana's words, the horseman Karloff immediately felt a headache. Luo Zhen's magical destructive power was so strong that the entire Magnolia was damaged to varying degrees. And the residents of the town were also injured, and Fairy Tale was responsible. Fortunately, the headquarters of Spectre's ruler is here, and Spectre's property is in this guild building. It can be regarded as a mouthful of blood for Carlos the horse. Looking at the Fairy Tale Guild that had been completely destroyed, Carlos the horse felt like crying. Originally, Fairy Tale was not rich, but now she has to spend all her money. "Everyone is fine." Ma Karloff squeezed out an ugly smile and looked at the members standing behind him. "Everyone, the war is over. This time, the battle between Fairy Tale and the ruler of the ghosts. It's our Fairy Tale that wins." Ma Karloff raised his arms and let out a deafening roar. After the horse 2.3 Carlos' voice fell, all members of Fairy Tale in the field raised their arms and gave out warm cheers. "President, what about these captives?" All the members were cheering, and Erza walked up to Mr. Carlo with a dignified face, pointing to the captured ghost wizards not far away and asked. Ma Karloff was silent for a while, and then said, "Give them to the Magic Council. And remember, this war was first started by the ruler of ghosts, we are just fighting. Ma Karloff knew that fighting between guilds was not allowed by the Senate, let alone a war of this level. All the faults can only be pushed to the ruler of Spectre. No proof. Chapter 62. Soon, the war between the two major guilds attracted the attention of the Magic Senate. In fact, when Luo Zhen and others destroyed many branches of the ghost ruler the first day, the veterans of the Magic Council already knew the news. On the same day, the Magic Council proposed to expel Fairy Tail from the ranks of the Guild of Light. But it was blocked by one of the members of the Magic Senate. In addition, the current speaker of the Magic Senate is a dovish character, so naturally he didn't intend to send troops to stop the two guilds. Originally, I planned to send 2 representatives to dissuade the two guilds and resolve the conflict between them. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, the Magic Senate has not made any action. Fairy Tail has wiped out most of the branches of the Spectre Dominator. Moreover, the ruler of the ghost has already hit Magnolia, and almost wiped out Fairy Tail. Although most of the members at that time did not stay in the guild, the Magic Council did not know about it. In the aftermath investigation, the Hawks of the Demon House have been severely punishing Fairy Tail. At the very least, 03 will bring all the main characters of this war to justice. But Karloff put all the blame on Spectre, and handed over some of the captives of Spectre's ruler to the Council of Magic. Seeing that this matter has reached this point, the current Speaker of the Senate naturally went downhill. In the former kingdom of Fiori, the rulers of Fairy Tail and Spectre belonged to the 2 legendary wizards. However, in recent years, a large number of excellent mages have emerged from Fairy Tail, and powerful people such as Luo Zhen, Erza, Gildarts Lagosas, and others have joined the Fairy Tail. To bring Fairy Tail's strength to a higher level, the Magic Council has always turned a blind eye to Fairy Tail. The members of Fairy Tail who often make mistakes are only verbally warned or criticized, and there is no excessive punishment. The most common thing is that they went too far last time, so the Magic Council wanted to arrest Erza. However, although the ruler of ghosts is very strong, he has too many mages under his banner. This also caused a lot of crooked melons in the guild, and the concepts of Jose and Carlos were completely different. So these are 2 very different wizarding guilds. Now the increasingly powerful Fairy Tail survived. But the dominator of the ghosts was wiped out, even Jose was killed. It is naturally impossible for the Magic Council to offend a future Fairy Tail for the sake of a past ruler of ghosts. Therefore, under the collusion of the current speaker and Ma Karloff, the initiator of this war was identified as Jose, and stripped Jose of his 10 Wizard Saints title. Although this behavior caused dissatisfaction among some hawks in the council, they had no choice but to accept the result under the firm request of the speaker. After that, the kingdom of Fiori, where the 2 guilds coexisted, became the dominant family of Fairy Tail. Became the top wizard guild in Fiori Kingdom. Because of Luo Zhen and Jupiter Magic Cannon, the Magnolia and Fairy Tail guilds have undergone a large-scale rest and renovation. On this day, Luo Zhen was lying under the sun as usual, and the gentle sunlight fell on Luo Zhen's body. Not far away, homies were working hard one by one. These homies were all created by Luo Zhen with the souls of the wizards who were the ruler of ghosts. Homies worked tirelessly and completely replaced the labor in the guild. Because the guild has not been repaired, everyone in the guild cannot accept the commission. During this time, I stayed in Magnolia to help the residents complete the aftermath. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Luo Zhen, blocking Luo Zhen from basking in the sun. Luo Zhen opened his eyes wonderingly, and pulled down the book covering his face. The sun was shining on the man, and he stood in front of Luo Zhen with his hands on his hips. Really, I asked you to come to the guild to help repair the guild, why are you just lying here and slacking off? Erza looked helplessly at Luo Zhen who was lying on a chair basking in the sun, and took off the book covering his face. Aren't these homies working? Luo Zhen sat up helplessly, stretched himself, and pointed to the homies who were working beside him. Erza stared, and said to Luo Zhen, then you can't just lie around and be lazy, everyone is working hard. Who said I'm the only one who is lazy, look over there. Hearing Erza's words, Luo Zhen immediately became unconvinced, pointing to the stable Carlo who was sitting on a pile of wooden boards not far away and drinking. Suddenly seeing Luo Zhen pointing at himself, the groom Carlo grinned and waved at Luo Zhen. Gazing at Mrs. Carlo viciously, Luo Zhen spread his hands and said, "Look, the president is also slacking off." Erza suddenly felt helpless, supported his forehead and watched Luo Zhen lie down again. But Erza didn't continue to scold Luo Zhen, and went elsewhere to direct the members of the guild. This is their new home, and Erza and everyone are full of energy. While rebuilding the guild, something happened in the middle. Leo in the guild wants to quit the guild because of his own reasons. But Lucy discovered that Leo was actually a celestial spirit 857, and then Lucy subdued Leo, who had always had a grudge, and obtained another key of the zodiac. Leo, oh! The guild was rebuilt very quickly, most of them were mages, and they could work. Soon stood in front of a tall building. It's the new fairy tale. As Carlos the horse walked into the guild first, everyone poured into the guild one after another. Looking at the new and brand new guild, Yin's family is very happy. Especially Natsu and Gray, the two kept jumping up and down the guild. The watching horse Carlos' forehead burst out with blue veins. After punching each of them heavily, Carlos the Ma gave a cold snort and said, "You two brats! Don't destroy the guild for me." After being severely taught by the horseman Carlo, everyone in the guild burst into laughter. The entire guild was filled with joy immediately. After that, the drinks and task panels in the guild entered the guild one after another, and everyone quickly entered the working state. After all, most of the time in the guild are some common wizards, and when everyone is making commissions, they are relatively indifferent. So I don't have much money in hand, and if I don't entrust, I will soon be unable to pay the rent. Chapter 63. A period of time has passed since the war with the ghosts, and Luo Zhen has not gone out to make commissions during this time. Because Luo Zhen stayed in the guild, Erza also stopped the entrusted work and temporarily stayed in Magnolia. The two lived a happy life without shame. On this day, the stable Carlo was sitting at the bar drinking wine with a heavy face. Suddenly seeing the figure of Luo Zhen walking into the guild, Ma Karloff looked at Luo Zhen, then grabbed the wine bottle in his hand and took a sip. I stared with great interest. Luo Zhen sat beside the horseman Carlo, took a bottle of wine from Marajana's hand, and looked at the horseman Carlo with a smile. Ma Karloff glanced at Luo Zhen, drinking his wine in silence. Luo Zhen frowned and asked, "What's the matter, you look so sad?" Seemingly seeing that Mrs. Carlos had something on his mind, Luo Zhen asked curiously. After being silent for a long time, Ma Karloff looked at the people in the guild, and then his eyes fell on Luo Zhen. "Why didn't Erza come with you?" She said that the armor she asked Olymp to build was finished, and she went to get the armor. Luo Zhen shrugged, took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "The commission of the Senate has come down." Carlos Ma was silent for a while, and then said after glancing at Luo Zhen, "Consignment? What commission?" Luo Zhen frowned, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. "As I told you before, the council appointed Erza to complete the commission, and now the content of the commission has been issued. It is an order personally issued by the members of the Senate, and Erza is specially appointed to carry out this commission." Ma Karloff's face turned ashen, and he knew that this matter was not simple. But Ma Karloff couldn't refuse. "After Erza comes back, you can talk to Erza." Luo Zhen didn't continue to ask, and silently put down the wine bottle in his hand. The original smile on his face also disappeared, and his face was a little dignified. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. It seemed that he was afraid that Luo Zhen would do something excessive, so Carlo put down the bottle in his hand, stood on the bar, and came to Luo Zhen's side. Looking at Luo Zhen with a heavy face, he said, "I know you have always had opinions on the Magic Council, but you have to control yourself, the strength of the Magic Council is not that simple." Luo Zhen nodded, looking at the horseman Carlos looking at himself with worry. Luo Zhen said with a smile, "I know, old man, I'm not that stupid. The Magic Senate can lead the Magisters Guild on the entire continent, and its strength is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface." Although Luo Zhen was dissatisfied with the Magic Council early on, Luo Zhen was also sensible. Soon, just as the two were talking, Erza's figure appeared at the gate of Fairy Tale Guild. The two looked at each other, and Carlos the horse waved to Erza at the door. Seeing Carlos the horse's movements, Erza came to Carlos the horse with doubts. "President, what's the matter, do you have anything to do with me?" The breeze blows Erza's scarlet long hair, and Erza in armor stands in front of the groom, with a pure smile on his face. "Remember what I told you before, the commission assigned by the Magic Council to execute." Ma Karloff didn't look directly into Erza's eyes, but looked down at the bottle in his hand. Erza nodded, and said, "Remember, is it the entrusted content of the Senate?" "Yes, the council appointed you to entrust the content to come down, you can set off after packing up recently." "Okay, what is the entrustment and when will we leave?" Erza nodded decisively and accepted the commission without any hesitation. The content of the commission is to destroy a dark magic order. Their base is located on an island in the sea. The teaching of this dark magic order is to respect the Black Mage Zeref. They want to resurrect the Black Mage Zeref. A huge tower was built on the island and they named it the Tower of Heaven. The content of your commission is to destroy this dark magic sect, and this time the council will send 2 mages to act with you. Following Carlos Ma's narration, Erza also probably knew the content of this commission. Erza nodded, and then said, "Then I'll go back and pack my luggage later." "Have you found the location of the Tower of Heaven?" "Well, your partner will tell you about the location of the Tower of Heaven, and this commission is dominated by people from the council." Ma Karloff nodded, and handed over the commission form placed aside to Erza's hands. Erza glanced roughly, and then put away the order. "Then I'll go back and pack my luggage." After knowing the whole story, Erza bid farewell to Luo Zhen and the groom Carlo, got up and walked towards home. Looking at Erza's back, Ma Karloff suddenly said to himself, even though Erza was appointed to carry out the entrustment of the council this time, there is no mandatory requirement that Aisha go alone. These words seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be speaking to Luo Zhen who was on the side. Luo Zhen smiled and put the wine bottle in his hand on the table. He grinned at Mrs. Carlos and said, "President, I'll go back first." As he spoke, Luo Zhen walked out of the guild with his hands behind his back and chased after Erza's back before the horseman Carlo agreed. Soon, Luo Zhen caught up with Erza's figure. The two strolled on the streets of Magnolia, and the sun fell on them. The gleaming armor on Erza's body shone brightly under the sunlight. "I will accompany you on this commission." Luo Zhen, who caught up with Erza, did not hesitate at all, and said to Erza. Erza nodded slightly after hearing this. There was no rejection, nor, "Zhao's good," silence. Erza knew that this entrustment was likely to be a bit dangerous. "And I don't know what the hell the people in the Magic Council are doing." With Luo Zhen by his side, at least he can guarantee safety. With Luo Zhen's strength, Erza really couldn't think of anyone who could make him feel threatened. The two returned home, and under Luo Zhen's strong protest, Erza only packed a few necessary clothes this time. Other things were completely vetoed by Luo Zhen. After packing up their luggage, the two of them leaned on the sofa, with Erza leaning on Luo Zhen's arm like this. The two just sat there quietly without saying a word. Before she knew it, Magnolia was shrouded in darkness. After they had a meal, they rushed to the guild in a hurry. "Find the stable Carlo, and set the time for Erza's departure. Leave the day after tomorrow." Chapter 64. Soon, 2 days passed. When the day of departure came, Erza and Luo Zhen were all ready to go, waiting for something in the guild. Ma Karloff sat on the bar counter, looking at Luo Zhen with the wine bottle in his hand. He couldn't help frowning. "Luo Zhen, you can't drink alcohol when you're commissioned." I know. Luo Zhen cast a helpless glance at the upright speech, but took a sip of the wine from the groom Carlo, and put the bottle in his hand on the bar. He waved his hand at Myra Jane at the bar and shouted, "Myra Jane, this bottle of wine will be a long treat." As Luo Zhen's words fell, the horseman Carlos immediately widened his eyes and looked at Luo Zhen in disbelief. "Stinky boy! Old man, my money has been used to rebuild the guild, I have no money." Ma Carlos was furious, blowing his beard and staring loudly at Luo Zhen's back. "President, then use your small treasury to pay the bill." Luo Zhen grinned and gave Carlo the horse a thumbs up. Damn its little devil head. Ma Karloff glared at Luo Zhen viciously, and mumbled to himself and took out a small pouch from his pocket. 553 reluctantly took out a note and handed it to Myra Jane. In the guild for the past 2 days, because Natsu and others knew that Erza was going to leave the Tower of Heaven as a commission appointed by the Senate. Natsu and Grey were clamoring to go with them. But Erza flatly refused. No matter what the two said, Erza didn't want to let go. Coupled with Natsu's character, Erza also specially explained the horseman Carlos. After setting off by yourself, you must keep Natsu and Grey under strict supervision, otherwise Natsu may sneak along with you. Thinking that Natsu had such a criminal record, Carlos Ma agreed without any hesitation. Looking at the several people around him who were staring at him, Natsu's face was full of helplessness. After waiting in the guild for a long time, no one from the Magic Council showed up. Luo Zhen frowned, and asked Mrs. Carlos the horse, "Old man, why haven't the people sent by the Senate come?" Luo Zhen's voice was a little displeased. No one dared to release his pigeons like that. Ma Karloff is also frowning at this time, and has some complaints about the Magic Senate. In the afternoon, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the door of Fairy Tale. The 2 were dressed in the costumes of the Senate, and looked at the people around them with rebellious expressions. Who is Erza? At this time, one of them walked into the guild with an unruly expression, and scanned the crowd. Everyone frowned suddenly, feeling a little uncomfortable looking at the literate's attitude. Who are you? This is Fairy Tale, it's not your turn to be so arrogant, BD. Before Erza could speak, Natsu stood up with a face full of displeasure, pointed at this person and asked loudly. I am the mage of the Magic Council, Mitchell Taylor, the person in charge of the Tower of Heaven Commission. This person smiled coldly, glanced disdainfully at Natsu, raised his head proudly and said his name. What about the members of the council? It's not your turn here. Natsu was not afraid at all, and with flames on his fist, he went straight to Mitchell. Boom! Mitchell sneered, looked at Natsu who was close at hand, and raised his arm to punch Natsu. As a level 5 wizard, Natsu is naturally no match for Mitchell. But at the moment when Mitchell's fist was about to land on Natsu, Mitchell's figure flew upside down and fell heavily on the ground next to the Fairy Tale door. A mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, and he looked inside Fairy Tale in bewilderment. Standing beside Natsu was a smiling figure, looking at Mitchell who fell to the ground with a gentle expression. Oh, why are you so careless? Why did you fly out when I exerted a little force? Luo Zhen had a sarcastic smile on his face, but cared about what he couldn't say. But these words pierced Mitchell's ears like needle points. The other person trembled all over, and suddenly felt a figure standing behind him. In an instant, Luo Zhen's figure came behind him at some point, poking his head out and whispering in his ear. Excuse me, what's your name? The man trembled all over, and said tremblingly, my name is Brady, Brady Will. Is he your companion, Brady? Luo Zhen reached out and patted his shoulder, pointing to Mitchell who fell to the ground and asked. Brady nodded tremblingly. The man behind him was very strong. Much stronger than myself. Not a level opponent at all. In the future, you must educate your companions well, don't let him speak wild words, it's better to be a man with your tail tucked up in other people's territory, you know. Luo Zhen's voice was extremely gentle, as if he was talking to Brady with a chuckle like a big brother next door. Brady nodded heavily, and said tremblingly, I know. Luo Zhen nodded in satisfaction, walked to Mitchell and squatted down. Cheeks full of smiles floated in front of Mitchell's eyes. Suddenly a terrifying coercion suppressed Mitchell. Mitchell, who was originally punched by Luo Zhen, spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Luo Zhen in horror. Next time the punch won't be in the stomach. Luo Zhen's complexion was icy cold, ferocious murderous intent appeared in his eyes, and he stared straight at Mitchell. As Luo Zhen's words fell, the terrifying aura like hell dissipated immediately. Mitchell fell limply to the ground, panting heavily. After clapping his hands, Luo Zhen turned around and returned to the guild. Che, Luo Zhen is really, obviously that is my opponent. After Luo Zhen returned to the guild, Natsu folded his arms and muttered with displeasure. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I'll give it to you next time. Luo Zhen laughed, stretched out his palm and rubbed Natsu Pink's hair indifferently. They came to Erza's side, nodded to Erza, and walked out of the guild side by side. I am Erza Shukaret, the designated person for this commission. Wearing armor, Erza stood in front of the fallen Mitchell, looked down at him and said. Mitchell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up from the ground. Seeing Luo Zhen standing next to Erza, Zekier squeezed out an ugly smile on his face. I am the main person in charge of this entrustment, let's go now. Mitchell roared in his heart, and there was anger in the depths of his eyes. I kept talking in my heart. Wait until this damn guy is no longer by your side, let's see how I deal with you. Chapter 65. Then let's go. Mitchell cursed secretly in his heart, squeezed a difficult smile on his face, looked at Erza and said. Erza nodded, without replying. Follow Mitchell and Brady towards Magnolia's station. Suddenly, Mitchell turned his head, with cold sweat streaming down his head, looked at Luo Zhen who was following Erza, and asked with a smile, Master Luo Zhen, why are you still here? Luo Zhen glanced at him, then showed a gentle smile, and said with a smile, don't you know, this time I'm entrusted to set off with Erza. What? Mitchell's complexion changed, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Can't you? Seeing Mitchell's face change, Luo Zhen's complexion suddenly sank, he shouted at him and asked. No problem, no problem. Seeing Luo Zhen's calm face, Mitchell quickly waved his hand. The pain in the stomach was still deeply engraved in Mitchell's mind, and Luo Zhen standing in front of him was like a devil. How dare Mitchell refuse Luo Zhen? No problem, let's go. Luo Zhen nodded in satisfaction, took Erza's little hand and walked towards the station. Zeus, who were floating in the air, glanced at Mitchell with disdain and contempt in their eyes the moment they passed by Mitchell. Damn it! It's okay to be so contemptuous by Luo Zhen, but now even this kind of cloud in a flame dare to treat him like this. Mitchell gritted his teeth and glared at Luo Zhen's back. Seeing Mitchell's hideous face, Brady on the side took a deep breath, patted Mitchell on the shoulder and said, we can't afford to mess with him. Let's be safe. Shut up. I'm the main person in charge this time, I don't have your say. Mitchell slapped Brady's palm away, glared at Brady and shouted. After being scolded by Mitchell for a while, Brady followed behind Mitchell with his head down, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The train was running fast on the track and Mitchell and Brady sat quietly opposite Luo Zhen. He didn't even dare to look up at Luo Zhen. When the train arrived at the station, the two got off the train in a hurry. After Luo Zhen walked out of the station, Mitchell lowered his head and came to Luo Zhen, and said respectfully to Luo Zhen, Lord Luo Zhen, the council has prepared the boat, and we can set off for the Tower now of Heaven. Luo Zhen nodded and said, you guys take the boat and lead the way ahead, we will follow you. After finishing speaking, Luo Zhen waved to Zeus behind him, and Zeus instantly inflated and landed in front of Luo Zhen and Erza. The two climbed onto Zeus's body and floated toward the sea. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen leaving, Mitchell gritted his teeth and followed. When you arrive at the Tower of Heaven, your life will definitely be worse than death. Don't gnash your teeth with hatred in your eyes. As an S-class mage of the Senate, he has never suffered such humiliation. Mitchell is Chi Kilian's confidant in the Senate, which is well known in the Senate. But everyone didn't know that Mitchell was actually Jellal's confidant, and joined the Magic Council with Jellal's thought body at that time. The thought body named Chi Kilian became one of the 10 wizard saints and became a member of the Magic Council. And Mitchell became an S-class mage of the Magic Senate. This commission was promoted by Chi Kilian alone, and was executed by his confidant Mitchell. The purpose is to trick Erza, the S-level mage in Fairy Tale, to Tower of Heaven. As for the purpose of Jellal, Mitchell is unknown. However, as Jellal's most loyal subordinate, Mitchell did not hesitate at all, and immediately agreed. Soon, everyone arrived at the beach. The Senate arranged for a ship to float steadily on the sea surface of the port. Standing on the boat were two middle-aged men in council uniforms. Seeing the two of Mitchell coming, he nodded to them. Then the boat was handed over to the two, and a boatman was arranged. The ship went to sea and Mitchell and Brady sat in the cabin without saying a word. Mitchell poked his head out from time to time to see if Luo Zhen in the sky was keeping up. At this time, Luo Zhen was lying on Zeus's body with his arms pillowed on his head. He glanced at Erza who was sitting upright. Luo Zhen said helplessly, "Relax a little, I'm not there yet." 0. Ask for flowers. Oh. Bai glanced at Luo Zhen, and Erza said, "Now it's in the commissioning process, how can you be so comfortable?" Behind the two of them, Ulu covered his mouth and smiled lightly, but did not intervene in the conversation between the two. For this commission, Luo Zhen brought out all 4 of his homies, including the most powerful Uru. Because the speed of the ships on the sea was too slow, Zeus, who was floating in the air, followed slowly. After traveling on the sea for nearly a day, Zeus, who was floating in the air, had a wide field of vision. Suddenly, Erza saw a towering tower in the distance. Pushing Luo Zhen who was taking a nap beside him, he said to Luo Zhen with a solemn expression, "Luo Zhen, we seem to have arrived at the place." Hearing Erza's words, Luo Zhen sat up straight, cross-legged on Zeus's body. "Look at the towering tower in the distance." A gleam flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes, he nodded and said, "Indeed, we've arrived." "Jellal, what on earth are you trying to do?" Looking at the profile of Erza beside him, Luo Zhen said secretly in his heart. The ships on the sea stopped moving forward, and Brady stood on the deck, waving constantly to Zeus in the sky. "Luo Zhen, they are calling us." At this time, Wolu also noticed their movements, and after glancing at the ships on the sea, he turned his head and said to Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen glanced at them, patted Zeus under him and said, "Go down." Zeus landed and crouched beside the ship. "The Tower of Heaven is ahead, our Chuan can't move forward." Mitchell walked out of the cabin, pointed to the towering tower ahead and said. As he spoke, he set his eyes on Zeus who was under Luo Zhen. "The implication is that our ship can't go, and now we need to take your transportation." Luo Zhen smiled, and then said, "Then you guys find a way to get to the island by yourself." "This? What are you thinking, BD? What right do you have to step on my uncle's back?" Mitchell was about to speak when Zeus under Luo Zhen suddenly turned into a dark cloud, and bursts of thunder surged over him. He stared at Mitchell fiercely, as if he was going to kill him the next moment. Chapter 66. What are you thinking, BD? What right do you have to step on my uncle? Even if Mitchell didn't say anything, Zeus was instantly furious. The thunder and lightning surging all over his body seemed to strike Mitchell in the next moment. A pair of fierce eyes stared straight at Mitchell, and those eyes were full of anger. Being stared at by Zeus like this, Mitchell suddenly felt humiliated. With difficulty forced a smile on his face, he quickly waved his hands at Luo Zhen and said, "That's not what I meant. If you use a boat to go to the island, the target is too big, and you will be discovered by the people on the island. The guards on this island are members of the Dark Magic Order, and they are all wizards with magic. So I want to discuss with Master Luo Zhen how to sneak into the island." Luo Zhen silently looked at Mitch 430 with a difficult smile on his face, then pointed to Brady at the side and said, "Is he an S-class mage?" Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Brady was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, "Lord Luo Zhen, I have been an S-class mage for 2 years. How about you?" Luo Zhen did not continue to talk to Brady, pointed to Mitchell, and asked. Mitchell didn't know what Luo Zhen meant, so he nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Luo Zhen, I am an S-rank mage from the Magic Council." "Isn't that enough, you 2 S-rank mages? Isn't it difficult to attack the island by force? Isn't this kind of strength enough to go to the island?" Luo Zhen's words immediately stunned Mitchell and Brady. Immediately after Brady thought about it carefully, he also felt that there was no problem. Since their group is here to eradicate the Tower of Heaven, there is no need to hide themselves and go to the island by sneaking in. Looking at Mitchell, Mitchell lowered his head, as if thinking about something. After a while, Mitchell raised his head and said to Luo Zhen with a smile on his face, "Is this plan unfeasible? If there are still hostages on the island, what if they take hostages and threaten us?" Needless to say, there are no hostages on the island, almost all of them are besieged. As soon as Mitchell's voice fell, Luo Zhen immediately interrupted him. Pointing to the towering island not far away, Luo Zhen continued, if you haven't made a decision, it will be dark later. After dark, this is their home field. Luo Zhen's words put Mitchell in a dilemma. Okay, storm the island. Gritting his teeth, Mitchell looked at the clearly visible Tower of Heaven, and a look of nostalgia flashed in the depths of his eyes. Finally home. Seeing that Mitchell had made a decision, Luo Zhen grinned at the two and said, then I wish you good luck. Speaking of which, Luo Zhen patted Zeus under him, and Zeus instantly understood what Luo Zhen meant, and led Luo Zhen soaring into the sky, rushing towards the direction of the Tower of Heaven. The moment Zeus got up, he glanced at Zekel with disdain in his eyes. The contemptuous and disdainful gaze seemed to be engraved in Mitchell's mind, and Mitchell gritted his teeth when he thought of it now. Wait, wait, wait. With the backs of Luo Zhen and Erza going away, Mitchell kept muttering to himself, with hatred in his mouth. Let's go. Brady looked at Mitchell's back, and said something to Mitchell's back after getting ready to go. Turning around and silently glanced at Brady, his gaze was full of indifference. The ship continued to move forward, heading towards the towering tower. Luo Zhen and the others were extremely fast, and they had already arrived on the island one step ahead. In this world, because of Luo Zhen's intervention, Erza was not caught in the Tower of Heaven. But the Jellal of this world also planned a defection. After being captured, he was brainwashed by the young Altair and succeeded in blacken and controlled the Tower of Heaven in his own hands. The subsequent trend is almost the same as that in the original book. Luo Zhen and his group landed on the island and looked up at the towering tower. Erza glanced at Luo Zhen, glanced around solemnly, and then asked Luo Zhen, what should we do now? Should we wait for them? Luo Zhen grinned and said, didn't they already help us lure those trash fish away? Let's go straight up. Because Mitchell and others forcibly broke into the island, the guards on the island quickly discovered them. After a while, the harsh sirens echoed over the entire island, and a group of guards rushed out of the Tower of Heaven, rushing towards the direction where Mitchell and the others landed on the island. Seeing the black-robed guards rushing out, Luo Zhen said to Erza, let's go directly to the tower. Erza nodded, followed behind Luo Zhen and walked towards the top of the tower. Just before the group walked for a while, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Luo Zhen and the others. These people were shrouded in black robes, exuding terrifying magic power. I didn't expect that you little mice would know how to make noise. One of the men in black raised his head, revealing an indifferent face. After licking his scarlet lips, he looked at the group of people with ferocious killing intent in his eyes. Luo Zhen glanced at them, then waved to Zeus behind him and said, Zeus, I leave it to you. After saying that, Luo Zhen nodded, and was about to pass them and continue up the tower. Go to hell. Silent words came from the mouth of the black robe, and the figure rushed towards Luo Zhen. A hole. Boom. Accompanied by the roar of Zeus, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket descended from the sky, and hit the black-robed man who threw himself in front of Luo Zhen. The smoke dissipated, and the black-robed man was lying straight on the ground, with black air continuously emitting from his body. He was directly struck to death by Thunder. Zeus had a grin on his face, looking at the remaining three men in black robes. Don't disappoint me too much. Zeus, who hadn't done anything for a while, was a little excited, too. The surging thunder exploded in this narrow passage. Come on, Zeus. Don't disappoint your master, Zeus. Little Zeus, let's go first. Luo Zhen walked straight forward with Erza. When Prometheus and Napoleon passed by Zeus, they still didn't forget to taunt. Only Ulu smiled and patted Zeus' soft body. Master, Ulu big sister, I will catch up soon. Zeus grinned grinningly, the thunder in his body began to pour out continuously, and one after another thunder pillars began to attack those black-robed men indiscriminately. Under the furious thunder, this narrow space is completely impossible to avoid. Soon two people were hit by a lightning pillar, and before they could recover, countless lightning pillars swarmed over and completely chopped them to death. Chapter 67. Being held back by Zeus, the remaining few could only watch Luo Zhen and Erza leave. But the next moment, countless thunderbolts began to surge out from Zeus's body, and under the fury of the thunderbolts, they began to attack everything around them indiscriminately. The few remaining people hurriedly avoided, but the dense thunder still caused them to be hit continuously. After a while, the remaining few were killed by Zeus. A puff of smoke spewed out of his nostrils. Zeus looked at the completely charred corpses with contempt, and restored White's cloud with disdain. They followed the backs of Luo Zhen and others. Soon Zeus caught up with Luo Zhen and the others, and looked at Zeus who had returned to his side. Ulu stretched out his hand with a smile on his face, tugged at Zeus' cheek, and praised with a smile on his face, "You did a good job, little Zeus." "Oh, Ulu big sister, don't praise me so much, I just did what I should do." Ulu's compliment immediately made Zeus feel a little giddy. He swayed, and a rosy color appeared on his face. "Cut, anyone can do this level." Just when Zeus was shy, Prometheus looked at Zeus with disdain, and 03 and Zeus choked. "What did you say? You fire BD? It's you idiot, White Cloud idiot. Do you want a fight, BD? Just hit it, don't think I'm afraid of you." The two heads were pushed together, and they kept glaring at each other, as if they were about to fight in the next moment. "Two idiots." Napoleon looked at the two with a sneer, and they were floating in the air beside them coldly. "Napoleon. UBD. Damn, it's Napoleon." Hearing Napoleon's mocking laughter, the two looked at each other, immediately united the front, and gradually approached Napoleon. "Enough." Luo Zhen turned his head and glanced at them, and Zeus and Prometheus calmed down immediately, obediently following Ulu. "Two idiots." Napoleon turned his head and smiled, his eyes full of ridicule. This immediately made Prometheus and Zeus furious. If it wasn't because Luo Zhen was still here, they would have rushed to fight Napoleon immediately. The speed of the group was very fast, and they arrived at the upper floor of the tower in a short while. The intricate room made Zeus irritated, and even Prometheus frowned. Just when several people were about to step forward to find the exit, a figure walked out of a dark room. As this figure walked out, two more figures came out from different rooms. "Master, leave this place to me." This time, without waiting for Luo Zhen's arrangement, Prometheus volunteered to stand up and shouted at Luo Zhen's back. Luo Zhen didn't look back, and waved at Prometheus. The excited Prometheus was full of flames, and hot flames shot up into the sky. Before the three people who walked out of the room could speak, Prometheus continuously spewed out fireballs and bombarded them. Fire from heaven! The flame exploded when it hit the ground, and the three of them kept dodging Prometheus' attack with horror in their eyes. "Erza, let's go." Arranging this place to Prometheus, Luo Zhen moved on with confidence. The strength of Prometheus is not much different from that of Zeus, so it is not a big problem to deal with such a small scene. "Prometheus, we can go first, don't be too slow." Before leaving, Zeus shouted at the back of Prometheus. There was a hint of sarcasm in the voice, which immediately made Prometheus' face darken. The flames all over his body became more and more turbulent, and the fireballs that spewed out became more dense. In less than a moment, this floor was reduced to a field of flames. "You damn fellows, go to hell with me." Prometheus had a gloomy face, and the devil-like face in the flames became extremely gloomy. Roaring out of their mouths and spitting out fireballs continuously, the three of them couldn't even use their own magic. Can only continue to avoid the attack of Prometheus. Stolen fire! Seeing that the three were still dodging, the figure of Prometheus turned into a pillar of fire and rushed towards one of them. Before the man could react, Prometheus appeared in front of him instantly. It hit his chest directly and penetrated through the past. Blood splashed on Prometheus' body, but was evaporated in an instant. With a sinister smile, Prometheus quickly killed the other two with the same move. Disdainfully spat out a fireball and landed on the three of them. In less than an instant, the bodies of the three were burned to ashes. After catching up with Luo Zhen and others, Zeus looked at Prometheus, who followed behind him. He said in a straightforward manner, "Prometheus, you are slower than me. It took me 3 minutes to finish the opponent, but you took 3 minutes and 15 seconds. After glaring at Zeus, Luo Zhen pulled him to his side. Putting his hands on Zeus's body, Luo Zhen sat directly on Zeus's body. "You can say a few words less." Patting Zeus on the head, Luo Zhen said calmly. "Yes, master." Zeus raised his head proudly, turned his head and glanced at Prometheus 220 and Napoleon. That proud expression seemed to say, "How about it, only I am the master's favorite assistant. This guy, too much to be beaten. You must give him a good beating." Even Napoleon, who had a good personality, was irritated by Zeus, but because Zeus was carrying Luo Zhen, they could only endure it. Humming and chirping, he led Luo Zhen to float all the way, and encountered several enemies on the next road. However, Luo Zhen didn't waste any time in the next step, and Wolu immediately killed the next enemies in an instant. Several layers are frozen, and the cold air of the ice blue is constantly rising. The guards on the island have now also discovered that the Tower of Heaven has been invaded, and shrill sirens resounded throughout the island. On the island, guards in black robes kept flocking to the tower, but they were blocked by the place full of flames and ice. Luo Zhen and his team soon reached the top floor. In the narrow space, there is no one on a high seat. Luo Zhen and others came to the top, looking around. Erza's eyes were serious, and his vigilant eyes searched around. "Arrive!" Luo Zhen stopped in his tracks, staring straight at the seat in front of him. Chapter 68. Arrive! Luo Zhen stood in the center of the top floor, and there were pieces of crystals everywhere. Luo Zhen's eyes were piercing, staring straight at the tall crystal chair directly in front of him. "Aren't you coming out yet?" As Luo Zhen's voice fell, Erza and Wolu instantly became dignified, following Luo Zhen's gaze vigilantly. Both Erza and Wolu knew Luo Zhen's ability to be domineering, and knew that since Luo Zhen had discovered the enemy, there must be an enemy here. Seeing that his position was seen through, the person behind the chair was no longer hiding. Slowly walking out from behind the crystal chair, with deep eyes in his eyes, he looked at Luo Zhen, and then his eyes fell on Erza. A look of madness flashed in the depths of his eyes. "I didn't expect you to come too. This figure has blue hair, and there is a strange pattern on the cheek. This person is Jellal." After staring at Erza for a while, he set his sights on Luo Zhen with a smile on his face. "You didn't expect me to come?" Luo Zhen frowned, with a mocking look on his face. "I thought about it, but I didn't expect you to be so fast." Jellal smiled and nodded, walking slowly. "I still don't understand why Erza is being targeted." Luo Zhen stared at Jellal and finally asked his own question. Luo Zhen really couldn't figure out why Erza never came to Tower of Heaven. Jellal still wanted to design such a game to attract Erza to Tower of Heaven. Jellal smiled, stared at Luo Zhen and said, "If I say that my goal is actually you, do you believe?" Jellal stared at Luo Zhen with a hint of playfulness in his eyes and said with a smile. After a moment of silence, Luo Zhen nodded and said, "I believe." Luo Zhen finally understood at this moment. "My original plan was to bring Erza to the Tower of Heaven, arrest her, force you to come here, then arrest you, and make you a sacrifice for resurrecting Zeraf product. I just didn't expect you to come with Erza." Jellal seemed to have miscalculated, but then shook his head and smiled lightly, "But it's not too bad, you are also standing in front of me, that's enough." Luo Zhen frowned, and asked with a chuckle, "So you think you have the strength to beat me?" Jellal nodded and said, "I might not be your opponent in other places, but here is the Tower of Heaven, my home field, and you are not my opponent." Jellal has such self-confidence that he doesn't take Luo Zhen seriously at all. Luo Zhen smiled contemptuously, and looked at Jellal with a little disdain in his eyes. "Just you? The youngest 10 wizard saints ever?" Luo Zhen sneered, bursting out with momentum. A violent breath instantly swept across the entire top floor. Even the calm Jellal could not help but change slightly. Then Jellal suddenly covered the pattern on his cheek, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. "It's this kind of momentum. It's this kind of magic power, you can become a very good sacrifice." Jellal stared at Luo Zhen with crazy eyes, completely ignoring Erza and Ulu beside Luo Zhen. "Then come on. Let me try your strength as the youngest 10 wizard saints in history." With his right hand behind his back, Luo Zhen stretched out his left hand to hook Jellal. The right hand behind him waved at Erza to keep them away. Knowing that this battle is beyond his control, Erza decisively followed Ulu to avoid it for the time being. As the wind howled, the magic circle under Jellal's feet emerged first. Meteor. A starlight condensed under Jellal's feet, and his speed increased a lot in an instant. Appearing in front of Luo Zhen in the blink of an eye, he punched Luo Zhen's head. A heavy punch hit Luo Zhen's head, but it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. I originally thought that your strength could be about the same as your head, but I didn't expect this to be your strength. There was a little disappointment in Luo Zhen's tone, completely ignoring the fist that landed on his head. Before Jellal could back away, Luo Zhen suddenly reached out and grabbed Jellal's arm. A hard punch landed on Jellal's stomach. A figure of blue flew upside down in an instant, hitting the crystal behind him heavily. What a powerful force! Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Jellal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up, looking at Luo Zhen with obsessive eyes. Sword of 7 stars. In just a split second, Jellal knew that it was impossible for him in close combat to be Luo Zhen's opponent. Jellal gave up this idea in an instant, and the 7 stars condensed in front of his eyes. In the next moment, it turned into beams of light and shot towards Luo Zhen. Baidu's 7-star attacks continued to hit Luo Zhen, like meteorites falling from the sky. As soon as Luo Zhen stepped on his footsteps, his body turned into an afterimage and kept dancing in front of Jellal's eyes. Jellal controlled the power of the stars, constantly bombarding Luo Zhen indiscriminately. The cramped space on the top floor suddenly turned into ruins, but Jellal didn't care. Hypnosis. Just as Luo Zhen was dodging, he activated the ability of the soul fruit and attacked Jellal's soul. The next moment, Jellal suddenly felt drowsy, and sleepiness kept coming to his head. Just at this moment of negligence, Luo Zhen has appeared in front of Jellal. The ability to shake the fruit is condensed on the fist, and it punches Jellal's head. Jellal's soul power is very strong. Luo Zhen temporarily controlled Jellal's soul for a moment, and was awakened by him. Looking at the fist that was close at hand, Jellal quickly attached the power of the stars to his feet. Want to use speed to avoid Luo Zhen's fist. Although he successfully evaded the attack, the fist landed on Jellal's left arm. The moment the fist full of shocking power came into contact with Jellal, there was a terrifying tremor in an instant. Qian Wang Hao. Jellal's complexion changed suddenly, and he quickly opened the distance between Luo Zhen and himself. With the constant pain in his arms, Jellal tore his own sleeves. The arm has been completely twisted, and there is no strength at all. Grinning his teeth and looking at Luo Zhen, Jellal's eyes gradually became serious. You guy, you are so strong and scary. Jellal hung his left arm, looking at Luo Zhen with vigilance in his eyes. You are too weak, Rain. Luo Zhen grinned, looking at Jellal with disdain. As long as you can get yourself close, you can kill Jellal in a row. Zeus. Prometheus. Napoleon. Luo Zhen didn't intend to fight Jellal alone, so he summoned the 3 homies to his side. Why fight alone when you can fight in groups? Following Luo Zhen's call, the 3 homies turned into a streamer and appeared in front of Luo Zhen in an instant. Chapter 69. Following Luo Zhen's call, Zeus and the others came to Luo Zhen's side in an instant, looking at Jellal with a grin. Although he was always on the top floor, Jellal knew exactly what happened below. The strength of these 3 homies is very strong, and Jellal's expression suddenly became dignified. Come on. Continue to fight. A sinister smile appeared on Luo Zhen's face, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more violent. The armed domineering color is attached to the fists, and the ability of the shaking fruit is added to the fists. Luo Zhen stomped on the ground and charged directly at Jellal. The ground shattered, and cracks continued to spread. Luo Zhen's figure appeared in front of Jellal in the blink of an eye, and he swung his fist and smashed Jellal's head. Meteor. Jellal didn't dare to let Luo Zhen approach, and quickly cast magic on himself, and the power of the stars condensed on Jellal's legs. He quickly avoided his body under Luo Zhen's fist. But even though Jellal dodged, the impact of the concussion still made Jellal feel tight in his chest. The left arm has completely lost its strength, which has completely affected the balance of Jellal's body. This made Jellal's speed much slower, and even with the blessing of magic, he was almost approached by Luo Zhen. What a terrifying body! Jellal's figure was hidden behind a huge crystal stone, and he muttered with a wry smile on his face. But before Jellal could finish speaking, the crystal stone behind him exploded instantly, and the splashed stones slashed across Jellal's cheek. A bloodstain appeared on Jellal's handsome face. Seeing that Luo Zhen didn't know how to discover Jellal, he smashed the boulder with one punch. Jellal's expression was solemn, and he couldn't think of any countermeasures in his head at this time. 6 consecutive stars. While evading, Jellal was also trying to counterattack. 6 golden stars condensed above Jellal's head, and exploded towards Luo Zhen the next moment. The whistling magical stars appeared in front of Luo Zhen in an instant, exploding around Luo Zhen continuously. But just as Jellal counterattacked Luo Zhen, a flash of knife light suddenly flashed behind Jellal. With a glance at Jellal, a straight long knife appeared behind Jellal at some point. There was a human face on the long knife, and it chopped off Jellal's head with a grin. The sharp light of the sword cut off Jellal's arm in an instant. With the blessing of the meteor, even though Jellal escaped Napoleon's sneak attack, his left arm was cut off by Napoleon. Although the left arm has been useless since just now, but now it was cut off shoulder to shoulder by Napoleon, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Jellal's face was pale, and he quickly used magic power to temporarily block the wound, otherwise Jellal couldn't stand the amount of bleeding. Zeus and Prometheus were not idle either. After Napoleon cut off Jellal's arm first, the two of them also rushed forward. Flame and thunder spewed out from both mouths. The flames and thunder merged into one, directly bombarding Jellal's figure. An after-image of blue flashed in the air, and the flames and thunder exploded in the original place. The sound of the explosion resounded throughout the Tower of Heaven, and Mitchell and Brady on the island at this time also heard the explosion this week. The two looked at each other, and Mitchell's eyes shone with excitement. Master Jellal must have defeated Luo Zhen. In Mitchell's heart, Jellal is the strongest, and Luo Zhen cannot be his opponent. After all, even a thought body can become a 10 wizard saints themselves must be stronger. Thinking of this, Mitchell looked at Brady who was struggling to kill the enemy, and the murderous intent flashed in his eyes. There have been, ad fet, many guards on the Tower of Heaven breaking through, but they were blocked by Ulu and Erza under the top floor. Erza stood with a sword in his hand, looking at a group of figures in black robes in front of him with a cold face. A picture of my childhood suddenly appeared in my mind. The people in black robes at that time seemed to be exactly the same as the people in front of them now. At this moment, Erza's killing intent surged out. The scene of my childhood is vivid. The villagers were brutally massacred by the black-robed man. If it wasn't for the existence of Luo Zhen, he might have been taken away by the man in black. Erza's face was livid, and he rushed into the crowd of black-robed men holding a sword. After a while, blood spattered, and the armor on Erza's body was soaked in blood after a while. Ulu didn't know why Erza suddenly became like this, but he also stood aside for Erza. On the top floor, Jellal struggled to avoid the indiscriminate bombing attacks of Prometheus and Zeus, and had to pay attention to Napoleon's sneak attack in the void from time to time. The smoke cleared not far away, and Luo Zhen's intact figure appeared in Jellal's sight. Not to mention being injured, even a small wound could not be seen on Luo Zhen's skin. Jellal's face darkened. His attack could not cause any damage to Luo Zhen's body at all, and even Luo Zhen's defense could not be broken. I and Luo Zhen are not rivals on the same level at all. Suddenly, Jellal raised his head and saw the playful smile on Luo Zhen's face. I saw Luo Zhen folded his arms and stared at him with a playful face. It was only then that Jellal knew that 08 has never had a real fight with himself from the beginning to the end. A wry smile appeared on his face, struggling to avoid the attacks of Zeus and Prometheus. You have to beware of Napoleon who doesn't know where to hide, and who stabs himself from time to time. His physical strength is almost exhausted, and because he has been blessed with meteor magic, his magic power is not much. He stopped abruptly, and a starlight condensed around Jellal. I'll take your head. Napoleon found the right moment, and suddenly slashed at Jellal's neck. The sharp knife light seemed to shatter the void, but it dissipated after touching the layer of starlight on Jellal's body. Napoleon was slightly taken aback. He didn't realize that the knife failed to re-sever Jellal's head. A starlight galloped over and hit Napoleon's blade. Napoleon flew upside down in an instant and stuck on the stone wall beside him. Immediately, a magic circle condensed under Jellal's feet, looking at Luo Zhen crazily. A dark atmosphere filled the air, and a huge dark black hole appeared behind Jellal. The gravel splashed, constantly devouring the surrounding things. Be crushed in the dark! Jellal roared ferociously, as if tentacles protruded from the black hole, spreading towards the surroundings. Chapter 70. Be crushed in the dark! Jellal's eyes were crazy, and tentacles seemed to protrude from the black hole behind him, attacking the figures of Zeus and Prometheus in an instant. In an instant, the figures of Zeus and Prometheus flew towards the black hole uncontrollably. Even Napoleon, who was stuck on the stone wall, couldn't bear the violent attraction, was pulled out from the stone wall, and flew backward into the black hole. At the moment when the three of them were about to be swallowed by the black hole, suddenly attraction came from behind, constantly competing with the black hole for the three of them. I saw a magical power emanating from Luo Zhen's body, tightly binding the three of them, and competing with the black hole for the three of them. At the same time, the tentacles protruding from the black hole were also spreading in the direction of Luo Zhen. The invisible tentacles bound Luo Zhen's feet, constantly pulling Luo Zhen's body into the black hole. But no matter how the tentacles pulled Luo Zhen's body remained motionless. Like a mountain nailed to the ground. Jellal gritted his teeth and released all the magic power on his body. The suction in the black hole became stronger and stronger, and even Luo Zhen's footsteps couldn't help but move. At this time, Luo Zhen's footsteps nailed to the ground suddenly moved, and rushed directly into the black hole. A flash of ecstasy flashed in Jellal's eyes, seeing that Luo Zhen's body was about to be swallowed by the black hole. The moment Luo Zhen's body was swallowed by the black hole, his figure suddenly left the pull of the black hole. In the blink of an eye, he came to Jellal's body, and punched Jellal heavily in the stomach. Then a magic circle gathered at Luo Zhen's feet. Deprive magic power. With the activation of Luo Zhen's magic, the magic power in Jellal's body was instantly stripped away. And as Jellal's magic power was deprived, the black hole behind him began to gradually collapse, slowly disappearing behind Jellal. Raising his right hand at a loss, Jellal couldn't feel any muscle strength in his body. A flash of panic flashed in his eyes, and he shouted at Luo Zhen in front of him, "What did you do? Why did my magic power disappear? What did you do?" Luo Zhen didn't answer Jellal's words, and punched Jellal on the head. The magic power in his body was stripped away, his arm was cut off by Napoleon, and his strength was almost exhausted. Coupled with Luo Zhen's punch, Jellal was directly knocked out. Looking at the fainted Jellal, Luo Zhen said to Zeus who was beside him, "Look at him. I'll go and see Erza." Saying that, Luo Zhen disappeared on the top floor in a flash. At the entrance of the next floor, the corpses of the black-robed guards were already piled up everywhere. Erza stood with a sword in his hand, standing at the entrance leading to the top floor covered in blood. His whole body was covered with viscous blood, Erza's eyes were fierce, and he kept scanning the black-robed man in front of him. Because of the long fight, Erza was exhausted, panting heavily. The black-robed guards also saw Erza's physical strength, and rushed towards Erza one after another, carrying out suicide attacks. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion sounded around. The two guards in black robes rushing to Erza were smiling grinningly, and the grinning froze on their faces in the next moment. The body was directly crushed by a figure, leaving only the upper body. A tall figure stood in front of Erza, constantly waving his fists, knocking away the black-robed guards in front of him. Under the blessing of powerful strength, every time Luo Zhen's fist landed on the body of the black-robed guard, it could smash his body into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered, and Du Zhen's body was covered with blood in an instant. Standing in front of Erza like a god of death. Boom! The momentum is turbulent, the domineering look is launched. Directly stunned all the black-robed guards. "Are you okay?" After finishing off the black-robed guards, Luo Zhen turned around, with sticky blood on his body, and asked Erza who was also soaked in blood. Erza shook his head, looking at Luo Zhen who was covered in blood in front of him. "It's like going back to my childhood." It was the same with Luo Zhen back then. There was blood all over his body, but there was an extremely gentle smile on his face. Erza dropped the long sword in his hand, tiptoed and hugged Luo Zhen's neck. Feeling the warmth radiating from Luo Zhen's body, Erza lay on Luo Zhen's chest with a satisfied smile on his face. 0. Ask for flowers. At this moment, Luo Zhen suddenly pushed Erza away. Before Erza could recover, Luo Zhen turned around. He stretched out his hand to block an attack. At the entrance below, a figure slowly appeared in Luo Zhen's sight. It was Mitchell. Mitchell radiated light all over, watching in surprise that Lucy actually blocked his attack. But seeing Luo Zhen's body covered in blood, there was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. It is you. A stern look flashed deep in Luo Zhen's eyes, and she looked at Mitchell with a flat face. Lord Luo Zhen, are you ready to accept death? Mitchell showed a ferocious smile, looked at Luo Zhen with disgust and said with a grim smile. Only you. Luo Zhen sneered and looked at Mitchell with contempt. Today is your death. Mitchell was about to speak harshly, when suddenly Luo Zhen appeared in front of Mitchell. Under Mitchell's horrified gaze, Luo Zhen's fist kept enlarging in front of his eyes. With just one punch, it hit Mitchell's head heavily. The next moment Mitchell's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white things splashed everywhere. Thump! The headless corpse shook twice, and fell straight forward. Pooh! After spitting at Mitchell's headless corpse, Luo Zhen kicked the corpse aside. Behind Luo Zhen, Erza's complexion changed slightly. Seeing that Luo Zhen shot and killed the mages of the Magic Council, Erza quickly stepped forward and grabbed Luo Zhen's arm. Are you crazy? How could you attack the members of the council? Fool, if you don't tell me, no one knows that I killed him. He was killed by the Wizard of Tower of Heaven when he was attacking Tower of Heaven. We avenged him. Luo Zhen smiled, and stretched out his hand to stroke Erza's long crimson hair hanging down. Erza was speechless for a moment, and nodded after a moment of silence. Okay, let's go up. Holding Erza's tender little hand, the two walked towards the top floor 7 together. Chapter 71. When the group returned to the top floor, Jellal was already awake. But he couldn't feel any fluctuation of magic power in his body, and sat on the ground with a bitter smile on his face. Seeing Luo Zhen and others appear in front of him, Jellal looked up at Luo Zhen. Woke up. Luo Zhen came to Jellal and knelt down slowly, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Jellal with a chuckle. If you want to kill or cut, let me listen to you. Jellal closed his eyes, not intending to continue talking to Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen frowned, looked at Jellal who was about to die with his eyes closed, and said with a smile, you really don't have any backup. Jellal opened his eyes were extremely calm, and he glanced at Luo Zhen and Erza. I already look like this, what else can I do? Looking at the bitterness in Jellal's eyes, Luo Zhen smiled and said, don't you still have a missing body? Are you ready to bring him back? Kike Laiyan's missing body is powered by my magic power. The moment my magic power disappears, the missing body has already disappeared. Jellal shook his head and smiled wryly, never expecting Luo Zhen to have such an ability. This completely broke Jellal's plan. But when the two were talking, it was above the Tower of Heaven. A huge magic cannon is condensing. The surrounding magic power continued to flock to the huge magic cannon. At this moment, Jellal opened his eyes suddenly, and an inconceivable look flashed in his eyes. Magic spirit power. How can it be? Jellal's pupils shrank, completely unaware that his nostalgic body had disappeared. How could he activate the magic spirit power? This is your backhand. Luo Zhen frowned, and his eyes became serious. Although Luo Zhen is a time traveler, but in the anime fairy tale, Luo Zhen only has a little memory. Some plots have been forgotten, Luo Zhen only remembers some. Looking at the magic spirit power constantly condensing in the sky, Luo Zhen turned his head and said to Erza, let's go first. Before Erza could speak, he pulled Erza and jumped onto Zeus's back. Under Luo Zhen's order, Zeus rushed out of the Tower of Heaven and stayed away from here. The power of the magic wizard is charged very quickly. A beam of light descended from the sky and landed directly on the Tower of Heaven. Even Luo Zhen and Erza, who were far away from the Tower of Heaven, could clearly feel the terrifying magic power contained therein. Erza couldn't help being speechless, looking at the vented magic spirit power, turned his head to Luo Zhen and asked, why would the Magic Council attack this place with such a weapon, don't they know we're still here? Luo Zhen shook his head, and said calmly, I think it should be that a lot of moths have infiltrated into the council, or maybe it's their goal to wipe us out completely. However, the Hands don't think our energy is so great, and they specially used the unconventional power of magic elves for us. Luo Zhen's words echoed in Erza's ears, causing Erza to fall into silence immediately. That's right, I'm just a common S-class mage. How could the council care about the life and death of himself and others? Not even Fairy Tail could stand against the magical senate. Since they were able to support Fairy Tail to become the largest guild in Fiori Kingdom, they can naturally abolish Fairy Tail. A look of disbelief suddenly appeared in Erza's eyes, and he lowered his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. With the pouring of magic elf power, the entire Tower of Heaven began to undergo tremendous changes. Crystals that condense a lot of magic power are constantly generated, appearing on the Tower of Heaven full of stones. How is this going? The power of the magic wizard dissipated, but the Tower of Heaven was not destroyed. Instead, he is now what he used to be. Crystal clear magic crystals cover the entire Tower of Heaven, exuding a strange light from top to bottom. Glancing at Erza, the shock in Erza's eyes overflowed his eye sockets. Perhaps this is the purpose of their magic spirit power. Luo Zhen shrugged his shoulders. Although he couldn't remember the specific plot of Fairy Tail, he probably could remember it clearly. Seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar Tower of Heaven in front of him, some memories gradually appeared in Luo Zhen's mind. Let's go up and have a look. After observing and finding no danger, Erza suddenly proposed to Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen frowned, then nodded in agreement. Zeus rushed to the top of the Tower of Heaven, and found that the place that had just been affected by the battle had been covered with magic crystals. Jellal was dragging his broken arm and sitting on the ground not far away, with his back leaning against a magic crystal. You are back. Jellal grinned, and the bitter look disappeared from his face. Luo Zhen pulled Erza behind him, pointed to the surrounding scene, and asked Jellal, is this your handwriting? Jellal shrugged and touched the wound on his left arm that was severed shoulder length. A thick layer of blood scab had already appeared on the wound, temporarily blocking the wound. Jellal said with a smile, this is indeed the purpose of adding my mind-body to the Magic Council, but after my mind-body dissipated, I thought this task had failed. Otherwise I wouldn't be begging to die. Looking at the dazzling magic crystals around him, Jellal closed his eyes, indulging in this moment. Look, how wonderful these crystals are, and what terrifying magic power is contained in this Tower of Heaven. Jellal caressed the magic crystal under his body with his palm, his eyes were full of obsession. At this moment, Jellal 1.6, your body begins to slowly merge into the crystal behind you. After opening his eyes, Jellal grinned at the figures of Luo Zhen and Erza. Next, please witness the resurrection of the Black Mage, Zeref. Speaking of which, Jellal's body began to slowly merge into the magic crystal, using himself as a sacrifice to activate the magic power in the Tower of Heaven. But at the moment when Jellal's body was about to blend into it, a memory suddenly popped up in Jellal's mind. It's a childhood memory. Those memories kept reappearing in Jellal's mind until a figure appeared in his mind. He didn't know her name. I only remember the long black and soft hair. Chapter 72. The fuzzy memories kept flooding in his mind, and Jellal's complexion became painful. His face was a little hideous, and Jellal fell into memories for a while. Gritting his teeth, the only remaining arm was waving constantly. Watching Jellal close his eyes, he kept waving an arm. Half of the body has been integrated into the magic crystal. Erza and Luo Zhen couldn't help but look at each other, wondering what happened to Jellal. Suddenly, the figure of Luo Zhen appeared in front of Jellal. He stretched out his hand to grab Jellal's struggling arm, and pulled Jellal out of the magic crystal violently. It seemed that because of Luo Zhen's pull, the crystal also erupted with a stronger suction force, constantly pulling Jellal's body. Luo Zhen frowned slightly, and his arms began to tense gradually. With Luo Zhen's strength continuously strengthened, Jellal's body was pulled out of the magic crystal by Luo Zhen. It fell directly to the ground, but Jellal still did not wake up in the memory. The two looked at Jellal lying on the ground with a painful expression, and they didn't know what to do with him. Looking at each other, Luo Zhen was silent for a while and said, "Take him back first, and we'll talk about the rest later." Because of the arrangement of the Senate in 03, Luo Zhen also had some ideas of his own in his heart. Now that Jellal is in front of his eyes, Luo Zhen does not intend to hand over Jellal to the council. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza nodded without objection. Dragging Jellal's body, Luo Zhen and his party were about to leave the Tower of Heaven. Suddenly, the sound of crisp and low footsteps rang in the ears of Luo Zhen and others. Erza and Luo Zhen stopped and looked at each other, and Erza's eyes suddenly became serious. "Someone." Erza's face was solemn, and a long sword appeared in Erza's hand, looking at the stairs ahead vigilantly. Under Luo Zhen's knowledgeable domineering aura, several figures were approaching the top floor without any haste. "You take Jellal first." Luo Zhen's complexion sank slightly. The aura of these people was not weak. Luo Zhen turned his head and said softly to Erza at the side. Erza was silent for a moment, then shook his head resolutely. Bai bit her red lip, looked at Luo Zhen with firm eyes and said, "I want to be with you." Looking at Erza's stubborn eyes, Luo Zhen showed a look of helplessness on his face. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Erza Feyred's long hair, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go together." Putting Jellal's body on Zeus' body, Luo Zhen patted Zeus's body and said, "Take him away, don't come near here." Because Jellal was lying on his body, Zeus couldn't help being a little dissatisfied, but because he had to carry out Luo Zhen's order, Zeus could only temporarily leave the Tower of Heaven with Jellal. Seeing the distant figure of Zeus, Luo Zhen's aura became stronger and stronger. As the footsteps got closer, several long and narrow figures appeared in Luo Zhen's sight. There were 3 people who came. The leader has black hair, a long braid, some stubble, a pointed nose, and the corners of his hair have grown to his cheeks, and he is wearing a white coat. There is also a black coat of arms on his left arm. The other 2 had blonde hair, rebellious complexions, sharp teeth, and eyes full of disdain. The remaining one was a big fat man with 2 thick black eyebrows, and he was still eating a chicken leg in his hand. Seeing the 3 people who appeared, Luo Zhen's eyes froze slightly. Not only did Luo Zhen remember these 3 people, but they were also very familiar with them. Because Luo Zhen once had a fight with the leader during the entrustment process. Blue Note. Grimoire Heart's second in command, very powerful. The moment he saw the person coming, Luo Zhen's eyes suddenly became serious. Since the deputy commander of the Devil's Heart is here, it means that this place has been targeted by the Devil's Heart. "Yo, Luo Zhen, long time no see." Blue Note also remembered Luo Zhen. After seeing Luo Zhen, he was not surprised at all, and waved to Luo Zhen with a smile on his face. "Yeah, long time no see, Blue Note. I said it last time, when I see you again, there will be a battle between the 2 of us." Luo Zhen grinned, with excitement in his eyes, and said to Blue Note, "I'm looking forward to it too." Blue Note was originally a war madman. After hearing Luo Zhen's words, not only did he not feel a little scared, but he became excited. Hey, Deputy Commander, don't forget what the President said." The blonde boy on the side was a little displeased. He glanced at Luo Zhen with a fierce look, and shouted at Blue Note. "Use you to teach me how to do things? BD." Blue Note's eyes turned cold, and he glanced at Zhang Crow beside him. "Ulu, that fat man is in your hands. Erza, are you okay with that kid?" There are exactly 3 people on Luo Zhen's side, and there are also 3 people on Blue Note. Immediately, the opponents were divided, and he said to Ulu and Erza beside him. Erza stood with a sword in his hand, looking at the blonde boy with sharp eyes. He nodded and said, "No problem, leave it to me." "Okay." Ulu was originally very strong, but after becoming Homise, his body became even stronger. Although 713 lost her physical body, her body was made of absolutely frozen ice. "Come on, Bruno." After handing Prometheus to Ulu and the others, Luo Zhen took Napoleon by his side with a look of war in his eyes. "Bring it on." The same is true for Blue Note. The 2 rushed towards their opponents together. The collision between the fleshy bodies continued to emit huge explosions. Although Luo Zhen's physical body is very strong, Blue Note is not weak either. can rival the existence of the top 5 of 10 wizard saints. Blue Note is not afraid to fight Luo Zhen in close quarters. The figures of the two kept colliding in the air, and the crackling sound like a sonic boom echoed in the Tower of Heaven. The two hit the ground from the top floor in a short while, and Nyo Da's island became a battlefield between the two. The two punched each other heavily, and the collision between fists immediately aroused a powerful shock wave, which swayed around. Because of this powerful shock wave, ripples were constantly stirred up on the surface of the sea. Cool. Luo Zhen laughed. It had been a long time since he had been able to fight with his hands and feet free. Blue Note grinned, looked at Luo Zhen's tall body, and kept attacking Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen was not afraid at all, and rushed up to meet Blue Note. Chapter 73. The collision of the physical bodies continuously erupted in the air with bursts of sonic booms. The figures of Luo Zhen and Blue Note could not be seen at all with the naked eyes of common people, only the two after images collided continuously in the air, accompanied by a loud explosion. Boom! Accompanied by another explosion, Blue Note's figure fell to the ground, with excited fighting intent in his eyes. Cool! Blue Note laughed and watched Luo Zhen's figure fall to the ground. Even though the physical confrontation is no longer Luo Zhen's opponent, Blue Note has not felt such a happy battle for a long time. If only we weren't enemies. Blue Note stared at Luo Zhen with both eyes, and said to Luo Zhen with a smile on his face. Otherwise, quit fairy tale and join us in Grimoire Heart. I will recommend you to the president. Your strength in Grimoire Heart will not be inferior to 7 kin of purgatory. Not long after the battle between the two, Blue Note had already developed a love for Luo Zhen, staring at Luo Zhen with his eyes and said. Luo Zhen grinned and said to Blue Note, "Don't talk about digressions during the battle. BD. Ha ha ha, come on." Although Luo Zhen didn't explicitly reject him, but if he didn't answer positively, he had let Blue Note know that it was almost impossible to recruit Luo Zhen. Blue Note's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he charged towards Luo Zhen once again. At the moment when their fists were about to collide, a magic circle suddenly appeared under Blue Note's feet. With the use of magic, I suddenly felt that my body was suppressed like a mountain. Both legs exerted force violently, and the whole person was nailed in place. The ground continued to crumble, and Luo Zhen's feet continued to sink. With blue veins bulging, Luo Zhen gritted his teeth and struggled against the huge force of gravity. It's not over yet. Blue Note rushed forward with a grin, and punched Luo Zhen's cheek hard. Armed colored domineering quickly attached to his body, but this punch still sent Luo Zhen's body flying. Falling to the ground, the gravity on Luo Zhen's body still exists, but Luo Zhen has adapted a lot now. Looking at Luo Zhen who was already moving freely, Bruno's eyes flashed with surprise. It's only been a while, Luo Zhen has already adapted to this gravity. It's a dirty trick, UBD. Luo Zhen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Blue Note with a smile. The two laughed and scolded each other as if they had been friends for many years. We are enemies now. Blue Note shrugged, raised an eyebrow at Luo Zhen with a smile on his face. Then don't blame me for being rude. Luo Zhen grinned, and his fists showed the ability to repeatedly bear fruit. With the activation of the fruit's ability, Luo Zhen slammed his fist into the void beside him. Accompanied by violent shaking, the ground began to shatter, and huge cracks began to spread continuously. The island seemed to be torn apart in an earthquake, and the entire island was shaking constantly. Even the surface of the sea in the distance has already begun to turbulent waves. The waves are constantly beating against the island, and gravel is constantly falling from the Tower of Heaven, constantly hitting the island. Luo Zhen stood on the ground steadily, and Blue Note was shaking with the shaking of the island. Without waiting for Blue Note to gain a firm foothold, Luo Zhen rushed towards Blue Note with a flash of footsteps. Even if the body is covered by gravity, the true speed of love is still very fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Blue Note, and under the power accumulation, he punched heavily towards Blue Note's chest. The fistful of shocking power went straight to Blue Note's chest. Before hitting the Blue Note, he already felt the power of the shock shaking his internal organs. I can't take this punch. Roaring from the bottom of his heart, Blue Note tilted his body and quickly rolled towards the ground beside him. suddenly pulled Napoleon from his waist. Before Blue Note's body stabilized, Luo Zhen slashed towards Blue Note's back. When the knife went down, a deep bone wound appeared on Blue Note's back. Grinning his teeth, he hurriedly distanced himself from Luo Zhen, and Blue Note's eyes gradually became a little more solemn. Prometheus! Luo Zhen roared loudly, and a fireball in the air rushed towards Luo Zhen's direction. Owner! The aura on Prometheus' body was a bit disordered, obviously the battle just now made him feel uncomfortable. What's wrong with you? Luo Zhen frowned, it was rare to see Prometheus like this now. That BD is actually eating my body. Prometheus gritted his teeth and looked back at the tower behind him. That gold-headed BD jumped on Prometheus and grabbed him and not on him. If it wasn't for Erza's sword coming in time, Prometheus would have been almost eaten by that blonde BD. Zhang Crow is the god of fire slayer, all the flames in the world are eaten by him. Blue Note touched the deep wound behind him, heard the conversation between Luo Zhen and Prometheus, and said to the two with a smile. Prometheus, Napoleon. How's your fusion skills going? Luo Zhen glanced at Blue Note, holding Napoleon in one hand and Prometheus in the other. No problem, master. We are ready. Hearing Luo Zhen's hang up, the two quickly agreed. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. The flames continued to spread on the straight long knife, covering the entire long knife. Like a flame blade, the blade keeps getting longer, and a ferocious face emerges on the long blade. Bring it on. He held up the Zhao Qian's Palun high up, and chopped it down with a lightning strike. Blue Note quickly dodged, but the attack of the long knife seemed to have its own consciousness. Chase Blue Note's back. Seeing the light of the knife right behind him, Blue Note stopped his footsteps, preparing to resist with a serious face. There was a violent explosion, and a flash of flame shot up into the sky. A figure in the flames remained motionless, but its body was covered with numerous wounds. Cough cough pure. Walking out of the flames, Blue Note's face was a little pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. On his chest, a knife wound appeared impressively. Domineering and domineering. As Luo Zhen unleashed his domineering aura, that terrifying aura crushed him. In the distance, a huge wave is hitting the island. A magic circle suddenly appeared under Blue Note's feet. Gravity Strike. Chapter 74. Gravity Strike. Blue Note punched forward fiercely. With one punch, the gravity in the air was increased, and a shock wave hit Luo Zhen in an instant. The shock wave came in front of Luo Zhen in the blink of an eye, and hit Luo Zhen's chest straight. Armed color domineering. The invisible armor was attached to Luo Zhen's body, and Luo Zhen, who couldn't dodge it, could only resist the blow. With the loud explosion, Luo Zhen stepped back a few steps. Luo Zhen raised his arms and crossed them in front of his chest. The shock wave hit Luo Zhen's arm heavily, knocking Luo Zhen back a few steps. Call. Swinging his arms, Luo Zhen's eyes were a little dignified. Blue Note can become the second in command of Devil's Heart, and his strength is definitely very strong. With Big Mom's steel balloon and Whitebeard's physical strength, Chuanzhen who took this move already felt a little sore in his arm. You really deserve to be the second in command of Devil's Heart. Swinging his arms, looking at the figure of Blue Note, Luo Zhen couldn't help grinning and said. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Blue Note frowned, smiled at Luo Zhen and said, "You're not bad either." There were 2 long and narrow wounds on Blue Note's body, and 500 blood on the wounds had dried up. Seal the wound with magic power and temporarily block the blood. At this moment, there was a loud noise behind Blue Note. Turning his head and looking behind him, he saw a huge wave beating violently on the sea. It slapped heavily on the island, making a loud noise. The impact of the waves made their footsteps a little unsteady. Blue Note's complexion changed, and the turbulent sea water kept rushing up to the island, submerging the place where the two fought before in a short while. But this is not enough to make Blue Note's face change drastically, because behind the waves, there is also a bigger and more powerful wave sweeping in with a huge momentum. Blue Note's expression became dignified, he looked at the towering Tower of Heaven, and then at the waves that were even taller than the Tower of Heaven. Turning his head to look at Luo Zhen, Blue Note looked solemn. Are you crazy? For a tsunami of this level, even if you are very strong, you will be swept away by the tsunami. Luo Zhen grinned, folded his arms and said to Blue Note, isn't your goal just this Tower of Heaven? Under a tsunami of this level, are you still able to occupy it? Blue Note's face sank, and he glanced at the rapidly approaching waves. Shout out to the duo who are fighting on the Tower of Heaven. Zhang Crow. Kane. Time to go. Following the roar of Blue Note, two figures jumped out from Tower of Heaven. It fell heavily on the ground. The two quickly came to Blue Note, and saw the raging tsunami on the sea. Hey, are you kidding me? Deputy Commander, what should we do? We can't survive a tsunami of this level. Zhang Crow and Kane looked dignified, watching the tsunami that hit them heavily. Blue Note turned to look at Luo Zhen, and said to Luo Zhen, once again, I sincerely invite you to join Grimoire Heart. Otherwise you and your partner will die under this tsunami. With a look of pity in Blue Note's eyes, he said to Luo Zhen seriously. Luo Zhen shook his head, pointed to a figure that appeared not far away and said, let's go first, you should think about how to get out of here. The figure of Zeus in the distance is coming at a gallop, his body becomes huge, and he is rushing towards the Tower of Heaven. Master! Here I come! Zeus roared and rushed to the top of the Tower of Heaven. Erza, you, go to Zeus first! Luo Zhen shouted at Erza and others above the top floor. Erza and the others didn't hesitate, they jumped up from the Tower of Heaven and landed on Zeus' back. Immediately, Luo Zhen turned his head, smiled at the three of Blue Note and said, Blue Note, or else you quit Grimoire Heart and join my acceptance, and I can take you out of here too. Raising his eyebrows, Blue Note ignored Luo Zhen. An airship appeared in the sky. A few ropes fell from the airship and landed in front of the three of them. The next time we meet, I hope we can decide the outcome. Grasping the rope with his palm, Blue Note turned his head and smiled at Luo Zhen and said. Luo Zhen raised his eyebrows, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was awe-inspiring. Hope so. When the figures of Blue Note and others disappeared into Luo Zhen's sight, Luo Zhen did not hesitate. With a fierce step on the ground with both feet, the whole person soars into the sky. It landed firmly on Zeus' back and floated in mid-air. Grimoire Heart's airship did not leave immediately, floating not far from Luo Zhen. He watched helplessly as the tsunami beat on the tower continuously. Wave after wave of tsunamis came, and the island was quickly submerged. Even the towering Tower of Heaven couldn't withstand the impact of the tsunami, and was soon broken in the middle by huge waves one after another. Seeing that the Tower of Heaven broke and fell into the sea with his own eyes, Blue Note ordered to leave. Looking at the airship going away, Erza opened his mouth. Erza, who wanted to say something, opened his mouth, but he hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Noticing Erza's strangeness, Luo Zhen asked curiously. Who were those people just now? Do you know Luo Zhen? Luo Zhen nodded and said with a smile, they are one of the Balam Alliance, the strongest dark guild so far, Grimoire Heart. Blue Note and I met in a commission, but at that time Blue Note and I were still enemies. Hearing what Luo Zhen said, Erza's complexion became serious. Are we going to catch them now? With Zeus around we can shoot them down. Hearing that they were the Dark Guild, Erza raised his eyebrows and said. Luo Zhen shook his head and said, although they don't have an advantage in the air, it is also difficult for us to fight, and there may be other enemies in that airship, so there is no need to take this risk, not to mention that we have succeeded in this entrustment up. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza was silent for a while, but surprisingly, he didn't refute Luo Zhen's words. In Tower of Heaven, Erza briefly fought Zhang Crow. She knew she would have a hard time taking Zhang Crow down. Chapter 75. Looking at the airship going away, Erza fell into silence. She also knew that what Luo Zhen said was right. Among the three people just now, the blonde boy is very strong. Even though he used the Yandi armor, which can enhance the flame resistance, he was almost injured by the black flame. The flame of black seems to be able to devour everything. If not for the appearance of Prometheus to save Erza, Erza might have been burned by the flame of black. But the price was that Prometheus was caught in the hands of the blonde boy, and he kept gnawing on Prometheus' body. Erza was terrified at that time. Erza had seen Natsu eat fire. But I never thought that Prometheus would be caught in someone's hand one day, and treated as food like rice balls. Fortunately, Erza reacted in time and saved Prometheus from Zancro's age struggle. Accepting what Luo Zhen said, Erza sat quietly on Zeus's body as if he had been hit. Seeing Erza's silent appearance, Luo Zhen walked to Erza's side, put his arms around Erza's shoulders and embraced him into his arms. Leaning his face on Erza's forehead, he smiled and said to Erza, "What's the matter, because you were hit by this?" Erza was silent and didn't speak, but the darkness in her eyes exposed her heart. Leaning on Luo Zhen's shoulder, Erza was silent for a long time and finally spoke, and asked Luo Zhen, "Can my strength really keep up with your footsteps? I'm really scared, I will become your burden. I don't want to hold you back, I want to be by your side all the time." Erza's body was trembling slightly, and her white and tender palms were tightly clutching Luo Zhen's sleeves. Luo Zhen stretched out his palm and caressed Erza's fair and tender cheeks, prospering Erza's small face. Luo Zhen's eyes were piercing, and he looked into Erza's eyes seriously. "We will be together forever, and who said you would hold me back? Didn't you help me hold back an enemy this time? Otherwise, Ulu and I would have to deal with 3 people, if it weren't for if you're here, we might be besieged." Luo Zhen's eyes were sincere, and his voice softly echoed in Erza's ears. Beside the two, Ulu dragged Prometheus and Napoleon to his side. He preached to them, "The next picture is not suitable for children, come over to me both of you." "Okay, Ulu big sister. Damn it, I want to watch it." Napoleon lay in Ulu's hands honestly, but Prometheus still had a little more to say. But he was helplessly caught by Ulu and pulled to Ulu's side. Stared at by Luo Zhen's sincere eyes, Erza's cheeks flushed with blush. She lowered her head shyly, but was held up by Luo Zhen with her palm. "It's an old couple, why aren't you shy?" Seeing that Erza was no longer depressed, Luo Zhen grinned and said. Erza rolled her eyes at Luo Zhen, leaned her head on Luo Zhen's shoulder, and her eyes gradually became firm. "Okay, the commission is complete, let's go home." Luo Zhen stretched his waist and put his hands on Erza's shoulders. Erza pointed to Jellal, who was lying on the ground and passed out, and said, "Then what should he do? Should he be handed over to the Senate? Take it home first, it will be of great use to keep him." Luo Zhen glanced at Jellal, who was still in a coma, and showed a mysterious smile. Zeus galloped in the direction of Magnolia at high speed. Soon the group saw a continent appear in sight. Zeus didn't stop at all, he flew directly to the city by the sea, and rushed in the direction of Magnolia. When he was about to reach Magnolia, Jellal opened his eyes drowsily, with confusion shining in his eyes. Seeing the distant clouds receding in sight, Jellal opened his eyes abruptly. Suddenly felt a severe pain in his left arm, which made Jellal frown. "Woke up!" The familiar voice reached his ears, and Jellal turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. I saw Luo Zhen resting his hands behind his head, looking at him with a half-smile on his face. Jellal looked down, and asked Luo Zhen, "Where is this place? Where are you taking me?" At this time, Jellal had already suffered serious injuries, his arm was cut off at the shoulder, and Luo Zhen continued to attack after being close to him. Asking for flowers. Jellal felt pain all over his body. With a low voice, Jellal's voice was a little weak, and he looked at Luo Zhen with a pale face and asked, "Where is the Tower of Heaven? Where are you taking me?" Here we are." Luo Zhen pouted in front of Jellal, but did not answer Jellal's words. Jellal turned his head, and a huge city appeared in front of the group of people. Jellal looked at the city suspiciously, and then glanced at Luo Zhen. "This is Magnolia, the city where the Fairy Tale Guild is located." Hearing Magnolia's name, a bitter smile appeared on Jellal's face. Did it fail after all? What about the Tower of Heaven? Jellal looked at Luo Zhen with depressed eyes, then lowered his head and asked with a wry smile. "Destroyed." Luo Zhen didn't hold back his own news, and after fainting Jellal, he told Jellal the truth about what happened on the island. A look of surprise flashed in Jellal's eyes when he heard that the Grimoire heart had reached the Tower of Heaven after he passed out. Grimoire heart? Why do they know the location of Tower of Heaven? And what is their purpose in Tower of Heaven? Jellal's face was sullen, and he was constantly deducing what the purpose of Grimoire heart was in his mind. Luo Zhen shrugged his shoulders, leaning his arms on his head and said, "Then I have to ask you, isn't it possible for you to cooperate with the people from Grimoire heart to release the magic spirit power?" Jellal shook his head, and said with a serious face, "I have never had any contact with anyone from Grimoire heart, let alone any cooperation." Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in Jellal's mind. That brunette girl! So it is, so it is. Jellal's brain is not bad, and he knew the cause and effect of everything in an instant. Before being swallowed by the R system, streams of memories kept pouring out of Jellal's mind. Among those memories, there is a figure of a girl in Jellal's mind. But Jellal didn't know the girl's name. Chapter 76. Back in Magnolia, Luo Zhen took Jellal back to his home. Because Jellal could not be exposed, Luo Zhen thought for a moment, and rented a room for Jellal around his own house. He brought Jellal to the rented house, opened the door and said to Jellal behind him, "You can live here temporarily for a while. You should recuperate your injuries here first. After you recover from your injuries, I have something to ask you." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Jellal raised his eyebrows, and asked Luo Zhen's back, "Is there anything to connect with you?" Luo Zhen turned his head and grinned at Jellal and said, "Although we have nothing to talk about, but don't you want to know why you became what you are now? I'm here for information about you." Looking at the bright smile on Luo Zhen's face, Jellal fell into a 070 silence for a moment. Among the scattered memories in his mind, Jellal was indeed curious about his identity. Good. After a long silence, Jellal raised his head, and a little starlight gathered in his eyes again. "By the way, the toiletries and daily necessities in the house have been prepared for you. I will send someone to deliver meals to you during this time. You'd better not leave this room. You may not know that your identity in the council has been exposed. If you appear in the sight of the council now, you will probably be hunted down by the council you once served in." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Jellal walked into the house. The house is not big, but it has everything you should have. Seeing that Jellal ignored him, Luo Zhen didn't continue to say anything, shrugged and left here. Watching the back of Luo Zhen leaving, Jellal stood at the window watching Luo Zhen leave. After struggling in his heart for a long time, a bitter smile appeared on Jellal's face. "Forget it, trust you once." Watching Luo Zhen's figure gradually disappear into the crowd, a bitter smile appeared on Jellal's face. Luo Zhen, who came back home, saw that Erza was cleaning, and Luo Zhen stepped forward and came behind Erza. Standing behind Erza, Luo Zhen stretched out his arms gently behind Erza's willow waist, which he held tightly. Being embraced by Luo Zhen behind him, Erza's movements suddenly stopped. Turning his head and giving Luo Zhen a white look, he stretched out his hand and patted the back of Luo Zhen's hand. He said softly to Luo Zhen, "What are you doing?" "I'm cleaning up." "Oh, it's the same if you clean up later, I want to hug you right now." Luo Zhen leaned his head on Erza's head, and rubbed Erza's long hair. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza couldn't help showing a happy smile. Putting the broom in his hand aside, he broke away from Luo Zhen's arm. He stretched out his hand to support Luo Zhen's cheek, and then rested his head on Luo Zhen's chest. That strong heartbeat kept pouring into Erza's ears, which made Erza's heart beat for a while. I don't know how long it has passed, but the two hugged each other quietly. At this time, the sound of the sun gurgling suddenly reached the ears of the two of them. Erza raised his head suddenly, looked at Luo Zhen and asked, "Are you hungry?" Luo Zhen scratched his head and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I ate the food you cooked. Then I'll cook for you." With a happy smile on Erza's face, she bounced to the kitchen. Wearing an apron, he started to get busy in the kitchen. Looking at Erza's busy back, the corner of Luo Zhen's mouth curled up unconsciously. The two have been together for so many years, and the relationship has become a dullness in life. An action or a word from the other party can let the other party know what he wants to do. Luo Zhen didn't leave, leaning against the kitchen door frame with folded arms, watching Erza's busy back. Not long after, Erza sat down and finished the meal, and the fragrant meal was brought to the table. "Let's eat." With anticipation in Erza's eyes, she sat beside Luo Zhen with a small face. "Tasty. After taking a sip, Luo Zhen was full of praise for the already familiar taste, and gave Erza a thumbs up. Seeing Luo Zhen gobbling it up, Erza's eyes were full of happiness. Eat quickly too. The dish with one chopstick was stretched out to Erza's mouth, and Erza opened his cherry mouth under Luo Zhen's gaze. A simple lunch, between the two of you and me, took nearly an hour to finish. Originally Erza wanted to rush to wash the dishes, but was stopped by Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen kept saying, "You do the cooking and I wash the dishes," pushing Erza out of the kitchen. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen busy at the sink, Erza smiled happily. After washing the dishes, the two sat on the sofa, quietly enjoying this quiet moment. "Luo Zhen, the commission has been completed, is it appropriate not to speak to the president?" Pillowing on Luo Zhen's arm, Erza put her small face on Luo Zhen's chest, listening to the powerful heartbeat beating in her ears. Erza suddenly raised her head and asked Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen smiled, reached out and pressed Erza's head back. "We have worked so hard to make commissions, what's the matter when we come back to rest, and this commission was appointed by the council, the president may wish that we would come back later." "Huh? Why?" Erza was a little surprised, and wanted to raise his head, but was held down by Luo Zhen. "The commission from the council is mandatory to be assigned to our fairy tale. If we can easily complete this commission, next time the council will probably come up with something else. You must know that there are many wizards guilds in the kingdom of Fiori, so we can't let the council take care of our wool." Luo Zhen smiled lightly, and told Erza the easy-to-understand truth. As the chairman of Fairy Tale, Carlos Ma couldn't refuse the commission assigned by the council. "But as long as you don't complete this commission so quickly, you can excuse yourself next time with a lack of strength of 0.3. Erza nodded ignorantly, not sure if he understood. But there are still some things that Luo Zhen didn't tell Erza. This time, the House of Council launched the magic spirit power, which almost caused an accident to the two level 5 wizards of Fairy Tale. Naturally, Carlos Ma would not let the magic senate go easily, and he wanted to pluck a little wool from the senate. Carlos Ma has been the president for so long, and it is impossible for Carlos Ma to be unaware of this fact. Moreover, as the president of Fairy Tale, which has been operating in Magnolia for many years, Carlos Ma got the news much faster than himself. "Although I haven't reported to the horse Carlo in the guild, but the horse Carlo should know that I have come back." Ma Karloff didn't ask anyone to urge him, which presumably has such a meaning in it. Chapter 77. The next day, Erza opened his eyes in a daze, with a little sleepiness in his hazy eyes. Suddenly feeling a gaze looking at him, Erza raised his head to look. Luo Zhen had a smile on his face, looking at him with a half-smile. Erza's pretty face flushed, a shyness flashed in her eyes, and a blush was stained on her pretty face. "What are you looking at?" Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, with a shy blush on his face, and said coquettishly to Luo Zhen. "Look how beautiful you are." Luo Zhen grinned and reached out to caress Erza's pretty face. With a happy smile on Erza's face, he leaned his cheek against Luo Zhen's chest, and the pounding heartbeat kept ringing in Erza's ears. "Get up soon, let's go to the guild to report to the guild master about the entrusted matter." The two chatted on the bed for a long time. Luo Zhen stretched out his hand and patted Erza's head, and said softly. Erza nodded 3 times. Erza, who has never been in bed before, will inevitably be in bed today. Getting up and stretching, the willow waist that is not enough to grasp suddenly appeared in Luo Zhen's sight. Graceful figure, white and tender skin. Luo Zhen couldn't take his eyes off for a moment. "What are you looking at?" Erza glared at Luo Zhen in embarrassment, and pulled the quilt aside to cover her body. Luo Zhen scratched his head, and walked out of the room under Erza's angry eyes. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen leaving, Erza breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two have been together for a long time, Erza is very shy every time he does this kind of thing. The two can be regarded as an old couple, but seeing each other naked can still make Erza shy. Erza got dressed and walked out of the room, but did not see Luo Zhen in the living room. Curiously, he looked around the room and found that Luo Zhen was busy in the kitchen. "Come on, we can have breakfast right away." Hearing Erza's footsteps, Luo Zhen turned his head with a smile on his face, and the gentle smile was particularly dazzling in Erza's eyes. Luo Zhen's gentle voice echoed in Erza's ears, making Erza smile involuntarily. Erza nodded slightly, and after a while a simple breakfast appeared on the table. Hurry up and eat, we'll go find a meeting after we finish eating. Luo Zhen sat on the table and began to gobble it up after a while. Simple breakfast, simple conversation. But it made Erza feel extra warm. Not long after the two were full, Erza washed the dishes and put them aside to dry. The two didn't take Ulu and the others with them, they walked out of the house by themselves and walked towards Fairy Tale. Because the house they bought was very close to Fairy Tale, they arrived at the guild in a short while. Before entering the guild from a distance, the noisy voice reached the ears of the two. There was a look of helplessness on Luo Zhen's face. This is Fairy Tale. The uproarious voices kept piercing into the ears of the two of them, and Erza's complexion suddenly turned livid. Natsu and Grey can clearly be heard arguing among the voices. Erza strode forward and walked straight into the guild. Looking at Erza's furious back, Luo Zhen had a meaningful smile on his face. Following Erza into the guild, he immediately saw two teenagers holding their heads in the center of the guild. He stared at the other party angrily, and kept saying harsh words in his mouth. Everyone in the guild was surrounding the two of them, looking at the two of them in the quarrel with joy on their faces. The crowd continued to provoke the two of them, as if they wanted to make the two of them fight. Natsu, beat Grey up. Grey. Can you bear this tone? It's me, I can't bear it. That's right, your brother is watching. Natsu, don't be afraid of grid. Everyone in the guild is not afraid of making a big difference, and keeps adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, the two were quickly excited by the voices of everyone in the guild. Looking at the other party angrily, they would fight at any time. Boom! 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 Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the guild, and Erza walked towards the guild step by step with a pale face. The uproarious voice just now stopped abruptly, and he watched Erza's figure with his mouth tightly shut. Grey and Natsu glanced slightly, trying to see what kind of movement it was. But after seeing Erza's figure, the expressions of the two froze instantly on their faces. He stared blankly at Erza approaching step by step. You two. Are you going to fight again? Erza put his hands on his waist, and the momentum immediately made the two of them too frightened to speak. Staring blankly at Erza with his hands on his waist, the two suddenly recovered and shook their heads in a tacit understanding. No, no. We are good partners in the guild, how can we fight? You're right, Natsu. 103. That's right, we can't fight. With cold sweat streaming from their foreheads, the two of them looked at Erza with their shoulders crossed and said. Erza's gaze scanned the two of them back and forth, and the stern gaze caused more and more cold sweat on their foreheads. After a while, Erza nodded in satisfaction, looked at the two and said, that's good. Patting the shoulders of the two, Erza walked forward step by step. Seeing the back of Erza leaving, the two suddenly exhaled heavily. Looking at the other party around him, a look of disgust suddenly appeared in his eyes. Just about to push the opponent away, Erza, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around. The two hurriedly hugged each other tightly, and looked at Erza with a smile on their faces. Erza, what's the matter? Cold sweat flowed from the heads of the two of them, for fear that Erza would give himself a heavy punch when he turned around. It's okay, I didn't look for you. Erza raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Zhen behind the two of them. The two twisted their stiff necks and looked behind them. Luo Zhen didn't know when he appeared behind the two of them, looking at him with a smile on his face. Chapter 78. The two turned their heads to look behind them, and suddenly saw Luo Zhen standing behind them with a smile on his face. Luo Zhen suddenly appeared behind the two, startling them both suddenly. Scared me to death, Luo Zhen. When did you come? Why did you suddenly stand behind others? Startled by Luo Zhen, the two complained all over their faces, and immediately stood in a united front, and said dissatisfied to Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen smiled and stretched out his hand to rub the heads of the two, grinning and said, I have been here for a long time, but all you have seen is Erza, and you don't see me at all, which makes me too sad. Being rubbed on the head by Luo Zhen, both of them felt dissatisfied immediately. Stretching out his hand to slap Luo Zhen's palm away, Natsu grinned at Luo Zhen and said, Luo Zhen, since you are back, come and fight me." Looking at Luo Zhen excitedly, his whole body was full of fighting spirit. "Don't make trouble, come to me again when you beat Grey." Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, and walked directly beside Natsu. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Natsu suddenly became furious, pointed to Grey who had already taken off his underwear at some point and said, "This Ice BD is no longer my opponent. What are you talking about? Spitfire idiot! You never beat me." Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Grey folded his arms triumphantly and looked at Natsu with a happy face. Hearing Natsu's words suddenly, Grey immediately became unconvinced, and soon the two of them choked. Looking at the noisy two people, Luo Zhen suddenly felt a headache. Grabbing a person with one hand, separating them abruptly. "Erza is still here, why don't you two fight in front of Erza?" After Luo Zhen's words fell, the expressions of the two froze immediately. He turned his stiff neck and looked at the back of Erza not far away. The two of them seemed to have thought of something bad, their bodies trembled slightly, and they shook their heads hastily. "That's right, so you are not being honest." Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, and let go of the arms holding the heads of the two. "Thank you so much, Luo Zhen." "That's right, because thank you." The two breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Luo Zhen with a look of gratitude in their eyes. Luo Zhen nodded in satisfaction, and said to the two, "Okay, I don't have time to fight with you today, I have something to do with the president." After bidding farewell to the two, Luo Zhen went straight to the groom Carlo on the bar. Ma Karloff lowered his eyes, noticed Luo Zhen walking over, and raised his head slightly. "Came back?" Carlos Ma didn't seem surprised at all, and asked Luo Zhen and Erza calmly. Luo Zhen nodded, and sat down next to the horseman Carlo. With a smile on his face, he took the bottle from Marajana's hand. "How's the situation this time?" Ma Karloff glanced at Luo Zhen beside him, and then asked Erza with his eyes on him. Erza glanced at Luo Zhen, saw Luo Zhen nodded slightly, and then told everything that happened during the entrustment. Hearing the magic elf power launched by the Magic Senate, Ma Karloff suddenly raised his head, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. "How is it possible? The Senate appointed you to go to this commission, how could it be possible to launch the magic spirit power?" However, after seeing Erza's expression, the groom Karloff's expression suddenly became gloomy. "Keep talking." Ma Karloff was sullen, and then let Erza go on. Erza nodded, and then proceeded to tell the whole story about what happened during the entrustment. Because Luo Zhen had told Erza in advance, Erza did not inform Mrs. Carlos about Jellal. After hearing that the members of Grimoire Heart had also come to the Tower of Heaven, Karloff fell silent immediately. Knowing that the Tower of Heaven is also the target of Grimoire Heart, Ma Karloff was thinking about whether there is a connection between the power of Magic Wizard and Grimoire Heart. "You don't need to worry about this matter, leave it to me." After Erza told Mr. Carlo of everything, Mr. Carlo stroked the beard on his chin, with a strange look in his eyes. Glancing at Luo Zhen who was joking with Myra Jane, Erza nodded and stopped asking. "By the way, after the war with the Ghost Ruler last time, although the Senate has assigned all the responsibilities to the Ghost Ruler, there are members of the Council who are not loose with our fairy tale. During this time, when you go out to do commissions, please be gentle with me, especially you Luo Zhen." As he said, Carlos Ma set his eyes on Luo Zhen, and said to Luo Zhen with a serious expression. Luo Zhen, who was teasing Myra Jane from the side, covered her mouth and chuckled, suddenly heard the horseman Carlos calling him by name, and Luo Zhen immediately became dissatisfied. With a displeased expression on his face, he turned his head and said to Ma Carlo, "President, how can you wrong me casually? I haven't caused large-scale damage for a long time. You should tell those two idiots Natsu and Grey about this. Natsu destroyed more than half of the neighborhood with Harjan last time." Luo Zhen pointed dissatisfiedly at Natsu who was eating and drinking with Happy not far away. Ma Carlos glared at Luo Zhen, and said to Luo Zhen, "Don't mention Natsu, you have caused no less damage than Natsu. Your magic power is much stronger than Natsu's." Ma Karloff looked at Luo Zhen righteously, and took out a thick stack of complaints from him. "These are all complaints from the Magic Council against our guild, and they are all about you." Looking at the thick complaint in Mrs. Carlos' hand, Luo Zhen immediately looked at each other in dismay. When did I make so many commissions, why didn't I know? Luo Zhen obviously lost all confidence, glanced aside, and muttered. Chapter 79. Regarding the complaint, seeing Luo Zhen who was looking at each other, Ma Karloff smiled coldly, and then put away the complaint in his hand. The next moment, Ma Karloff seemed to remember something, his eyes scanned the surroundings, as if looking for something, and then asked Luo Zhen, "Didn't Ulu come back with you?" Luo Zhen was taken aback for a moment, wondering what the horseman Carlos wanted to do with Ulu. Shaking his head, he said, "Ulu and Zeus are staying at home, saying that they want to have a good rest." "What's the matter, President, do you have anything to do with Ulu?" Erza on the side was also a little curious, wondering what the groom Carlo wanted to do with Senior Ulu. Ma Karloff was silent for a long time, and said to Luo Zhen through gritted teeth, "When you come to the guild next time, bring Ulu with you. Ulu's 2 good apprentices made me suffer so much." Seeing the way Karloff gritted his teeth, Erza and Luo Zhen became more curious. But Carlos the horse just sat there and sighed. Luo Zhen refused to tell Luo Zhen no matter how much he asked. Until Myra Jane on the side covered 797's mouth with a chuckle lying on the bar, and waved to Erza and Luo Zhen. The two looked at each other and came to Myra Jane. Pointing to Carlo, the horse beside him, he said, "What's wrong with the president, what happened to Gray and Leon?" Myra Jane glanced at Mrs. Carlo with a smile, pointed to Gray who was fighting not far away, and said, "On the 2 days when you went out to make commissions, Gray also took a commission and went out. Because the entrustment level is not high, Gray can complete it by himself, but when entrusting, he smashed a precious antique in the consignor's house, and the entrusted amount was not enough to compensate the consignor. Plus, Gray spends money lavishly, so he can't save the money at all, so the extra part can only be compensated by the president." Listening to Marajana's narration, Erza and Luo Zhen cast pitying glances at the groom Carlo. Since the last war with ghosts, the guild has been completely destroyed. So Ma Karloff used the savings in the guild to rebuild the guild, but because of the aftermath of the battle, Magnolia was affected to varying degrees. The guild's savings are not enough, the stable Carlo has used a lot of his own small coffers, and the ghost's savings over the years are all owned by Fairy Tale. This filled the vacancy, but Carlos's own small coffers were still affected. Now he has to pay Gray another sum of money, which makes Carlos the horse a burst of heartache. Luo Zhen smiled, and said to Myra Jane, "But this problem should be a common thing for Gray and the others, why did the president suddenly become like this? It's not enough." Myra Jane chuckled lightly, and continued, "After Leon joined the guild last time, he began to actively make commissions, and he was praised by the president at the very beginning. But in the last entrustment, Leon had a conflict with the client because of the content of the entrustment. As a result, the client was beaten up. The client complained to the council, and the president was called to criticize by the council. Pause. And compensated for a sum of medical expenses, and the money was paid by the president himself. The president has nothing to do with the two of them, so he has to find Senior Ulu." After Marajana's explanation, the two finally understood why Carlos the horse looked sad. If it is normal to be criticized and complained by the Senate, this is already a common thing for fairy tale mages. Ma Karloff didn't care about this at all. But this has already endangered the small coffers of the stable Carlo, Eve, which immediately made the stable Carlo serious. Luo Zhen looked at Mrs. Carlo sympathetically, but couldn't hold back the grinning corners of his mouth. He gave Luo Zhen a fierce look, and the horseman Carlos had gloomy eyes in his eyes. Suddenly, several familiar figures appeared in Luo Zhen's sight. These people are also staring at Luo Zhen. Seeing Luo Zhen looking at himself and the others, he quickly looked away. As if he noticed Luo Zhen's gaze, Ma Karloff followed Luo Zhen's gaze and looked over. Those familiar figures came into Mrs. Carlos' eyes. The guild they joined the day before yesterday, because their personalities are not bad, so I agreed. Seeing Luo Zhen staring at those figures, Ma Karloff hurriedly explained to Kong Zhen. In the corner of the guild, Gajil and several other figures were sitting there in serious condition. The eyes behind them made a few people feel like thorns on their backs. Luo Zhen nodded, and then took his gaze away from those people. Shrugging his shoulders, he said with a light smile, "Since you have agreed, President, what else can I say? Since they have joined Fairy Tail, we are a family. You are all my children who are treated equally. I hope you can let go of your prejudices." Ma Karloff was silent for a while, looked at Gajil's back and said to Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen said with a smile, "I can have any prejudices, that is, he should not hate me. I broke his arm back then." It seems to have heard Luo Zhen's voice. Gajil stood up immediately, and walked towards Luo Zhen and others step by step. The movement of Gajil walking was not loud, but it quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the guild. All eyes fell on Gajil, looking at Luo Zhen and Gajil with great interest. Coming in front of Luo Zhen, Gajil raised his head with force, and looked at Luo Zhen. On Luo Zhen's smiling face, he couldn't see the horror expression at the beginning, and the gentle expression like the big brother next door fell into Gajil's eyes. "When I lost to you, I was inferior in skills, but I never hated you." Gajil braced his head and looked directly into Luo Zhen's eyes. Luo Zhen grinned, stretched out his hand and patted Gajil's shoulder and said, "Since the guild master has agreed for you to join the guild, then I will let go of the impression I had of you, and we will be companions from now on." Chapter 80. Since the president has agreed that you join Fairy Tail, then I also treat you as a companion. Stretching out his hand and patting Gajil's shoulder, Luo Zhen smiled at Gajil and said. Looking at the gentle smile on Luo Zhen's face, Gajil suddenly felt warm in his heart, and nodded heavily at Luo Zhen. "Thanks." Looking at the back of Gajil going away, Luo Zhen immediately asked the groom beside him, "Old man, how did you trick them into coming here?" There is another person beside Gajil, Chobiayat, one of the four elements. Ma Carlos glared at Luo Zhen, and muttered, "What is cheating? I used love to influence them." Immediately, Ma Karloff laughed, scratched his head and said, "It was Chovia who recommended Gajil to me. After I got to know Gajil, I found that this child is not bad in nature, but he has been in an inappropriate environment all year round. It's just been taught badly. I believe that in Fairy Tail, Gajil can find a companion who can depend on him for life, and can give his back to the other companion with complete trust." Ma Karloff looked at the taciturn Gajil in the corner, with a little expectation in his eyes. Seeing the relieved expression of Ma Carlos, Luo Zhen shrugged and remained silent. A few days later, because of the Tower of Heaven accident, Ma Karloff hasn't come back from the Magic Council for the past few days, and Luo Zhen is also enjoying himself, so he doesn't go out in the guild for the time being. On this day, Ma Carlos returned to the guild proudly with his hands behind his back. Seeing the noisy crowd, Carlos the horse squeezed into the crowd and saw Luo Zhen not far away. Ma Karloff jumped up and landed on the table in front of Luo Zhen. He exchanged a glance with Luo Zhen, and saw several bottles of wine in front of Luo Zhen. Dissatisfied, he said to Luo Zhen, "Really, when did you start drinking too much?" Luo Zhen put the wine bottle in his hand on the table, put his hands under the horseman Carlos' ribs and raised it high. "The president is back." Being lifted above his head by Luo Zhen, Luo was still spinning in circles. The horseman Carlos was full of anger, and yelled at Luo Zhen, "Put me down quickly. I'm the president, can you show me some respect? You damn it guy! Put me down!" When everyone in the guild saw this scene, no one came up to stop them, and they booed at the two of them. Being lifted up so high by Luo Zhen, the groom was full of shame and anger, and kept yelling at Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen laughed, and put Carlos' body down on the table. Ma Karloff gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Zhen, and straightened his clothes. Pointing at Luo Zhen's nose, he cursed, "You impolite BD! How could you treat me like this? I am the president of the guild. Can you respect me, old man?" After being reprimanded by Mrs. Carlos, Luo Zhen still had a smile on his face. Instead of showing any sign of repentance, he said to Mrs. Carlos, "Oh, President, don't be so rigid. This is because we have a very close relationship." Good symbol. With a hook on Carlos' shoulder, Luo Zhen said with a smile. Snort. He gave Luo Zhen a vicious look, and Mrs. Carlo knew that Luo Zhen's character was just like that, so he didn't continue to reprimand Luo Zhen. Then he patted his head, and slapped away the arm hooking Luo Zhen on his shoulder. A smile appeared on his face, and Luo Zhen said, "For the mistakes made by the Senate in your entrustment this time, the Senate has already made their remorse, and the compensation for you will come down soon." Luo Zhen frowned, and asked curiously, "Compensation? How much is it?" Carlos Ma's face turned dark, and he scolded Luo Zhen with a livid face, "How can the compensation from the council be so vulgar? How can it be money? I don't know what it is until it is compensated, but you can change it and wait." Holding his forehead helplessly, there was nothing he could do about Luo Zhen's maverick Carlo, who was out of character. Really, she was so cute when she was a child, how did she become like this now? Looking at the back of Luo Zhen who was booing in the crowd, Carlos the horse couldn't help muttering. "0, asking for flowers. Ah? President, what did you say?" As if he heard Mr. Carlos murmur, Luo Zhen turned his head with doubts on his face, and asked Mr. Carlo curiously. "Nothing." With a dark face, Ma Carlos turned his head and ignored Luo Zhen. Myra Jane on the side couldn't help laughing at the conversation between the two, and stood aside with her mouth covered and chuckled. 2 days later, the messenger of the Senate, that is, the frog, was standing at the gate of Fairy Tale. Looking at the guild gate in front of him, the frog swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then squeezed out a human-like smile on his face. Very politely knocked on the door of the guild. Everyone in the guild was instantly attracted by the sound at the door, and they all looked towards the door. In this noisy guild, no one would ever knock on the door here. After everyone saw the frog standing at the door, everyone quieted down and looked at him quietly. The frog squeezed out a smile, scanned the guild, and finally saw Luo Zhen's back in a corner. The frog looked overjoyed and was about to step into the guild immediately. "Stop! Who allowed you in?" Just as the frog's feet were about to land in the guild, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the frog's ears. The frog paused, as if the whole person was frozen, the movement came to a halt, and the outstretched foot also stopped in mid-air. The frog was in a dilemma for a while, neither advancing nor retreating. "What are you doing here?" Just when the frog felt a little sore in his calf, Luo Zhen finally raised his head, with a chill in his indifferent eyes, raised his head to look at the frog and asked. "Master Luo Zhen, I am here on behalf of the council." The frog's face was full of smiles, and he said to Luo Zhen with a flattering smile. "Representing the Senate? If you have something to say, just say it, don't pull the tiger's skin and pull the banner." Luo Zhen grinned, and there was a chill in his eyes, and the horrible memories at that time suddenly emerged in the frog's heart. Chapter 81. Horrible memories came to my mind, and the frog struggled to squeeze out a smile. The last time I came to Fairy Tale, the frog was so scared by Luo Zhen that it fell to the ground. This time the council sent an envoy, but the frog never wanted to come. But unexpectedly, the councillors used the excuse that he had been to Fairy Tale before, and then threw this task to him. Under the pressure of the councillors, the frog had no choice but to accept the task. Before knocking on the door, the frog was still hovering around the door to make his attitude better. But just when he knocked on the door, he was slammed, which made the frog a little bit at a loss. With a difficult smile on the frog's face, he said to Luo Zhen, "Lord Luo Zhen, I am here on behalf of the council." 070 Luo Zhen stared, the chill in his eyes seemed to freeze the frog's body, making him pause. "Representing the council? Don't let this be a big banner with me. If you have something to say, just say it." Luo Zhen smiled coldly, with disdain in his eyes, looked at the frog with a sneer and said. All eyes of the guild fell on the frog. They have never seen the envoys of the council so humble. In the past, when they went to the council, these frogs were all arrogant and looked at people with their noses. Especially when they heard that they were the wizards of Fairy Tale, these frogs were even more disgusted. The frog swallowed, and really wanted to talk but saw Luo Zhen standing up at this moment. With his hands in his pockets, he walked towards him step by step. As soon as the frog stepped back, it quickly retracted the half-stepped foot. Standing obediently at the door of Fairy Tale, waiting for Luo Zhen to walk in front of him. As Luo Zhen approached the frog gently, the frog was already sweating coldly. Cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead, and sweat stains were all over his face. Tell me something, I'm busy. Looking down at the frog, Luo Zhen stood in front of him with his hands in his pockets. With an impatient look in his eyes, he waved at the frog. The frog swallowed, and quickly took out a piece of rolled parchment from his arms. Handing the parchment to Luo Zhen respectfully, the frog looked very nervous. Lord Luo Zhen, the speaker specially asked me to give this item to you. The frog lowered its head and handed the parchment to Luo Zhen with both hands. Looking at the parchment in the frog's hand, Luo Zhen frowned slightly. Then he reached out and took it. Feeling the parchment in his hand being taken by Luo Zhen, the frog breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Zhen opened the parchment and saw a lot of writing on it. Frowning, Luo Zhen finished reading the words on the parchment impatiently. To sum it up, because of the negligence of the council this time, fairy tale mages were almost killed or injured. Therefore, the Senate specially gave some compensation to the mage who almost had an accident in the Tower of Heaven incident. Excluding some messy words, the next thing is to make up for it. Erza's compensation is very common, it is a piece of armor that is difficult to collect in the Senate. However, the compensation given to Luo Zhen surprised Luo Zhen. Because Qi Qilian, one of the 10 wizard saints, is the thought body of Jellal, the mastermind of this incident in Tower of Heaven. In the last battle with Spectre, Jose was killed by Luo Zhen, and after Qi Qilian disappeared, 2 positions became vacant for 10 wizard saints. In view of Luo Zhen's strength and great contribution to the magic world, the council awarded Luo Zhen the title of 10 wizard saints. Gone. After reading the parchment in his hand, Luo Zhen frowned and asked the frog in front of him. This is what the speaker asked me to bring together. Seeing Luo Zhen frowning, the frog's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly called the soldiers of the Senate behind him. I saw a wooden box in the soldier's hand. The box seemed to be very heavy, and everyone panted and put the wooden box on the ground. As the frog opened the wooden box, a radiant armor appeared in the wooden box. This is a piece of armor collected by the council, it may be brought by the speaker. The frog quickly stood beside the tall wooden box, introducing the armor to Luo Zhen. Erza, try it. Luo Zhen ignored the frog and pulled Erza to the armor. I saw Erza put his palm on the armor, and a magic circle lit up in the center of the armor. In an instant, the radiant armor appeared on Erza's body. As the armor was put on, Erza suddenly felt a powerful force surging in his body. This armor can greatly increase the user's strength and defense, and it can be greatly improved in close hand-to-hand combat. The frog stood beside the two obsequiously, rubbing his hands and said to the two. Luo Zhen turned his head and said to the people behind him, "Stay away." Without hesitation, everyone quickly retreated behind them. The frog was slightly taken aback, not knowing what Luo Zhen meant. But the next moment, the frog regained his composure and hurriedly retreated into the distance. "Come on, Erza, punch me with all his might." Luo Zhen put on a good pose, grinned at Erza and said. Erza nodded without hesitation. "Gather up, punch." There was a violent explosion. I saw Erza's heavy punch hit 1.3 Luo Zhen's chest. Although Luo Zhen's footsteps did not move, the smoke and dust aroused filled the entire square with smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, Luo Zhen's eyes were slightly surprised. Can enhance so much power. Although this punch failed to break Luo Zhen's defense, it made Luo Zhen feel a little pain. The frog came forward, licking his face, and said to Luo Zhen, "This is the armor made by the most outstanding blacksmith in the council, and the materials used are also very rare. There are many magic circles carved inside the armor. It is a piece of armor. A very powerful piece of armor." Luo Zhen nodded and saw joy in Erza's eyes. "What about mine?" Chapter 82. What about mine? Erza seemed quite satisfied with the armor compensated by the Senate. Seeing Erza's loving eyes, Luo Zhen turned his head and suddenly asked the frog. The frog was taken aback for a moment, and the face that was still smiling suddenly froze on it. The frog looked dazed, squeezed out an ugly smile at Luo Zhen, and stammered, "Luo, Master Luo Zhen, the speaker and members of the council only asked me to bring this piece of armor. I do not know." The frog's legs were weak, and he said to Luo Zhen with a crying face. Looking at Luo Zhen's gradually sinking face, the frog was trembling all over. The soldiers of the Senate looked at each other and hurried away from Luo Zhen. Although they don't know why the envoys of the council are so afraid of the mage in front of them. But they are not fools to be able to serve in the Senate. Naturally, it can be seen that the man in front of him is terrifying, and he can make the envoys of the council so humble. Luo Zhen's gradually sinking face appeared in the eyes of the frog, and the frog became even more frightened. 04. Hastily explained to Luo Zhen, before I set off, the speaker specially asked me to ask you to open this parchment yourself, and the speaker must write all your rewards on it. The frog was so emotional that he quickly raised his head and said to Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen spread out the parchment and placed it in front of the frog, and said with a sneer, the reward that your speaker mentioned is a false title of 10 wizard saints. Although the title of 10 wizard saints is good, in Luo Zhen's eyes, it is not as practical as some substantial rewards. The surrounding guild idioms naturally heard what Luo Zhen said. There was a sudden exclamation. What? The Senate actually made Luo Zhen a 10 wizard saints? Then don't our guild have 2 10 wizard saints? Great, Fairy Tail is the strongest wizard guild in Fiori Kingdom. Everyone looked at Luo Zhen's back with fiery eyes. Even Gray and Natsu, the 2 noisy guys, were not making any noise at this moment, and looked at Luo Zhen's back excitedly. It's so strong. Mr. Luo Zhen became 10 wizard saints at such a young age. Lucy clasped her hands together, looking at Luo Zhen's back with admiration in her eyes. The 2 big eyes shone like stars, looking at Luo Zhen excitedly. Myra Jane, did you hear? Brother Luo Zhen is the great wizard of Shengtian. The same is true for Lisana, looking at Luo Zhen's back in admiration, shaking Mirajana's arm beside her. Myra Jane chuckled, holding Lisana's tender little hand, her blurred eyes just looked at Luo Zhen quietly. Everyone in the guild reacted differently, but they were all happy for Luo Zhen. Only the person concerned now has a face full of frost, staring at the frog with a building in his eyes. The frog trembled all over, and quickly squeezed out a smile and said to Luo Zhen, "Congratulations, Master Luo Zhen. Became 10 wizard saints. Don't get me wrong, this stuff sent me away. I almost died in the Tower of Heaven." Luo Zhen sneered, and threw the parchment in his hand on the frog's face. The frog was slightly taken aback, looking at Luo Zhen's back as he turned and left. Luo Zhen's last words echoed in his mind. "Go back and tell your speaker, if this is your sincerity, I will not accept it. And in the future, don't try to find me in the matter of your Senate." This sentence also represents Fairy Tail. While speaking, Carlos Ma was standing beside Luo Zhen with his arms folded. But after hearing Luo Zhen's words, Mrs. Ma Carlos did not make a sound at all, as if he had already agreed with Luo Zhen's words just now. The deflated frog stretched out his hand to keep Luo Zhen, but a bitter smile appeared on his face when he thought of the cruel words that Luo Zhen put down at the end. "Master Speaker, you really gave me a difficult problem." The frog turned back bitterly, and glanced at the gate of the Fairy Tail Guild. Then he turned around and left here, taking the parchment with him at the same time. Back in the guild, Luo Zhen's frosty face disappeared, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Seeing Luo Zhen showing his original appearance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Luo Zhen, is it really all right for you to treat the emissary of the Senate like that?" Myra Jane came to Luo Zhen's side with worry in her eyes, and asked Luo Zhen worriedly. Luo Zhen grinned, and said to Myra Jane with a light smile, "Don't worry, this time the council made a mistake first. Besides, people from the Dark Guild have infiltrated the council, and they have become 10 wizard saints and counselor-level existences. They are still afraid of shame. Thought I could feed myself with a 10 wizard saints title." Luo Zhen smiled coldly, with disdain for the 250 House of Representatives in his eyes. "But if you treat the envoys of the Senate like this now, aren't you afraid that they will retaliate against you in the future?" Myra Jane was silent for a while, then said to Luo Zhen worriedly. "Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover, don't worry, let alone get revenge on me, what kind of existence do they have to use?" Luo Zhen reached out and rubbed Mirajana's long silver hair, and said with a light smile. Nodding, the worry in Mirajana's eyes dissipated a little. "You are right, Luo Zhen's strength is already that strong. What's more, there is Fairy Tail standing behind Luo Zhen. Luo Zhen protects everyone, and everyone can stand behind Luo Zhen and support him. And the president just stood there from the beginning to the end, but he didn't interrupt Luo Zhen's words. Obviously also acquiesced to Luo Zhen's behavior just now. Feeling the warmth above her head, Myra Jane pouted, but her eyes were filled with happiness. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. With the camera in hand, he strode into the guild. "Excuse me, is Chairman Carlos here?" The visitor looked a little nervous, scanning the guild with excited eyes. Chapter 83. "Excuse me, is Chairman Carlos here?" The person who came was holding a camera, and his eyes were constantly scanning the guild, looking at the people in the guild. His eyes were full of excitement. "Oh, I'm Carlo the horse, who are you?" Ma Karloff tilted his head and looked at the young man with some doubts. "Hi, hello, I'm a reporter from Sa Shara Weekly, and I'm here to pay a special visit to Fairy Tail." The young man with yellow hair was very excited after seeing the horseman Carlo, and hurried to the horseman Carlo. "Oh, I remembered, before your weekly magazine said that someone would come to the guild for interviews. I didn't expect you to come so soon." Looking at the young man in front of him, Ma Karloff suddenly realized. "Yes, originally the newspaper office planned to come for a while, but I was so curious about Fairy Tail, so I applied to the newspaper office and came to Fairy Tail ahead of schedule." The young man danced and danced, excited to see everyone coming and going around him. "That's great, let's get started." Ma Karloff nodded, and led the yellow-haired young man into the guild. "Everyone. This is a reporter from Sa Shara Weekly. Today is a special interview with Fairy Tail, so please cooperate well." Everyone in the guild immediately sat up from their chairs when they heard Mr. Carlos' words. Especially Lucy, holding her face and screaming. "What? Is that Sa Shara? Is that the weekly magazine that is regularly updated every Wednesday, introducing the latest magic and the most popular wizards?" With excitement in her eyes, Lucy rushed to the front of the yellow hair. "Yes, it's our newspaper office." Looking at the blonde girl in front of him, the young man was obviously taken aback, stepped back quickly, and said with a smile on his face. "Today I want to make a special about Fairy Tail, so I take the liberty to interrupt, and I hope you will forgive me." The young man scanned the crowd, took a step back and bowed softly to the crowd. "No problem, no problem." At this time, Lucy was very excited, running around in the guild with her cheeks flushed. Then he suddenly remembered something, turned around and rushed out of the guild. Seeing the back of Lucy going away, everyone immediately looked at each other in blank dismay. "What's wrong with this lady?" Looking at the back of Lucy running away, the young man was sweating and asked involuntarily. "Oh, forget about that guy, that's what that guy is." Natsu did not know when to appear behind the young man, hooked the young man's shoulders, and put his cheek in front of him. "It's you, why do you write me so badly every time?" "UBD." Natsu leaned forward, his foreheads were already touching, and asked the young man. "Yes." The young man straightened his chest, his eyes full of pride. "Every time I write about what I destroyed and what I destroyed, it's so annoying." Natsu was full of anger, grabbed the yellow-haired reporter in front of him by the collar, and was about to lead him out of the guild. But at the moment of Natsu's action, Erza suddenly stood in front of Natsu and grabbed Natsu's wrist. The terrifying coercion made Natsu stop immediately, looking at Erza covered in cold sweat. Squeezing out a smile, Natsu asked Erza tremblingly, Erza, what's the matter?" "Natsu. This gentleman is our guest. How can you treat a guest like this?" Erza stared straight at Natsu with sharp eyes. "Miss Erza. Are you Miss Erza who is known as the Fairy Queen?" At this time, the reporter on the side suddenly became excited, dancing and looking at Erza beside him. "Yes, I am Erza." Released from Natsu's wrist, Erza folded his arms with a faint smile on his face. "I like you so much, can you sign me?" The reporter took out a pen and paper from behind and handed it to Erza, as if he had succeeded in chasing a star. Erza was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Of course it's okay." As he spoke, he signed his name on the paper. Looking at Erza's name on the paper, the reporter carefully put it in the backpack behind him. Miss Erza, I heard that there have been rumors that you are in a relationship with Mr. Luo Zhen, the King of Souls in the same guild. What do you think of it? There was expectation in the reporter's eyes, wanting to hear Erza refute the rumors himself. Who would have thought that Erza frowned slightly when she heard this sentence? The next moment the reporter heard Erza continue to say, "Let me say first, this is not a rumor, I am in a relationship with Luo Zhen." Erza crossed his arms and pointed to Luo Zhen, who was drinking not far away. Seeing that he was pointing at himself, I really didn't know what to do. Pointing to himself with his finger, he tilted his head at Erza, wondering. And the reporter's whole body has been down in place, and the hand that recorded something on the paper has begun to tremble. Really? Miss Erza? The reporter forced a smile, squeeze a smile, and asked Erza again. That's right. I wanted to hear that Erza refused personally, but this sentence of willing to leave made the reporter very sad. Please. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, the reporter then said with a forced smile, then, can you please tell me, Ms. Erza, what kind of person Mr. Luo Zhen is? Mentioning Luo Zhen, Erza's face was filled with a happy smile. Said, Luo Zhen is a very gentle person, and a very independent person who loves his companions. Seeing the happy expression on Erza's face, the reporter suddenly felt heartbroken. Obviously just succeeded in chasing stars. How come I feel like my dream is shattered? Sighing heavily, the reporter then walked towards the next person not far away. Myra Jane. Hi, Miss Myra Jane, long time no see. The reporter swept away the haze before, with a smile on his face that he thought was handsome, and greeted Myra Jane in the bar with a smile. Chapter 84. Miss Myra Jane, it's been a long time. It's so cool. The yellow-haired reporter came in front of Myra Jane, swept away the haze just now, and looked at Myra Jane with a confident smile. Mr. Jason, long time no see. With a gentle smile on Marajana's face, she waved to the yellow-haired reporter. Miss Myra Jane is so beautiful when she smiles. Is Miss Marajana's living room coming to be the cover of this special this time? It's so cool. The yellow-haired reporter raised his camera and took pictures of Myra Jane from various angles. Of course it's fine. Myra Jane tilted her head and smiled softly, with beautiful scenery between every frown and smile. Jason ran around in the guild, and soon rushed to Happy, excitedly asked Happy, Happy, can I ask why you belong to Blue? Hey, because we are cats. Happy put her hands on her hips, looked up at Jason and said. After a while, Jason's eyes scanned the guild, and suddenly looked forward. A figure is sitting in a corner drinking. Jason's eyes lit up, and he rushed straight to the figure in the corner. It's Grey. Grey's true self is there. Jason's eyes lit up 003, and he strode directly towards the figure in the corner. Raising his head lazily, Grey glanced at the noisy yellow hair standing beside him, and looked at him with a displeased face. I'm a reporter for the weekly Sashera. Grey, why do you always take your clothes off? Holding a pen and paper in his hand, he interviewed Grey with excited eyes. I don't have it. UBD. Why do you take what I said as a statement? Upon hearing this, Grey immediately became furious, standing on a chair and yelling at Jason. Cool. So cool. Grey, your pants are off again. Jason's eyes lit up, and he took the camera and began to record the scene in front of him. Damn it! When Grey's complexion changed, and he quickly blocked his lower body. Looking at the back of Jason who left, Grey gritted his teeth with hatred. It's UBD who ruined my reputation by scribbling in the weekly magazine. Ha ha ha, pervert Grey. Not far away, Natsu was looking at the angry Grey with a mocking face, of bite. Hearing Natsu's ridicule, Grey stood up angrily, pointed at Natsu and shouted, what right do you have to say about me? Destroyer, fire-breathing idiot. Who are you calling a saboteur? Perverted Grey. If the two disagreed, they would fight in the guild, and if they watched, they would fight. Not far away, Erza suddenly coughed, and the two of them stopped immediately. I'll let you go just once, BD. Who's afraid of whom? Sooner or later I'll beat you up, BD Grey. The two separated in disdain, and walked towards the back step by step. Seeing the two of them stop, Jason on the side was a little disappointed and put down the camera in his hand. Jason was disappointed for not being able to see the battle between Fairy Tail Fire Dragon and Grey. But soon, he found other people and started asking various questions. Alfman, what does it mean to be manly? Man. Kana. May I ask how much alcohol do you drink a day? Oh, stop asking so many questions, sit down and have a drink with me. Wakaba, Macau, are you two middle-aged wretched uncles from Fairy Tail? UBD, don't write scribbles in the weekly magazine. We're middle-aged charmers, bastards. Going around, the paper in Jason's hand was already filled with handwriting. Suddenly, there was a burst of music in the guild. I saw Gajeel holding an electric guitar and standing on the stage not far away. In this world where honest people suffer, I'm afraid you have been suffering all the time, which means that honest people are the ones who suffer. Friends, did you hear that? While talking, Gajeel was still swinging the electric guitar in his hand, and the trembling electric sound echoed in the guild. Cool. So cool. It's Gajeel the Iron Dragon. Seeing Gajeel's figure, Jason rushed to the stage excitedly. Stop him. Stop Gajeel. Don't let him talk. Shut up, Ajiru. Seeing Gajeel holding an electric guitar, the expressions of everyone in the guild suddenly changed, and they rushed forward to stop Gajeel. It's so noisy, Gajeel. You're singing even though you're out of tune. At this moment, Natsu suddenly rushed onto the stage and kicked Gajeel's A, sending him flying. Gajeel stood up and looked angrily at Natsu, who was triumphantly crossing his arms on the stage. BD Fire Dragon, I haven't sung yet. As he spoke, his arm stretched out and turned into an iron rod, and he punched Natsu directly on the cheek. Let me sing happily. Fire Dragon. When the two disagreed, they fought in the guild, with flames flying and iron flying. You punched me and kicked and attacked each other continuously. Jason stood aside, looking at the two in the battle with bright eyes. Cool. So cool. Unexpectedly, I actually saw the super sexy duel between dragon slayers, because it was so cool. Jason raised the camera in his hand and took pictures of the two from all directions. Arms are trembling a little. You two, stop now. Suddenly, Gajeel's arm extended and smashed the wine bottle in the hand of Luo Zhen, who was drinking beside him. The guild suddenly fell into silence. Everyone looked at the two in the battle with sympathy. Gajeel and Natsu didn't know what happened at this time, they were still punching each other constantly. Suddenly, Yu came to the person's side with a sullen face. A heavy punch hit the heads of the two of them. You two bastards! If you want to fight, at least don't disturb others. Knocking the two of them to the ground with one punch, Luo Zhen clapped his hands and turned his head away as if nothing happened. Cool. So cool. Is this the strength of the Soul King Luo Zhen? It's so cool. The yellow-haired reporter danced and rushed towards Luo Zhen's direction with excited eyes. Chapter 85. Cool. So cool. Is this the strength of the King of Souls? Finally seeing the real King of Soul with my own eyes, it's so cool. Jason looked excited, and rushed towards Luo Zhen dancing. Suddenly, Luo Zhen, who had just sat down, turned his head and stared at Jason's figure. Being stared at so directly by Luo Zhen, Jason suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a wild beast. With a smile on his excited face, he waved to Luo Zhen. Is that the nickname your kid gave me? Luo Zhen stared at Jason quietly, and after a long time, he opened his mouth quietly, staring at Jason with deep eyes and asked. Jason swallowed, with an excited smile on his face, he nodded proudly and said, It's me. How about this title? It's so cool. Luo Zhen stood up suddenly, and that tall body appeared in front of Jason in an instant. Yu stared at Jason. Sighing, a little helplessness appeared in Fei Zhen's eyes. He said to Jason, in your weekly magazine, can you stop calling me by such a shameful title? Jason was taken aback, but seeing Luo Zhen's quiet gaze, Jason nodded quickly and replied, no problem. A look of satisfaction flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes, and he patted Jason on the shoulder. Satisfied, he said, that's fine, just report my name when you come to Fairy Tail. Feeling the strength on his shoulders, Jason forced a smile on his face, and nodded to Luo Zhen with a smile. After Luo Zhen took the palm from his shoulder, Jason immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly reached out and rubbed his shoulder. Ling. Luo Zhen, can I ask you a few questions? Seeing Luo Zhen sitting back in the corner, Jason really wanted to speak. Suddenly stared at by Luo Zhen's cold eyes, he quickly changed his words. Go ahead. Luo Zhen nodded and pointed to the seat opposite for Jason to sit down. Jason was very emotional, sitting in front of Luo Zhen and asked Luo Zhen, excuse me, are you dating Erza now? For some reason, Jason had already brought honorifics when asking questions, and looked at Luo Zhen expectantly and asked. Yes. Without hesitation, Luo Zhen nodded decisively and replied. Jason's heart shuddered, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then can you explain in detail how you met Erza? Jason took a deep breath, looked squarely at the gap between himself and Luo Zhen, and asked Luo Zhen helplessly. Erza and I are childhood sweethearts, we grew up together since childhood. Luo Zhen smiled, and glanced at the figure who was scolding Natsu Gajil in the distance, with a gentle smile on his face. Cool. So we knew each other when we were kids. Jason's eyes lit up, and he was about to continue asking Luo Zhen questions. But at this time, Luo Zhen waved at Jason. Our president seems to be waiting for you to interview him, you should ask him. Looking at Jason's eyes full of gossip, Luo Zhen decisively refused Jason's interview. Although Jason was a little reconciled, he still raised his camera and took several photos of Luo Zhen. He left unwillingly and came to the horse Carlo. Jason returned to his previous energetic state, and stood in front of Ma Karloff with a smile on his face, asking questions. President Carlos Ma, what is the ambition of the guild? Jason stood in front of Carlos the horse with an excited face and asked. Of course, the heart of love and justice strives for perfection. Ma Karloff propped up his back and said with a smile to Jason. It's too fake. Happy on the side seemed to see that Carlos the groom was pretending to be calm, and spread his hands aside and complained. Happy. Happy's words made the corner of Mrs. Carlo's mouth twitch, and he hugged Happy in his arms and ravaged him. Natsu. Help me. Being hugged by the horseman Carlos and rubbed like a puppet, Happy showed a desperate look, and shouted for help to Natsu in the distance. But at this time, Natsu was standing in front of Erza with his head bowed obediently, and Gajil was also obediently standing aside. 0. Seeking flowers. Erza folded his arms and was preaching to the two with a serious face. Happy's cries for help were not heard at all. It wasn't until Carlo, the horseman, had a good time sucking the cat, that he released Happy from his arms. Happy who left was devastated, as if she had been ruined, her eyes were blank, and she staggered towards the corner. Jason was still running around in the guild, interviewing many members of the guild. At this moment, the gate of the guild suddenly opened. Several figures appeared at the door of the guild. I saw a man wearing a woolen coat, with a lightning-like earphone on his ear, scanning the guild with a rebellious expression. 0. Logger thus. Cool. I didn't expect to meet Laxus. Jason's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards Laxus excitedly. Before Jason came in front of Laxus, he saw his brow wrinkled. Seeing Jason rushing towards him, Laxus knocked him to the ground with a punch. Who is this person? Laxus frowned, looked at Jason who had fainted on the ground, and questioned the groom Carlo who was not far away. The weekly reporter who came to interview the guild today, why did you knock him out? The blue veins on Ma Karloff's forehead bulged. Watching Jason who was stunned, he yelled at Laxus. Cut, boring. Just do something completely pointless. Laxus smiled coldly, glanced at the groom Carlo in front of him, and walked straight past him. Just as Laxus walked into the guild, he suddenly stopped beside a person. Is this guy the brat who troubled my guild? Laxus looked down at Gajil on the side, without any emotion in his eyes. Hey, Logger thus, what do you want to do? Gajil is now a companion who joined Fairy Tale. Erza's expression froze, and he stood in front of Gajil, yelling Deoxy at Laxus with a serious expression. Chapter 86. Logger thus. This guy is already a companion who joined Fairy Tail, what do you want? Erza seemed to see what Laxus was going to do, and stood in front of Jellal with a serious face, and softly shouted at Laxus. Who would have thought that Erza's words seemed to have angered Laxus? Lightning surged all over his body, he looked at Jellal coldly and said with a sneer, that stinky old man. And because he was not killed, he simply accepted him as a companion, that's why Fairy Tail turned into this now. That's how people look down on you. Laxus's body was filled with thunder and lightning, and there was a furious look in his eyes. As Laxus's voice fell, a thunderbolt instantly appeared in the guild out of thin air. 890 made a loud explosion and blasted directly towards Jellal's figure. The violent thunder bombarded Jellal's body continuously, and Jellal's complexion became extremely ferocious for a while. Countless violent thunderbolts continuously poured into Jellal's body in various parts of the body, as if they wanted to completely smash Jellal's heart in an instant. Painful roars came out of Jellal's mouth, Laxus's face was gloomy, and he stared fiercely at Erza in front of him. Erza, don't stand in front of me, I'm afraid I'll kill you if I'm not careful. There was a violent murderous intent in Laxus's eyes, and Dalai's breath kept gushing out of Laxus's body. Laxus, stop it! Jellal is a partner of the guild. This is the meaning of the president, don't you want to go against the meaning of the president? A white light flashed on Erza's body, and a yellow armor appeared on Erza's body. The Thunder Emperor's armor. Holding a long gun, Erza stared solemnly at Laxus, who was a head taller than him. Erza, I have never fought with you before, let me see you under the protection of Luo Zhen, let me see your strength. Laxus grinned, with violent killing intent flashing in his eyes. Thunder surged from his body, and he instantly attacked Erza. The next moment, Erza didn't even see Laxus clearly. A shining fist has appeared in front of Erza. But this fist stopped right in front of Erza's eyes, and it was difficult to go any further. I saw Luo Zhen appearing in front of Erza at some unknown time, with a gloomy complexion grabbing Laxus's wrist. Laxus, I don't mind the trouble you want to find the president, but you shouldn't point your fist at Erza. Luo Zhen raised his head, a pair of indifferent eyes flashed with violent killing intent. The domineering aura surged on his body, and that terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire guild. Under the suppression of domineering color, everyone was overwhelmed by this terrifying aura. He looked in horror at the figure standing at the door, grabbing Laxus's wrist. Even Laxus had a heavy complexion at this moment, as if his body was being weighed down by a mountain. Ha ha ha, Luo Zhen! Come on! Let's fight! Let me see how far your strength has come after all these years. Laxus laughed wildly, looking at Luo Zhen excitedly. The thunder on his body erupted continuously, like thunder snakes scurrying across Laxus's body. Thunder Dragon's Fist. With a roar, the thunder on his body condensed on Laxus's fist. Accompanied by a heavy punch, it directly hit Luo Zhen's chest. There was a violent explosion, and thunder and lightning ran wildly in the guild. A puff of smoke was stirred up, and Erza hurriedly shouted, Luo Zhen! Are you okay? Laxus! If you hurt Luo Zhen, I will definitely kill you. As the smoke and dust caused by the lightning dispersed, a figure stood motionless in front of Laxus. The fist wrapped in the power of thunder hit Luo Zhen's chest heavily, but it didn't hurt Luo Zhen at all. The sullen Luo Zhen grinned, and there was a bit of ferocity under the cold smile. Laxus, your fist is still the same as before. It's limp and has no strength at all. After the words fell, Luo Zhen threw a heavy punch towards Laxus. Laxus wanted to raise his arm to block the punch, but he couldn't keep up with Luo Zhen's speed at all. The moment his arm was just raised, Luo Zhen's fist had already slammed heavily on Laxus's chest. With a violent explosion, a yellow figure flew upside down. On the square at the entrance of the Fairy Tail Guild, a figure flew out of the guild in an instant. It slammed heavily on the fountain outside. The fountain shattered, and the water continuously sprayed out on the smashed spring. Laxus stood up holding the gravel on the ground, clutching his chest. The severe pain made Laxus a little out of breath. This punch directly broke at least 3 of Laxus's ribs. Coughing up blood, Laxus raised his arm and wiped it at the corner of his mouth. Come on! Luo Zhen. Kill me. In this guild, you are one of the few people I recognize. You are qualified to inherit Fairy Tail. Under your leadership, Fairy Tail will be stronger than it is now. There was madness in Laxus's eyes, enduring the 0.1 severe pain in his chest. He yelled at Luo Zhen, who was walking towards the outside of the guild step by step. Arriving in front of Laxus, Luo Zhen looked down at the mad-looking Laxus from above. There was no emotion in his eyes, and he looked at the crazy man in front of him indifferently. What are you waiting for? I violated the old man's wishes, you should kill me, and then ask the old man for credit. Only you are qualified to inherit this guild. Laxus stared fiercely at Luo Zhen and roared fiercely. Boom! Luo Zhen clenched his fist, and suddenly punched Laxus. Accompanied by the sound of the sonic boom, a burst of smoke and dust enveloped both of them. Luo Zhen. Lager thus. Chapter 87. The aroused smoke and dust enveloped Luo Zhen and Luo Zhen's figures. The terrifying power directly shattered the ground of the square at the entrance of Fairy Tail, and the cracks continued to spread. Everyone's footsteps have been blocked by the huge crack that appeared in front of them, and the smoke and dust aroused completely covered everyone's sight. The three thunder gods looked at each other, quickly jumped up from the entrance of Fairy Tail, and rushed straight into the smoke and dust. Luo Zhen's punch won't kill Laxus Liuyi. As the three of them rushed into the smoke, Erza and Lisina followed closely behind and rushed in. When the smoke cleared, Erza and others finally saw Luo Zhen and Laxus on the edge of the fountain. At this moment, Laxus was slumped to the ground, and Luo Zhen was squatting in front of Laxus. The outstretched fist seemed to land on Laxus's chest. Erza's heart tightened, for fear that Luo Zhen's impulse would beat Laxus to death. He hurriedly rushed towards Luo Zhen's back. Taking a closer look, Luo Zhen's punch didn't land on Laxus's body, instead he punched heavily on the ground in front of Laxus 07. Terrifying strange force smashed the ground, and countless cracks spread around under Luo Zhen's fist. Luo Zhen, are you okay? Worryingly came to Luo Zhen's side, took a look at Laxus who was lying on the ground, looking at Luo Zhen with dull eyes. Lisina and Erza asked Luo Zhen with some worry. Luo Zhen grinned, clapped his palms and stood up. Don't worry, what's the matter? Luo Zhen stretched out his hand and rubbed the heads of the two, then turned his head and glanced at Laxus with dull eyes. Lager thus, why live in the eyes of others? The three thunder gods came to Laxus and worriedly checked Laxus's injuries. When Luo Zhen turned his head and left, he said to Laxus, you can deny the president's intentions, and you can have your own goals, but you should not attack the guildmates. The president has agreed to Jellal join Fairy Tail, then he is a member of Fairy Tail. If you are not convinced, you can fight to be the next president, and you can do whatever you want by then. After speaking, Luo Zhen took Erza and Lisina and turned around and left. Looking at the back of Luo Zhen leaving, a sharp light suddenly appeared in Laxus's eyes. Will you become the president of Fairy Tail? Seeing Luo Zhen's back gradually disappearing from sight, Laxus muttered to himself. With dried blood on the corners of their mouths, several members of the Thunder God group asked worriedly beside Laxus, Laxus, what's wrong with you, are you seriously injured? Quick, take Laxus to the hospital. No, I'm fine. Laxus coughed out a mouthful of blood, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then helped Freed stand up. Let's go. Glancing blankly at the Fairy Tail Guild in front of him, Laxus left in the distance with the Thunder Gods after a long silence. In the guild, Ma Karloff watched Luo Zhen return to the guild, and immediately sighed deeply. Turning his head and glanced at the outside of the guild, he saw Laxus's back leaving towards the distance. A look of helplessness flashed in Ma Karloff's eyes. Ma Karloff came to Jellal, who was bombarded by thunder, and asked Jellal, are you all right? Are you in good health? Jellal exhaled a puff of black smoke and stood up after shaking his head. There was pain all over his body, but Jellal managed a smile on his face. President, I'm fine. I'll get it back from that guy myself. Jellal grinned, watching the back of Laxus leaving, with high fighting spirit in his eyes. Ma Carlos didn't answer, stretched out his hand and patted the back of Jell's hand, and walked towards the outside of the guild with his hands behind his back. President, where are you going? Seeing the back of Mr. Carlo about to leave, everyone was a little puzzled. Erza quickly shouted at Mr. Carlo. Carlos raised his arm and waved it, and said without looking back, I'm going out for a walk. After hearing Ma Karloff's words, everyone stopped asking. After all, something like this happened in the guild. His grandson didn't recognize his ideas at all, and even fought against the members of the guild. This troubled Carlos Ma, who was the president, for a while. With the end of this farce, the previous uproar in the guild resumed. Groups of people were chatting in the guild, but everyone seemed to have something on their minds. Different thoughts could be seen on everyone's faces. Luo Zhen was sitting on the bar counter silently. Erza and Lisana were sitting beside Luo Zhen, but they didn't know what to say to Luo Zhen. At this time, Myra Jane came to Luo Zhen with a tray, put the tray on the bar, and then stood behind Luo Zhen with her chin. Nah. Do you think the president will punish Laxus? Myra Jane stood behind Luo Zhen with some curiosity, looked at the empty door and asked Luo Zhen and Erza. Erza continued to shake his head, saying that he is the grandson of the president. But Laxus violated the guild's treaty again and attacked his companions in the guild. This is no ordinary slapstick. Laxus really wanted to kill Jellal. Jason's weekly interview was interrupted because of Laxus' presence. Myra Jane got someone to take Jason, who was knocked out by Laxus, to the hospital. Lucy just came back at this time, and the beautifully dressed Lucy returned to the guild. In my mind, I was still fantasizing that I was caught by Jason at a glance, and then became the cover girl of the weekly magazine. Then there is money to pay the rent. He walked into the guild happily, but found that everyone in the guild was silent. Even Natsu and Grey, who are usually the loudest, sat quietly by the side without saying a word. Miss Myra Jane, what's going on everyone? Lucy was a little puzzled, and came to the bar with a nervous heart, and asked Myra Jane in a low voice. Chapter 88. How come? This is too much. Telling Lucy what happened loudly just now, Lucy covered her mouth in surprise, complaining indignantly for the injured Jellal. Although Lucy was a little surprised that Jellal joined the guild at first, but after the president agreed. At the beginning, Natsu and Grey were very resistant to Jellal's joining the guild, but after the horseman Carlos agreed, the two accepted it silently. But Lucy didn't expect that Laxus, who just came back, would fight Jellal. Since joining the guild, Lucy has never seen Laxus, but only heard about this fairy tale S-class mage from Natsu and Grey. Obviously Luo Zhen and Erza are also level 5 mages, but they are not so bad. Lucy was aggrieved, and complained to Myra Jane on the side. Myra Jane smiled and glanced at Luo Zhen beside her. He leaned into Lucy's ear and said to Lucy, don't look at the mature appearance of Luo Zhen now. When he first joined the guild, Luo Zhen was a noisy brat. Hearing Marajana's words, Lucy was a little surprised. At the same time, it also aroused the gossip in Lucy's heart. With a little excitement in his eyes, he leaned in front of Myra Jane and asked Myra Jane, can you tell me about Luo Zhen? I really want to know. There was excitement in Lucy's eyes, and the heart of Melons was surging wildly. Myra Jane nodded her forehead with her fingers, and suddenly felt a gaze staring at the two of them. The two turned their heads to look in Luo Zhen's direction at the same time. I saw that Luo Zhen was staring at the two of them without knowing when, and his faint eyes were just looking at him quietly. Lucy suddenly shivered all over, and grinned at Luo Zhen. Luo, Mr. Luo Zhen, good morning. Stared at by Luo Zhen's gloomy gaze, Lucy became completely flustered, and greeted Lucy with a flustered expression. Lucy, who was incoherent, was shaking all over, as if a child who did something wrong was caught by an adult. Lucy, if you are too curious, it will kill the cat. Luo Zhen stared at Lucy quietly, and a faint voice came out of Luo Zhen's mouth. Suddenly, Lucy, who was already terrified, trembled all over, and quickly stood upright in front of Luo Zhen. Sorry. Mr. Luo Zhen. The flustered Lucy forced a smile on her face, stood straight in front of Luo Zhen, and quickly bowed to Luo Zhen to apologize. Looking at Lucy who seemed to be scared, Luo Zhen suddenly laughed and said, ha ha ha, I'm just kidding you. Luo Zhen stretched out his hand and patted Lucy's shoulder, making Lucy's body tremble, which was already terrified. He didn't listen to Luo Zhen's words at all, and kept murmuring in his heart. To die, to die, to die. Am I going to die here? Hey, hey, don't be so scared. Luo Zhen seemed to feel the trembling of Lucy in front of him, and shouted at Lucy with a face full of black lines. Lucy, who suddenly came to his senses, heard Luo Zhen's words, and tears flowed from his eyes. Finally, Lucy stood in front of Luo Zhen and burst into tears, attracting the attention of everyone in the guild. Luo Zhen, why did you make Lucy cry? Luo Zhen, you can't treat a girl like this is not a gentleman's behavior. Luo Zhen quickly apologized to Lucy. Seeing this scene, Erza and Myra Jane stood beside Luo Zhen angrily, accusing Luo Zhen a while. Luo Zhen's head was full of black lines. Seeing the interested expressions of everyone in the guild, Luo Zhen raised his hands helplessly. Okay, I apologize. Under Marajana's comfort, Lucy finally stopped crying. Myra Jane stood in front of Luo Zhen with her hips crossed, raised her head and looked into Luo Zhen's eyes and said, Luo Zhen, you can't treat girls like this. I know. With a helpless face, Luo Zhen sat on a chair like a child and let Myra Jane teach him. Seeing Luo Zhen's attitude of admitting his mistake, Myra Jane nodded in satisfaction. Stepped aside to comfort Lucy. Erza folded his arms and looked at Luo Zhen with a serious face. With a smile on Luo Zhen's face, he said to Erza, I really didn't want to scare Lucy into tears. Snort. Erza Tsundere turned his head and gave Luo Zhen a supercilious look. Looking at the back of Erza going away, Luo Zhen sighed suddenly. There was only one listener sitting beside him. Luo Zhen turned his head and took a look at listener. Brother Luo Zhen, I heard you. A playful smile appeared on listener's face, and she stuck out her tongue at drinking Luo Zhen. Listener sees everything she sees. You little girl. Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, stretched out his hands and rubbed listener's head for a while. Listener pouted and glared at Luo Zhen. But listener didn't duck. I'm not a little girl anymore. With her hips crossed and her chest straightened out, Listener shouted to Luo Zhen, I've grown up. Yes, you have grown up. Luo Zhen stretched out his finger and tapped on Listener's forehead, waved his hand in a perfunctory manner and said. Seeing Luo Zhen's perfunctory attitude, Listener suddenly became short of breath. Okay, putting his mouth, his face is full of anger. I'm ignoring you. Brother Luo Zhen. Listener slapped Luo Zhen's arm heavily, then jumped and trotted towards Marajana's direction. Looking at the back of Listener going away, Luo Zhen suddenly felt helpless. Why did I betray my relatives all at once? Sitting at the corner of the bar, Luo Zhen stretched. Some drowsiness flooded in, and Luo snapped his fingers. After a while, a white cloud suddenly rushed in at the door. Master, here I come. Zeus, who rushed into the guild, let out a loud roar, which attracted the attention of everyone in the guild. Zeus rushed towards Luo Zhen's direction, and then excitedly asked Luo Zhen, Master, is there any task for me? Sure enough, I'm the most trustworthy one. Chapter 89. Master, is there any task for me? Zeus rushed in front of Luo Zhen excitedly, with excitement in his eyes, and excitement on that humanized face, floating back and forth by Luo Zhen's side constantly. He kept muttering to himself, sure enough, I am the only subordinate that the master trusts the most. What Prometheus, what Napoleon, go away. Zeus's eyes suddenly became proud, and he stayed in front of Luo Zhen, looking at Luo Zhen expectantly. Waiting for Luo Zhen to issue a task to himself. Looking at the excited Zeus, Luo Zhen rolled his eyes. Grabbing Zeus' soft body and pressing it to the ground, Luo Zhen stepped directly on Zeus's body, and then lay on Zeus's body with one hand supporting his head. Go home. Luo Zhen yawned, patted Zeus's body, and seemed to be falling asleep with his eyes closed. Zeus's excited expression immediately froze on his face, and he floated up very aggrieved. Slowly floating towards the outside of the guild. Although Zeus was aggrieved, he still tried his best to keep the balance and stability of 390's body so that Luo Zhen can sleep comfortably on his body. Luo Zhen, who returned home, patted Zeus on the head, smiled and said to Zeus, good job. Then without waiting for Zeus' reply, Luo Zhen turned around and went into the room and lay down on the bed. Seeing the back of Luo Zhen disappearing from sight, Zeus froze for a moment. With his head raised, he floated proudly in the living room. In the living room, Prometheus and Napoleon are playing. Although I don't know what they are playing with a knife and a ball of flames. Zeus grinned and came to the two of them. Looking up at the two of them, he said with an extremely arrogant expression, "Did you hear that? Yoren just praised me. I am the most trustworthy subordinate of the master, you two are not as good as me." The two Prometheus didn't want to talk to Zeus at all, and were playing there in their own way. Seeing that he was ignored, a black line appeared on Zeus' forehead. "Hey! I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Fool! Are you a dummy?" Prometheus and the others raised their heads impatiently and glanced at Zeus with complete disdain in their eyes. Especially Prometheus, completely ignored Zeus. "What did you say? You fire idiot!" Zeus was furious, and angrily roared at Prometheus. "Are you trying to wake up the master? Idiot!" Prometheus grinned, with contempt in his eyes, completely ignoring the angry fool. Hearing Prometheus' words, Zeus instantly wilted like a frost-beaten eggplant. "Remember it!" Zeus gritted his teeth and looked at Prometheus, sulked and went back to his room. "Idiot!" Prometheus curled his lips, then turned his head and started playing with Napoleon. After returning to the room, Zeus became more and more angry as he thought about it, and he was still thinking about it. Suddenly, Zeus rushed straight out the window. It turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the air. Zeus, who left home, sensed a familiar atmosphere, and went straight to a magnificent building not far from Magnolia. This is Magnolia's hospital. In a ward of the hospital, a blonde-haired man was lying on the bed, with lightning flashing in his eyes. Surrounding the hospital bed, two men and a woman gathered around, looking worriedly at Ragsa, Odb, on the bed. Shua! A ray of light rushed into the room in an instant, and the three people beside the hospital bed immediately became vigilant. "Yo! Logger thus!" It was Zeus who came, and Zeus who came to the ward grinned at Laxus on the bed. "What are you doing here?" Laxus frowned, looked at Zeus displeased and asked. "I am hungry." Zeus directly passed the three Thors and came to Lagertha's hospital bed with a big grin, and said to Lagertha with a grin. Looking at the white cloud in front of him with a livid face, Lagertha gritted his teeth and looked at him. "Eat it and get out." The veins on Lagertha's forehead bulged, and he looked at Zeus in front of him with anger. Immediately, Lagertha exhaled a turbid breath, and a flash of lightning emerged from his palm, and he threw Zeus directly. Zeus opened his mouth to swallow the thunder light directly into his stomach, and glanced at the three thunder gods who were angrily staring at him beside the hospital bed. After Zeus left, the three Thors spoke. "Luo Zhen is too much. It's fine if you hurt Lagertha, and let Zeus insult you. Although this is what you promised Lagertha, but isn't it too much for him to do this? Damn it!" All three of the thunder gods were aggrieved and fought for Lagertha. "Enough!" The three people's words kept pouring into their ears, making Lagertha's already ashen complexion even uglier. He shouted angrily, and the thunder in his eyes flickered continuously. "Freed! Big slow! Evergreen! I've decided, I'm going to start a civil war on Fairy Tail. Pull the old man down from the president's throne. The position of Fairy Tail president is none other than me." Lagertha raised his head and looked at the three people beside the hospital bed with passionate eyes. Hearing Lagertha's words, the three of them were startled. Staring blankly at Lagertha with fanatical eyes. Although the three members of the Thunder God congregation are Lagertha's personal guards, all of this is under the premise of being loyal to Fairy Tail. They are more loyal to Fairy Tail. The three looked at each other, and Freed really wanted to speak. Lagertha raised his arm suddenly to stop Freed, and then spoke to the three of them. "Have you all forgotten? What did those bastards say about Fairy Tail when we got back? Since when did Fairy Tail become a guild where drunks in taverns judge each other?" Chapter 90. Since Fairy Tail can only become such an existence in the hands of the old man, let me reshape Fairy Tail. Lagertha's eyes flickered with fanaticism, and his eyes scanned back and forth on the three Thors. The three members of the Thunder God clan were silent, scanning back and forth on the other two. Have you all forgotten? When we came back, in the tavern, what did the drunks say about fairy tale? Since when did fairy tale become a guild for the drunks in these taverns to judge? The veins on Lagers's head were bulging, and his eyes were full of madness. After Lagers's voice fell, the three of them looked at each other in unison. Immediately, Fried raised his head, looked at Lagerthus solemnly and said, "We're done with you." Lagerthus. Regarding the current status of fairy tale, the three lied are also somewhat dissatisfied. Why are they willing to follow behind Lagers's? Because they are also keen on the strong. And Lagerthus is no different from being a strong man, they are willing to follow behind Lagerthus. Although the current fairy tale is much stronger, there are also many wizards in the guild that they don't even look down on. This made the three of the thunder gods a little dissatisfied. Since Lagers's wants to do it, let's do it to the fullest. Good, Fried, Bixlow, Evergreen. Lagers's showed a smile on his face, and glanced at the three Thors beside him with satisfaction. Lagers's, when shall we do it? Immediately, Fried looked at Lagers's calmly and asked. Lagers's pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said to the three of them, 1 week later, the Harvest Festival. Because of Lagerthus's body, Lagerthus postponed the time to Magnolia's big day a week later. Receiving Festival. On this day, the residents of Magnolia and the Wizards of Fairy Tale will join in this annual festival. This day is also a great opportunity for Lagers's to make a move. Although he didn't think about the specific matters clearly, there was firmness in Lagers's eyes. It has been determined that this thing must be done. Good. Fried nodded, and the calm light immediately thought about the plan for this matter in his mind. Soon, a week passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fairy Tale was bustling inside and out, and everyone happily came in and out of the guild. In the guild, are all the beautiful girls wearing bright clothes? Oh! Myra Jane is so beautiful. Erza is so pretty. Levi is so cute, we will always support you. Kana, come on, be sure to beat Erza and Myra Jane. Hey, come on, Lucy. On the stage, there were glamorous girls wearing beautiful clothes, and everyone in the guild was standing under the stage and waving at the girls. Erza changed her usual style and wore a white dress, which made Erza look gentle and pleasant. Looking at the position below the stage, Luo Zhen looked at himself with a smile on his face. A blush welled up on Erza's face, and he smiled back at Luo Zhen. Natsu and Happy seemed to be pulled apart to make up the numbers, and they were listlessly cheering for Lucy on stage. Seeing that the two looked listless as if they hadn't slept for a few days, Lucy felt short of breath. You two! Take it seriously! With her hands on her hips, Lucy yelled at Natsu Happy at the bottom of the stage. Oh, Lucy, don't be so serious, you can't beat Myra Jane and Erza anyway. Natsu buttoned his ears and said indifferently. Lucy's face froze, and the expression froze on her face. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Natsu and Happy. You two! You are not allowed to go to my house anymore. Lucy squeezed her fist and stared at the two of them fiercely. Happy and Natsu looked at each other, and didn't listen to Lucy's threat at all, and blew on the fingers that clasped their ears. Natsu yawned. 0. Ask for her flowers. Boringly said, Lucy, today is the delivery festival, Magnolia is super lively, we don't want to waste time with you here, Happy and I will go first. Speaking without giving Lucy time to react, Natsu and Happy turned their heads and rushed out of the guild. You two, damn it guys! Seeing the disappearance of the two, Lucy gritted her teeth with hatred, but there was nothing she could do about them. Really, Ms. Erza and Ms. Myra Jane are so rich, why do they still participate in this kind of competition? Don't they have money to pay the rent? Lucy looked at the beautiful Erza and Myra Jane on the stage without tears, and squatted down decadently. Yo, Lucy, what's wrong with you, you look listless. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from in front of him. Lucy raised her head in wonder, only to see that Luo Zhen appeared in front of her at some point. Lucy stood up quickly, with a smile on her face, waved to Luo Zhen and said with a smile, Mr. Luo Zhen, good morning. Luo Zhen had black lines all over his head, looked at Lucy with a forced smile and said, what are you talking nonsense, it's already noon now, and you don't have to be so restrained, I'm only a little older than you, so I don't need to use honorifics. Although Lucy had a smile on her face, she was roaring constantly in her heart. What a ghost! Last time you said you were going to kill me. But today's Lucy is cute. With a forced smile on Lucy's face, just as she was about to answer Luo Zhen's words, she heard Luo Zhen's voice reach her ears. Very cute. Cute. Luo Zhen's voice echoed in Lucy's ears, causing a blush to appear on Lucy's face. There is only one sentence echoing in my mind. Lucy is so cute today. Where, thank you, Mr. Luo Zhen, for your compliment. Lucy was talking nonsense for a while, and kept waving her palms at Luo Zhen, but bursts of steam were constantly coming out of her head. Chapter 91. In the Guild of Fairy Tale, everyone is still immersed in the joy of the Harvest Festival. Beautiful girls on the stage appeared in turn. Below the stage, many mages and residents from other places also came here admiringly. Because Magnolia's magic parade is very famous, many people are willing to spend some time and money just to come to Magnolia to take a look at the time of Fairy Tale's magic parade. In the Fairy Tale Guild, Lucy worked hard to cheer herself up. We must win this game. This is 500,000 yuan, which is enough for me to pay 7 months' rent. Lucy's eyes were full of fighting spirit, but after seeing her opponent, Lucy suddenly became depressed. How can this be won? Fairy Queen 403 Erza. Signature Girl Myra Jane. Levy, Kana, Biska, and Jovia, who is new to the guild but also has a high popularity. Lucy crouched in the corner, facing the wall with a dull expression. Impossible to win, impossible to win. Completely losing confidence in herself, Lucy muttered to herself with a dull expression. At this time, a young man with short hair walked to the center of the stage, held a microphone in his hand and cheered to everyone present, "Welcome everyone to Fairy Tale. The host of the Miss Fairy Tale contest, I will be the host of the Miss Fairy Tale contest. Sorcerer Max has taken over." Max held the microphone and introduced to the audience off the court. Immediately, Max pointed to a beam of light on the side and shouted loudly, "Now let us welcome today's number 1 contestant, from Fairy Tale, an exotic beauty with a different dimensional stomach, Kana Alberona." As Max's voice fell, a figure appeared under the beam of light. I saw Kana holding a card and slowly appearing in the beam of light. The moment Kana appeared, everyone cheered instantly. Kana held a card and smiled sweetly at the audience. In an instant, there was a burst of loud cheers from the audience. Then I invite the next number 2 contestant. Although she has just joined the guild, her strength has already reached S level, the woman who keeps dripping with rain, Jovia Locke. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a wave of water emerged on the stage, and Jovia's figure slowly emerged from the wave. There was a smile on his cold face. Suddenly seeing Luo Zhen in the crowd, a blush suddenly appeared on his face. When Luo Zhen saw this scene, he was a little puzzled. He and Jovia probably didn't know each other, because Jubi seemed to be shy when he saw him. But before Luo Zhen could think too much, Jovia's figure had already disappeared from the stage. I invite the next 3rd contestant, Fairy Tale's signature girl. Her beauty makes people all over the continent fall under her skirt. She is Myra Jane. With Max's voice shouting, the entire guild was suddenly filled with shouts. Finally waiting for you. Myra Jane. The winning candidate. It looks much better than in the book. It's me. The shouts in the guild kept Myra Jane speechless. With a gentle and pleasant smile on her face, Myra Jane waved to everyone. Immediately Myra Jane said with a smile, "Because I am good at transforming magic, let me show it to everyone." Saying that, a burst of white light flashed on Mirajana's body. Suddenly, Mirajana's head becomes Happy's head. Myra Jane with a cat head said to everyone, "Only the face is happy." Then another puff of smoke cleared, and Gajil's head appeared on top of Mirajana's. "Only the head is Gajil." The entire guild fell into silence for an instant, and everyone stared blankly at Myra Jane, whose head was constantly changing on the stage. Until a puff of smoke cleared and Myra Jane regained her face. Backstage, Lucy was full of excitement. "Great! The winning candidate has killed himself. I still have a chance." Mirajana's sense of oppression was so strong that Lucy felt that she had no chance of winning at all. But now, Lucy cheers up immediately 0. Then a few more girls came on stage. They are the Fairy Queen Erza Shukaret on the 4th. Levy Mark Harden of number 5, and Biska Muhan, the sexy sniper of Brother 6. When it was Lucy's turn to play, Lucy walked onto the stage anxiously, looking around the audience nervously. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Lucy. Contestant No 8. It's my introduction time. For 500,000, Lucy turned her head and looked behind her bravely. Evergreen was crossing his arms, looking at the crowd with a smile on his face. The fairy is me. The beauty is me. That's right, I represent all of this, and of course I, Evergreen, won the championship. Evergreen is holding a small fan in his hand. Shen Guang glances at everyone in the field. Seeing Evergreen appear, the expressions of the fairy tale wizards present changed slightly. Wait a minute, why are you hindering me? This is about my livelihood. Lucy didn't know what happened, so she mustered up the courage to come to Evergreen. At this moment, the expression of the groom Carlo in the audience changed suddenly, and he shouted at Lucy, Lucy! Don't look into Evergreen's eyes. But 4.9 in the next moment, Evergreen has taken off his glasses. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Lucy's body was directly petrified. The sudden change caused many spectators in the guild to run out of the guild screaming. The host Max on the stage quickly directed everyone to evacuate in an orderly manner. The mages of fairy tale stood up one after another, and they looked dignified when they sensed something was wrong. The stable Carlo's face sank, and he shouted at Evergreen, Evergreen! What do you want? Evergreen smiled lightly, and pulled down the curtain behind him. A few girls in the background were all petrified. Except Erza. Erza was knocked out and was lying on the ground in a coma. Chapter 92. Evergreen! What do you want? After evacuating the crowd in the guild, the mages among the many guilds stood up and looked solemnly at Evergreen on the stage in front of them. In the festivals of previous years, the thunder gods never participated in the festivals. No matter what kind of activity it is, the thunder gods follow Lagerthus in their own way. The appearance of Evergreen this time made the companions in the guild tense up instantly. Then, as expected, Evergreen petrified all the girls in the Miss Fairy selection contest. Except for Erza, who was stunned and tied up, the rest of the girls were petrified. The horse Carlo's body suddenly swelled up, and the huge horse Carlo looked down on Evergreen on the stage. With fury in his eyes, he yelled at Evergreen, undo your magic quickly. Evergreen! What do you want to do? Ma Karloff's roar echoed in the guild, but Evergreen didn't hold back at all. At this moment, a furious thunder exploded in the guild. 07A Thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the guild, and fell heavily on the stage. The thunder light dissipated, and the figure of Lagoses appeared on the stage. I saw Lagoses holding his arms at this time, with a smile on his face. Looking at the crowd in the audience, Lagoses grinned. Old man! Fairy tale guys! The festival is just about to begin. Festivals always have programs. There was arrogance in Lagoses' eyes, and he scanned the guild members. Suddenly, the eyes fell on Ai Masami not far away. I saw that Luo Zhen was crossing his arms at this moment, with no expression on his face, just looking at himself so calmly. After Lagoses glanced at Luo Zhen, he immediately looked away. Because of Luo Zhen, Evergreen didn't petrify Erza. Instead, he used the safety of his companions as a threat to stun Erza. Lagerthus! Ma Karloff's face sank, his eyes fixed on Lagers' figure. At this time, everyone in the guild also discovered the other two figures that appeared on the second floor. Freed! Big Slow! Thunder gods, Lagerthus' personal guards are here. Everyone's face sank, watching this scene nervously. Looking at the tense crowd, Lagers grinned and shouted at Carlos the horse, "Let's play, old man! Stop messing around with me again! Lagerthus! Let Myra Jane restore them to how they were!" The horse Karloff looked heavy and yelled at Lagers. "How many people can survive before the magic parade begins?" Lagerthus smiled and said that above the stone statue of Lucy, a ray of thunder gradually condensed. The next moment, the thunder exploded and landed directly next to Lucy, and the stage was instantly blasted into a big hole. This scene hit everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Lager thus. UBD. Natsu yelled at Laxus with an angry face. I think it's fine to use these women as hostages. If anyone dares to break the rules, I will smash them to pieces one by one. Laxus showed a sinister grin, and put his arms on Lucy's shoulders. Lager thus. This is not a joke. Who's kidding you? Old man. Lager thus let out a roar, and the three thunder gods also came in front of Lager thus. Glancing at the expressionless Luo Zhen not far away, then Fried stared at Ma Karloff and said, then let's see who is the strongest person with the tail of the girl. The rules are simple. The last person standing is the winner. Laxus showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes swept over everyone in the field, and finally fell on Luo Zhen. Of course, if you are willing to participate in this game, I am willing to. Although Laxus has been defeated many times in the hands of Luo Zhen, Laxus still refuses to accept. Having made sufficient preparations this time, Laxus believes that he has the ability to fight Luo Zhen. Oh! Then come and try. Luo Zhen raised his head, a smile appeared on his expressionless face. Isn't this great, I'm starting to burn. At this time, Natsu punched the table with a smile on his face, stood up, and looked at Laxus with fighting spirit in his eyes. I don't dislike your easygoing personality. Lager thus folded his arms and looked at Natsu in the audience with contempt. Stop talking nonsense. Come and fight me. Natsu grinned, his fists ignited with flames, and rushed straight to Laxus. Hey, you were defeated by Laxus before, have you forgotten? Max on the side hurriedly yelled at Natsu's back, trying to stop Natsu's behavior. That was when I was a kid. Natsu ignored it completely and rushed 467 towards Laxus. Obviously it happened at the end of last year. Seeing Natsu approaching in front of him, Lager thus glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and said lightly, but I just don't like talking big words. You better calm down. As Laxus's voice fell, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky, and fell straight on Natsu's body. In the crackling thunder, Natsu's figure fell from the sky. His whole body was emitting green smoke, his eyes were rolling and he was lying on the ground twitching. If you want the girls to recover, then defeat us first. The three thunder gods stood beside Laxus, their eyes proudly sweeping across the crowd. Evergreen covered half of his face with a fan, and said with a laugh. There are only 4 of us, and you have nearly 100. Bixlo chimed in, his magic item floating beside him. The time is set at 3 hours. If it exceeds the time, these girls will turn into gravel. Evergreen's laughter echoed throughout the guild. The scope of the battle is the entire Magnolia. As long as we find it, we will start fighting. Lager thus folded his arms and stood on the stage announcing the rules of the battle. Chapter 93. The stable Carlo, who had been silent all this time, began to swell up. The stable Carlo, who had used the gigantic magic, let out a roar, and punched Laxus on the stage with one punch. The angry punch directly shattered the stage, splashing wooden blocks everywhere. Lager thus. How long are you going to mess around? Laxus's figure turned into a bolt of thunder and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already on the 2nd floor. Laxus smiled grimly, looked at the horse Carlo and shouted loudly, Old man, I told you before, don't be in such a hurry. This is just a sideshow, enjoy it. Goblins. Laxus laughed wildly, and a flash of thunder completely enveloped the figures of the thunder gods and the others. When the thunder light dissipated, the figures of Laxus and others had disappeared from everyone's sight. Fairy tale battle. Beginning. Laxus's voice still echoed in the guild, but the figures of several people had completely disappeared. Leaving everyone staring at each other, the veins on Carlo's forehead were bulging, and his titanic body was trembling slightly. Obviously, he was very angry with Laxus. I didn't expect Laxus to do such a thing. Damn it! There must be a way to save my sister and the others. Alfman was already jumping in a hurry, about to rush out of the guild in a hurry. Grab Lager thus. Go and defeat the thunder gods. Biska, just wait, I will definitely save you. Altsak looked sullenly, looking at the petrified Biska on the stage, his eyes were gloomy. He turned his head and rushed out of the guild with everyone, looking for Thunder God and others. The BD! The BD! Let me stop him! Carlos Ma was trembling slightly, turned his head with a sullen face and rushed out of the guild. But at the moment when he came to the gate of the guild, Carlos the horse stopped as if he had hit a wall. Damn it! So it's Freed's warlock. Spell? What is that? There was one person left in the guild who came to Carlo the horse and looked at the empty wall in front of him. A spell is a kind of enchantment, and it will issue rules to people inside the enchantment. If you don't follow the rules, you will not be able to leave the enchantment. Ma Karloff was sullen, he didn't expect Laxus to be so well prepared. Writing spells takes a lot of time, so it's not suitable for quick battles. As for this magical enchantment, Fried has no idea when it was written down. Is there no way to destroy it? Chairman. Hearing Ma Karloff's explanation, Litas was very surprised and asked quickly. The rules of the spell are absolute. Ma Karloff was sullen, and he was no longer able to participate in this battle. Ma Karloff quickly turned his head and looked into the guild, only to see that Erza on the stage had also disappeared. Laxus took Erza away with him. Ma Karloff glanced around the guild, and quickly asked Litas, "Hey! Have you seen Luo Zhen?" Did not see Luo Zhen's figure, Ma Karloshan's eyes were slightly worried. No, after Laxus disappeared, Luo Zhen also disappeared. Litas shook his head, indicating that he hadn't seen Luo Zhen just now. Damn it! Luo Zhen won't be involved in Laxus's plan. Ma Carlos was a little worried, because Luo Zhen who had been silent just now made Ma Carlos's heart beat. If Luo Zhen also participated in Laxus's plan, then it would be impossible to win this battle. At this time, a line of words gradually emerged above the air at the door of the guild. All people over the age of 80 and stone statues are prohibited from entering and leaving. Lager thus, you are really difficult to deal with. Looking at the words floating above his head, Carlos Ma's face was cloudy and uncertain. Maybe, Natsu can. Ma Karloff set his eyes on Natsu, who was still smoking and temporarily in a coma. If only Erza was here. Scanning around the stone statue on the stage, Carlos the horse was extremely helpless. Litas. Why are you still here? Go out and find the thunder gods. Looking at Litas beside him, Carlos the horse yelled at him. Litas was silent, and then he lowered his head and whispered to the horseman Carlos, "I'm afraid of Laxus." Seeing the fearful eyes of Litas, Gong fell down. Then quickly help me go to Dongfang Senlin and find Poliasika, she may have medicine to cure petrification. Litas nodded, and then left the guild. Watching Litas leave, Ma Karloff came to Happy's Natsu. Pushing Natsu's body, Natsu opened his eyes blankly. At a glance, he saw Carlo the horse beside him. Old man, where's that guy from Laxus? Natsu opened his eyes and jumped up, and the light scanned the guild. But he couldn't find the figure of Laxus, and asked the horseman Carlos full of anger. Just bet on your potential. Looking at the active Natsu, Ma Karloff thought to himself, and then said to Natsu, "Natsu. The festival has begun. Lager thus is somewhere in Magnolia, go beat him up, please." Pointing to the empty door, Ma Karloff shouted loudly. "No problem." Natsu was full of fighting spirit, rushed to the door and rushed out to hook. At this moment, Natsu's body suddenly hit the air. What? How can it be? Natsu bumped his head against Fried's technique, looking at the empty wall in front of him wonderingly. Ma Karloff looked surprised, and said to Nake in shock, "Could it be that you are over 80 years old? It's all my fault, I failed to teach this child well." Seeing Natsu's constant smashing of the wall, Carlos the horse looked disappointed, his eyes were full of loneliness, he raised his head with a bitter smile on his face. Ma Karloff never imagined that when he was a child, he obviously liked Laxus in fairy tale so much. We'll do something like this now. Chapter 94. Damn it! Lager thus. Let me out. Natsu kept tapping on the invisible wall in front of him. Happy kept going in and out of the air wall, holding Natsu's hand and walking outside. But in any case, there is no way to break through the limitation of this wall. Natsu slumped helplessly on the ground, looking extremely puzzled. Punching heavily on the ground in front of him, Natsu raised his head and shouted towards the sky, "Damn it's Laxus! Are you afraid that you won't be able to beat me, so you dare not let me out?" Accompanied by Natsu's roar, only silence answered him. Laxus had left Fairy Tail by this time. At this time, Laxus was standing on the steps of Magnolia Cathedral with his arms folded. He looked at Luo Zhen in front of him solemnly. Luo Zhen stepped forward and checked Erza, who passed out. "No big deal, just fainted from Evergreen's magic. You can wake up after a short rest. Are you here to beat me?" Laxus folded his arms and looked at Luo Zhen with solemn and vigilant eyes. Although he knew that Luo Zhen's strength was very strong, Laxus didn't have the slightest fear. With a fighting spirit in his eyes, he said to Luo 477 in a deep voice. Luo Zhen spread his hands and hugged Princess Erza. "I don't seem to need me in this battle. The strength of Fairy Tail is not as strong as you imagined." Saying that, Luo Zhen hugged Erza, turned his head and left here. Looking at the back of Luo Zhen leaving, Laxus gritted his teeth. "Damn it! How dare you underestimate me?" Because of Luo Zhen's words, Laxus became short of breath. Thinking that Luo Zhen is looking down on him, the current Fairy Tail is except for Luo Zhen, the old man Carlos and Gildarts. Laxus doesn't think anyone else can beat him. Now that Luo Zhen has voluntarily withdrew from the battle, Ma Erza was also brought back by Luo Zhen. The old man was also imprisoned by the spell he used freed, who else could be his opponent? Looking at the back of Luo Zhen leaving, the corners of Laxus's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "Since you have voluntarily given up, then I will accept the chairman position of Fairy Tail." Luo Zhen's back gradually, disappeared from Laxus's sight, and Laxus also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of Luo Zhen, Laxus was not worried about Luo Zhen intervening in this battle. "Although I have made perfect preparations, Luo Zhen is the variable." In cheerful Magnolia, the residents of the town are all happy for today's day. Today is the annual Harvest Festival, and it is also a festival of joy for everyone. On this day, Fairy Tail, the resident Wizards Guild in Magnolia, will also hold a magical parade. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the street. The residents were about to say hello to these mages, when suddenly a spell was opened on the ground. "Enclose all these mages in the spell." On this invisible wall, lines of words gradually appeared. "Only the strongest in the enchantment can leave." "Damn it! Is this going to make us kill each other? Damn it, when did Freed cast the spell? What trouble? What shall we do now?" Scenes like this are happening all over Magnolia. Being blocked in the enchantment of the spell, everyone's complexion was ugly for a while. If they were killing each other, wouldn't they fall into Laxus's conspiracy? But if you don't do it, then you won't be able to leave this enchantment. At this time, in a street, the three of them were locked in a spell. The faces of the three of them were heavy, and they looked at the words that emerged ugly. "What to do, Droid? Don't get excited, let's wait for others here." Two of the Shadow Gear squad looked ugly, looked at each other and said. At this time, there was only one person left with a heavy expression, his eyes swept over Droid and Sarusuke. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in his hand. The other two reacted immediately, and quickly distanced themselves from him. "What does Altsac want?" "Altsac, you don't really believe in this terminology. Then we fall into that BD Freed's trap." Droid and Salusu's expressions changed, and they looked at Altsac vigilantly and shouted. "I'm sorry, I have to save Biska." A little struggle flashed in Altsac's eyes, watching his former companion bite and drive the two of them. "Hey! Altsac, don't be fooled, we are comrades on the same front." "That's right, Altsac, don't be fooled by Laxus's plot. They just want to use this trick to reduce our numbers." The two looked at Altsac warily, trying to dissuade Altsac. Altsac struggled with his eyes, then became firm. Gun magic flash shooting. The magic circle condensed in his hands, and then he pulled out the pistol at his waist, and attacked Droid and Sarasu in a black and white manner. "Damn it! Since you have made a move, we will show no mercy." The two looked ugly and looked at each other. The bullets hit, and the two dodged one after another. Falcon Tianxiang. With a flash of Sarasuke's footsteps, his figure turned into an afterimage and rushed straight to Altsak. From the very beginning, Sarasuke used his strongest moves, and his fast speed turned his figure into an afterimage. Jumping high, he kicked straight at Altsak. At the same time, Droy didn't sit still, and scattered the seeds on the ground. Plant fist. The plants under their feet blinked and grew up, turning into fists and attacking Altsak. Altsak, a cowboy from the western continent, didn't panic at all, and his figure quickly dodged to dodge the attacks of the two. Gun magic tornado shot. With a sharp step on the ground, the whole person suddenly rose into the air. Two lasers shot out from his guns, heading for the droid. Chapter 95. With the lasing of two laser bullets, Altsak's figure fell from the sky to the ground. The half-kneeling Altsak put away his guns, and walked out of the barrier without looking back. Sorry. I must rescue Biska. With regret in his eyes, Altsak turned his head and glanced at Droy and Sarasuk who were lying on the ground. Immediately, the figure of Altsak resolutely walked towards the outside of the barrier. After Altsak defeated the two, the spell that trapped the three was released, and the result began to slowly dissipate. At the same time, the battle here also began to emerge on the magic wall at the entrance of the Fairy Tale Guild. Live broadcast to Maka Love in the form of text. Makarov's complexion was heavy, and his gloomy eyes fixed on the civil servants on the wall. Altsak vs Droy, Salusuk. Altsak wins. Lager thus. How dare you? The veins on Makarov's forehead bulged, and his face was full of anger. He punched the empty wall in front of him fiercely, and suddenly a series of magic words appeared on the air wall, blocking Makarov's fist. It is absolutely forbidden by Makarov to attack his guildmates. But Lager thus used this method to make the guildmates kill each other, which made Makarov even more angry. Heavy fists kept hitting the wall, but all of them were blocked by Fried's technique. Seeing Makarov hitting the wall angrily, Happy flew to Makarov with worry in his eyes. President, don't worry. Little Happy, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Makarov forced an ugly smile on his face, comforting Happy. But anyone with a discerning eye can see Makarov's unusual anger on Makarov's face. Happy puffed up her chest, waved her wings and floated in front of Makarov and said, President, don't worry. Fairy Tale is the best guild ever. Fairy Tale's companions are the best companions, they will definitely defeat Lagerthus and save everyone. Looking at Happy with his hands on his back, Makarov froze for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he reached out and rubbed Happy's head. Yes, Fairy Tale is the best wizard guild, I will trust my children and our companions. Makarov's eyes became firm, looking at the square outside the door where people were coming and going. Although Makarov fell silent, Natsu in the guild was still shouting and roaring Lagertha's name. Hello, Natsu. Calm down. With a dark face, Makarov watched Natsu running wildly in the guild, and the tables and chairs in the guild had been overturned by Natsu. With a livid face, Makarov punched Natsu on the head, knocking him to the ground. You brat! Stop playing and continue destroying the guild. Makarov yelled at Natsu, who was lying on the ground, with the veins on his forehead. Old man, unravel this spell. I'm going out to challenge Laxus. Natsu jumped up from the ground as if he was not injured, and kept hitting the invisible wall in front of him. As Natsu continued to collide, Wenji began to shine continuously above the sleeping style. But there is no sign of being damaged at all. Natsu, calm down. Since the formula has been written, you must abide by the rules of the formula. There is no way to untie the formula from the inside. Makarov glanced at Natsu, then sat cross-legged by the door with his arms folded. Trust our companions. Makarov closed his eyes and muttered to himself. In the city of Magnolia, wizards with fairy tale are constantly falling into Fried's spell. In desperation, everyone had no choice but to start a fight, but faced with their former companions. Everyone can't do anything to their companions. Cut, these people are real, just beat them down with your hands. Fried stood on the roof, and Bixlow beside him frowned, watching the mages in the street in front of them constantly attacking each other, but they didn't kill them at all. 0. Seeking flowers. Big Slow, are you fighting Evergreen? Can you kill the companions of Fairy Tail? Fried glanced at him, and then asked the cruel question. Asked by Fried, Big Slow fell silent immediately. We recognize the strength of Lagerthats, but facing the companions of the guild, I still have no way to kill them completely. Fried closed his eyes, with a slightly struggling look on his face. Big Slow and Evergreen beside him also fell silent. 0. They agree with what Fried just said. The reason why they join Fairy Tail is that they are attracted by Fairy Tail and deeply love this guild. Later, he was impressed by the strength of Lagerthus, and voluntarily became Lagerthus's personal guard. They resisted the launch of this goblin civil war from the bottom of their hearts. Fried, now that things have happened, we can only follow Lagerthus all the way. Big Slow was silent for a moment, then reached out and patted Fried on the shoulder. Fried opened his eyes and nodded. Not continuing to speak. Okay, let's all disperse, the goblins are about to decide the winner, let's wait for our respective opponents. Fried's eyes swept across the street, and the spells he had set up were unraveled a lot. Presumably, quite a few wizards stood out. Big Slow and Evergreen nodded, and the figure disappeared on the roof with a swish. Luo Zhen was at home at this time, and his knowledge and domineering aura completely enveloped the entire Magnolia. The loud battle in Magnolia was all reflected in Luo Zhen's mind. At this moment, Erza, who had fainted, slowly woke up. After opening his eyes, Erza sat up abruptly, a long sword appeared in his hand, and looked around vigilantly. Chapter 96. Evergreen. Erza, who was lying on the sofa, opened his eyes suddenly, and immediately jumped up on the sofa, making an angry sound. With a flash of white light, a long sword appeared in Erza's hand, and his eyes scanned around vigilantly. There is no sign of Evergreen and several other girls around. The figure of Luo Zhen was sitting lazily on the recliner beside him, with his eyes closed as if he was resting. Erza put away the long sword in his hand, turned his head and was about to rush out of the house. Erza, where are you going? Luo Zhen didn't open his eyes, and asked the moment Erza stepped out of the door. Erza's footsteps stopped, and Erza, who stopped, turned his head and glanced at Luo Zhen with a complicated expression. Lagerthus 403 and the Thunder Gods are back, and they want to start a civil war in Fairy Tail. Erza looked at Luo Zhen with a complicated expression, and looked at Luo Zhen with a calm expression and said. Luo Zhen slowly opened his eyes, without any emotion in them, looking at Erza calmly. The two just looked at each other quietly. The next moment, Luo Zhen said, I know. Why didn't you stop Lagerthus? Erza frowned, and asked Luo Zhen. Because I want Fairy Tail as it is. Luo Zhen looked calmly at Erza and said. Erza's complexion changed slightly, he looked at Luo Zhen solemnly and said, are you also involved in the operation of Lagoses? If there is only one Lagerthus, it is still possible to defeat Lagerthus with Fairy Tail's companions alone. Although the Thunder Gods are very strong, Fairy Tail also has a lot of powerful mages, not worse than Lagerthats and Thors. Besides, her Erza is also an S-class mage, and she thinks that she is not much worse than Lagerthats. But if Luo Zhen also participated in Lagerthus's plan, then Erza felt that there was no chance of winning at all. Even Makarov may not be able to get benefits from Luo Zhen's hands. Not to mention the ordinary wizards of Fairy Tail. Although he is also an S-class mage like Luo Zhen, Erza is still ashamed of himself and knows the gap between himself and Luo Zhen. Under Erza's solemn gaze, Luo Zhen looked at Erza with an interested smile on his face and said, if I say yes, what will you do? Erza gritted his teeth, staring at Luo Xia. After a long silence, Erza's expression was very complicated. After a while, Erza suddenly raised his head, looked at Luo Zhen firmly and said, if that's the case, I will try my best to defeat you. Hand you over to the guild master. If you are expelled from the guild, I will accompany you to quit the guild. We promised to be together forever, but I won't allow you to hurt our beloved Fairy Tail. Erza's eyes were extremely firm, and he stood in front of Luo Zhen in armor. Looking at Erza's determined gaze, a smile appeared on Luo Zhen's face. Standing up on the recliner, the tall body stood in front of Erza. Stretching out his hand and rubbing Erza's long crimson hair, Luo Zhen said with a smile, don't worry, although I want to change fairy tale's current appearance, it is definitely not in such an extreme way. Real. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erza breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked Luo Zhen nervously. Luo Zhen rolled his eyes, stretched out his finger and flicked Erza's tender forehead. When did I lie to you? Erza breathed a sigh of relief, and glared at Luo Zhen. With a flash of white light, the long sword emerged in Erza's hand. Then I'm leaving, I'm going to defeat Laxus. Erza walked out of the room resolutely with a long sword in his hand. Luo Zhen looked at Erza's back helplessly, trying to stop Erza, but didn't speak. With a snap of his fingers, Bai Defumizi appeared beside Luo Zhen at the same time. You follow Erza, don't interfere with Erza's fight, but keep Erza safe. The homies nodded, their figures floating in the air. Dash outside the window, following Erza's figure. Although Erza spotted the homies as soon as they appeared, Erza did not let them leave. Knowing that it was Luo Zhen who asked them to protect him, Erza did not refuse Luo Zhen's kindness. After Erza left home, he quickly searched for Laxus in Margot lore. Soon I met Fairy Tale's companions on the street. After seeing Erza's figure, everyone immediately became overjoyed. If Erza can participate in this battle, then he will definitely win this time. Have you found Laxus and Thor? After seeing the companions of Fairy Tale, Erza hurriedly asked everyone. Everyone shook their heads and searched for Magnolia for a long time, but they didn't see any figures of Laxus and Thor. Erza's face was heavy, and he said to the crowd, then let's act separately, and we must find out Laxus and the Thors before the magic parade begins. Everyone echoed in unison, and Erza's joining made everyone feel awe-inspiring. Everyone was a little scared when facing Laxus, an S-class mage. But now that Erza, who is also a level 5 mage, has joined, let them feel that the combat power of the two sides is balanced after hitting 3.2. Suddenly, just as Erza was about to leave, a spell traps Erza and many wizards inside. Even the three homies in the sky cannot escape the enchantment of the spell. This is Freed's spell. Facing the spell, Erza's expression sank. As the wizard of Fairy Tale, Erza is quite familiar with Freed's spells. Suddenly, a word appeared on the barrier in front of him. Only the strongest mage within the barrier can leave. Erza's face sank, and he roared towards the empty surroundings, Freed. UBD. Do you want us to kill each other? Chapter 97. Freed. UBD. Do you want us to kill each other? Erza held a long sword, looked around with fury in his eyes, and was constantly searching for Freed. But Freed, who wrote the magic formula, left here long ago, and the complexions of the 10 wizards and Erza who were locked in the barrier suddenly turned ugly. Damn it! What should we do now? Do we really have to kill each other before we can leave? BD. Wouldn't you fall into Laxus's conspiracy? Doesn't he just want to weaken our numbers so that we can better increase their advantages? I can't believe how strong this technique is. Speaking of which, one of the mages raised his arm, and a fireball condensed in his heart. Accompanied by the loud explosion, the fireball directly penetrated the wall formed by the condensed spell. Explodes directly on the street. Damn it, not at all. What should we do now? Erza-08, I can only rely on you. At this moment, one of them glanced at the crowd swept over, and then looked at Erza with a serious expression. Everyone was slightly taken aback, and then fell silent. If you want to fight against Laxus, you can only rely on Erza. Everyone looked at each other. The next moment, a bad premonition suddenly rose in Erza's heart. I saw the mages shot one after another, but they didn't aim at the companions around them. The magic created wounds on his body, and in less than a moment, all the mages standing in front of Erza fell to the ground. Looking at the injured companions who fell to the ground, Erza looked at everyone in a daze. At this time, a magician forced himself to support himself, raised his head and grinned at Erza and said, Erza, it's up to you. As he also fainted, the enchantment formed by this technique was completely shattered in the next moment. Erza, who was suppressing his anger, had cold eyes, and turned his head to look at everyone who fell on the ground. Don't worry, I will take your will, and that fellow Turagaz will give you a good beating. As he said that, Erza quickly ran up the street, roaring angrily. Logger thus! UBD, come out to me! Erza's voice echoed through the streets of Magnolia, with the town's residents on both sides of the road. Seeing Erza running wildly on the street with a long sword in his hand, everyone hurriedly avoided to both sides of the street. What happened to Fairy Tale? The one just now is Erza, why is she looking for Logger that's? Who knows, Fairy Tale can come up with something new every day. That's right, if you don't make a lot of noise, then it's not Fairy Tale. The residents of the town seemed to be familiar with the noise of Fairy Tale, and Erza's strangeness didn't make them aware of it. Hey, Zeus, should we report this to the master? The task assigned to us by the master is to protect Erza. It's not that you don't know the master's ability, the master must know what happened here. Prometheus was a little worried. Looking at the furious Erza on the street, he couldn't help asking the two homies beside him. Zeus and Napoleon glanced at him, and then spoke. After listening to the two of them, Prometheus also fell silent. Indeed, their mission is to protect Erza. The spell has no effect on the three homies at all, they can enter and exit the spell freely. Perhaps because the three of them are not yet complete living bodies, the spell did not affect them. The figure galloped, and Erza kept leaping on the roof. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Grey. Erza? Why are you here? Seeing Grey's figure, Erza was overjoyed, but did not close the distance with Grey. Grey also knew about the problem with the technique, so he didn't stay close to Erza. Two people stood there far away, shouting from the air. Have you found Logger thus and Thor? Pulling away from Grey, Erza hastily asked Grey. Bixlo is ahead, I'm chasing him. Grey nodded, pointed in a direction not far away and shouted loudly. Understood. Take down Bixlo first. Erza nodded heavily, and after searching all the way, he finally found the figures of the thunder gods. With Erza's footsteps, his figure drew a graceful arc in the air, and rushed straight to the direction Grey was pointing at. Not long after, Bixlo appeared in Erza's sight. Bixlo! Stop me! Because of the magical barrier, Erza was full of anger at this time, and roared at Bixlo's back. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Guthrow's complexion changed slightly. Hey, are you kidding me? Joke 790. As Bixlo spoke, the magic item floating around him repeated his words. Erza! Bixlo, where's that guy from Logger thus? He stopped, knowing that he was not Erza's opponent in terms of speed. Guthrow looked at Erza solemnly. Erza roared at Bixlo's figure with an angry face. If you want to know where Logger thats is, then go find it yourself. Bixlo grinned, tongue sticking out of his mouth. It revealed the black guild crest engraved on his tongue. Then wait for me to take you down first. There was a flash of white light on Erza's body. He was dressed in Tianlun armor and stood opposite Shenghasalua with two swords in his hands. Bring it on. His expression was serious, but Bixlo wasn't afraid at all. Let me see where the gap between me and you is. Bixlo's eyes lit up with a fighting spirit. As a member of the Thors of the Lagos's Guard, Bixlo is very powerful. Sword of Tianlun. Erza holds two swords, and looks straight at Guthrow's figure. Under the exposure of the sun, the long sword flickered with cold light. Chapter 98. Sword of Tianlun. Erza was dressed in Tianlun armor, stomped on the roof, and rushed straight to Bixlo. Come on, let me see how strong you can be as a level 5 mage alongside Logger thats. Bixlo also had excited eyes, looking at Erza with awe-inspiring look. The 5 figures next to him float beside Bixlo. Come on. The puppet kept repeating Bixlo's words, and the mechanical voice echoed in Erza's ears. The long sword slashed at Bixlo's side, but Bixlo barely avoided it. Line formation. Bixlo waved his right hand, and the 5 puppets floating beside him suddenly came out of the pupa, arranged in a straight line and floated in front of him. The next moment, the puppet's mouth spit out rays one after another, directly bombarding Erza. Erza walked lightly, easily dodging the ray attack. It's not over yet. Bixlo roared, and then manipulated the 5 puppets to rearrange. Formation X. The dolls quickly rearranged and turned into an X formation, lasers shot out from their mouths. Constantly bombard Erza. Change, withdraw armor. Knowing that it was impossible to avoid melee attacks until Big Slow, Erza directly put on his most powerful armor. Against the lasing rays, the laser keeps moving forward. The ray laser bombarded Erza's huge shield continuously, but there was no way to break through Erza's defense at all. Seeing Erza approaching step by step, Jangus Ro did not lie at all. Just as Erza approached a certain distance, Big Slow directly manipulated his puppet to rearrange. Victory formation. Big Slow stuck out his tongue, his eyes flashed wildly. The next moment, the 5 puppets turned into an afterimage and rushed straight to Erza. Because of the short distance, the doll quickly reached Erza's side. 5 dolls float around Erza, enveloping Erza. Erza's expression froze, looking at the 5 puppets surrounding him, he didn't sit still at all. Change and amplify armor. A burst of white light flashed on Erza's body, and then a brand new armor appeared. The 5 puppets surrounding Erza also began to accumulate laser rays in their mouths, and they wanted to use this trick to completely eliminate Erza. Hey, Erza is in danger. Don't we need to help? Why are you panicking? Erza is not limited to this level. In the sky, Zeus looked at Erza surrounded by puppets, and shouted to Prometheus and Napoleon in a panic. Napoleon glanced at Zeus, not worried about Erza at all. After being scolded by Napoleon for a while, Zeus also calmed down, but he still looked at Erza below with some worry. I saw Erza wearing crystal clear armor, without any weapons and armors in his hands. I will accept your head. There was excitement in Big Slow's eyes, and the loud sound of the wind accompanied his excitement. All the dolls sprayed out a dazzling laser beam from their mouths. The 5 dolls shot out rays at the same time, and shot towards Erza who was surrounded by them. The dazzling ray completely enveloped Erza in the blink of an eye, and Erza's figure in the ray could no longer be seen. When the ray stopped, Big Slow roared excitedly. Very good. The 5 puppets returned to Big Slow's side and kept repeating Guthlow's words. Great! 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 At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the smoke and dust. Big Slow didn't even see the action of this figure clearly, she had already appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. A heavy punch hit Big Slow in the chest. Big Slow only felt a tight pain in his chest, and the next moment he flew upside down from the roof. He slammed into the wall next to the street. Big Slow wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Erza standing on the roof with shock in his eyes. How is it possible? Why are you fine? Big Slow looked at Erza in shock, but his body was a little charred, and he couldn't see any injuries at all. This armor is a piece of armor treasured by the Senate, which can greatly enhance the user's abilities in all aspects. I just added strength, speed, etc. to the defense, and barely blocked your attack. Lusa stood on the roof with her right hand akimbo, looking down at Big Slow. The sun shone on Erza's back, and the glaring sunlight made it impossible for Guthrow to see Erza's face at all. Big Slow grinned suddenly, and jerked off the mask on his head. Forget it, it's all over. There was a blue gleam in Big Slow's eyes. The next moment, Erza's eyes were suddenly in a trance. Take it. Just when Erza was in a trance, the 5 dolls suddenly floated up. The mouth is always condensed with laser rays. Shoot straight at Erza. Maybe Erza didn't expect Big Slow to kill him at all, so he was bombarded directly by the laser at this moment. The laser beam exploded fiercely, and Erza's figure flew out backwards. Zhao Hao hit Feng heavily on the roof. Seeing that Erza was injured, the 3 homies in the air couldn't sit still anymore, and they were about to come down from the air immediately. Zeus! You are not allowed to interfere with me. Just as the 3 homies were about to land, Erza stood up with his hands on the ground, got up with a gloomy expression, and knelt on the roof with one knee. He lowered his head and shouted at the 3 homies in the air. Zeus and the others looked at each other and stopped their movements. Erza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up and walked towards Big Slow step by step. And in order to prevent Big Slow's modeling eyes, Erza deliberately used the magic of dressing up to make a face. Seeing Erza deliberately covering his eyes with a mask, Big Slow couldn't help but twitch his mouth. My old background is really clear. Chapter 99. See Erza put on a mask to cover his eyes. Big Slow's mouth twitched slightly. My old background has really been figured out. The modeling eye is Big Slow's whole card, and now the modeling eye has no effect on Erza. And the magic that he was good at couldn't hurt Erza at all, Big Slow smiled wryly. But before Big Slow could think about life, Erza had already swooped towards Big Slow. The footsteps slammed on the roof, as fast as falling. Erza quickly came to Big Slow, clenched his fists, and his strength was instantly increased several times. Wrapped in shining armor, his fist was clenched and he punched Big Slow's chest. With a loud noise, Guthro was hit in the chest by Erza's punch. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and both of them were shrouded in smoke and dust. In the smoke and dust, several laser rays continuously lost, piercing through several large holes in the smoke and dust. Erza dodged the puppet's attack, and also took the opportunity to distance Guthro and Erza. Clutching his painful chest, Big Slow looked at Erza's figure, turned his head and ran away without any hesitation. Not an opponent at all. Seeing that Big Slow was about to run away, Erza ran after him. Under the enhancement of the augmentation armor, Erza's speed is extremely fast. Soon stopped in front of Big Slow. After stopping Big Slow, Erza put on a fighting posture, looked at him solemnly and asked, "Where is that evergreen guy?" Because Myra Jane and others have been petrified, Erza wants to find Evergreen first at this moment and ask her to release the petrification magic. Big Slow, who was stopped, did not continue to escape, and suddenly grinned. Pointing to Erza's back, he said, "Here, there it is." As he said that, Erza suddenly noticed that there were laser beams shooting towards him from behind. Fairy machine gun, goblin. Erza hurriedly dodged to dodge, and rolled out on the ground in a state of embarrassment. Just as Erza was approaching, a series of light bombs had already bombarded the place where Erza was standing. Erza turned his head and saw that Evergreen appeared behind Erza at some point. Evergreen held a small fan and looked at Erza with a smile on his face. "What's the matter, our fairy queen, what can I do for you?" Evergreen lifted his glasses and looked at Erza, who was in a panic. "Evergreen, remove your petrification magic." Erza stood up, pointing at Evergreen and shouting. "But why?" Evergreen looked at Erza with a playful look on his face. "Erza, don't even think about fighting me. My petrified eyes can completely smash those guys in the guild here, and then those guys will never be able to save them again." Evergreen held his glasses, looked at Erza with a smile and said. Hearing Evergreen's words, Erza's complexion sank slightly. In addition, when Big Slow came to Evergreen's side at this time, Erza's face became even more serious. "Evergreen, I don't believe you're going to spoil your guildmates." Erza took a deep breath and slowly stepped out of the cover of the wall. Seeing Erza coming out, Evergreen was about to attack Erza. The arm that was suddenly pulled by Big Slow at the side. Evergreen turned to stare at Big Slow, really wanting to say something. Suddenly saw, Big Slow pointing his finger at the sky. He raised his head and looked towards the sky, only to see three figures floating above Erza's head. The three figures were grinning ferociously, as if they were about to attack the two of them in the next moment. Evergreen's face paused, and then he lowered his raised arm. These three figures are exactly Zeus and the three of them. Zeus was already thundering all over his body at this time, and looked at the two of Evergreen with a grin on his face. "Do it. As long as you dare to hurt the partners of the guild, I will definitely hack you to death." Zeus grinned on his ferocious face, and stared at Evergreen with lightning flashing all over his body, and said with a grin. Evergreen and Big Slow glanced at each other, their expressions were a bit ugly. These three guys, the two of them can't deal with it at all. Not to mention there is an Erza. Evergreen can threaten Erza with the safety of his guildmates. But there was no way to threaten Zeus and the three of them. Evergreen's complexion was uncertain, and he stared angrily at the three Zeus in the air. "I don't believe you really dare." Evergreen was still struggling, Lee said restrainedly. "If you dare, let the thunder gods bury them with them." Zeus grinned grinningly, and Prometheus beside him was also full of flames. Compared with the grinning Prometheus and Zeus, Napoleon on the side is much quieter. There is a cold light in the eyes, and the eyes are as sharp as the light of a knife. "Let's go." Evergreen's face was livid, and he exchanged a glance with Big Slow, and his figure flew straight into the air. A pair of wings grew behind her, and she was about to leave here waving them. Bixlo stared blankly at the back of Evergreen leaving, and shouted with a livid face, "UBD, are you going to abandon me? Bixlo, do it yourself." Saying that, Evergreen's figure started to speed up. Zeus! Prometheus, Napoleon! I'll leave Evergreen to you three. Erza put on a fighting posture and watched Shangasalo yell at Demitsi. The three of Zeus looked at each other, their faces a little embarrassed. But Erza continued, "You don't care about my safety, stop Evergreen for me." Erza's deep voice echoed in the ears of the three of them. After a while of psychological struggle, the three of them decided to chase Evergreen. Seeing the disappearance of the three homies, Erza then said to Bixlo, "Come on, let's continue our battle." Chapter 100. Come on! Let's continue our fight. The three homies chased after Evergreen, leaving only Erza and Bixlo behind. Erza was wearing a shining armor, looked at Bixlo sharply and said. Bixlo smiled bitterly and waved his hand at Erza. He sat down not far from Erza, and the 5 dolls lurking beside him also stopped attacking and returned to Bixlo's side one after another. Seeing Bixlo's strange behavior, Erza did not act rashly, and stared at him sharply. "I'm not your opponent, I don't have the strength to fight you anymore." Bixlo smiled bitterly, clutching his chest with an ugly expression on his face. Just now Erza's punch had severely injured his internal organs, and now that it has been dragging on for so long, Bixlo has no strength to continue fighting. Seeing that Bixlo's face became a little pale, he sat on the ground extremely limp. Erza's expression moved, struggling to look at Bixlo who was about to faint. Sighing, Erza took out a flare from behind him. A dazzling firework exploded in the air. This is the signal agreed upon by the companions that Erza met on the road before. As long as Erza fires the signal flare, the surrounding companions will rush towards here soon. Not long after, several wizards from Fairy Tale appeared in Erza's sight. Erza quickly waved to the crowd, pointing at Bixlo who was sitting on the ground and was about to pass out. "Quick, you guys take Bixlo to the hospital." Looking at Bixlo who was about to faint, Fairy Tale's companions did not hesitate at all, they carefully helped him up and rushed towards the nearest hospital. After being taken away by his companions in Bixlo, the little bit of consciousness left made him forcefully look away. Looking at a mask that appeared not far away, Bixlo pointed weakly at the mask and said, "Don't look into my eyes, help me bring the mask back." The crowd handed the mask to Bixlo and watched him put it on. Because everyone is a mage, and they are very familiar with the road of Magnolia. Even though Magnolia was very crowded these days, everyone arrived at the hospital very quickly. While the doctor was treating Bixlo, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wait at the door for the doctor to come out. After a while, Bixlo covered his chest with his palm, still feeling some tightness in his chest. When everyone saw Bixlo's figure coming out, they hurried forward to ask. Seeing everyone's concerned eyes, Bixlo lowered his head with some guilt. He murmured to the crowd and asked, "We have treated you like this, why do you still save me?" Everyone looked at each other, and then burst out laughing. "What are you talking about, Bixlo? We are all wizards of Fairy Tale, we are a family, who would refuse to save their own family members?" Looking at the smiling faces of the crowd, Bixlo felt even more guilty. Opening his mouth, Bixlo wanted to say something, but it seemed that something was stuck in his throat and he didn't know how to speak. At this time, someone seemed to have noticed Bixlo's appearance, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Erza will give Laxus a good beating, and then bring him back." "That's right, we are a family, we will not give up Laxus. Laxus is just a naughty boy in our family, we don't hold grudges against him for it." Looking at the smiling faces of the crowd, Bixlo couldn't help being infected by the crowd. "Thanks." At this moment, seeing Guthro seemed to wake up. He chose to follow Laxus because of the power of Laxus. But at this moment, he was deeply infected by everyone in Fairy Tale. "Okay, Bixlo, you have a good rest, we don't want to continue the banquet when you are well." One of them patted Bixlo on the shoulder, and then he yelled at everyone to walk out of the hospital in unison. 0, seeking flowers 0. They still have to look for other people, and because of the freed technique, there are probably many wounded. They also had to find other injured people and take them to the hospital. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Bixlo couldn't help muttering to himself, and said bitterly, "Logger thus, you are wrong, we are all wrong." On the streets of Magnolia, Erza was chasing Zeus and the others all the way. Because of the booster armor, Erza is very fast. The whole person turned into an afterimage and kept running and jumping on the roof. Evergreen is also constantly fleeing under the pursuit of Zeus and the others. Soon, AI Lucy caught up with Evergreen. Zeus. Looking at Evergreen and the three homies flying in the air, Erza quickly shouted at Zeus. "Erza, here I come." With a sudden break, Zeus stopped directly, turned his head and rushed towards Erza. Stopping in front of Erza, before Erza could speak, Zeus said, "Erza, I can already feel the breath of Logger thus, it's over there, let Evergreen be the three of us, you just go deal with Logger that's." Because Zeus was once fed by Loggerses, he was extremely sensitive to the breath of Loggerses. As long as he is close to Loggerses at a certain distance, Zeus can perceive his approximate location. Erza looked at Zeus in a daze, and was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, these words would come from Zeus's mouth. But looking back, it was only normal to say it from Zeus's mouth. If you had changed to Puro and you lived Napoleon ruthlessly, it would be absolutely impossible for you to say such a thing. Among the three homies, Zeus is the most stupid one. But also one of the most human emotions. Erza nodded heavily, and stretched out his palm to caress Zeus' body. "Then leave it to you." Chapter 101. Erza smiled, reached out and stroked Zeus's head lightly, and said to Zeus with a smile, "Then I'll leave it to you." Zeus nodded heavily, his whole body surged with lightning, and he yelled, "Leave it to me." As he spoke, he turned into a ray of lightning and chased after Evergreen's figure. Seeing the back of Zeus disappear, Erza's expression became serious. With a step, he ran all the way in the direction Zeus just pointed. Not long after, Erza came under the cathedral in Magnolia. Magnolia's cathedral is built on the side of a mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Erza could clearly see the lightning surge halfway up the mountain, accompanied by bursts of thunderclaps and continuous flickering. Logger says, "I'm coming to 970. Erza took a deep breath, and then resolutely embarked on the mountain climbing road. Erza's speed is very fast, but after a while, he came to the halfway up the mountain. Looking at the cathedral in front of him, Erza frowned, and at a glance, he saw Laxus sitting on the steps not far away. "You're here, Elmi." Laxus lowered his eyes, as if he knew Erza would come here a long time ago. "Logger thus, stop your behavior." Erza's face was sullen. At this moment Erza didn't want to dissuade Laxus from turning back. Logger thus grinned, raised his head and said to Erza, "Stop? How can it be stopped? Under the old man's management, Fairy Tale has become a low-level guild. Even some unknown and low-level guilds can laugh at Fairy Tale." The veins on Lagerth's forehead popped out. How much he loved this guild in his heart, Lagerth's was so angry at this moment. He recalled a dark guild that had been destroyed not long ago. He had never heard of the name of that guild, but he was afraid to laugh at Fairy Tale in public. After that, Laxus led the Thunder Gods to the door, and completely wiped out this dark guild in the blink of an eye. Not a single one survived. Logger thus, do you have to live in the eyes of others? Erza had a heavy complexion, clenched his fists, and shouted at Laxus. "No, I'm not living in the eyes of others, I just want to change the status quo of Fairy Tale. I want to make Fairy Tale the most powerful wizard guild in the Fiori Kingdom. The Wizards Guild that everyone must respect. This is my ideal Fairy Tale." Laxus raised his hands high, his eyes filled with madness. "You're crazy, you're really crazy." Looking at the crazy Laxus, Erza couldn't help but took 2 steps back. He still wanted to say something, but a thunderbolt suddenly blasted down from the air, heading straight for Erza. Erza's complexion changed, and the figure quickly avoided it. The embarrassing posture made Laxus grin, with disdain in his eyes. "Erza, if you still want to preach to me, then knock me down here first, or you will die here." Laxus folded his arms, and the lightning on his body began to surge continuously, as if thunder snakes were spreading across Lagarthus' body. "If you are stubborn, I will beat you up and take you back to the president to admit your mistake." Erza gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Lagarthus. "Thunder." Seeing Erza's harsh words, Lagarthus didn't say much. A streak of thunder light descended from the sky, constantly bombarding Erza. Erza hastily dodged and jumped to avoid the thunder and lightning attacks one after another. "You can only run, you can't beat me like this." Lagarthus folded his arms, looked at the embarrassed Erza and said contemptuously. The insolent words reached Erza's ears, but Erza was not irritated at all. "Change, Thunder Emperor's armor." A white light flashed on his body, and a golden armor appeared on Lagos's body. Thunder Emperor's spear. Holding a long gun, Erza went straight to the figure of Lagarthus. Facing the pain from the thunder and lightning on his body, the spear in his hand exuded huge power, and ruthlessly aimed at Lagos's. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, a burst of thunder condensed on the tip of the gun. Lagarthus clenched his fist and punched the spear in Erza's hand. The collision of the fist and the tip of the gun made a violent explosion. Along with that, Erza was knocked back a few steps. "Dress up, heavenly armor." Knowing that it is impossible to defeat Lagarthus with blind defense, Erza decisively gave up defense. Holding two swords, sharp blades appeared behind Ulu. Tianlun dazzling sword. Countless sharp blades turned into sword lights, heading straight for Lagarthus' figure. The sword light condensed and continuously exploded beside Lagarthus. But these sword lights passed through Lagarthus' figure one by one and couldn't hit them at all. Too slow. Lagarthus' figure flashed, and a thunderous sound rang in his ears. I saw Lagarthus coming behind Erza, and the thunder light condensed on his fist until Erza was punched in the forehead. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. Lagarthus hit Erza's forehead with his fist with all his strength. If this blow hits, Erza will lose the ability to fight even if he is not dead. Change and amplify armor. However, at the moment Lagarthus punched, Erza seemed to have seen a 3.1, put on the augmentation armor in advance, and made an evasive movement in advance. Under Luo Zhen's teaching, Erza also learned to be domineering and domineering. Although Erza is not very good at using the armed color domineering, but Erza's comprehension is quite high in the aspect of knowledge color domineering. Lagarthus' fist missed Erza, and then another fist made an uppercut, which went straight to Erza's stomach. With a twist, he narrowly avoided the punch. And just in the middle of Lagarthus's attack, Erza clenched his fist and punched Lagarthus in the cheek at the moment when Lagarthus had no time to withdraw his fist. Heavy fists landed on Lagarthus's face, and Lagarthus's figure flew upside down in an instant. Chapter 102. A punch hit Lagarthus's face heavily, and Lagarthus's cheeks were deformed. Under the augmentation of the augmentation armor, Erza's power has been multiplied several times. The punch down made Lagarthus feel a little uncomfortable. It slammed heavily on the steps behind him, and the steps were directly shattered due to the great force. To say that this cathedral is also a bit of bad luck. It was here that Luo Zhen was the examiner for the S-level assessment. The fight between Erza and Xhen at the time almost spilled over here, thanks to love really getting them out of here. Otherwise the church would have been rebuilt because of the battle between Erza and Xhen. And now Lagarthus has chosen this place as the battle location. With the destructive power of the battle between Erza and Lagarthus, it is obviously impossible to have a chance of surviving here. Lagarthus stood up and rubbed his cheeks. Erza's punch made Lagarthus feel a little uncomfortable. Spit out a mouthful of bloody saliva, Lagarthus's face was full of anger, and the thunder snake surged on his body. Good. You've got me excited. There was a fighting spirit in Lagarthus's eyes, and the roaring thunder began to accumulate in the air. Even in the town of Magnolia, one can feel this destructive power. That's the magic of Lagarthus. It must be Erza Lagarthus, now he is playing against Lagarthus. Come on, Erza, beat up that BD. The wizards of fairy tale noticed this place immediately, with expectations in their eyes, they muttered to themselves while looking at the thunder that was galloping in the distance. Resounding across the sky was the roar of summoning thunder and lightning, which fell from the sky and reduced everything to ashes. Lagarthus muttered to himself, and as Laxus's voice fell, the thunder in the sky began to surge continuously. Thunder overwhelms the raging waves. A large amount of lightning gathered above Erza's head, and roaring thunder poured down. The thick thunderbolts that were as thick as buckets slammed down, and Erza could only dodge passively. This level of magic does not dare to resist forcefully. If Erza is hit by a thunderbolt, Erza's actions will be restrained. And the next moment there will be a lot of thunder coming continuously. Erza dodges with difficulty. With the augmentation armor, Erza's speed has increased several times, but his speed is still not enough to face thunder. He dodged with difficulty, but was still struck by several thunderbolts. Erza endured the pain and dodged Laxus's attack. Laxus did not continue to show mercy either. The thunder and lightning condensed on his fists. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. One dodged in front of Erza, and punched Erza with a heavy punch. With the power of thunder, Erza raised his arms and crossed in front of himself. The powerful force still knocked Erza into the air and hit the ground heavily. Erza fell to the ground, but the thunder in the sky did not stop at all, and poured down on Erza violently. In an instant, Erza's position was covered by thunder all over the sky, and the thick thunder like buckets poured down, all pouring into the ground. Laxus folded his arms and watched this scene with a sneer. When the thunder cloud gradually dissipated, Erza was scorched black all over. The radiant booster armor also became dim at this moment. The energy of the augmented armor was exhausted at this moment, and Erza strengthened all his strength to his own defense. Standing up tremblingly, Erza had a smear of blood on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Laxus solemnly. He could no longer move his arm and a leg was injured. Today's Erza is no longer an opponent of Laxus's. How is it, Erza? I'll spare you once for Luo Zhen's sake, as long as you admit defeat. Laxus folded his arms, stood on the steps and looked down at Erza, with contempt in his eyes. Spit to the side, Erza's eyes were firm. He looked at Laxus viciously and said, "This is the task assigned to me by the president, to bring you back in front of him." Laxus's complexion suddenly darkened, and he looked at Erza fiercely. At this moment, he doesn't think about Luo Zhen anymore. Thunder and lightning surged all over his body, and Laxus's eyes were full of murderous intent. "Okay, then I will fulfill you." Laxus opened his mouth, and lightning condensed in his mouth. The roar of the thunder dragon. A mouthful of breath spewed out, converging into a thunder tornado. Thunder breath spewed out from Laxus's mouth, directly killing Erza. The ground was shattered and exploded by the power of the thunder breath. Erza's right leg was completely useless. Seeing the breath of thunder that was close at hand, a smile appeared on Erza's face. The moment the thunder breath hit Erza, the breath exploded instantly. It turned into thunderbolts and dissipated in the air. "You finally came." Erza was limp and fell directly to the ground. At the last moment of fainting, Erza said such a sentence. At the moment Erza was about to fall to the ground, a figure appeared beside Erza, supporting Erza's body. He gently hugged Erza aside. "Silly girl, what are you doing so desperately?" Luo Zhen looked helplessly at the injured Erza, and gently wiped the scorched black on Erza's face with the palm of his hand. He hugged Erza aside, completely ignoring Laxus, whose body was surging with lightning. "Hey, Q!" Laxus's eyes were full of anger. He looked at Luo Zhen's back and roared angrily. Glancing at Laxus, Luo Zhen immediately turned his head away to carefully examine Erza's injuries. Although the last breath missed Erza, Laxus's magic with all his strength still caused Erza to suffer serious injuries. The right hand and right leg were most seriously injured. Boom! There was a thunder, and a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky, hitting the village doctor at Luo Zhen's back. "Stop looking down on me." Chapter 103. Stop looking down on me. Laxus roared angrily, looking at Luo Zhen who was ignoring him with anger surging in his eyes. A thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck Luo Zhen directly. Putting Erza on the ground, Luo Zhen stood up. Just when the thunder was about to hit him, Luo Zhen swung his fist into the air. The thunder exploded, and the bucket-thick thunder was directly crushed by Luo Zhen's punch. Turning into the sky, lazy dissipated in the air. Luo Zhen looked calm, and walked towards Laxus step by step. "Laxus, it's over. Luo Zhen's expression was unusually calm, and he looked at Laxus lightly and said. Laxus grinned, with a fighting spirit on his face. Thunderbolts rose above Magnolia. The spheres of light formed by the thunders condensed and enveloped the entire Magnolia. Laxus looked at Luo Zhen, who was taller and stronger than himself, and said with a smile on his face, there are 300 magic crystals full of thunder magic power in the sky of Magnolia. Destroy the entire Magnolia in an instant. Laxus raised his hands high and looked at Luo Zhen with a ferocious expression on his face. So now you still have a way to stop me? Luo Zhen. Laxus looked at Luo Zhen with a crazy face and yelled. By the way, I have to remind you that you don't want to use brute force to destroy these magic crystals. Before these magic crystals full of thunder magic power are activated, if you fail to destroy the magic crystals at the same instant, then they will be activated immediately. Then the whole of Magnolia will cease to exist. Laxus looked at Luo Zhen jokingly, as if he wanted to see horror and solemnity on Luo Zhen's face. But Laxus was disappointed. Luo Zhen watched all this with a calm expression. He didn't show any panic at all because of Laxus' behavior. Laxus' complexion sank, he stared at Luo Zhen and said, are you still trying to stop me now? Luo Zhen, I invite you again to change this fairy tale with me. You are very powerful. Together we will be able to make fairy tale the entire kingdom of Fiori. No. The most powerful wizard guild in the entire world. Staring at Luo Zhen firmly, Laxus said to Luo Zhen again. I really want to change the current appearance of fairy tale. Although our purpose is the same, our philosophy is different. At this time, Luo Zhen finally spoke, without any waves in his eyes, he looked at Laxus and said. You treat your guildmates as worthless, but I regard them as family members. Fairy tale gave us warmth when Erza and I were helpless. I will never do anything to hurt fairy tale. Luo Zhen's eyes were calm, and he looked at Laxus lightly and said. After a moment of silence, Laxus raised his head abruptly, waved his hands and shouted, what companions, what family members? It's because the old man took him in everywhere that fairy tale has fallen to this point. I won't tolerate the existence of incompetent mages in fairy tale. There is no need to say any more, Laxus, since you have won the position of president first, then let's do it. Luo Zhen shook his head, seeing Laxus' crazy look, he immediately hooked Laxus. I think so too. Laxus grinned, and the thunder from his body kept gushing out. Completely shrouded the figure of Laxus in it. Thunder overwhelms the raging waves. A shot is a big move, thunderbolts poured down, constantly bombarding Luo Zhen's body. Under the same move, the responses of Luo Zhen and Erza are quite different. Erza struggled to dodge Thunder's attack before, and was very embarrassed. But Luo Zhen moved his steps gently, as if walking in the sky full of thunder. Every time I walk, I can pass by the thunder that falls from the sky. The roar of the thunder dragon. Laxus also knew that Luo Zhen should not be allowed to get close, so he gathered strength in his mouth. A thunderous breath spewed out of his mouth, directly killing Luo Zhen. This breath was stronger than the one that hit Erza before. The thunder that swept over roared, and the gravel on the ground was sucked into it. Magic deprivation. Luo Zhen raised his arm slowly, forming a magic circle in Luo Zhen's palm. The next moment, the thunder breath full of destructive aura disappeared instantly in front of Luo Zhen. 5 senses deprivation. When the breath of thunder disappeared, Luo Zhen's palm condensed a magic circle again. The next moment, Laxus suddenly couldn't see anything, and couldn't hear anything. I can't even feel my own heartbeat, trapped in the never-ending darkness. After calming down, the powerful magic power in Laxus's body began to surge. The thunderbolts began to attack his surroundings indiscriminately, and the thunderbolts fell from the sky, continuously falling on this mountainside. At the next moment, Laxus suddenly felt a sharp pain. He was directly punched in the face, and flew out heavily. But before Laxus landed on the ground, Luo Zhen came behind Laxus again and kicked him flying. Immediately, his footsteps stomped on the ground, and he jumped up and came directly above Laxus. Attacks from nowhere kept falling on Laxus's body. Laxus, who had been deprived of his 5 senses, could only curl up his body as much as possible to save himself from getting hurt. Luo Zhen got Laxus in the stomach, kicking him directly from the air to the ground. It fell heavily on the ground, and a big hole was smashed into the ground. Laxus vomited blood, lying in the pothole with blank eyes. Luo Zhen landed beside the pothole and snapped his fingers, and Laxus suddenly recovered his 5 senses. Severe pain continued to spread to his head, and Laxus' face became unrecognizable due to the severe pain. Lost completely. I don't even have the ability to backhand at all. Laxus lay in the pothole, staring blankly at the sky. Suddenly, a magic crystal came into Laxus' eyes. You want to destroy Magnolia? After killing so many people, I'm afraid no one will be able to keep Fairy Tail. Then Fairy Tail will be listed as a dark guild Ren. Chapter 104. If you do that, Fairy Tail will be listed as a dark guild by the Magic Council. Luo Zhen's words echoed in Laxus' ears, and the hand that was about to activate the Shenming Temple just fell. His eyes were a little lonely, and he looked at Luo Zhen struggling. The next moment, Luo Zhen stood up suddenly, clenched his fists. A transparent halo hangs over the fist. Luo Zhen glanced at Laxus in the pit, and said immediately, since you don't want to remove these magic crystals from the sky, then let me do it. As he spoke, Luo Zhen punched the air around him fiercely, and the air began to shatter the next moment. Cracks spread around Luo Zhen's side, and as the space shattered, ripples began to appear in the air in front of Luo Zhen. Laxus crawled out of the pothole abruptly, staring at Luo Zhen's back with an angry face. You're crazy. There are still so many residents in Magnolia, if you can't smash all the magic crystals in the Shenming Temple at the same time, then the Shenming Temple will activate immediately. Although Laxus threatened Luo Zhen with the Shenming Temple, he didn't want to activate this magic in his heart. If it was really because of him that he made Fairy Tail into the Dark Guild, then Laxus himself would not be able to get past the 888 hurdles in his heart. However, the Shenming Temple had already been placed, and Laxus had no way to dismantle them before Luo Zhen's attack arrived. Watching Luo Zhen start his hands helplessly, the space began to vibrate. Laxus suddenly felt a slight tremor under his feet, and closed his eyes in despair. But at the next moment, loud explosions sounded continuously above the head. I saw that the magic crystals of the Shenming Temple above the head began to burst one by one. In just a short moment, the magic crystals shattered one after another, and the violent thunder magic power contained in them dissipated in an instant. Along with the trembling space, those magic crystals floating in the air were shattered at the same time. Laxus stared blankly at this scene, and sat limply on the ground. It's over. Muttering to himself, the corner of Laxus's mouth showed a bitter arc. Looking up, Laxus closed his eyes. At this moment, Luo Zhen came to Laxus, looked at Laxus with closed eyes calmly and said, "The president is waiting for you, Bob. Let's go." Laxus opened his eyes, his expression regained his composure, and he followed behind Luo Zhen towards the Fairy Tail Guild without saying a word. Not long after, the two came to the guild. Because Freed and Evergreen don't know that Laxus is defeated at this time, Myra Jane and others are still in a state of petrification. And Makarov is still trapped in Freed's spell, unable to leave. From afar, he saw Luo Zhen coming back with the figure of Laxus, and Makarov jumped up immediately, looking at the scarred Laxus with a heavy expression. After both of them walked into the guild, Luo Zhen looked at Makarov and said, "President, I can help you bring your precious grandson back." With that said, Luo Zhen turned his head and left the guild, carrying Erza on his back, and went straight to the East Forest to find Poliasika to treat Erza. After Luo Zhen left, Natsu jumped up from the ground. Rushed towards Laxus with an angry voice. "Laxus! UBD! You actually trapped me here, come and fight me!" Natsu charged Laxus, fists raining flames. But before Laxus could make a move, Makarov's arm suddenly became huge, and he directly pushed Natsu to the ground. "Natsu, stop it!" Makarov's voice was calm, and after pushing Natsu to the ground, he looked at the figure of Laxus. "Laxus, why did you become like this?" Makarov's expression was a little gloomy, and he spoke slowly after a long silence. "Old man, the play is over. This time I was wrong, I admit it." Laxus turned his head, not daring to meet Makarov's gaze. "Look into my eyes!" Makarov shouted angrily, staring straight at Laxus. Rebuked by Makarov's angry shout, Laxus turned his head to look into Makarov's eyes, and suddenly felt a little guilty. "You said you don't agree with the current fairy tale, so is there something inferior about fairy tale that makes you dissatisfied?" Makarov regained his composure, looked at Laxus with a gloomy expression and asked. Opening his mouth, Laxus wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to speak. "Say it, say whatever you want today." Makarov seemed to be 10 years old at this moment, sitting on the ground, and said to Laxus, "Fairy tale should be the most powerful wizard guild, but what is fairy tale like now? On my way back, I could hear those drunks laughing at fairy tale in every tavern in every city. Even the lowest level of the Dark Guild dare to mock us recklessly in the street. This is not the fairy tale I expected at all." Laxus also completely broke out at this moment, looking at Makarov with wide eyes and roaring. "Once I change into the current fairy tale, I will make the fairy become the fairy tale that everyone admires." Laxus clenched his fists tightly, looked at Makarov angrily and roared. Because the voice was too loud, it caused the injury to his chest, and the pain made Laxus frowned. "So you're going to do it to your fellow guildmates? So you have the heart to turn these family members of the same guild into this?" Makarov suddenly jumped up, and pushed Laxus to the ground, tightly clutching Laxus' collar. Pointing at Myra Jane Lucy and others who have turned into stone statues not far away, they roared. Laxus was speechless for a moment, opened his mouth but didn't speak. Putting his head aside, Laxus continued, "It is because of the existence of these people that fairy tale has become what it is now. As long as all these people are expelled from fairy tale, then fairy tale will definitely be able to develop better." Chapter 105. End. "Old man. I haven't lost yet." Laxus pushed away Makarov, who was holding on to his collar, and a hideous look suddenly appeared on his face. Putting his palms together on his chest, a stream of light condensed in Laxus' palms. "This is..." Seeing this scene, Makarov's complexion changed suddenly, and he looked at the magic launched by Laxus in surprise. "How about it? Old man? Get familiar with it. This is super magic, goblin law." The light gathered more and more in the palm of Laxus, and he stood up staggeringly. Laxus looked grim, and looked at Makarov and roared, "Go to hell, old man, from now on I will create a brand new fairy tale, and become a guild that everyone is afraid to be enemies with. Fairy law. Activate." Accompanied by a touch of golden magic circle condensing and forming in front of Laxus, the radiant golden light suddenly burst out from Laxus' palm heart. The soaring golden light immediately enveloped the entire guild, and as the golden light spread, a beam of light descended from the sky, directly covering the fairy tale. As the beam of light spreads, the entire Magnolia is completely covered by the golden light. Everyone who was fighting stared blankly at this dazzling ray of light, and was immediately enveloped by the ray of light. As the golden light dissipated, Laxus' ferocious face suddenly froze on his face. How come? How could no one be killed? How can it be?" Laxus looked at Makarov, who was still standing there in disbelief, and Natsu and Happy, who were quietly standing aside in the distance. At the door of Fairy Tale, several figures appeared there. Everyone gathered at the gate of the guild, looking at Laxus's back. "President, what happened just now? What is that powerful magic power?" Although the magic power is very strong, no one was injured, and the residents of the town are also safe and sound. The mages spoke one after another and asked Makarov. "Impossible. This is one of the 3 super magics of fairy tale, how could it not cause any damage?" Laxus gritted his teeth, turned his head and roared at Makarov. "Laxus, haven't you come to your senses yet?" With his hands behind his back, Makarov looked at Laxus with disappointed eyes. What? Laxus's eyes were dull, and he raised his head to look at Ma Kaluo, who was walking towards him step by step with his hands behind his back. "Laxus, the goblin's law can indeed kill all enemies, but that can only be done when the initiator identifies the target as an enemy. But under the law of the goblin you launched, no one was killed, and that shows one thing. That is, you did not regard anyone in the guild as an enemy. Makarov's words echoed in Lagarthus's ears, and Lagarthus' complexion changed immediately. He waved his hand and took 2 steps back, roaring angrily, "Impossible! I hate these guys the most, they are my enemies. Because this is your heart, what is passed on to you is not only power and magic power, but also the heart that will die for your companions." Makarov's words slammed into Lagos's heart like a heavy hammer, which immediately made Lagos a little unacceptable. Squatting on the ground like a madman, holding his head with his hands, he kept muttering to himself, "Impossible, impossible. Lagarthus, you should wake up." Makarov stepped forward step by step, and slapped Lagos on the face fiercely. The crisp voice echoed in the guild, and everyone stared at this scene in a daze. Lagarthus, who was slapped by Makarov, was also a little lost. "You can never deceive magic, your heart has been completely seen through by magic." The palm was placed on Lagarthus' chest, and the beating of the heart echoed Makarov's words. Lagarthus wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. 0 for flowers. Enough is enough, Lagarthus. At this moment, Makarov stepped forward to hug Lagarthus's head like a grandfather, and hugged him into his arms. "Lagarthus, UBD. Suddenly, Natsu, who had been behind Makarov, rushed forward and punched Lagos in the face. "You have to know everything to be called a companion. It is precisely because they don't understand each other that they need each other to help each other, so they are called companions." Standing in front of Lagos, Natsu roared at Lagos with anger all over his body. Lagarthus raised his head in a daze. Seeing the anger on Natsu's face, Lagarthus fell silent for a moment. Perhaps it was because of the activation of the eye law, but it failed to kill anyone, which completely broke Lagarthus's heart. "Obviously I hate these guys the most, obviously I have already said it. As long as the guy who stands in front of him is his enemy, but none of them can kill them." According to what the old man said just now, did he really regard these guys in front of him as companions? "Lagarthus, don't think that's all. When you recover from your injury, come back and give us a good apology." "That's right, Lagarthus, the facts this time are endless." At this time, everyone standing at the door of the guild suddenly spoke and shouted at Lagarthus. Awakened by everyone's voices, Lagarthus raised his head in a daze, looking at the smiling guys in front of him. Don't they hate me?" Lagarthus felt a little puzzled, and glanced at Makarov, who was holding him in his arms. Who would hate their own family? Makarov grinned, looked at the dull-looking Lagos and said with a smile. "I'm already like this, do they still treat me as family?" Lagarthus stared blankly at the guys outside the door. "That's why this is fairy tale." Chapter 106. Because of this is fairy tale. Makarov patted Lagarthus on the head, a smile appeared on his face. He has paid a lot for this guild, and he is also proud of this guild. Under Makarov's painstaking efforts, Fairy Tale became one of the few grand guilds in the Oan Kingdom. Although Lagarthus did not approve of Makarov's governance policy, Makarov had indeed developed Fairy Tale very well during his tenure as chairman. "Lagarthus, are you still struggling now? Your heart has been completely seen through by magic. The law of goblins will not deceive people. You did not regard the partners of the guild as enemies. You do not want to kill them all in your heart. 740, right?" Makarov's words reached Lagarthus' ears, causing Lagarthus to be silent for a moment. With lowered eyes, Lagarthus didn't know how to speak. "Lagarthus, enough is enough. This farce will end here." Sighing deeply, Makarov loosened his arms around Lagos's, and looked at Lagos's lovingly in his eyes. Stared at by Makarov's eyes like this, Lagarthus suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. "Old man, me." Lagarthus wanted to say something, but Makarov stopped him with his hand. Immediately after seeing Makarov with a sullen face, he said to Lagarthus, "Call the thunder gods together." Lagarthus was silent for a moment, then nodded. This ray of thunder condensed in the palm of his hand and shot towards the air. The thunder light exploded above Fairy Tale, instantly attracting the attention of the 3 thunder gods. At this time, Fried who was fighting Altsack, Evergreen who was entangled by the three homies, and Bixlow in the hospital all saw a flash of lightning. The three of them were silent for a moment, and then they quickly threw off the enemies that entangled them, and galloped towards the direction of Fairy Tale. Seeing the three homies chasing behind him, Evergreen cursed inwardly. Damn it guys! But she has nothing to do with the homies. There is no attack against the soul, and the homies will not be hurt at all. And among the strange fighting skills of the homies, Evergreen also suffered a lot. Quickly galloped towards the direction of the Fairy Tale Guild, and soon came to the square at the entrance of the guild. Seeing a lot of mages gathered at the gate of the guild, Evergreen and Fried who came here first glanced at each other. Gun magic flash shooting. At this moment, Altsack, who was chasing after Fried, held two guns and shot two shots at Fried's back. But they were all blocked by a text. Stop it all! The sound of the battle caught the attention of Makarov in the guild, and Makarov stood at the door of the guild, watching Altsack and Fried in the battle and shouted. But the president, Biska, and the others. Altsack was a little anxious, and said hastily to Makarov. Altsack, take it easy. It has ended. Evergreen, restore Myra Jane and the others. Makarov comforted Altsack, and then turned his attention to Evergreen who dodged Zeus' attack. Evergreen first looked at Lagerthus behind Makarov, and after seeing Lagerthus nodding, he immediately unlocked the petrification magic. Zeus, stop it too! Seeing that Zeus and the others would continue to attack Evergreen, Makarov hurriedly stopped them. Zeus and the three of them looked at each other, and then stopped their movements. Fried, unlock the spell. Glancing at Fried standing in the corner, Makarov continued. Fried nodded, then raised his hand and slid it in front of his eyes. Immediately, the spell that sealed the guild was undone, and the barrier that blocked Makarov disappeared. And everyone in Myra Jane in the guild was also successfully unlocked the magic. Seeing the noisy crowd, everyone didn't know what happened for a while. Altsack saw the recovered Biska, and rushed into the guild with a little excitement in his eyes. What happened? What's wrong with us? I remember Evergreen came back and we were petrified. Several girls on the stage looked at each other, not knowing what the situation was. But soon someone told everyone the whole story. After hearing this matter, everyone fell into silence immediately. He glanced at Lagerthus with his back turned to several people with mixed eyes. At this time, Myra Jane suddenly stepped off the stage and came to Lagerthus. Lagerthus raised his head slightly, glanced at Myra Jane standing in front of him, turned his head and said, "What do you want to do? If you want to scold me, scold me." Lagerthus, welcome home. Tilting her head, Myra Jane showed Lagerthus a gentle smile. Looking at the gentle and lovely smile on Marajana's face like an angel, Lagerthus was stunned for a moment. It must have been hard for you before, but everyone in our guild is your family. Myra Jane put her hands behind her back, looked at Lagerthus in front of her and said with a gentle smile. Lagerthus 3.5 fell into silence, lowering his head and not daring to look at Myra Jane in front of him. Obviously the last time Natsu secretly took the S-level commission and left, Myra Jane knew that he saw everything but didn't stop it. Myra Jane scolded herself at the time. But now he showed such an expression. Lagerthus gritted his teeth, raised his head abruptly, and asked Myra Jane, "Why did you do this to me? I almost killed you." "No, Lagerthus is a gentle man in his heart." Myra Jane smiled softly, and said softly to Lagerthus. You. Lagerthus's heart was pierced instantly, and these gentle words hit Lagerthus's heart hard like a heavy hammer. Chapter 107. Let's start preparing for the magic parade. Everyone who is not injured must join the magic parade. The injured guys, please watch me on both sides of the street. On this day, Erza was wearing gauze, standing in the center of the guild and directing the crowd. Many people are also wrapped in gauze, but the number is not too many. Because of the appearance of Erza, they were not defeated by the thunder gods on a large scale like in the original book. One of the thunder gods was defeated by Erza, and Evergreen was entangled by the three homies, so he couldn't concentrate on dealing with the others. But Fried had a little kindness in his heart, and didn't deliberately attack the fairy tale partners. Only some people had to shoot at their companions during Freed's spell, causing their companions to be injured. Although Erza was not seriously injured, Luo Zhen ordered him to take good care of himself. Although a little reconciled, Erza still did not disobey Luo Zhen's words. After several days, Erza felt that he could be discharged from the hospital, so he sneaked out of the house. As soon as he came to the guild, he saw that everyone was discussing the magic parade, and Erza immediately got involved and start commanding everyone. Facing Erza's oppression, no one dared to disobey Erza's order. At this time, the door of the guild was pushed open. The sound of the door opening caught the attention of everyone in the guild, and everyone looked at the door. I saw Laxus standing at the gate of the guild wrapped in gauze. Seeing the figure of Laxus, everyone fell silent immediately. Walking into the guild step by step, Laxus was also silent. Suddenly, Natsu jumped out and stood behind Laxus. "Hey, Laxus!" Laxus didn't look back, and said softly, "What? I failed to fight you this time, but I won't let you go next time. I will definitely win or lose with you next time." Laxus. Natsu's eyes were filled with fierce fighting intent, and he grinned and said, "Then I'll wait for you, Natsu." Laxus didn't laugh at Natsu this time, and waved at Natsu with the back of his hand. "Where is the old man?" Coming in front of Erza, Laxus lowered his eyes and asked Erza. "In the infirmary, the president's condition is not very good. However, under the treatment of Poliasika's mother-in-law, she has almost recovered." Pointing to the infirmary behind the guild, Erza said calmly, "Thanks." Laxus nodded, then turned his head and walked towards the infirmary. "Laxus, stop irritating the chairman." Looking at Laxus's back, Erza still said something worried. Laxus didn't answer, and went straight to the infirmary. At the moment when he passed by Luo Zhen, Laxus suddenly stopped in his tracks. Turning his head to look at Luo Zhen, Laxus suddenly grinned. "You said that you also want to change the current guild, is that true?" Luo Zhen raised his head, and met Laxus's sharp eyes. Luo Zhen smiled lightly, and the corners of her raised lips showed Luo Zhen's mood. He smiled and said, "Of course, but I won't use such stressful methods as you." Luo Zhen shrugged and leaned lazily on the chair. "Then I look forward to where Fairy Tale will go under your leadership." Laxus didn't stay any longer. He waved at Luo Zhen and walked towards the infirmary. Looking at Laxus's back, Luo Zhen couldn't help shaking his head. What's wrong with Laxus? Why does it feel like he is telling his last words? If you don't know how to speak, just shut up. Although Laxus did something wrong, how could Laxus die with his strength? That's right, Laxus is a level 5 mage after all. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, looking at Ragsaven's completely different personality. When he came to the infirmary, Makarov was lying on the bed weakly. Leaning against the wall, Laxus could not help but twitch his mouth slightly as he heard the commotion outside the door. A bunch of noisy guys. Seeing Laxus coming in, Makarov sat up. His eyes looked sharply at the figure of Laxus. "Laxus, do you know what you did this time?" After so long, Makarov questioned Laxus with sharp eyes. Hearing Makarov's questioning, Laxus turned his head away, not daring to look directly at Makarov. "Look into my eyes." Seeing Laxus turn his head away, Makarov shouted sharply. "The so-called guild is the place where the partners gather, and it is also the place where the agency works. It is also a warm home for the helpless little devils. It's not yours alone, it's based on mutual trust and morality, and it has become a bond stronger than anything else. 170 But you have violated morality and even threatened the lives of your partners. This is something that can never be forgiven." Makarov said sharply, staring straight at Laxus. Laxus lowered his eyes, clenched his fists, and muttered to himself, "I know. I just want this guild to become stronger." Laxus gradually approached Makarov, lowered his eyes and said, "You're such a clumsy guy, why don't you try to loosen the power in your shoulders so you can see things you couldn't see before, hear things you couldn't hear? Life is going to be fun." Looking at Laxus, who blamed himself, Makarov was distressed for a while, lifted the quilt and got out of bed, walked in front of Laxus, looked up at Laxus and said, Seeing that Laxus didn't answer, Makarov went on to say to himself, "For me, watching you grow up safely is my greatest expectation. It doesn't matter if you don't have strength, and it doesn't matter if you're not smart. As long as if you are healthy and active, that is enough." Makarov's words left Laxus silent, his shoulders twitching slightly. It seemed as if she was going to cry at any moment. Chapter 108. Laxus. You have been expelled from the guild. Makarov couldn't bear it, and turned around. With a fierce wave of his hand, he said sharply to Laxus. Laxus seemed to know about this matter early on, and accepted it frankly. Smiling at Makarov, he said with a light smile, "Take care, old man." Speaking of which, Laxus turned his head and prepared to leave the infirmary. The moment he stepped out of the infirmary, Laxus stopped and said in a trembling voice, "Grandpa, take care. Go away." Makarov didn't look back, the two just turned their backs to each other, and Makarov was already in tears. Laxus stepped out of the infirmary, and everyone in the guild hall focused on Laxus. In the corner, the three thunder gods hurriedly came in front of Laxus. Among the three, only Bixlo was covered with gauze, and Bixlo suffered a lot after being beaten up by Erza. "Laxus, what punishment will the president give you?" Arriving in front of Laxus, Fried hurriedly asked Laxus. Laxus glanced around the guild, with a smile on his face, patted Fried on the shoulder, did not answer, and walked towards the outside of the guild. The three looked at each other, and quickly followed behind Laxus. "I'll leave the old man and fairy tale to you from now on." In front of Luo Zhen passing by, looking at Luo Zhen who was lazily lying on Zhu's body, Laxus said with a sincere expression. Luo Zhen raised his head, as if he knew it early in the morning, and nodded slightly. With a chuckle on his face, he said, "Fairy tale is my home." Laxus nodded, his whole body seemed to relax, and he walked slowly towards the outside of the guild. The three of Thunder God suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts, and followed closely behind Laxus. Coming to Magnolia's park, Laxus turned his head. He grinned at the three Thunder Gods behind him and said, "You guys will be fine in the future." "You three guys?" The three of them looked at each other, a little surprised by Laxus's words. "Laxus, what's wrong with you?" "Yeah, we're going to be together forever." Evergreen and Bixlo looked nervous and said quickly. "I have been kicked out of the guild by the old man." When Laxus said these words, his expression didn't change a bit, as if he was eating and sleeping with ease. As Laxus's voice fell, the expressions of the three froze instantly on their faces. "Are you kidding me? Obviously we are together, why are you alone expelled from the guild?" "Laxus, let's quit the guild with you." Looking at the three people who looked excited in front of him, Laxus stretched out his hand and hugged the three of them into his arms. "You three guys, stop talking nonsense." Being embraced by Laxus, the three fell silent. But soon Bixlo and Evergreen struggled together, looking extremely excited. "Laxus, let's go and intercede for you, and we will definitely forgive you. It's a big deal and I'm quitting the guild too, we've always been together. Natsu and Grey know about it, and they won't let you go so easily." Evergreen and Bixlo looked excited and kept talking. And Fried seemed to accept it, standing silently aside. "Take care." Laxus cursed with a smile, turned around with the luggage on the side, and was about to leave. He waved at the three people behind him, and the three looked at Laxus's back, not knowing what to say. "Laxus. Laxus. Are you kidding? What will the Thunder Gods do if you leave?" The three of them were already in tears at this time, watching Laxus's back gradually drifting away. As night falls, Margot Lore's Phantom Parade has begun. Floats were driving on the streets of Magnolia, and the two sides of the road were full of residents. Looking at the enthusiastic residents, all the mages who participated in the parade were all smiling. Each uses their own magic to contribute to this magical parade. Elfman received the Beastmaster, stood on the top of a float and shouted to the sky. Biska, Lucy, and Levi are wearing beautiful clothes and dancing on the roof of another float. Erza was unable to participate in the parade due to injury, but stood on the streets on both sides and looked at everyone with relief. Brothers Gray and Leon conjured various ice crystals, castles, or giant beasts, which aroused warm cheers from everyone. Natsu sputtered and congealed the name of fairy tale in the air. On another float Luo Zhen sits in the float with a full face. Above, Zeus and Prometheus are being forced into business. Luo Zhen didn't want to participate in this parade at first, but under Erza's coercion and lure, Luo Zhen was forced to participate. But after participating, Luo Zhen sat in the float decisively. Homies went out to do business. Thunder surged from Zeus, and Prometheus on the side breathed flames. There were also homies standing and dancing around the two of them. The queue for the magic parade is very long, and there are vehicles in the front. Wearing a clown hat, Makarov jumped onto the top of the float with a grin. The dancers began to dance, making various antics, which caused the laughter of passers-by. Laxus, is that good, stood in the crowd, watching this scene and couldn't help but smile. The scene of his childhood suddenly recalled in his mind, and the corners of Laxus's mouth curled up slightly. At the moment Laxus turned around, suddenly a firework exploded behind him. The fireworks in the sky are dazzling and beautiful. Suddenly, Lager thus turned around. I saw Makarov standing on the top of the float stopped dancing and raised his right hand high above his head. Stretch out your index finger and thumb, and hold them high above your head. Following Makarov's movement, all fairy tale members stretched out their right hands one after another. Stretch out your thumb and forefinger and stare at the sky. Looking at the scene in front of him, Laxus couldn't help but cursed with a smile, really, old man. But the tears in the corners of his eyes had already betrayed Laxus, who was already in Joe's mood at this time. Chapter 109. Several days have passed since the magic parade, and the guild is back to busy. Everyone in the guild began to accept commissions one after another, and only a few remained in the guild. Even Lysina teamed up with Elfman for commissions. After Erza had almost recovered from his injury, he ignored Luo Zhen's objection and left the guild after accepting a level 5 commission. Luo Zhen was sitting on the bar counter board, resting his chin with one hand and staring at the front with the other in a daze. Suddenly, Myra Jane came in front of Luo Zhen, and put her cheek in front of Luo Zhen. Hey, don't you need to do commissions? Myra Jane, who leaned in front of Luo Zhen, smiled like a flower, and asked Luo Zhen with her cheeks. Luo Zhen raised his eyelids, glanced at the gentle Myra Jane, opened his mouth and yawned. I just went through a big fight not long ago, and now I just want to have a good rest. Listening to Luo Zhen's words, Myra Jane couldn't help curling her lips. Myra Jane was petrified when Lagerthats started the fairy tale civil war. But after Elfman and Lysina told, Myra Jane also knew the whole story. Erza challenged Laxus after defeating Big Slow of the Thunder Gods in 823, although he lost to Laxus. Luo Zhen joined the battle later, but in the battle with Laxus, Luo Zhen was not injured at all. Even Laxus couldn't even break through Luo Zhen's defense. Not to mention Luo Zhen's injury. Seeing Myra Jane pouted, Luo Zhen suddenly felt like his heart was being stabbed. At this moment, there was a loud noise at the door. Zeus galloped all the way, Prometheus and Napoleon followed closely behind Zeus. Zeus rushed to Luo Zhen with excitement on his face. Owner! Zeus came in front of Luo Zhen, looked at Luo Zhen with excitement, and started yelling loudly when he stopped. Luo Zhen frowned, and looked at the two Prometheus who were closely behind Zeus with the same excited faces, and could not help but slightly frowned and scolded, "What are you doing in such a panic?" Zeus took a breath and then asked Luo Zhen, "Master, do you know who I saw when I was shopping with Prometheus and the others?" Zeus's eyes were extremely excited, and he looked at Luo Zhen with panic in his eyes. Luo Zhen frowned slightly, looked at Zeus who was still trying to trick him, then turned his head to Prometheus and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Prometheus was about to speak, but Zeus stood in front of Prometheus. But this time Prometheus did not quarrel with Zeus unusually. "Master, look!" said Zeus turned around, so that his back faced Luo Zhen. Looking at Zeus's white body, Luo Zhen couldn't help frowning, and was about to scold Zeus. Suddenly a small head popped out of Zeus' body. The moment this little head saw Luo Zhen, his eyes lit up. A cry of surprise came out of the mouth, "Brother Luo Zhen! Seeing the face of this little head, Luo Zhen couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Wendy! Why are you here? The little girl crawled out of Zeus' body in 3s and 5s, and looked at Luo Zhen with star-like eyes. She threw herself into Luo Zhen's arms and hugged Luo Zhen's neck tightly. Brother Luo Zhen, I miss you. Holding Luo Zhen's neck tightly, Wendy was not willing to let go for a moment. Wendy, why are you in Magnolia? Luo Zhen stretched out his hand and squeezed Wendy's face in front of him in disbelief. I came to Magnolia to do some shopping, but unexpectedly, I ran into Zeus, BDFF, and the others on the way, and I heard from them that Brother Luo Zhen's guild is in Magnolia. There was a happy smile on Wendy's immature face, and joy filled Wendy's cheeks. Did you come alone? Didn't Carla follow you? Luo Zhen looked at the door of the guild, but didn't see the annoying white kitten, and asked with some doubts. Wendy stuck out her tongue, and said immediately, Carla said she wanted to exercise my independence, so she didn't come with me this time. If Carla knows that Brother Luo Zhen is here, she will be very happy too. With a pure smile on Wendy's face, she happily put her arms around Luo Zhen's neck. Hearing Wendy's words, the corners of Luo Zhen's mouth twitched slightly. Thinking of the white kitten with a poisonous mouth, Luo Zhen felt that it was impossible to hear any good things from her mouth. Luo Zhen, is she? At this moment, Myra Jane looked curiously at the little girl in Luo Zhen's arms. Her name is Wendy Marvel, and she is a mage from the home of demon cats. Seeing Marajana's curious eyes, Luo Zhen immediately introduced Wendy to Myra Jane. Wendy, she is Myra Jane, also the wizard of fairy tale, and now she is the signature girl of fairy tale. Immediately, Luo Zhen introduced Raja's identity to Wendy in his arms. Myra Jane tilted her head, a gentle smile on her face. Sister Mila, hello. Wendy was a little shy, lightly nodded to Myra Jane. Nice little girl. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Luo Zhen. I saw Macau was crossing his arms, grinning to himself. Seeing the uncle in front of her, Wendy suddenly felt frightened, and hugged Luo Zhen's neck tightly. Hey, Macau, don't run around with your wretched smile. Before Luo Zhen could speak, Zeus came to Mao with an unfriendly expression on his face, staring at Mao sharply. Behind Zeus,